He was nothing more than an obscure nobody in Wangjiao, a lowly street thug struggling to survive on a meager 5-square-meter stall. He wielded no power. There was no future and no escape until one fateful night. Everything changed. Divine-level supplier system activated. While others battled for territory, he silently seized control of the entire supply chain of Xiangang. Rice, cooking oil, medicine, daily necessities. His presence loomed behind every commodity. From a dilapidated street stall in Wangjiao, he embarked on building a global logistics empire spanning 5 continents. His fleet outnumbered battleships. His decisions shook the global commodities market, and the entire economy revolved around him. They regarded him as an insignificant nobody. Yet in truth, he was the supplier behind the global supply chain. In 1980, Guangzhou's population exceeded 5 million. On the narrow, crowded sidewalks, 2 female models were on display. Passers-by repeatedly stole glances, so absorbed that collisions occurred before they even noticed. They were merely plastic models. No matter how fine or slightly enticing their poses, Guangdao people had seen it all. The problem was that the attire on the models was absolutely incendiary. Sexy black silk stockings with an open front, ultra-thin vulgar, with a sensual butterfly knot jacquard design. Sexy temptation black silk, open front, transparent one-piece fishnet stockings. Its most distinctive feature was a thoughtful pink illustration at the opening rendered in exquisite detail that involuntarily drew every passerby's gaze. Beside the 2 models stood a signboard with pairs of stockings hanging and a price tag marked at 50. A few thugs stood nearby, and whenever they saw a man fixated on the models, they would approach and say, "How about a little play? Our club girls wear that style. It's incredibly thrilling." Wang Yaotong, clad in a denim jacket and a baseball cap, strolled along, while sipping cola, his eyes scanning the bustling street. Yao Gu called Ah Wei as he hurried forward. Ah Wei, a chubby fellow, was the archetypal sidekick who always accompanied the protagonist. "How's business today?" "Not bad. Sold over 24 pairs and secured 16 clients. Men, after all, are never without a lustful streak. It just needs to be ignited." "Ajia," Wang Yaotong beckoned. "Call in the crew and bring your gear." Ajia and Ah Wei had been brothers since childhood with Wang Yaotong. Over a year ago, during a street brawl, the 3 brothers deliberately attracted the attention of the big shots to stand out. Their fearless fighting earned them a position as a CGO Zai of Heshenji. The former big shot had ended up confined to a wheelchair, now enjoying a life of retirement. The century-old Heshenji gang boasted a resounding history, but in terms of might, among over 100 gangs in Guangdao during the 1980s, it was merely mid-tier. The true powerhouses were Xinji, Heshinga, Heanal, Tiaolon, and the 4 major gangs. In Guangdao, a dozen or so gangs with names beginning with He still exist, though none are particularly formidable. Heshenji now has only 4 small branches located in Jianshazui, Jiangjianao, Chuanwan, and Shatian. The Jianshazui branch, where Wang Yaotong operated, consisted of only 3 hangouts, 2 bars, and a mahjong parlor. Had he been reborn 2 years earlier, not joining Xinji or Xinghe, he would have at least mingled with one of the 4 major gangs. Now, having sunk to the depths of Heshenji with no one paying a premium for advancement, and armed with insights from his past life, Wang Yaotong earned a monthly profit exceeding 500 through his cut of the stall's earnings and stocking sales. Besides his 4 loyal brothers, he maintained 9 fiercely bold blue lanterns and a band of thugs. Ajia and Aji brought over their gear, and with a casual call, Wang Yaotong strode to the railing and with one hand effortlessly vaulted over it, his movement exuding unmatched swagger. Ah Wei, his face brimming with envy, twisted his body in mimicry and exclaimed, "Cool." Vehicles were forced to brake abruptly to yield, though remarkably, no harsh horn sounds pierced the air. A step back sometimes opens up endless possibilities. After all, the most important thing in life is to be happy. An elderly granny, noticing the halted car, even squeezed through the railing, unwilling to trek the long way on the pavement. "Beep, beep, beep. Old granny, are you courting death? Damn, are you in a hurry to buy a coffin?" After crossing the road, Wang Yaotong did not look back. He merely smiled. This was real life. The group circled around the Champagne building and reached Jinbali Street. As Wang Yaotong tiptoed, he noticed 2 mannequin models standing on the street with a few thugs hustling passers-by and others lingering by the wall with cigarettes dangling, eyes darting as if wary. "Huagulong, that bastard is still around. Rise up," Wang Yaotong said as he drew a chain belt from his waist, twisting it tightly in his hand. Ajia and the others brandished iron pipes and knives. With a sudden whoosh, the surrounding crowd scattered. From an aerial view, the group charged toward their target, as if cleaving through waves. "Long go, it's Heshenji Zai Yao," an alert underling called out as he patted Huagulong. "Damn." The cigarette in Huagulong's hand flew in fright, and he hurriedly grabbed an iron pipe from the wall, calling his underlings over. "Yao, this is our Fuixing turf. My underlings are gathering customers in our territory. None of your business. You've been causing chaos for days. Have you no respect for the rules of the Jianghu?" Brandishing the iron pipe, Huagulong roared fiercely, "Damn your mother, you filthy bastard. How dare you hijack my big brother's idea and then preach Jianghu rules?" Ajie pointed his iron pipe at Huagulong and cursed, "Get down on your knees and grovel in apology, burn your own stuff, or today you'll be beheaded." A flash of shame mixed with anger crossed Huagulong's face. He had thought the venerable name of Fuixing might earn him some face from Wang Yaodong, but it was completely stripped away before the onlookers. "Who do you think you are, Huagulong, to lecture me, Wang Yaodong, about rules?" Wang Yaodong waved dismissively and ordered, "Take him out." At his command, Ajie and Ajie led the charge, swinging their iron pipes in wide arcs and striking Huagulong squarely on the head. Huagulong raised his hand with a resounding clang to block the pipe, only to be unexpectedly kicked in the thigh by Ajie, causing him to stagger back 2 unsteady steps. In a frenzy, Huagulong swung his stick forward to halt the surging Ajie. However, his posture faltered and the blow lacked force. Seizing the moment, Ajie lifted his left hand, absorbed the attack, and thrust his iron pipe with full momentum. In a brawl, it's not the slashes but the stabs that count. Though not a bayonet, the thrust of the iron pipe made Huagulong's eyes roll back, his face turned purple, and he dropped his pipe, clutching his chest as he fled. "Damn you!" Ajie swung his rod in a wide arc and smashed it into Huagulong's back. Huagulong staggered and collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, in the narrow street, as 14 or 15 people brawled and blocked the way, he managed to plunge into his own group to narrowly escape. Ajie drew back his hand and swung the iron pipe in wide arcs, simultaneously delivering a kick that sent another adversary sprawling. Ajie, lacking Ajie's finesse, used his left forearm to brace against the opponent's baseball bat and swiftly jabbed his iron pipe at the adversary's face and neck. Though not fatal, each thrust threatened to strip away a patch of flesh. Such ferocious cruelty in street brawls was no less intimidating or lethal. Its sheer momentum often surpassed all others. Within 2 rounds, the duo of fierce warriors along with Huagulong were overpowered. A dozen of the underlings disintegrated within minutes, scrambling desperately to flee. Wang Yaodong fixed his gaze on Huagulong, leaped over the railing from the vehicle lane, and gave chase. Bursting from the crowd, Huagulong clutched his chest, ran a dozen steps, and then was forced to stop. He had nearly been skewered by Ajie's steel pipe. The excruciating pain in his chest, ribs that even if unbroken were surely fractured, made every breath agonizing. Glancing back, he realized his underlings were no match as they were systematically vanquished, and his spirit was crushed by Wang Yaotong's relentless pursuit. Disregarding the pain, he clutched the railing and leaped. His landing was unsteady as he scrambled onto the road. Suddenly, something collided violently from the side, sending him flying. Rolling a few times on the ground, Huagulong felt as though death was imminent. Wang Yaodong vaulted over a pole, once more charged forward, and swung his chain with might. The whip of the chain left a bruised strip on Huagulong's body, causing him to stiffen in agony as a piercing cry echoed down the street, audible from 100 meters away. The taxi driver sitting in the cab with a twisted expression and trembling body dared not look as each lash of the chain brought excruciating pain with every strike. Toot! A piercing police whistle sounded as several uniformed patrol officers dashed toward the scene. "Yao Gu, the police! Hurry!" Ajie halted and shouted loudly. Wang Yaodong glanced at the crouching Huagulong on the ground, quickly binding his hands with a chain and like dragging a dying dog, hauling him toward the taxi. "Come help me." Hey, pretty boy, what are you doing?" the driver shouted. "Meiyuan building." Wang Yaodong hopped into the back seat while Ajie took the front, pressing an iron pipe against the driver's neck and commanded, "Let's go." The driver immediately changed. His expression shifted into second gear and floored the accelerator, leaving the uniformed police trailing in a blur. As the car sped away, Ajie casually rolled up his left sleeve, pulled out a protective leg guard, and swiftly tossed it out the window. Having the nerve to brace an iron pipe with his left arm was thanks to a trick Wang Yaodong devised months earlier, instantly elevating his combat prowess to a new level. Now that's what you call a murdering tool. Of course, Wang Yaodong warned that after using it, one must dispose of it quickly and discreetly, lest it bring shame. Heshinji's Jiansha Zue turf was located on the ground floor of Meiyuan building, not far, just a few hundred meters away. After dashing through the intersection, the duo quickly dragged Huagulong out of the car. Just as they were finally relaxing and about to send Ajie to fetch a cola to quench their thirst, a luminous screen suddenly appeared before them. "You have achieved a glorious victory. In light of his valiant performance in battle, your fame spread in a small circle, granting you 20 reputation. Current reputation 6,565. Damn system." The surprise arrived so suddenly. After months, at last it had come. It swept away the oppressive gloom that had weighed on his heart for months. "I, Wang Yaodong, am the protagonist." With blood surging and his face flushed, he dismissed the so-called old Fuixing as nothing more than insignificant riffraff. With one foot planted on Huagulong's neck, Wang Yaodong cast a sideways glance at the oblivious Ajie, silently thinking, just as expected, as he swiftly began to study the system. Reputation system. Society is composed of various groups, each with its own unique rules and hierarchy. In such a system, every individual's reputation is vital. It not only represents one's status, but also determines survival and development within the group. Personal panel, name Wang Yaodang. Height, 175. Reputation, 65-65 obscure. Faction Heshenji. Position C Jiuzai. Business erotic lingerie stall X2. Skill driving LV1. This business. Well, in the early days, making money was hardly a cause for shame. Looking at the skills, they quantify the abilities he already possessed. The levels are not fixed and can later be enhanced through reputation or through one's own diligent study and training. But why wasn't Sonda listed among the skills? I clearly had trained in it. Reflecting on recent times. Nights with women, outnumbered days practicing boxing. I can't believe I've been weakened by indulgence. From today onward, no more drinking. Shifting my focus back to the system, I immediately noticed the reputation shop below the panel. With a mere thought, he clicked, and the shop unfolded, immediately displaying 4 categories: language, sports knowledge, and special. Language, English, French, Spanish, Thai, Vietnamese. Sports, Sonda, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, driving, dancing, football, basketball, rap, shooting. Knowledge, accounting, law, singing, screenwriting, writing, photography, directing, planning, fine arts. Special energy potions, endurance potions, Lu Wei Di Huang pills, Jinshin Kiki pills, random buff capsules. Upon seeing his skills listed as Sonda and Muay Thai, Wang Yaodang felt a sudden epiphany. Tonight, a feast to celebrate. Click to purchase. Sorry, skill Sonda costs 100 reputation points, and you currently lack sufficient reputation. Yao Gu. Hearing the calls, Wang Yaodang snapped back to attention as Jie returned with the recently scattered underlings, each sporting expressions of excitement and disdain upon seeing Huagulong. Now that the system was in place, there was no need to rush. What was most important at that moment? Reputation. Damn it, reputation. At the mere thought of reputation, Wang Yaodang immediately recalled Guan Eryi. When it came to Jianghu prestige, who could rival him? It was simple then. Henceforth, he would be the heroic Wang Yaodang. Jie, take the brothers to the ice room for a sweet treat. My treat. Wang Yaodang pulled out his wallet and handed 3 100-unit red Shanyu notes to Jie. Thank you, Yao Gup. The underlings, chattering excitedly and linking arms, departed while recounting their recent feats of valor. Nothing thrilled more than bragging about a brawl afterwards, a story that could be told for a lifetime. I recalled that sunset battle. It was the youth I had lost. Reaching the building's base, he tossed 2 red Shuangshi cigarettes to 2 branch thugs chatting at the doorway, asking, "Boss, are you here?" "Thank you, Yao Gup." The 2 thugs accepted them with a smile, saying, "Yes, boss is here," shuffling cards. In Jianshazui, every thug knew that Wang Yaodang was the master at hustling. Previously, the 3 gang hangouts had been squeezed dry by surrounding groups, forcing the thugs to take odd jobs to get by. It was Wang Yaodang's ingenious stocking sales that revived the hangouts. Now business was booming, and everyone was raking in money. Naturally, respect abounded. Everyone knew Yao Gu was generous, and all wanted a band with him. "Thanks." Wang Yaodang waved dismissively as he marched on with Ji, pushing Huagulong along. That must be Huagulong from Fuixing. How did Yao Gu manage to capture him? Because of turf disputes, someone retorted with a laugh, "Yao Gu is awesome." In the underworld, what really matters is one's reputation. In business, plagiarizing ideas might lead to media spats or lawsuits, but among gangsters, that is utterly unacceptable. Apart from the impact on revenue, if Wang Yaodang failed to retaliate forcefully, word would spread and others would see him as someone easy to bully, inviting cheap thugs to mock him. After 3 consecutive assaults on rival stalls, Huagulong immediately sent word for a parley. How could Wang Yaodang consent so easily? Such a golden opportunity was meant to be exploited to the fullest. Thanks to his cunning, the gang hangouts were revived, and the bosses got their due. At such times, one must step forward and back oneself up. Unexpectedly, things turned out fortuitously, allowing him to leverage Fuixing to boost his own reputation. Entering through the pitch-black corridor after a dozen steps, he pushed open a door on the left, and immediately heard Yaoji, "You're never on time." Guan Zizan, in his 30s, not only managed 3 Malin gambling dens for his gang, but also had his chauffeur accompanied by over a dozen bone sisters in saunas and receiving Japanese shiatsu treatments. With little else to do, they resorted to playing mahjong. Boss called Wang Yaodang. Guan Zizan turned and saw Ji had kicked Huagulong to the ground, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you doing?" Fuixing's Huagulong, this wretch, one of my own, trailed to the factory, opened a stocking stall to mimic my sales method. I warned him, but he acted as if Xingyi and we did not exist. Just now I sent my men over, hacked down Fuixing's crew, and hauled this stinking punk back. Wang Yaodang pulled up a chair and sat, his displeasure evident. In a burst of fury, Guan Zizan hurled his cards toward Huagulong, shouting, "Damn your lousy ass." The Malin business was his lifeline. Seizing customers depended on skill, but copying my subordinates' ideas was simply too far. "Which effeminate punk did you set this up?" he demanded. An oily-faced guy from the previous gang leered lewdly at Wang Yaodang, remarking, "Guan Zizan, you're in luck. Your young underlings can both fight and find business. You can now retire and relax." "What underling?" "A Yao is my sworn brother." Guan Zizan laughed heartily. "Liangzai, are you blind? Haven't you seen a Yao sweating profusely? Hurry up and pour some tea." Their sycophantic attitudes made several veteran gang members burst into laughter, while Guan Zizan wore an expression of smug satisfaction. If even a Yao can bring business for a Da, it's fine, even if it scolds you. A Yao, what do you propose we do? Guan Zizhen asked in a manner that reflected a boss ready to support you to the end. I'll follow the boss's lead, replied Wang Yaodang as he downed a sip of cold tea with a smile. In front of outsiders, one must show respect to the boss, thus forcing Guan Zizhen to step forward and take responsibility. Even though Fuixing had fallen from grace, a mere thug couldn't dare provoke him at will. Fine. Guan Zizhen pounded the mahjong table, clearly understanding Wang Yaodang's intent. The boss will take vengeance for you. Today, you shall have your fill. Rising, he walked over to the desk, picked up the telephone, and dialed Kowloon. Who is it? It's your sworn brother, Guan Zizhen. Damn it, you let your underlings copy my sworn brother's ideas and hijack business. Now this stinking punk is with me. Either host a banquet to apologize and pay 100, or I'll throw him into the sea to feed the fish. That's that, damn it. With a sharp click, he hung up the phone. Then Guan Zizhen walked over and patted Wang Yaodang's shoulder, asking the boss is handling it right. We, the boss, Wang Yaodang said with a grateful smile. That's the way to do it. Guan Zizhen laughed as he resumed his seat. I know you don't want your ideas copied. It's inevitable that someone will imitate them. With so many gangs, you can't fight them all. So benefit first, and then negotiate with the others later. I understand, boss, Wang Yaodang said, giving a thumbs up as he truly admired the old man's savvy. Originally, he had intended only to display his might, as imitation could not be entirely stopped, but his mind teemed with a multitude of designs for lingerie and novel sales tactics, visions ahead of their time and unafraid of being imitated. Yet he had never contemplated using this as an opportunity to make a profit and set future negotiation standards. Guan Zizhen laughed heartily. Your boss remains your boss. Young man, you have much yet to learn. That night at Fuxing restaurant, Kowloon laid out a grand banquet. After all, one couldn't really let the underlings be tossed into the sea. Even venerable Fuixing, now in decline, had no choice but to lower his head, otherwise constant fighting would ensue. How could business go on then? Kowloon and Guan Zizhen exchanged curses while pointing fingers, negotiating the tea money down from 100 to 500 and decreeing that Huagulong's side was no longer allowed to source goods from the factory, but must go through Wang Yaodang. Prices for a pair increased by 2 units, and with Wang Yaodang's larger orders, he secured even lower factory rates, ensuring extra profit all around. A no-lo situation. Of course, most importantly, you have won a negotiation. By outclassing the Fuixing gang during the talks, your reputation has spread in a small circle, earning you 40 prestige. Current prestige 105 rookie in Jianghu. Wang Yaodang clenched his fist, inwardly thinking, good, now I can purchase Sanda or Muay Thai. Congratulations, your reputation has upgraded from obscure to rookie in Jianghu, and the system rewards have been credited. Please check. There's another surprise. Wang Yaodang immediately began searching and discovered that a new inventory had appeared beneath his personal panel with a scroll-like item resting inside. In a flash of thought, information emerged: the wild growth scroll of the Xianling Nvua. Upon use, it randomly increases one's body by 1 cm. Why a random increase? Why not target a specific area? Indeed, Wang Yaodang intended to boost his height. Lost in thought, a tap from Guan Zizhen jolted Wang Yaodang back, and he saw Huagulong, his battered body now humbly carrying a tea bowl. Wang Yaodang accepted the teacup and gulped it down, his heart heavy with reflection. This was the fate of failure, a lesson to humble oneself in future encounters. To succeed in Jianghu, one must be the biggest dragon head. With Guan Zizhen backing his underlings, Wang Yaodang promptly set aside half his gains as tribute, a move that everyone admired as evidence of his magnanimity and boss material. After seeing Guan Zizhen off, Luo and called his underlings and the little brothers who'd helped hold the scene to head to a street food stall. With victory achieved, prospects for larger profits, greater renown, and even a system reward lay ahead, and that night Wang Yaodang drank copiously. More than 20 people feasted and drank, spending over 400 on a single meal, merely at a street stall. After being sated, arrangements were made for a sauna session for the underlings, leaving less than 200 in hand by the time they returned. Such was the life of these hoodlums. Broke at 3 in the morning, wealthy by 5. Despite ample cash, they hardly spent it sensibly. A Ji and a Jia went out to party, while Wang Yaodang took a taxi with Wei and Si Yinzi back to Kaihongkan. In 1953, a devastating fire in the Shekhu Malai UK area left 530 people homeless. The Hong Kong Island government, in order to resettle the evacuees, built rehousing estates near the original site and later erected numerous resettlement blocks, such as Wang Tai Sin Lo Fu Yim and Chung Sha, Wan Licheng houses, in both Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, to attract residents from dilapidated wooden quarters with poor sanitation. Kaihongkan was among the earliest granted land in 1958 and completed in 1962 with over 740 units. It housed more than 400 residents, much like raising pigeons. Wang Yaodang's residence was on the 11th floor of a lavish 380-foot mansion. Once home to a family of 4, when he was just 8 years old, his father died in an accident, leaving his mother Lu Tsuolan to raise him along with his 2-year younger sister Wang Lixuan. In 1960s Hong Kong Island, a woman struggling with two young children faced tremendous hardships. Later, Lut Solan teamed up with a widower barely managing to raise the two children. After losing his father, Wang Yaotang grew defiant and harbored intense resentment towards that man. Lut Solan chose not to marry him. Later, as Wang Yaotang matured, he dropped out of school and apprenticed under He Xinjia. Since young men cared about face and no longer needed their mother's supervision, Lut Solan left the house to him and moved into his master's residence. By then his sister was already asleep. Although Wang Yaotang had left school early, he imposed strict discipline on her. Now in Form 5, her academic results were commendable. In recent months, Wang Yaotang bought a multitude of tutoring materials and practice sets for his dear sister, a move that markedly improved her grades. He planned to earn enough to send her to a better school and have her take the University of Hong Kong entrance exams. Perhaps, if possible, invoking his Hong Kong background, he might even get into Qingbei, fulfilling a vow from a previous life. Arriving home, he quietly opened the door to find the lights on and the sound of a shower coming from the bathroom. Glancing at Wei and see Yinzi behind him, the three quietly closed the door and entered the house. Wei intended to hand over the sales money to Wang Yaotang, while also picking up goods to sell the next day. Yinzi was tasked with bookkeeping, especially tallying the number of customers drawn for the den, as next month's accounts were due with Guanzaizen. Yaoga, you're back. A pleasant female voice emerged as the sound of the shower ceased. It's me, Wang Yaotang replied, instinctively glancing at Si Yinzi. That voice belonged to Si Yinzi's younger sister Guan Jiahui. Si Yinzi merely sniffed in silence before pulling Wei aside to reconcile the accounts. Before long, Guan Jiahui emerged wrapped in a large bath towel, her exquisitely delicate face resembling a porcelain doll with snow-white skin and slender long white legs. She ran over to sit beside Wang Yaotang, embraced his arm while swaying, and coquettishly chided, Yaoga, why didn't you call me when you were drinking? Keep it down, or you'll wake your little sister and get beaten, Wang Yaotang whispered as he pinched her smooth thigh, remarking on its fine texture. Now go back and get dressed. So annoying, I still have to undress later, Guan Jiahui pouted, glaring fiercely at her brother and Wei before turning and strutting back inside. The apartment, barely over 30 square meters, was partitioned into 2 rooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, a true hardship for Hong Kongers. Honestly, when Wang Yaotang was first reborn, he was rather intimidated by Si Yinzi. Swearing wasn't merely for insult. It had become a statement of fact. The most awkward truth was that he could never marry Guan Jiahui. The 1980s in Hong Kong were an era when Chinese actresses shone brilliantly with beauties aplenty. How could a fine young man ever forsake an entire forest for a single tree? Si Yinzi remained unusually calm. In truth, he thought it was beneficial that his sister stayed with Yaoga. Si Yinzi was indeed bright in studies, yet being small, thin, and timid, and having attended 3 rundown primary schools in Kaihankan rife with troubled kids, he had been bullied countless times, blocked in restrooms, urinated on, soiled, and even had his shoes licked. Thinking that excelling academically would pave the way to success. Forget it. The environment didn't allow it. The Guan family was poor, unable to afford proper support. Yes, even the lower echelons of Hong Kong struggled. It was precisely because of his sister that he had the chance to follow Wang Yaotang. Together with the Jia and the gang, Wang Yaotang summoned everyone who had bullied him in the past, making them spill blood, be urinated on, even forced to eat excrement, venting every bit of old humiliation. From that day on, Si Yinzi resolved to stick with Wang Yaotang for life. Now even the thugs of Kaihankan respectfully called him Si Yinzi Gu. Even members of the Blue Lantern gang would address him as Gu upon seeing him, and no one dared bully him anymore. After all, isn't living all about one's reputation? Si Yinzi firmly believed that Wang Yaotang would eventually rise to become a prominent red band boss, and perhaps even gain a foothold within the gang's inner circle, even if it meant scraping by with a mere white paper fan. Is there not a true boss? Is there not a way to succeed? And as for the little sister, following Wang Yaotang was far better than sticking with other thugs. Who knows, maybe she might eventually become the gang leader's wife. After quickly reconciling the accounts with Wei, the two grabbed a bag of stockings and set off. Yaoga, let's head back, they said. All right, off we go, replied Wang Yaotang with a dismissive wave. Wang Yaotang waved dismissively, leaving. Guan Jiahui peeked out, still wrapped in a towel, giggling. Yaoga, are you tired? Let me serve you a bath. Wang Yaotang grinned broadly and declared without pretense, I'm horny. In the bloom of youth, if one doesn't indulge a little, how can sleep be found? The bathroom was small, but it had its own charms. Pressed almost together as Wang Yaotang enjoyed Guan Jiahui's supple ministrations, he suddenly recalled the system reward, the wild growth scroll of the Xianling Voix. He accessed the system, clicked on the scroll, and chose to use it. There were no dazzling lights or elaborate animations. He merely felt an itch in some part of his body. Looking down, he saw Guan Jiahui meticulously using the spray to wash him, her careful motions seemingly prompted by his gaze. Then she looked up with a dreamy smile. It's swelling. It's swelling. Oh, why has it thickened? The change prompted a low, startled exclamation from Guan Jiahui. Wang Yaotang could only remain silent. Surprisingly, it was acceptable. After all, I wanted to increase my height. The next day, The early bird catches the worm. The bird was too big for just small pecks. Ever since childhood, Wang Yaodang had known the importance of morning exercises. After all, a sound body was the foundation of everything. But after the exercises, he felt even weaker. What was wrong? Slumping onto the bed, he lit a cigarette. His mind unexpectedly became clear as never before. How could he afford to be indulgent in women? Reborn in this grand era with the backing of a system, he must strive upward and aim to be extraordinary. The money earned from gang dealings was never clean. In the eyes of the authorities, it was nothing more than a nightjar. Seemingly glamorous, but in reality doomed like sacrificial lambs. Perhaps one day he might be executed on the street. Not to mention that even after a decade or so, when he returned, his status would always be inherently inferior. Yet legitimate enterprises not only brought in money quickly, but kept it clean. Thus gang life was only the foundation. One must also venture into proper business to carve out a niche. As for what to do, Shanxi and Tang sold 91 magazines, Liang Cohen filmed Category 3 movies, Jimmy sold AV tapes, and he himself dealt in erotic lingerie, each with a bright future ahead. What does this signify? That engaging in lascivious ventures is the prime productive force. What is it called? It is a case of like-minded heroes. Of course, Wang Yaodang had other schemes for getting rich. For example, he recently noticed that cars on the road were missing something. After some thought, he realized the windshield wipers lacked small cards. These small cards were low-cost, highly efficient, and capable of creating jobs, a venture beneficial to the nation. The only problem was that entering this line of business required significant clout, or else the idea would be quickly stolen. For now, he would continue focusing on his erotic lingerie business. It had its own barriers. Jiawei, how are the few designs you were working on? Master, I have completed 2 sets of designs, she replied. How are the clothing designs I asked you to sketch coming along? I've already completed 2 sets. Shall I put one on for you to see? Guan Jiahui sat up abruptly, the blanket slipping from her body to reveal a broad expanse of smooth porcelain white skin. Yet at this moment Wang Yaodang appeared almost saintly, merely inhaling a slow drag of smoke before nodding gently. Go ahead and try it on. Wang Yaodang possessed worldly discernment, yet it was this 18-year-old girl beside him who had truly brought his provocative designs to life. It was now legal. Perhaps influenced by her elder brother Xianzai, Guan Jiahui had dropped out of middle school and drifted into delinquency. Her father, unwilling to watch his beautiful daughter slip away, pulled strings to apprentice her to a tailor. Though she practiced haphazardly, 3 days of effort followed by 2 of neglect, her fundamentals remained solid. One attempt would not suffice. She would repeat it 3 times, 5 times, until Wang Yaotong's designs were flawlessly realized. Guan Jiahui rummaged through her drawer and retrieved a black lace bodysuit resembling a one-piece swimsuit, deeply backless with an open crotch design beneath. Once dressed, she bent forward, arching her hips, then turned her head, with a sultry, languid gaze fixed upon Wang Yaodang. Heat surged, blazing forth. Wang Yaodang shot upright from the bed with a sharp intake of breath, bursting into laughter as he lunged toward her. Food and desire. These are innate human impulses. Pure exhilaration. Such intimate apparel possessed countless virtues, yet it spared no mercy on the kidneys. Lying there, Wang Yaodang drifted into a daze. His reputation points had accumulated, but he'd forgotten to purchase a skill. He raised his hand and lightly slapped his own cheek. What am I doing? A true man stands tall between heaven and earth. How could he be ensnared by wine and lust? Pull yourself together. Abstain from alcohol. He gazed at the system interface, pondering carefully. After all, he had trained intermittently over the years, though never with the same diligence as Aji. Muay Thai, however, remained entirely unfamiliar, and he had no idea whether it suited street combat. In the end, he chose to acquire Sanzhou. He navigated the system's reputation shop to the sports category and focused his will upon Sancho, selecting it mentally. Confirm purchase of skill Sanzhou. Yes. Spent 100 reputation points. Current reputation 15, 115 novice in the Jianghu. Had word of last night's events spread further overnight. As the 100 reputation points vanished, Wang Yaodong's consciousness wavered. His mind flooded with vivid imagery, himself clad in shorts practicing Sanzhou. Punch after punch, kick after kick. Each motion growing sharper, more precise, until techniques fused seamlessly, and he sparred repeatedly against a blurred figure atop a ring. While his awareness drifted, minute tremors rippled across his muscles, his body temperature rose steadily. Muscles thickened, fat burned away. When Wang Yaotong's senses recentered, he clenched his fist. What is this? Power. Instinctively, he launched 2 swift jabs, rapid, controlled, and potent. This. Wang Yaodang suddenly noticed his arms appeared leaner, their musculature more sharply defined. He yanked the blanket aside and sat up, glancing down. Indeed, his torso bore newly pronounced contours, for taut abdominal muscles clearly visible. What? A chill swept over her, rousing Guan Jiahui. Her eyes fluttered open, languid, unfocused, gazing at Wang Yaodang with sleepy allure. Vast expanses of snow-pale, flawless skin, a seductive curves, that drowsy, honeyed voice, all conspired to inflame him. He pivoted and pressed her down. Having mastered Sancho, shouldn't he test his newfound combat prowess? How could he wield strength effectively without first knowing its measure? Of course, a fierce, exhausting bout left them spent and ravenous. By afternoon, after eating, he summoned Ajay and Aji, gathered 4 underlings, stowed the lingerie in a bag, and headed straight for the garment factory in the new territories. The open-crotch tights had been selling for 2 months. Now it was time to deliver a stunning new sensation to Hong Kong's legion of lecherous souls. Inside the garment factory's manager's office, Wang Yaodong, Aji, and Xianzai sat on a solid wood sofa, while factory manager Li Zhongfei bustled about, beaming broadly as he brewed tea. Ajay wandered the workshop with his crew. The workforce consisted entirely of women, young girls, and middle-aged aunts alike, none of whom matched the allure of even the lowest-tier hostesses from the Triad brothels. After one circuit, he lost interest. The group slouched by the factory gate, sipping cola and idly chatting. Brother Yao got another new product, eh? Li Zhongfei slid the freshly brewed tea across the table and smiled eagerly. Yes, indeed. We'll need your production line moving swiftly. Wang Yaodong tilted his chin slightly. Xianzai immediately unzipped a bag and handed over a plastic-wrapped package. Li Zhongfei snatched it up, brimming with excitement. He unfolded the garment, inspecting it front and back, squinting with a lewd grin, already envisioning young girls donning it and coyly flirting with him. His unsophisticated reaction amused Wang Yaodong. As for this morning's affair, could youthful vigor possibly be called lechery? It was simply vitality. Elderly men's inability to comprehend was perfectly natural. JVC did not invent the VHS format until 1976, and the first player, the HR 3300, debuted in October of that year, priced at 25600 yen, roughly far beyond ordinary consumers' reach. At this very moment, California's San Fernando Valley industry was only just beginning to stir. Only after Panasonic introduced its consumer-grade video recorders did the global adult entertainment industry gradually take shape, and intimate apparel would not emerge as a distinct market segment until the 1990s. Not until after 2005, when Dongda's ultra-low-cost apparel flooded global markets, did the industry truly explode. In 1980, Wang Yaodong could confidently claim no one understood intimate apparel better than he did. Brilliant! Li Zhongfei finally exclaimed, cradling the lingerie reverently before raising a thumb toward Wang Yaodong. Brother Yao, you're a genius, a connoisseur. This is true art. Wang Yaodong smiled faintly. Pleasant to hear. Keep going. Say more. Enough, Uncle Li. Save your flattery for next time. Wang Yaodong set down his teacup, his expression hardening instantly. These garments are my original designs. I merely engaged your factory for production, yet you brazenly manufactured and sold them to others. Do you truly believe the members of Heshinjiai are easy to bully? Li Jingfei's face paled. He sprang to his feet and bowed deeply. No. Brother Yao, please call me Old Li. It's not that Old Li lacks respect. I truly didn't want a Brother Yao. These are Jianghu matters. Other triads pressured me. If I refused production, they'd smash my factory. What choice did I have? Li Zhongfei stood there, face twisted in anguish, bowing repeatedly. You're magnanimous. Please spare me this once. Uncle Li, do you honestly think every Guhuozi is a brainless thug? A cold, knowing smile curled at Wang Yaotong's lips as he leaned back in his chair, eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. Without needing instruction, Aji darted forward, seized Li Zhongfei's arm, wrenched it sharply behind his back, then drove a boot into the crook of his knee, eliciting a shriek and a heavy thud as he collapsed to the floor. Brother Yao. No, I swear I wouldn't dare. Li Zhongfei grimaced in agony, shouting desperately. Wouldn't dare? You seem quite bold to me. Wang Yaodong scoffed coldly. Setting aside Jianghu codes, let's speak strictly from a commercial standpoint. These designs are mine. Does copyright therefore belong to me? Without my authorization, you produced and sold them, profiting handsomely. Doesn't that violate copyright law? Wah! Li Zhongfei stared dumbfounded. He'd never imagined a gangster would cite copyright law, of all things. Wait, you're applying to HKU. With that intellect, why waste it as a thug? Why not become a barrister? Today I'm invoking the law, not to compel you, but to grant you a chance, and to honor the law itself. I'm not demanding compliance. I'm showing you respect. If you disregard the law, I possess other means to resolve matters. Why? Because I carry a blade. One hand held the law, the other a cleaver. Wang Yaotong's smile remained effortless, serene. Brother Yao, I've erred. I beg your mercy. Grant me another chance. Li Zhongfei, oblivious to the man still twisting his arm behind his back, slammed his forehead repeatedly onto the floor. Gangsters who cited statutes. He was genuinely terrified. Any lingering scheming had vanished utterly. Wang Yaodong lifted his chin with a faint smile. Help Uncle Li up. Don't make it look like I'm bullying him. He's the one who tried to deceive me. Aji gripped Li Zhongfei's collar and hoisted him upright in one fluid motion. Now then, let's discuss from a legal perspective how you intend to compensate me. Wang Yaodong gestured politely with an open palm. Brother Yao, I'll pay. I'll return every cent from the last sale. Li Jingfei wiped cold sweat from his brow. That seems rather low for copyright infringement penalties, doesn't it? Wang Yaodang sneered. Aji instantly drew his cleaver and pressed the cold steel against Li Jingfei's throat. His intent unmistakable refuse again, and you'll bleed. Thighs, thighs. Li Jingfei recoiled violently, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Brother Yao, show mercy, tell me what to do. Humph. All merchants are deceitful. That phrase fits you perfectly. You commit wrongdoing, then feign helplessness, as if I'm the oppressor. Wang Yaodang gave a dismissive snort. Aji withdrew the blade and stepped back several paces to block the doorway. Lifting himself away from the blade's edge, Li Jingfei wiped the sweat from his brow and gasped for breath. Thank you, Brother Yao. Thank you, Brother Yao. The copyright rests solely in my hands. If you produce it for them, you commit infringement, and I will sue you into bankruptcy. Consider this first warning logged. Remember, well, I'll settle accounts with you anytime I choose. Ah, Brother Yao, this. Li Jingfei's forehead glistened even more profusely than before. It was as if a sword hung motionless above his neck, never striking, only endlessly circling, poised to fall at any moment. How could he ever sleep soundly again at night? So, do you want me to ruin you right now, eh? Wang Yaodang sneered coldly. No, not at all. Li Jingfei's lips twitched. Had he known it would be this troublesome, he'd never have taken the job in the first place. He certainly didn't blame himself for failing to report it to Wang Yaodang. What nonsense. Who are you trying to impress? Am I bullying you? No, not at all. Li Jingfei hastily shook his head. Wang Yaodang pointed at Li Jingfei, then turned his gaze toward Aji and Xianzai. See that? To be a proper triad enforcer, you must know the law, study it, understand it, and wield it. Otherwise, you'll spend your whole life branded a disgraceful thug. Li Jingfei forced a dry chuckle. All right, that's settled. I'll come back in a few days to sign the contract. Wang Yaodang waved dismissively. Xianzai, settle the accounts. Once everything was finalized and the contract signed, night had already fallen. By the time they returned to Tsimsha Sui, it was past 8 o'clock. After dismissing the others, Wang Yaodang gathered several brothers for drinks at a seaside seafood Dai Pai Dong. Over these past months, their standard of living had clearly improved. Over dinner, they discussed the negotiation with Li Jingfei. Jie spat venomously. Damn his mother. He's a rotten swine. I thought the bastard was coerced, but he was just mocking us, treating us like ignorant street thugs. That star-shaped design. We should have slashed him deep enough to draw blood. After cursing a few more times, he paused, suddenly anxious. What if members of other triads take the designs to other factories for production? Impossible. Retooling molds and setting new plates would drastically inflate costs for small batch runs. Far more expensive than simply hiring old Li. Xianzai explained calmly. Oh, Jie scratched his head, still confused yet reassured that his senior brother had matters under control. Brother Yao, if we let this slide this time, might old Li deliberately pitch the designs to rival triads? Xianzai voiced his concern. Fuck him. If he dares, we'll slaughter his entire family. Jie roared. Piracy cannot be fully stopped. We're no new justice or Sheng with society. A nuclear warhead exerts its greatest terror before detonation. From now on, if anyone approaches old Li for production, he'll at least notify us first, giving us advance knowledge. Wang Yaodang shook his head. Xianzai sighed softly. He'd heard his sister say that Brother Yao had designed numerous patterns, watching helplessly as others pirated them and reaped enormous profits. Yet voicing such grievances changed nothing. Even New Justice and Sheng will pirated freely. How could anyone possibly stop them? Unwilling to dampen the mood, Wang Yaodang raised his beer bottle and toasted the four brothers. We've suppressed the fuck Yihing. Word must have spread by now among neighboring triads. Tomorrow Wei will set up 2 more stalls along Astronomical Observatory Road. Aji, gather all available men tomorrow morning. We'll go en masse to back them up. Let's double our revenue and build our brotherhood into something mighty, something legendary. Clang. 5 bottles clinked together as all 5 roared in unison, mighty and legendary. Build our glory. Sated and refreshed, Wang Yaodang wiped his mouth. All right, let's head home. Whether today's bold move would resonate or fade into silence would be revealed tomorrow. Hong Kong, over 5 million residents with more than 4,000 triad members. Counting their immediate families, nearly half the city's population is directly entwined with organized crime. Such a phenomenon is unparalleled anywhere in the world. In Hong Kong, every business, without exception, is linked, however loosely, to triad networks. It was precisely this reality, absorbed after Wang Yaodang's rebirth and memory integration, that led him to strategically leverage triad infrastructure for his initial growth. Nasher Tai Road, fused with the small hillside beside Astronomical Observatory Road, forms the Nasher Tai district, a hidden enclave of gourmet dining and fine drinking nestled between towering skyscrapers. Over 30 bars and nightclubs cluster along this mere few hundred-meter stretch where 8 triads maintain active footholds. The most dominant are the New Justice and the Tong Lam. The Washeng Yi's 2 bars occupy the district's outermost fringes, while the Ma Lan operates across 3 other streets: Mei Yuan Building, Feng Lok Building, and Nanhai Building. Yes, directly opposite Nanhai Building lies the Northern Wuquan Building. Given this labyrinthine landscape, Wang Yaodang hadn't lacked funds to expand his stall operations earlier. He'd simply lacked the courage. Shortly after 10 o'clock, a small van pulled up beneath Mei Yuan Building. Spotting Wang Yaodang alighting from the vehicle, over a dozen waiting underlings sprang upright, shouting greetings in overlapping voices. Brother Yao. Brother Yao. Good morning, Brother Yao. Who said morning at this hour? Wang Yaodang laughed, glancing over. Me, I did. A young underling raised his hand. You're sharp, too sharp, Wang Yaodang chuckled, waving him off. Bring the goods down. With that command, the underlings rushed to unload 4 brand new female mannequins from the van. That morning, Wang Yaodang had already seeded rumors about launching 2 additional stalls. Both Guan Zizan's Blue Lantern and Peripheral Toughs had caught wind and arrived early to stake their claim. Who wouldn't want to follow Brother Yao, the most profitable figure within the entire hall? Money makes the master. Directing the underlings to retrieve the 4 mannequins previously stored at the hall's territory, Wei approached Wang Yaodang and murmured, We can't keep them there anymore. They won't fit. Should we rent a storage unit? Rent one. Just don't pick anything too high. We need easy access. Wang Yaodang ground his teeth. He'd originally considered buying a minivan. Yet here he was, a Jianghu elder commanding nearly 20 earners still crammed onto trams and subways. Embarrassing. Running this wretched business meant endless expenses. Just as he'd scraped together modest capital, it vanished again into overhead. Wang Yaodang cursed inwardly. With all gear prepared, the underlings stood eagerly, eyes fixed on him, waiting for his signal. Wang Yaodang's gaze swept across the crowd. He selected 3 physically formidable Blue Lantern members and 4 articulate, persuasive salesmen, including the one who'd asked, Good morning. Idiot. Call everyone over. Ajia prompted. The 7 hurriedly bowed low and shouted in unison, Brother Yao. All right, let's go. Before work begins, I'll treat you all to breakfast. Wang Yaodang smiled and gestured warmly. Thank you, Brother Yao. The group surged forward, while those left unchosen watched with naked envy and longing, silently praying Brother Yao would soon launch another stall. If only Brother Yao became the hall's leader. Guan Zizan spends every day gambling. When will that old bone finally step aside? At noon, the group, over a dozen strong, carrying 4 mannequins, marched grandly down Astronomical Observatory Road. Avoiding rival Triad territories, they chose intersections and restaurant entrances. Wei directed to set up mannequins, erected signage, and display racks installed. The mannequins wore open-crotch socks paired with pink abalone sketches, an instant LSP aura magnetizing every passerby's attention. Underlings began calling out to customers while Wang Yaodang immediately stepped back with his core team, preserving both profit and dignity. A mocking voice cut through the air. Well, if it isn't Brother Fire Turkey. How impressive. You made noise in Simsha Sui just 2 days ago, and now you're planting flags along Astronomical Observatory Road. They glanced at the newcomer. Aji and Ajay exchanged a look, covered their mouths to stifle laughter, and quietly took a few steps back. A junior, as if suddenly seizing an opportunity to shine, slipped up to Wang Yaotang's ear and whispered, Brother Yao Huang Mao from XING is calling for you. Hujimi. Seriously. Wang Yaotang's eyes widened. They say men go wild when they see the crotchless stockings you sell, Brother Yao. The junior clenched his fists and explained excitedly. Damn. Wang Yaodang went pale, lifted his foot, and gave the kid a kick, collapsing in frustration. Who invented such a shitty nickname? Brother Huiji, you started it. Huang Mao, hair in a mess, slapped Wang Yaodang on the shoulder and laughed. They'll find out who did it. If it's them, he'll beat them until they. Wang Yaodang ground his teeth. Huang Mao doubled over, laughing until tears streamed. Oh, Wang Yaodang kicked him in the butt. Cut the damn laughing, he snapped. In a fluster, he even slipped into standard Mandarin. Brother Huiji, as soon as they hear it, they'll stick a flag in the observatory fence. That's dominance right there. Huang Mao wiped his eyes and could not stop laughing. If you say that again, he'll break off with you. Wang Yaotang's eyelid twitched. The humiliation was unbearable. All right. Huang Mao mouthed, trying to seem contrite. Relax, I won't say it again, Brother Huiji. Come on. Wang Yaodang called to a junior carrying a case of cola. Here, give Brother Huang Mao a drink. He downed half a bottle in one go. Huang Mao belched loudly and grinned. Nice. How many stalls did you settle, as someone asked? 2. Wang Yaodang replied, pointing down the street. Huang Mao craned his neck, frowned, and said, bad spots. 1 at each end. Little G, thanks, Brother Huang Mao. Wang Yaodang joked, bowing in mock formality. Bullshit. Huang Mao tapped his head. The biggest nightclub on the hill at the end of the street was precisely the venue XING had claimed. Having said it, Huang Mao scratched his head. Forget it, I'll talk to the big boss. If you don't set up right at the doorway, it should be fine. You're a legend, Huang Mao. Wang Yaodang shouted, turning his head. What are you standing like a lamppost for? Call people. Huang Mao the Great. Wang Yaodang raised his hand again. Huang Mao Mighty, the others echoed. I swear it. Huang Mao hurried up and clapped a hand over Wang Yaotang's mouth. Boss, don't make me shout your title. Please, let's go quickly. They were in full view of 100 passers-by. The shame was unbearable. What we agreed stands. No changes. No changes. Fine, Huang Mao is generous, and so are we. Italian, French, Thai, Japanese, Mexican. This noon, any restaurant on this street is your pick, brother Huang Mao, Wang Yaodang declared grandly. So flashy. Then of course pick the most expensive French place. Huang Mao raised an eyebrow. The entire street was lined with high-end restaurants. One meal could cost a Hong Konger's monthly wage. Wang Yaodang left Aji and Ajai to watch the stall, then turned and led Huang Mao toward the restaurant. They began with cherry brandy and appetizers. Wang Yaodang poured for both and tapped his glass, sipping. Huang Mao smiled. Knew you were making good money, brother Yao. When will you pull your juniors up with you? There's money, but not much. 20-odd people eat with me now. Waking up each day means over 1,000 gone. And that's before paying the bosses their cut, Wang Yaodang replied. Has the Guanzin lot all started taking cuts from you? I feel like Guanzin is finished, Huang Mao said, eyeing Wang Yaodang sideways. Nonsense. That's my most trusted sworn boss. Oh, I respect him above all. Wang Yaodang widened his eyes. Damn, he nearly revealed too much. Huang Mao laughed and let the matter drop. In Kowloon and Hong Kong, which SIGOs, I wouldn't crave a proper post. Especially for those already wealthy and powerful, they only lacked the title. Of course, different societies conferred different status once one took a post. As they ate, the restaurant door burst open. A long-haired fellow in a denim t-shirt looked around, shoved aside the protesting greeter, and hurried to Wang Yaotang's side to whisper, Brother, Yao, old Dong Shiezai Chong has brought people to stir trouble and is surrounding your stall. Wang Yaodang had known it would not be easy. In theory, the North Shore district was not homogeneous. So many groups overlapped that clear demarcations were impossible. Setting up a stall on the street should not infringe another group's interests. But reasoning is not what these thugs cared for. Bullshit. Huang Mao cursed. On what grounds? He swore, but did not push Wang Yaodang to make a rash decision. The Donglian, she was not to be trifled with even for XING. The gangs under the character Dong were formed by workers from Dongguan. In the 60s, with the backing of Inspector Lu Fu the Dong Fu, he rose as strongly as XING Sheng, he and Haoma. Lu Fu's successor was LV Lu, his enforcer was Feng Ju, nicknamed Shapagu, who served as the Donglian Shi strongman and kept the Dong name imposing. After LV Lu fled to Wan Feng, Jiu's successor Mo Shijio, known as Old Dongjio and related to Zhu Yuze, took over, and by then the Donglian Shi had begun its gradual decline. After taking charge, Mo Shijio cultivated alliances with the motto harmony above all, reaching out to 11 bosses, such as Gao Laofa of Shui, Feng Gaofei, and Bi Gu Wu Jixiong of He Tu, to form the 12 Power Friends Alliance. Because Old Dongjio kept broad connections, many disputes in the underworld were brought to him as mediator. He earned the moniker Gang Public Relations. At its height, the Donglian Shi strongman once drunkenly proclaimed in a nightclub, punch XING Kiksheng, he elbow Haoma Ni Shui, Fong hands smash He Tu. It was bluster, but it caused no repercussions, revealing the Donglian Shi's clout at the time. Leaving the restaurant on the way back, Wang Yaodang tossed his jacket to Huang Mao, produced a tube of petroleum jelly, and, under Wang Miao's astonished gaze, began to rub it over his body. Arms, chest, belly, face, neck. He coated every inch. What are you doing? Huang Mao could not fathom it. Skincare, Wang Yaodang replied without looking up. When he finished, he slid on fingerless gloves, curled his fists, and prepared himself. Compared with Hong Kong Islanders of the 80s, his greatest advantage was the useless cold knowledge stored in his head. Cold fact: fighters smear petroleum jelly on their skin before a bout, especially the face. The slick surface reduces damage from blows, lessens bleeding, and the risk of infection. Like oiling an eel, the hands can't hold on. 30-odd men from both sides had completely blocked the sidewalk, shoving and jostling while hurling salty words. Gangs did not always erupt into blows at the slightest provocation. Fighting was costly. Brother Yao is here, an observant man shouted as soon as he saw Wang Yaodang approach. The crowd parted to make way. Wang Yaodang and Huang Mao pushed to the front and confronted a broad pancake-like face with an enormous mouth, Shiezai Chong himself. Well, if it isn't the turkey, someone jeered. Just looking at you gets me riled. Feel the burn. Ha ha. Shiezai Chong thrust his hips and sneered lecherously as his underlings roared with laughter. Wang Yaodang hauled a jab back before he could curse, tilted his head, and shot Shiezai Chong a sideways glance, spreading his fingers while rubbing his thumb against his ear in disdain. Want to look in a mirror at that expression? Sleazy, disgusting. You might as well carve lecher into your face. Gangsters get humiliated because of people like you, Shiezai Chong. You drag down everyone's dignity. From now on, don't call him Shiezai Chong. Call him Weisua Chong. Pa, disgusting. Back off so everyone can get a good look at Weisua Chong. Tell your women to steer well clear of this fellow. Being a gangster all your life, only brawling and killing, you'll be a lowly mule forever. You don't even know how to negotiate. On Wang Yaotang's word, his men surged back and formed a ring, exposing Shiezai Chong to the crowd. Everyone turned on him with mocking eyes, especially the onlookers at the edge of the throng. Shiezai Chong's gaze darted about in a panic. He felt as if the whole world was laughing at him, and suddenly his face burned with heat. People care about their faces. Who enjoys being mocked? Fuck your mother. Shiezai Chong snarled, his face gone ashen, with rage, eyes blazing. Wang Yaodang pointed at Xie Zaichang and looked back at his men. Remember, we live this life because society leaves us no other skills. We hustle to make money and feed our families. That doesn't make us inferior. It's society that's rotten. First, you must not belittle yourself. Wei Suachang is the perfect negative example. 3 sentences, and he mentions his crotch. People like that will always be scorned. They'll never have a day to rise. Come on, say something that doesn't revolve around your crotch. Wang Yaotang sneered at Xie Zaichang. Aye. Under the strange stares, Xie Zaichang's temper flared, and he turned crimson from face to throat, looking like a boiled crab. Huang Mao tried to stifle a laugh at the clash between the two societies, but couldn't help it. The sound set everyone off. Even Xie Zaichang's followers began to laugh uncontrollably. Xie Zaichang's eyes went bloodshot. He ground his teeth and lunged at Wang Yaodang. Wang Yaodang stepped aside, tore open his t-shirt to reveal gleaming, powerful muscles, and taunted Onion. Come on then. At that, the would-be rush of supporters on both sides slammed on the brakes and fell back to give a wide berth. Huang Mao retreated, chuckling. He knew this had all been calculated. Wang Yaodang had been steering Xie Zaichang's emotions all along, so now Xie was far from calm. As he flailed like a madman, Wang bent slightly, set his stance, and slipped past 2 incoming punches with swift, economical movements. Xie Zaichang was after all a professional thug. Even in that frenzy, his trained strikes did not desert him. 2 probing jabs were followed by a thrusting kick toward Wang Yaotang's abdomen. Wang Yaodang pressed his hands downward and stepped back smoothly. Xie moved forward with a roundhouse. Wang met it with a sidelong block. Then, when Xie's fist met Wang's arm, it slid as if it struck nothing. The man seemed to stutter as if a frame had been dropped. Wang Yaodang had planned ahead. He advanced and hammered a sinking blow into Xie Zaichang's right collarbone. Xie gasped in stifled pain and staggered back 2 steps, his face contorted. The collarbone has no muscular shield. The blow felt as if the bone would snap. His right arm went limp. Wang closed the distance in an arrowing step. Jab, 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 left upper hook, right swing. Xie hunched and covered his head, driven back with each strike. A right low whip kick snapped into the hollow of Xie's knee with a crisp crack. Ow! Xie Zaichang screamed and dropped to one knee. A spinning left back kick followed. Wang's heel drove into Xie's skull with a resounding clang that every onlooker heard plainly. Xie Zaichang made no further sound as he collapsed to the ground. Is he dead? The crowd fell utterly silent as they stared at the motionless man. What are you waiting for? Carry him off. Wang Yaodang cracked his neck and looked at the Donglianshi men. Need money for medicine. Away. Away jogged up, opened his bag, and presented it to Wang Yaodang. He drew out a wad of cash. Don't say Brother Yao is stingy. 5,000. Take it. The Donglianshi men exchanged glances. Xie Zaichang lay inert, but with the money offered, how could they refuse? One man took the bills while the others hoisted the motionless Xie and carried him away. When the Donglianshi contingent slunk off, Wang Yaotang's men erupted in cheers. Donglianshi idiots. Thought they were so tough. Charsiu. They wanted to spoil Brother Yao's scene. Didn't they look at their own lot of failures? What's Xie Zaichang? Wei Suachang. That is the way of gang life. Once someone is beaten and disgraced, everyone feels free to hurl insults. Wow, Brother Yao shirt's ripped. So imposing. Huang Mao grinned and handed over his jacket. Good eye. Wang Yaodang laughed as he took it and slipped it on. Lao Dong struts around all day like there's something special. A bunch of idiots, Huang Mao scoffed. Xing and Hao Ma haven't said a word. When did Lao Dong get to be the one in charge? They're riding a wave right now. Wang Yaodang shook his head. Xing might snub Lao Dong, but not Xinyi. In Simshatsui, Lao Dong can muster thousands. They could round up 200 willing to cut someone down. Can Xinyi bring out 50? Of course, they're only 2 stalls, not that big a deal. You planned this Onion early on, didn't you? Wang Yaodang nodded. So what did you smear on yourself? Huang Mao groped Wang's chest a few times. Wow, so slick. Fuck pervert. So what's the use? Exclusive formula. Doubles your fighting power. What good does it do you to know? You tell. Introduce the other societies. Just a bit of business, pay respects, make friends and profit. All right. Huang Mao nodded. Go on. Vaseline. Fighters smear it before they go on stage. The advantage is. Huang's eyes gleamed. Oh, looking at Wang Yaodong, he could tell the man was crafty. They sent away back to fetch the 7 boxes of Cohiba cigars bought that morning at famous smoke shop, the cheapest ones, and even that cost just over 10,000. The gifting of meeting presents had also been planned. But gang leaders differ from others. A present delivered too eagerly might not be accepted. Sometimes you don't even get to meet them at all. Xie Zaichang served as the perfect stepping stone. If no one trod on it, that meant the 7 societies tacitly consented. The flag was planted. Only then did they have the standing to pay a formal visit. After lingering and chatting by the roadside for a while, the Donglianshi men ceased looking for trouble, and Wang Yaodang finally followed Huang Mao toward the end of the street. First, they would go to Xinjis turf. The Haoman nightclub had a story of its own. A year ago, Wang Yaodang had just sworn allegiance to Brother Guanzaizen as his new triad elder, receiving the traditional initiation red envelope. Then with Ajie and Awei, he headed to a neighboring nightclub to broaden his horizons. When he'd served under his previous elder, life had been barely subsistence level. The elder himself was broke and never took them to nightclubs. Otherwise, why would they have had to deliberately draw fire away from him? That alone proved one truth: without money, what kind of elder was he? While the four brothers laughed and drank, a sudden quarrel erupted from the next booth. And when Wang Yaodang turned, his gaze locked instantly upon Guan Jiehui, surrounded and harassed by strangers. Though the lighting was dim and Guan Jiehui wore heavy makeup, her striking beauty still struck Wang Yaodang like lightning. Yes, he admitted it plainly, desire stirred within him. Flushed with the thrill of his recent initiation and emboldened by alcohol, he paid no heed to the fact that this was New Order's territory, and grabbing beer bottles, he charged forward with Ji and Jie to crack skulls. Their shabby clothes marked them unmistakably as low-ranking Triad thugs, so when Yellow Hair, the club's bouncer, arrived with 7 or 8 enforcers, they encircled the four instantly, daring to cause trouble in a New Order establishment. They must wish to die? Wang Yaodang acted swiftly. Seizing Guan Jiehui's hand, he declared loudly that she was his girlfriend, and that they'd already spent money here. When the two young women who'd accompanied Guan Jiehui panicked and corroborated his claim, even pulling Ji and Jie into the ruse, the situation shifted. Yellow Hair glanced at their table. Indeed, drinks and snacks had been ordered. A patron defending his girlfriend was perfectly reasonable, and so he dragged the 3 harassers away unconscious on the floor. A few days later, they met again on the street, and only then did they learn Wang Yaodang was a 4th-generation member of the Ho Shengyi Triad. From that chance encounter, bonds deepened, familiarity grew, and friendship took root. Returning to the matter at hand, in Sim Sha Sui, the New Order's chief representative was Ji Bao, the so-called first of the 4 tigers, a direct subordinate of Lin Deguan, the New Order's senior steward. Within the Haoman nightclub itself, however, security was overseen by Crooked Mouth Lung, while Yellow Hair reported directly to him. Lung hadn't always had a crooked mouth. During the New Order's violent expansion into Tsim Sha Sui, he'd been stabbed deeply in the left cheek during a brutal street brawl with the Tiao Lam faction, leaving a permanent grotesque scar that twisted his lips permanently. Askew. The silver lining: his crooked mouth now gave him a fearsome, unforgettable presence. Accompanied by Yellow Hair, Wang Yaodang gained swift access to Crooked Mouth Lung. Brother Lung. Crooked Mouth Lung, clearly just awakened, yawned without lifting his head, merely waving dismissively. He pulled a napkin from the table to wipe his watering eyes, then fished a silver, ornately engraved metal cigarette case from his pocket, extracting a strange cigar-like cigarette, slender as a regular smoke, yet filterless. Yellow Hair lit it for his elder with a flicker of flame. Crooked Mouth Lung inhaled deeply, eyes half closed. Only then did his lethargy begin to lift. As smoke curled into the air, Wang Yaodang caught a faint, acrid odor, and his mind raced. Could this be marijuana? Who's this? Crooked Mouth Lung cast a sidelong glance at Yellow Hair. My friend, Wang Yaodang of Ho Shengyi. Brother Lung, surely you recall those open-crotch pantyhose. He designed them. Yellow Hair smiled broadly. Crooked Mouth Lung's eyes lit up, and only then did he truly appraise Wang Yaodang. Crisp white shirt, faded jeans, tousled hair. A bright, handsome youth who looked more like a university student than a Triad thug. Damn, I thought the designer of such bold apparel would be some bespectacled pervert. But you... He paused, almost saying you resemble young Ji Bao himself. But Ji Bao was his elder's elder, and such praise would be dangerously excessive. Ji Bao was exceptionally rare among Triad members, highly educated. What brings you? Planning to set up 2 roadside stalls selling pantyhose, and to attract customers to our Triad's brothels. Naturally, I came first to pay my respects to Brother Lung. Wang Yaodang placed the Cohiba cigar on the table and slid it toward him. The phrase "first to pay respects" pleased Crooked Mouth Lung immensely. Haven't visited Tiao Lam yet. Who in the Underworld doesn't know the New Order reigns supreme in Sim Sha Sui? Sensible lad. The black and white messengers are finished. Crooked Mouth Lung laughed heartily. Yellow Hair, go buy hundreds to support this young brother. Charge it to the Triad's account. Thank you, Brother Lung. Wang Yaodang rose and bowed. A welcome surprise, opening yet another sales channel. A trifle, a trifle. Crooked Mouth Lung waved grandly, exuding effortless authority. Then I won't disturb you further, elder. Good day. Wang Yaodang smiled and took his leave. Come back anytime, with friends. Absolutely, absolutely. Brother Lung, I'll go check on things now, Yellow Hair added deferentially. Crooked Mouth Lung reclined onto the sofa, eyes closed, waving lazily. First impressions had paid off. The cigar's cost wasn't just covered, it had turned a profit. Outside the nightclub, Yellow Hair grabbed Wang Yaodang's arm, eyebrows arching with sly amusement. Brother Yao, how much for those open-crotch pantyhose? Family first, no need to ask. $18. You quote whatever price you like. I won't interfere. Wang Yaodang nudged him playfully with his elbow. But do you know how to wear them to maximize allure? Tear them. Create that raw, fragmented effect. Wang Yaodang mimed ripping fabric. Understand. Whoa. Yellow Hair's eyes widened. With so many girls working the club, hundreds of pairs wouldn't last a month. At $30 profit per pair, he fumbled with his fingers, unable to calculate the total, sweat beading on his brow. Enough. Wang Yaodang pressed his hand down gently. Do it right, and $10,000 a month is effortless. Bloody hell. Yellow hair gripped Wang Yaotong's shoulder, eyes wide with fervor. Brother Yao, if anyone dares touch you on Tin Taishan Road, I'll cut them down myself. So you'd only help me if there's money in it. Wang Yaotong punched him lightly in the gut. Can you handle Tiao Lam? Leave it to me. Yellow hair puffed out his chest. If the elders fight, it's nothing to us. Making money is what matters. Leave it to me. Half an hour later, Yellow hair returned with another man. Dui Shu Lo. Brother Shu Lo. My brother, Wang Yaotong of Ho Xingyi. I know him well, just knocked out Krabby Chong. Impressive skills, Shu Lo said, courteously extending his hand to shake Wang Yaotong's. Same goes for you, brother Shu Lo, Wang Yaotong replied with a gracious smile, flattery flowing freely as custom demanded. Yet the triad instinct surfaced quickly. If I source from you, how much for those open crotch pantyhose? Well, Wang Yaotong continued smiling. Besides this style, I've also designed 2 other provocative lingerie lines, already commissioned to a garment factory. Delivery takes a few more days. Each design has its own unique charm, but all guarantee a powerful visceral reaction from men. Really? Why didn't you say earlier? Yellow hair beamed with delight. A surprise. Besides, this open crotch line hasn't reached peak profitability yet. No rush to launch new items. Unless, of course, brother Shu Lo asked. Brother Yao honors me. Ha ha ha. Shu Lo laughed boisterously, not caring whether the words were true, only that his face was saved. For the open crotch line, $20 for you, brother Shu Lo. As for the new designs, we can't set prices yet. We'll wait for production costs from the factory, but rest assured your profits will be substantial. No need for brother Shu Lo, we're all brothers. Just call me Shu Lo. He grinned, mouth stretching nearly to his ears. Brother Yao, leave the elders to me. I'll handle it. Ah Yao. Ah Yao. Wang Yaotong bowed slightly. No, Shu Lo shook his head, still grinning. Tonight I'll host. You'll be our honored guest at my club. Hey, this is my brother. Tonight's at Hellman. Yellow hair shoved Shu Lo's arm. Don't overstep. Tonight I insist. Shu Lo swatted Yellow hair's hand away. Meeting brother Yao thrills me. I demand this courtesy. Fine. Yellow hair flipped him the middle finger. Tonight you win. Ha ha. Then I'll accept without hesitation. Wang Yaotong nodded, beckoned Jia over, and handed Shu Lo a box of Cohiba cigars. A small token of respect. Please don't refuse, brother Shu Lo. Cohibas. Only elders smoke these. Brother Shu Lo will surely become one. Ha ha ha. May your words come true. Should we invite members from other triads? Yellow hair asked. The East Federation. Sure. Share a drink, resolve anything. Shu Lo nodded, then shook his head. Others, like Lian Gong Lu or Fu Yixing. Not worth the trouble. If they lack foresight, why bother mixing with them? Brother Shu Lo decides. Wang Yaotong hadn't expected such smooth success. Even brother Guan Zizhen lacked the clout to command joint hospitality from both Number and New Order. The system chimed in unexpectedly. You have achieved a resounding diplomatic victory. Owing to your exceptional conduct in diplomacy, your reputation spreads modestly. Reputation 50. Current reputation 105-205 novice in the Underworld. Wang Yaotong clenched his fist quietly. Another skill purchase was possible. But which one? After chatting for a while and agreeing to drink together in the evening, Wang Yaotong parted ways with the two. The issues of delivery and payment have been arranged with Away. Huang Mao and Shi Luo took an additional 500 pairs of open crotch pants. There are no prepayment concerns for Wang Yaotong, as the exchange of money and goods happens simultaneously. Currently, Wang Yaotong's cost for this batch of goods is 15 yuan, and by wholesaling to the two, he can earn 4,000 yuan, with a wholesale profit margin of around 30, which is quite good. As for handling all the goods himself, Wang Yaotong had never considered it. The additional manpower and coordination expenses may not yield a higher profit overall compared to the current situation. Of course, it is true that this model can support many younger brothers. After all, the number of subordinates one can support is the greatest reflection of a gang's influence, even if it is just for voting purposes. Finding a nice room to rest, Wang Yaotong handed off the matters and eagerly opened the system panel to take a look. Name Wang Yaotong. Reputation 106-206 new to the Jianghu. Influence Hixingyi. Position 49 boy. Skills driving LV1 free fighting LV1. Industry adult lingerie stall X4. At first glance, Wang Yaotong noticed the number of stalls had changed to 4, which hadn't changed since discussing with Shi Luo. It seems that if he doesn't secure the number, he may not be able to stand firm. Wang Yaotong felt quite pleased. The number of stalls had doubled, and the income had more than tripled, a historic breakthrough. After examining for a while, Wang Yaotong then looked at the reputation shop, and suddenly noticed that the label behind the shop had changed to new to the Jianghu. After some thought, it seemed to have changed after the negotiation the day before. He had been too focused on buying free fighting and missed this. Indeed, he could already purchase LV2 skills. Wang Yaotong immediately clicked to buy free fighting LV2. Sorry, your reputation is insufficient. Damn. Wang Yaotong cursed softly, realizing it required 500 points. Reminding himself not to rush, Wang Yaotong shifted his gaze to other skills: Muay Thai, shooting, jiu-jitsu, singing, dancing, rapping, basketball. I should get a pair of suspenders later, Wang Yaotong said to himself with a smile. In this world, only he knows the inside joke. Even after months, he still misses his past life. Redirecting his attention to the shop, there were even more skills that piqued Wang Yaotang's interest: English, art, photography, planning, management. After all this is Hong Kong, official and international news are all in English on radio stations and newspapers. Wang Yaotang couldn't even write, let alone listen, as he had returned everything to the school long ago. Moreover, all formal contracts and legal documents in Hong Kong are currently in English. It's just a former imperial colony, there's no way around it. If he couldn't even understand the contracts, how could he not be easily deceived? He couldn't even make sense of what was written when he was bailed out of the police station. Additionally, restoring the adult lingerie in his mind would still require strong fashion design skills. Relying solely on his verbal descriptions to get Guan Jiahui to redesign and finalize, it would be very difficult. At present, he could only make the simplest open-crotch pants. For more designs, Wang Yaotang couldn't even articulate them clearly. Moreover, fashion design involves many subjects such as fundamentals of fashion art, fashion structural design, principles of fashion design, fashion illustration techniques, and so on. There were too many things to purchase for study. After hesitating for a while, Wang Yaotang's gaze fell on sketching, which could at least help him visually depict the ideas in his mind. Adult lingerie would later involve various uniforms, which could absolutely not be explained verbally. Furthermore, Guan Jiahui herself wasn't even a novice. Clicking to purchase, Wang Yaotang closed his eyes and became dazed for a moment as another self in his mind rapidly sketched on paper, creating one sketch after another. He didn't know how long had passed before he opened his eyes to look at his right hand. He moved it slightly, unable to describe the feeling, as if it had become more agile. Smiling, he closed the system interface. Wang Yaotang entered the Ming Huang Pavilion nightclub with a Wei Si, Yinzi, a Jia, and a Ji. Brother Yao. Brother Yao. The two welcoming younger brothers at the entrance greeted with smiles. Brother Yao, Shi Luo is waiting for you inside, follow me. Thanks, Wang Yaotang nodded. Walking through a dimly lit corridor, he pushed open the large door, and the lights suddenly brightened, illuminating the entire hall in golden pink tones, with singers performing on the semicircular main stage accompanied by a band. Following the younger brothers of the number gang, they walked from the hall's table area to the back booth area. Inside was a long row of circular bright red sofas with pink cushions where Shi Luo and Huang Mao were embracing and drinking with beautiful women dressed in revealing outfits. Brother Yao. Shi Luo stood up, laughing and greeting. Brother Shi Luo, brother Huang Mao, sorry for being late, Wang Yaotang said with a smile as he walked over. Come sit next to me. Shi Luo pointed between two beautiful women. Monica Money, take good care of Brother Yao. If Brother Yao is happy, I will specially get you a set of clothes ensuring you are the sexiest girls in the place. You're so annoying, Brother Shi Luo. How can you say I'm sexy? I'm not sexy at all. Brother Yao. The two women cuddled Wang Yaotang on either side and began to act coy. Are we really as sexy as Brother Shi Luo said? That depends on how you perform. Wang Yaotang smiled and kissed them on either side. We're wearing the open crotch pants you designed, okay? Money whispered in Wang Yaotang's ear. Let me take a look. Wang Yaotang reached his hand under the skirt and touched it. Wow, wearing underwear just loses some flavor. Money twisted her body and called out. Brother Yao, is there anything sticky on your hand? Huang Mao laughed and teased immediately, causing a burst of playful shouts and laughter. Come, let me introduce you, Blind Hua from Laodong. Huang Mao introduced one by one. He Xingyi's fire turkey, Brother Yao. Brother Blind Hua, I toast you a drink. Wang Yaotang raised his glass. Fire turkey is so intimidating. If you toast me, I dare not drink. Blind Hua replied coldly. Blind Hua, toasting you is to give you face. Shi Luo picked up his glass and tapped it on the coffee table, producing a loud bang. Hey, you guys from XING and Number Gang are pressuring me. Blind Hua suddenly stood up and the atmosphere in the room froze. All right, Blind Hua, that crabby Chong came looking for trouble. Don't you think you can't play? Huang Mao stood up and pressed down on Blind Hua's shoulder. When you're out there, you have to follow the rules of the Jianghu. You can't just back down after losing a fight. Shi Luo sneered and glanced sideways at Blind Hua. The two of them, one red-faced and the other white-faced, left Blind Hua with no way out. That's enough, let that crabby Chong go to hell. Huang Mao whispered a few words in Blind Hua's ear. If this drags on, how can we make money together in the future? Blind Hua's expression changed as he bent down and raised his glass. Hey, Brother Yao, we're all in the Jianghu. Do I toast you a drink without any grudges? Wang Yaotang thought, not professional enough. The speed of changing expressions isn't quick enough, and the smile still seems a bit stiff. Brother Blind Hua, you are too polite. Friends spar a bit. There's no win or lose in this. Wang Yaotang also raised his glass and stood up. Exactly, just a small matter. What matters most is happiness. Come, let's drink together. Shi Luo also raised his glass and stood up with a smile. One drink down, and the atmosphere immediately improved. The girls immediately surrounded them, and the booth was filled with a joyful air. You have achieved a glorious victory in a negotiation. Due to your calm demeanor during the negotiation, your reputation spreads in a small circle, gaining 120 reputation. Current reputation 125325 new to the Jianghu. Stealing a glance at the system, Wang Yaotang's eyes brightened The Donglian society truly is on a different level equivalent to 3 Fu Yixing abbreviated as Sanfu. So should he spend or save? As Wang Yaodang expanded his adult lingerie venture to 4 stalls with 8 models and prepared large shipments for other group channels, and with his retinue steadily swelling, he realized he desperately needed a separate office. Besides, if everything remained on another gang's turf whenever those old hands ordered my men about, would they obey or not? Before I paid for henchmen, they listened. Oh, after I pay them, they still listen. What a waste of money that would be. Brother Yao, I found 3 places this time. This is the first 760 square feet, rent only 6,000 a month. The bespectacled fellow pointed at the 7-story building before them. It was graciously described as having character. In truth, it was an aging, dilapidated Tong Lao that must have stood for 30 years. No elevator, no restroom, and 6,000 a month. When most of us barely earned 1,000 a month before, that is daylight robbery, whispered Ajia. Are you kidding? It's in the Jianshazui Central District. A retail rents rank 2nd in Asia. This price is actually very reasonable. Reasonable? Ajia looked stunned. A single glance at the 1-meter-wide concrete stair, the dim corridor, and crumbling steps was enough for Wang Yaodang. He turned and said next. The second place was not far away and slightly newer, though not by much. It had an elevator measured just over 480 square feet and demanded 7,000 a month. The last one is in Xiangbin Dasha, the tallest building in Kowloon back in the 50s. It's a bit pricey. Xiangbin Dasha was renowned, and a wry smile played across Wang Yaodang's face. Its peers included Jiansha Sui Feilai Dasha, Mong Kok, Jinxing Dasha, Tongluan Hai Dasha, and Fuji Dasha. 40 years on, with the exception of Xiangbin Dasha, which closed, the other 4 buildings still prospered. Within those walls, one could find a multitude of unknown specialty dining services from around the world, a delicious testament to Guangdou's internationalism and diversity. There were local Hong Kong dishes, mainland fare, Russian and Western cuisine, Southeast Asian plates, and Korean cooking. Meals typically lasted about half an hour and cost between 450 and 700 Hong Kong dollars. One could also add higher-end services at a clearly posted premium. Safe, reliable, transparent in price, and of high culinary standard, these places suited a gentleman's weekend retreat remarkably well. Solitary men found them especially fitting. Word was the landlord had bought a dozen or so apartments in Xiangbin Dasha to collect rent. 3 units lay vacant now, a shop on the 1st floor, a unit on the 3rd, and another on the 5th. With that, the bespectacled fellow headed toward the stairwell. Come back, let's look at the shop front first, Wang Yaodang called. Huh? The bespectacled man looked surprised. Brother Yao, think twice. The shop front is only 180 square feet and demands 25,000 a month. After staring upward for a moment, Wang suddenly asked, do you know how many Feng Jia there are here? 200. The bespectacled man answered uncertainly, glancing at Ajia. Look at what I'm doing, Ajia shot back with a glare. You go there often? No, I don't, Ajia snapped, feigning indignation at the accusation. You'd better, Wang chuckled softly. Ajia grinned, rubbing his nose. There aren't that many Feng Jia, 60 I'd say. Haoma, Liangongol, Hichu, and Shenghe are all operating horse stalls here, in total over 300. Wang smiled at the bespectacled man. The man's eyes glittered as he nodded emphatically. Rent it. Standing at the shop entrance, Wang's excitement brimmed. Over 300 ladies, the daily stream of lectures won't be fewer than 1,500 visits. Monthly footfall could reach 45,000. In at most 7 days, we'll have 3 series and 9 designs. Even if only a tenth of those visitors purchased, the profit would be 130,000. The bespectacled man blurted, calculating on the spot. I choose this, so many customers. Ajia's eyes nearly popped out. That's all theoretical, there's still rent and wages. Wang could say it offhand, but the smile tugging at his lips would not be suppressed. Street vending is only a stopgap. He spoke with a note of wistfulness. Can you imagine a finely dressed white-collar professional paying cash on the street for crotch-open undergarments? Ajia burst out laughing. He spent most days loitering near the stalls and had indeed seen men in suits gape, some even stumbling into railings. And yet when called upon to buy, those very men would shake their heads faster than anyone. Few truly don't care about other people's gazes. The real purchasing power lies with high-income white-collar elites, and they require a private sales space. Wang spoke with measured conviction, so even if other groups keep vending, I don't mind. Opening a shop is the future. And a shop is legitimate commerce. You needn't worry about interference from other groups. The bespectacled man took up the thought. By that math, in Yujian Wang, we could open at least 20 shops. Tongluan, Shihuan, and Wanzai on the island could each host 10. Across the whole territory, 50 shops broaden the product line a bit more. Then it's annual turnover, not monthly. How much money could that be? Ajia asked eagerly. Annual revenue breaking 100 million. The number made the bespectacled man's eyes shine and his face flush. Break 100 million. Ajia shouted, his tone changing and drawing curious looks. You underestimate the lechers. Wang waved his hand with swagger. The erotic trade is a prime mover: toys, pharmaceuticals, AV tapes, telephone orders, delivery services, and so on. Trillions. If memory served, the domestic adult novelty market alone would later exceed 150 billion. There were also markets in Southeast Asia, Europe, and the Americas. The industry was still in its infancy, with Gongdao's geographic advantage and early foothold would secure a sizable slice. He even joked about making a mold of his own penis for customers, a thought that made him cover his face as his shoulders shook with laughter. One day I'll be an adult toy king, though terms like springy, electric, or fake X don't exactly have a pleasant ring to them. Passers-by sidestepped the trio. Oh, were these fellows mad? Their boasts were outrageous. You lot go boast somewhere else, called a shopkeeper nearby, unable to bear it further. Screw you, what did you say? A GS snapped back, hotly affronted by the interruption. Enough, let's go. Wong pulled a Jiao along and murmured, how can sparrows comprehend the aspirations of the swan? On the way back, he asked the bespectacled man, how much cash do I have on hand? 58,000, the bespectacled man answered quickly. Only that much? Wong widened his eyes. If I hadn't just sold 1,000 pieces, I'd have only 38,000. The bespectacled man added quietly, there are still over 2,000 items at home. At the current forestall sales rate, they'll be gone in half a month. Wong sighed and said nothing. Selling meant restocking. Besides, 2 new molds were already underway. Even at half price, they required 100,000. How hard was it to make money? Where had all his earnings gone? He recalled that his first stock had been only 500 pieces, funded by borrowing from the gang, and could only sigh. For a pauper to climb out of poverty was damn difficult. All right, it's the end of the month. On the 2nd, we'll find Guanzai's son to settle the customer skim and get some cash back. In the meantime, we'll clear inventory and contact other group channels. One moment, they spoke of billion-dollar turnovers. The next, they fretted over a few 10,000. Wong's irritation rose, and he quickened his pace. Xing and Halma Bang acted as intermediaries, and the news that Ing Lianxi had brokered a truce between Meng Hua and the newly ascended Huiji Wang Yaodang spread rapidly. Within 2 or 3 days, other groups noticed that the girls at Xing Halma Bang and Ing Lianxi were wearing new garments, which drew a considerable surge of customers. The parking attendants at the entrance were overwhelmed and had to borrow spaces from other groups to cope. This sudden change prompted representatives from the other groups to come and inspect, and what they found explained everything. The girls in the 3 operations all wore ultra-short skirts. As they moved, they occasionally flashed glimpses, and where the bloom of flesh showed against the stark contrast of crotchless black stockings, those black openings pulled every gaze like a whirlpool. One could not look away. What the hell? Crotchless pants. Bare to the field. It made one want to crouch and study them closely. The idea had come from Wong's slip on flesh-colored panties beneath, so the color contrast would deliberately attract attention. Of course, in the private rooms, some performed entirely without undergarments, and that commanded a different price. During the final 4 days of the month, Wong secured the remaining 4 groups at the same price as with Ing Lianxi, 22 per pair. His inventory sold out completely. The cash in hand leapt to 120,000. With the business expanding, his reputation rose slightly. Personal profile, name Wang Yaodang. Reputation, 145, new to the scene. On the last day of the month, his funds broke into 6 figures. The organization's businesses fall into 2 modes: operation and overseeing venues. Taking the Hixingi and Sim Sha Sui branch as an example, there are 3 horse racing venues, 2 bars, and 1 mahjong parlor. The 3 horse racing venues and 1 bar are managed by the organization, while the other bar and the mahjong parlor are overseen venues. The profits from the organization's operations go entirely to the organization, with half returned to the branch. For overseeing venues, the venue owner generally shares 20% of the profits, with 10% going to the organization and 10% to the branch. The branch is managed by 3 individuals: the red stick, the white paper fan, and the straw sandal. However, the 3 must also support their underlings, leaving them with very little money in the end. Of course, as the decision-maker of the branch, there are other benefits. Running a business under the organization's name or helping others oversee venues is the main source of income. For example, Guanzai-san manages the 3 horse racing venues allocated to him by the organization. This income must be reported, allowing for minor embezzlement, but not much. Most of his income comes from the dozen girls brought by his underlings. This is also true for Si Jiuzai. In the past, the Wang Yaotang brothers were able to receive about $1,000 monthly from Guanzai's son. Yaogu, Yaogu. Wang Yaotang tossed a box of cigarettes to the 2 blue lanterns at the door, waved his hand, and walked straight in. Is the boss not here? During the day, there wasn't much happening, and Guanzai's son should be playing mahjong at this time, yet there was no game. No, the boss hasn't arrived yet. Zhu Baitong shrugged. Are you here to settle accounts with the boss? He is Guanzai-san's trusted aide, specifically responsible for the dozen girls. Yes. Wang Yaotang pulled over a chair and sat down. There was a football match last night. You know the boss likes to bet, so he probably stayed up late and will only come in the afternoon. Forget it, I have no other business, I'll wait. Wang Yaotang took out another box of cigarettes, pulled one out, and tossed it over. Renting a place, ordering goods, registering a company, and paying his underlings. Without the money, he couldn't do anything. Bored, he read the newspaper and watched television. By noon, Wang Yaotang was preparing to go out for something to eat when the phone suddenly rang. It's me, huh? Zhu Baitong's tone suddenly rose. Oh, okay, I understand. Zhu Baitong hung up the phone, cursing under his breath, his face looking grim. What's wrong? Wang Yaotang asked. The boss has been detained by someone from the Donglian Society. Zhu Baitong squatted down under the incense table, holding a Guangong statue, lifted the curtain, and used his body to shield Wang Yaotang's view as he cautiously opened the safe. What? The Donglian Society detained the boss. Wang Yaotang stood up abruptly. What's going on? Should we inform Fei Bo? Fei Bo, the red stick of the Tsim Sha Sui branch, manages the organization's bar and also oversees a KTV and a mahjong parlor. He is the most powerful boss in Hixinyi. The boss said not to. Zhu Baitong turned his head and said, "Was that the boss who just called?" Wang Yaotang frowned. "Are you using this money to bail him out? It's not like we're going to fight, so no need." Looking at Zhu Baitong's back, Wang Yaotang's frown deepened. When you feel that something bad is about to happen, then something bad is certainly going to happen. After more than half an hour, the sound of a car engine came from outside. Moments later, the door opened and Guanzai's son, with messy hair and a haggard face, his eyes filled with red bloodshot veins, walked in. Glancing at Wang Yaotang, Guanzai's son picked up the teapot and gulped down several mouthfuls of cold tea before slamming the teapot on the table with a thud. With his hands on his hips, he didn't say a word. Wang Yaotang and Zhu Baitong also felt it inappropriate to speak, and the room fell into a dead silence. After a while, Guanzai's son suddenly flipped the table over, creating a loud crash. "Damn that filthy guy. Manchester United can lose to a promoted team. What the hell, it's fixed, rigged." Wang Yaotang pursed his lips. In this state, he really couldn't bring up settling the accounts, so he thought about it and got up, preparing to slip away. "Ah, Yao." Just as he stepped out, Guanzai Sen's voice came from behind. "Boss, I can't settle your cut for now." Guanzai Sen plopped down into the office chair. "The organization's accounts cannot be overdue. I lost a lot yesterday, and your business has been good lately. All the bars, nightclubs, KTVs, and horse racing venues around are stocked with your goods. The boss can't manage here. Can you lend me some?" "You know, boss, with such a large operation, and I just ordered 2 new styles from the clothing factory, all the money I have is tied up in ordering goods, and I still owe a lot to the clothing factory. And today, I also need to pay salaries to my underlings." Wang Yaotang spread his hands. Guanzai Sen's eyes widened. "Damn it, are you blaming me for not paying you today?" "No." Wang Yaotang forced a smile. "Without the organization's support, how can you do business?" Guanzai Sen's pent-up anger exploded, pointing at Wang Yaotang's nose and shouting, "You used the name of the organization, didn't give a cut to the organization, and when you fought with Fu Yixing, I negotiated and supported you. Now you haven't paid me for a month, and you turn your back on the organization." Wang Yaotang pursed his lips and remained silent. The organization has no qualification to take a cut. Many customers from the organization's horse racing venues have been drawn to Guanzai Sen's dozen girls, causing the horse racing business to decline, and it was Wang Yaotang who pulled the business up. "When negotiating with Fu Yixing, you took half of the compensation. Oh, what kind of favor is that? The channels like Xing and Kowloon were developed by myself. The Hixinyi brand is of no use." A gambler unable to earn money himself still covets his underlings' meager gains. How can the organization thrive with such parasites? Guanzai's son glared fiercely at Wang Yaotang. Wang Yaotang lowered his head. He could barely sustain his own business. How could he possibly give Guanzai's son money to fill the gap? Moreover, a gambler's hole can never be filled. Seeing that Wang Yaotang was unyielding, Guanzai's son pointed at the door and cursed, "Get out." "Then I'll take my leave, boss." Wang Yaotang remained calm, nodded, and walked out the door. Standing at the intersection, Wang Yaotang sighed and looked up. "Just sent off one boss over a year ago. If I send off another?" "Guanzai's son, I beg you, don't go down this path. If my reputation is harmed, you cannot redeem yourself, even with 1,000 deaths." In the room, Guanzai's son, furious, paced around, kicking the overturned table with several thuds. He placed heavy bets yesterday. Who would have known Manchester United would lose the championship? Now owing more than 80,000 to Sha Cohen. After thinking it over, besides Wang Yaotang, he couldn't find any other source to squeeze money from. "How much do you think Yao Zai has on him?" Guanzai Sen suddenly asked Zhu Baitong. He should have around 1 to 200,000, right?" Zhu Baitong said somewhat uncertainly. "Recently, the entire Fo Tai area has been stocked with his goods. Xing Tiaolon and Ing Lian Shi are all sourcing from him. I think he can earn that much in a month. Seeing others do business always seems to yield big profits." Guanzai Sen's mind was filled with 200,000. Such a large business, can a mere Seijo manage it? "Let me handle it." Wang Yaotang had no idea that Guanzai Sen had already resolved in his heart to replace him. All he worried about now was how to bridge the funding gap. After all, the first of the month was payday. That evening at Xiong's open-air eatery, the same place where Wang Yaotang had been distributing wages for months, he treated his underlings to food and drink. Over 20 men began arriving around 8 o'clock, pulling up small tables and gathering together to chat idly. News of Guanzai Sen's gambling debts and subsequent detention had spread like wildfire. Such gossip could never stay buried in the underworld. Though Guan himself wished to suppress it, Sha Cohen certainly had no intention of sparing him. On the contrary, he welcomed its wider circulation. Debts must be repaid. That is the natural order of things. "I heard the boss lost over 50,000. "Nonsense. I heard it was more than 100,000. Manchester actually lost to the league's second-to-last team. Anyone here bet on football? I put down 100, damn it all. Your gossip isn't even interesting. A young underling missing a front tooth rapped sharply on the table. When all eyes turned toward him, he leaned in with quiet pride and lowered his voice. Did you know? This afternoon the boss and Brother Yao had a shouting match. Is that true? How could it be? Brother Yao's reputation is soaring. Absolutely true. It's what Fei the gatekeeper said. The gap-toothed youth bristled at the doubt. Why was the boss detained? Because he couldn't pay up. It was Zhu Bisin who handed over Brother Yao's cut, his share of the take, to secure the boss's release. And even that wasn't enough. So what about our wages? Who knows? Depends on Brother Yao. It'll probably be fine. Brother Yao's sold so much lately. He must have made a fortune. Brother Yao's here. Brother Yao. Brother Yao. In an instant, over 20 underlings leapt to their feet. A sight so imposing that several would-be diners instinctively veered away. Wang Yaodang nodded. Sit down, no need to stand. You're blocking the boss's business. Though he spoke lightly, no one sat. Wei pulled up a stool. Wang Yaodang took his seat, and Si Yinzai handed him his bag. With a warm smile, Wang Yaodang gestured toward the group and declared time to hand out wages. Long live Brother Yao. Wei called each name aloud, cross-checking the number of clients each had brought in. Si Yinzai counted the cash. Wang Yaodang personally placed the money into each underling's hands. Of these 20-odd men, most were street-level hustlers, selling goods and luring customers, while 8 others served primarily as enforcers known as Blue Lanterns. Strictly speaking, these hustlers weren't formal members of any triad. They were more like temporary laborers, no fixed salary, no permanent affiliation. One day they might work for Hisheng Yi, the next if Fuck Yihing needed muscle they'd shift allegiance without hesitation, and on days with no assignments they'd simply loiter on the streets, earning barely $500 or $600 a month, living hand-to-mouth, meal to meal. Blue Lanterns, by contrast, were official triad members, though not yet formally initiated through the incense ceremony. They were akin to contract workers, salaried, recognized, and entrusted. Wei Jia and Si Yinzai formed Wang Yaodang's inner circle. These 8 Blue Lanterns were his operational backbone. Whenever manpower was required, Wang Yaodang assigned tasks directly to his Blue Lanterns, who then recruited friends and associates as needed. Should Wang Yaodang ever rise to full rank and preside over an incense ceremony, he would formally initiate several Blue Lanterns into the triad as 49 brothers, who in turn could recruit new Blue Lanterns from their own networks. In Young and Dangerous 2, after Chan Ho Nam's promotion pack, Pei introduced his newly recruited disciple Jiao Pai to Chan Ho Nam and the others. Wage distribution lasted nearly an hour. A total of HK3200 was dispersed, HK1500 each for the 8 Blue Lanterns. Just 1 year earlier, when Wang Yaodang and his 3 companions first pledged loyalty to Guanzaizen, their monthly take hadn't even reached HK100. Wang Yaodang tossed HK100 to Xiong, the eatery owner, then departed with Wei and the other 3, heading to Hong Fuji restaurant where he'd reserved a banquet table. Guan Jiahui had already arrived with her younger sister Wang Lishuan. Before the dishes were served, Wang Yaodang unzipped his bag and withdrew 4 stacks of cash, handing them to Wei Jia and Si Yinzai. This month's profit share, HK5000 each. Don't complain, it's too little. Wow, Brother Yao, this is way too generous. Wei protested, but his hands moved swiftly, snatching the stack and counting it on the spot. Brother Yao, what about mine? Guan Jiahui tugged his arm playfully. I'm a designer, you know. Yours is coming. Just spend less, all right. Wang Yaodang pinched Guan Jiahui's cheek gently, then handed her HK200. Hee, so much money. Humph. Yesterday that slut Asya bragged she earned HK1500 a month sitting in an air-conditioned office. Just wait till I slap that smirk off her face. In 1980, Hong Kong's per capita monthly GDP stood at HK3100. Much like claiming that I and old Ma command assets worth billions, the reality is far grimmer. Average monthly earnings among the working class hovered between 700 Hong Kong dollars and HK100, while white-collar salaries ranged only from HK100 to HK400. Wang Yaodang's payouts already matched those of mid-level managers. At present, property prices in Kowloon averaged HK700 HK100 per square meter. At their current income levels, Wei and the others could realistically save enough for a mortgage and purchase their own home within 4 or 5 months. Brother Yao, if you disburse funds like this, won't next month's inventory budget fall short? 1,700 in commission. HK340, the boss, hasn't paid a cent on, and today you gave out another HK300 in wages. Si Yinzai handled the accounts. He knew the numbers best. Wang Yaodang had allocated 30% of pure profit as dividends for his core team. And what about leasing that storefront? Registering a company will also require capital and legal representation fees. Si Yinzai's words hung in the air, freezing the atmosphere in the private dining room. Every man turned silently toward Wang Yaodang. Wei immediately rebundled his cash and pushed it back across the table. The others followed suit. Only Guan Jiahui hesitated, clutching her money tightly, her expression twisting as if she might burst into tears. Wang Lishuan sipped her cola, quietly stealing glances at her elder brother. Moved deeply, Wang Yaotang punched Awei lightly on the chest and smiled. Does your mother's medical bill not need settling? His gaze shifted to Ji. Grandmother's getting on in years. She shouldn't work anymore. Take her to the hospital for a full checkup, then let her rest at home in peace. Don't look at me, Ajia grinned. Let my gambling-addicted father rot. I won't give him a single cent. Rent a flat and bring mother out to live separately, Wang Yaotang grunted. Yesterday when I came home from school, I heard father beating mother again. Wang Lishuan suddenly interjected. Ajia's smile vanished. His fists clenched, his face contorted with fury. The other's expressions darkened too. At their age, who wouldn't rather sit in a university lecture hall? No one chooses to become a street thug. Each carries a hidden tragedy behind his swagger. Yet ultimately, there is only one word to explain it all: poverty. All right, let's drink. Wang Yaotang raised his beer bottle and tapped it against the table. Now that we're making money, don't dwell on sorrowful things. Wages will only increase, not shrink. And within 1 year, I guarantee you'll own your own homes. Come on, let's drink. To Brother Yao. To Brother Yao. They dined joyfully, leaving well past 10 o'clock. Guan Zhaowei held Wang Yaotang's hand all the way home, reluctant to part. Their cramped 20-square-meter flat housed 4 people, sweltering in summer without air conditioning, unbearably stifling. Just as he'd finished showering and prepared to rest, a knock sounded at the door. Through the peephole, Wang Yaotang saw Si Yinzai. What is it? Here. Si Yinzai extended the money. I don't urgently need it. Damn, you were saving to study law and become a barrister. No more barrister dreams. I'll study accounting instead. Books are all I need. Si Yinzai beamed. Wang Yaotang gripped the cash in his palm, waved dismissively with irritation, and muttered, Fine. Don't disturb me and your sister sleeping. Slam. The door shut. Wang Yaotang drew a deep breath. Damn, this sentimental nonsense was exhausting. Brother Yao, are you unhappy? Let me cheer you up. Guan Zhaowei nuzzled close like a kitten. Go back to your room. I'll just smoke a cigarette, Wang Yaotang said, waving her off. She lit his cigarette obediently, then retreated quietly to her room. Before he'd finished his cigarette, another knock echoed. Peering through the peephole, he saw Awei. What now? We bought too much medicine last month and hospital costs still aren't covered. Money in hand does me no good. Awei seized Wang Yaotang's hand and slapped the cash into his palm. I'm off. Shit. Wang Yaotang slammed the door, muttering under his breath. His eyes stung fiercely from the smoke, burning. Sure enough, as if prearranged, within minutes, Aji and Ajia arrived in turn. Grandmother's worked her whole life. She refuses to retire. I can't force her. For now it'll have to do. We're not short of time this month. Mother won't rent a flat. She won't part with the money. But since you're opening a shop, why not have her sell there? It's awkward for us men to handle sales. Plus we'll sleep there at night and guard the store. Damn it. All of you broke as dogs, pretending to be magnanimous like some noblemen. You deserve to fail miserably. Grumbling, he shooed them all away, then closed the door, left with a hollow, indescribable ache. He exhaled sharply several times, eyes closed, then sat down and began counting the returned cash. Every cent needed recording. You may call them poor. You may call them crude. You may call them reckless. But they are my brothers. Si Yinzai HK6500. Awei HK7200. Aji HK6800. Ajia HK6250. The Chinese temperament has long favored compromise and moderation. For instance, if you propose that a room is too dim and suggest installing a window, consensus will likely resist it outright. Yet if you instead demand the roof be torn off entirely, they will swiftly seek middle ground and readily agree to the window. According to the landlord's terms, rent was payable 3 months in advance with 1 month's deposit, a condition utterly impossible for Wang Yaotang, whose startup was operating on every cent stretched to its absolute limit. Thus, the next day, Ajia arrived with several underlings to negotiate the lease and opened with a demand for monthly payment. The landlord would have had to lose his mind to accept. To heighten realism, Wang Yaotang withheld his true plan from Ajia entirely. So when Ajia slammed his cleaver onto the table, his men drew steel pipes and machetes, shouting obscenities. Their menace, unmistakable refusal, meant annihilation. The Champagne Tower had property management, not just one but multiple, and its landlord was no ordinary figure. Though frightened, he spat out a threat and immediately began dialing for reinforcements. What followed was a classic underworld negotiation, the ritual of talking numbers. The Xiazidian faction, a core lineage within the Triad, served as mediators. Wang Yaotang appeared in person, a gesture of great respect, and graciously revised the payment structure to 1 month's rent in the first month, 2 in the second, 3 in the third. The landlord accepted without hesitation. Ah, so you never expected me to seal the deal. Ajia learned Wang Yaotang's scheme only after leaving the restaurant. It's not quite that, Wang Yaotang replied. You were part of the leverage, albeit a modest, almost negligible one. Wang Yaotang winked. For instance, to provoke discomfort, added Si Yinzai, and laughter filled the car. I'll kill you. Ajia punched him playfully. Where to now? To the law firm. I've made an appointment. No. 5. Middle Road, Sim Sha Sui, Sports Building, 23rd floor, Jiangxishan Law Offices. Naturally, registering a company was routine work. Any junior solicitor could handle it. Before meeting his scheduled client solicitor, Sang Yunkai thought, after all these years I've seen everything. But upon reviewing the documents Wang Yaodang presented, I've truly never seen anything like this before. So Mr. Wang intends to register a clothing company selling this? Solicitor Sang Yunkai's expression twisted, words failed him momentarily. Like Mr. Zipper, privately he might joke about it with colleagues, or even boys, but publicly, such conduct was neither gentlemanly nor dignified. Lingerie for intimate occasions, Wang Yaodang said, rubbing his nose. Even in the 1980s, let alone in 2020, it remained awkward to declare openly, I sell erotic lingerie. A ripple of laughter and sidelong glances was inevitable. So Mr. Wang also wishes me to register copyright for your original designs. Solicitor Sang Yunkai looked shattered. His mind conjured a vivid scene. At the Intellectual Property Department's Copyright Registry Center, he'd pull from his briefcase the garment title front and back, sheer leopard print chiffon bodysuit, and be met with gasped shrieks and scornful jeers before security stormed in to drag him out as a pervert. My reputation as a gentleman. Of course it was hyperbole, but many staff at the registry center were women and he'd inevitably be branded a lecher. And word would certainly spread. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. Sang Yunkai couldn't bear it. Jiangxishan Law Offices enjoys unparalleled prestige. Surely you're not suggesting even basic registration falls beyond your capacity. Wang Yaodang interjected. Sang Yunkai stared blankly. His firm wouldn't care about his personal humiliation. In fact, tackling such difficult assignments would enhance its reputation. Bullying, blatant workplace coercion, registration, capital, copyright, fees, agency charges. Another HK28000 vanished. The apparel company would be named Medu Fashion, the storefront sign Medu Intimate Goods Store, the future toy venture Medu Toys, and ultimately the conglomerate, Medu Group. Perfect. Half an hour later, Wang Yaodang extended his hand to shake Sang Yunkai's. Then I entrust this to you, Solicitor Sang. Many more designs lie ahead, and I shall rely on your firm repeatedly. Sang Yunkai flinched. Damn it. Can I still resign right now? Emerging from Far East Tower, Wang Yaodang took a deep breath, tilted his head upward, and saw the final task awaiting procurement. 2 new styles and 1 classic, each in 3 colors. Given the already established market, the minimum order had to exceed 10,000 units. The 2 new styles involved intricate craftsmanship and higher costs. Even with a 40 advance, the outlay would reach at least HK0, while he held only HK300 in cash. Could he really brandish a knife at old Lee's throat and force production? Damn it. Why is making money so damn hard? Formal institutions denied loans to the poor. Loan sharks demanded repayment of 15 Hong Kong dollars for every 7 Hong Kong dollars lent, or even 20 Hong Kong dollars. A stark testament to modern capitalism's advancement over feudal antiquity. Officer Guanzizan was likewise agonizing over this debt. Failure to repay meant certain death at the hands of Shark Kuan of the English League. That afternoon, Wang Yaodang summoned several underlings to the shop. In those days, people were versatile, capable of doing anything. While they worked, the neighboring shop owner, who'd earlier mocked Ajia as good for nothing and madman, now wore a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum, bowing deeply, serving tea, pouring water. Wang Yaodang clapped the man's shoulder. Why this sudden deference after such open disdain? It's almost comical to ponder. The shop owner's face contorted into a grimace. No one had imagined the idle talker from days prior would actually secure the storefront. It mattered little, until today when he learned this man was a Triad elder. Genuine fear of retaliation gripped him. 4 Eyes, what did Brother Yao mean by that? Ajia hadn't understood, but seeing the shop owner's expression, he felt pure delight. 4 Eyes blinked slowly, then patted Ajia's arm with quiet sympathy. The most important thing in life is joy. Ajia was delighted. His grin never faded. Yet gradually something about those words unsettled him. The shop required minimal renovation, just thorough cleaning, repainting the walls in soft pink, installing 2 metal shelving units for storage, and arranging 9 mannequins evenly along both sides. Done. Ajia's mother had agreed to manage sales. Wang Yaodang purchased a 1.5-meter fold-out sofa bed, serving as seating for customers by day and his sleeping quarters by night. Guan Jiawei had offered to help sell goods, but one person wasn't enough. Wang Yaodang declined outright. She was too young, too beautiful, and the clientele here were seasoned lechers. Trouble was inevitable. Our store motto, customers shall never be assaulted without cause. 3 days later, custom neon signage and a telephone line were installed. All preparations complete. Only the grand opening remained. As the illuminated photos were hung, Wang Yaodang's system stirred once more. Personal profile. Name Wang Yaodang. Reputation 155, 355 newcomer to the Underworld. Affiliation Ho Shengyi. Rank 49 member. Skills driving LV. 1 Sonda LV. 1 Art LV. 1. Assets intimate apparel stalls. For intimate goods store 1. This is industrial upgrading. A series of 12 flower baskets blocked the entrance, obstructing the doors of the two neighboring shops. After all, the names of various associations hung above Xinji Haoma Anglian Society, Li Gong Lu, Hisheng, Yifu, Yixing Zhong, Yitang de Fengtang. A multitude of organizations. The key point was that people had arrived. Guanzai Sun was also there, smiling cheerfully, showing no signs of having quarreled with Wang Yaotang earlier. They were all distributors. Wang Yaotang greeted each one with a smile while accepting red envelopes. The shop was too small, so everyone just stood at the door praising the decorations and jokingly teasing Wang Yaotang. Others are just lewd fellows. You are different, a lewd big shot. Indeed, we can't call him Turkey Yao. Oh, he should be called Lewd Yao, said Di Luo with a laugh. I'm telling you, hey, if you all fall out with me, we all rely on these to make money. Don't go too far. Lewd Yao doesn't sound good. How about Lewd Hall? Huang Mao put his arm around Wang Yaotang's shoulder. Yes, we'll publish a magazine and call it Lewd Hall. They'll be the first to subscribe. All right. Wang Yaotang squinted at him. I'll appoint you as the chief editor of Lewd Hall. After all, the magazine just lists the editor's name, not the owner. Great. Blind Hua and the others cheered. But to be honest, Wang Yaotang thought it was indeed a good idea. In 1984, the publication of Long Hu Bao set a record by selling over 250,000 copies, dominating the newspaper industry, with a net income exceeding 1 million, becoming a bestseller in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia, gaining immense popularity. Most importantly, from an industrial perspective, it had a strong correlation with the adult industry. Even as an advertising platform, it held its value. The only issue was the significant upfront investment, but once the hands were freed, it could indeed be a viable venture. It could also be used to win over other associations. One fish, multiple meals. Wang Yaotang navigated through the crowd with so many people from large associations considering him the core, while he felt marginalized. Guanzai Sun lowered his head slightly, his expression darkening. Who exactly is the big shot? After exchanging a few words with Zhu Baitong, Guanzai Sun turned to leave. He couldn't afford to break the facade just yet. After a bout of laughter, leaving two younger brothers and a Jie's mother to watch the shop, Wang Yaotang took everyone to the Hong Fu Ji restaurant, where he had reserved several tables. By the time they finished entertaining the guests, it was already afternoon. Wang Yaotang had drunk quite a bit, his face flushed and head dizzy, but he was spirited. Today marks the day our brothers set sail. Wang Yaotang pointed at Wei Jie, Ag, and Si Yen Zai. You are all my brothers, and from now on you will all be billionaires. I mean it. Ha ha ha. Yes, we are all billionaires, and Yao Gu is 100 billionaire. Leaving the restaurant, Zhu Baitong did not return immediately as instructed by Guanzai Sun. Instead, he wandered aimlessly on the street for a while. Guanzai Sun felt displeased about what had happened today. Zhu Baitong couldn't help but feel shocked as well. He was several years older than Wang Yaotang, had been with Hisheng Yi for 8 years, and was still just a Sijio. As Guanzai Sun's trusted subordinate, he indeed wasn't treated poorly, but the problem was that Guanzai Sun himself wasn't doing well. How could his little brother fare any better? After so many years, he didn't even have a house. Looking at Wang Yaotang, in just a few months he had gathered over 10 younger brothers, networking with major gangs, owning his own business, and visibly having a bright monetary future. This time he genuinely felt some resentment towards Guanzai Sun. I'm just a little brother, I can't do much, but you big shot are also failing so miserably. Why are you back so late? Guanzai Sun frowned and asked. I drank too much and needed to sober up outside, Zhu Baitong replied with a grin. I bought you some herbal tea, a drink a bit to ease the hangover. Zhu Baitong chuckled. Guanzai Sun was indeed good to him. He gulped down several large sips, then plopped down on a chair. That guy was talking nonsense while drinking. Zhu Baitong scratched his head, recalling, ordering several shops took a lot of goods. How many? Guanzai Sun sat up straight. Let me think. Over 10,000 items, I can't remember exactly. Why so many? Not a lot, big shot. These clothes aren't very durable. Those lewd fellows like to tear them apart. One rip and they're ruined. I used over 300 pairs of the original open crotch pants last month, and now we have new styles. This quantity isn't much. Damn it, that guy must have made a fortune. Guanzai Sun gritted his teeth, his face contorted. Fine, whatever. Zhu Baitong blinked. I heard them calculating backless lace bodysuit 28, see-through leopard print bodysuit 32. I don't know the cost, but it shouldn't be cheap. You fool, earning $5 on each item adds up to over 5,000. Guanzai Sun's jealousy twisted his face, angrily slamming the table, shouting. How could it be so little? At least 1,000 in profit. 1,000. He nearly bit his back teeth bloody. Last time after losing there was this much. Zhu Baitong fell silent, a belly full of words he didn't know how to express. Also, Guanzai Sun furrowed his brow tightly. Is this all the goods for other associations? How much did he order for himself? With all the ordering and store openings, tens of thousands, does he have that much money? I know this. During dinner, Yao mentioned, he mortgaged his home to Ma Fu Rong and borrowed 1,000. Guanzai Sun stood up suddenly, his eyes flickering. The loan sharking in Hong Kong Island is very deep. Most people can't repay it. Of course he believed Wang Yaotang was just making a short-term turnover and the associations wouldn't make things too difficult for their own people. He would definitely repay it. But that was under normal circumstances. If there were suddenly a large expenditure during this period, if Wang Yaotang couldn't repay it as his mentor big shot, wouldn't he have ample reason to intervene? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He paced back and forth inside the house, suddenly stopping and looking at Zhu Baitong. If you get goods from that guy, he must increase the price. I don't believe everyone gets it from him. Oh, go investigate. Okay. Zhu Baitong didn't quite understand Guan Zaisen's intention at the moment, but this task wasn't difficult. Make sure to hurry and give me news within a day. All right. Yao Ge the big shot is waiting for you inside. Atong, what does the big shot want with me? Wang Yaotang tossed over a cigarette. Zhu Baitong picked up the cigarette, placed it behind his ear, and pushed open the door. Good news. Wang Yaotang secretly sneered, stepping inside. Big shot. Yao is here, sit down. Guan Zaisun greeted with a smile. How's business at the new shop? Not bad, Wang Yaotang replied with a smile, which was the truth. Having a proper shop had made things much more private. Jie's mother working as a shop assistant also made some female customers feel more at ease. From the looks of it, the sales were greater than the combined total of the 4 stalls. Then you're on your way to making a fortune. Guan Zaisun was pleased to hear this. In his mind, this was all his own industry now. What are you standing there for? Get a Yao some tea. Zhu Baitong felt uncomfortable inside. Damn it, as a senior, he's now serving tea. Thanks. Receiving the tea handed over by Zhu Baitong, Guan Zaisun smiled and asked, are you planning to expand further out? Wang Yaotang wasn't sure why Guan Zaisun asked this, but he nodded. I definitely plan to continue opening more shops. I knew you had big ambitions, Yao. Guan Zaisun slapped his thigh, looking at Wang Yaotang seriously. Your business is doing well. Our He Sheng Yi at Sim Sha Sui must prosper. As your mentor Big Shot, I naturally can't just sit back and let others say that Big Shot isn't helping you. I specifically had a Tong investigate. Several shops indeed took goods from you, but only from the 2 streets nearby. Further out, there are a few that, like the mutated bone dragon, secretly source from factories, robbing your business and blocking your paths for expansion. Blocking your path, Yao is blocking our Sim Sha Sui and is blocking He Sheng Yi's path. I will never just watch them bully us. Guan Zaisun stood up, waving his arms. I told you before, it's impossible to attack each one, so I picked one Tong Xian He. De Tu Sheng sells your goods in the Bao Li Lane area. He has a stall in both Fa Li building and Yu Lian building, plus more than 20 stalls under Sister Foam with the Tong Xian He banner. Tong Xian He isn't too big or too small. Oh, as long as you can take them down, the association will negotiate with Tong Xian He to support you in securing 2 stalls as part of your industry with a 20 share to the association. You also don't need to worry about manpower. I've talked with Fei Bo and Ma Fu Rong. You can deploy anyone from Sim Sha Sui. So how about it? Is the big shot enough to support you? Wang Yaotang stared blankly at Guan Zaisun. When did this old bone become so kind? Just recently he had refused to lend him money. Or was it that Guan Zaisun had a broad mind, and he was the one being petty? Yao. Guan Zaisun waved his hand. What's wrong? Are you so happy you can't speak? Could Wang Yaotang refuse? If the Triad voluntarily steps in to back you, and you decline, how could you ever turn to them for help the next time a business dispute arises? Moreover, refusing the Triad's goodwill, does that mean you're trying to go straight, or planning to defect to another gang? Thank you, elder brother. Wang Yaotang abruptly rose to his feet, his face alight with exhilaration. Rest assured, elder brother, I won't disgrace the Triad. I'll cut down to Tu Sheng, that wretched scoundrel. Good. Guan Zaisun firmly clapped Wang Yaotang on the shoulder. Yao, I truly believe in you. It's been ages since the Heshinji Triad has seen a young man as outstanding as you. Tough, sharp-witted, and resourceful. Zhu Baitong, he added, turning toward the silent man. All these years, elder brother Tong has given you countless chances, but talent is talent. Among your generation in Heshinji, no one rivals you. Zhu Baitong, huh? Wait, I haven't even spoken. Brother Tong wishes only to remain by elder brother's side, Wang Yaotang said with a smile. Guan Zaisun gave a dry chuckle. I'd rather he stood out, if only he had the wit. As your sworn elder brother, I'm getting old. I lack the ability to pave a grander path for you, so all I can do is secure a territory for you. In 2 years, if your influence expands further, I'll petition the Dragon Head to hold an incense ceremony and formally appoint you. And should he refuse, I'll retire outright and make way for you. Elder brother, please. Such words humble me beyond measure. Wang Yaotang hastily interjected. I'm not joking. I'm aging. Oh, what future does following an old skeleton offer the younger generation? If I cling to power too long, I may not even get the chance to retire in peace. Guan Zaisun shook his head with a wry smile. Enough of this. Tomorrow I'll call the Tu Sheng and order him to cease selling. Of course he'll refuse. You'll act tonight. Understood. Thank you, elder brother. Wang Yaotang nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now, to prepare. Go ahead. I'll host a victory banquet for you tomorrow night. Guan Zaisun roared with laughter. The moment Wang Yaotang left, Zhu Baitong burst out, elder brother, why, after all these years of unwavering loyalty, you back him instead? He couldn't comprehend it. Guan Zizhen shot Zhu Baitong a sidelong glance, then strode back to his seat with measured steps. He picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup, slowly closed his eyes to savor its aroma, and drank it down in one smooth draught. Setting the cup aside, he finally met Zhu Baitong's gaze again. Utterly foolish. Without even a shred of intellect, do you expect me to elevate you? Just so I can arrange your funeral? You think that wretch hasn't already figured it out? Zhu Baitong stared, utterly bewildered. Every night after closing shop, the brothers gathered at Xiongji Daidang for late-night snacks. What did Guan Zizhen want with you? Wei cracked open several bottles of beer and set them before the group. Humph. Wang Yaodang gave a cold laugh. As you know, several triads have secretly sourced goods from Lao Li and begun selling them. The elder brother has instructed me to prepare for action. The triad will back me fully, and I may command any branch members I require. When and the venues become mine, though I must hand over 20% monthly to the triad. Off. The brothers froze beer bottles suspended midair, staring at Wang Yaodang in stunned silence. This is excellent news. Ajia drained half his bottle in one gulp. Finally, elder brother's done something right. He's grooming you for formal appointment. Which venues? What kind of venues? Awei's face lit up with anticipation. The mahjong parlors at Lifit Building and Yulian Building. Prime locations. Awei beamed. I'll assign manpower tonight. Ag, ever decisive, rubbed his palms along the bottle's rim, eyes blazing with eagerness. Could he really be so generous? Si Yanzai frowned, perplexed. Wang Yaotong's gaze swept across their faces before he shook his head. I don't know the elder brother's full intentions, but if we when the senior uncles collect their monthly share, negotiating peace with Tong Xin is only natural. Yet what about the branch members who bore the brunt of the fight? Must I not offer them due acknowledgement? Absolutely. We all know Brother Yao is unmatched at generating wealth and always generous with his rewards, Ajia chimed in swiftly. But violence isn't free, Wang Yaodang retorted coldly. This isn't posturing, it's a full-blown clash. Compensation is mandatory. The triad typically offers 500, but to secure real commitment, we'll need to pay at least 1,000 per man. Injuries demand medical care. Even underground clinics charge 5 times the standard rate. Arrests require bail, lawyers demand fees. I estimate at least 50,000, assuming no fatalities. And even then, Wang Yaodang shook his head. Even if we win, retaliation is inevitable. We're neither the Xingji nor the number gang. To compel others to abandon those 2 parlors, the triad will need to shed blood. Real blood. Who bears that cost? If the triad covers it, the venues become triad property, leaving us merely as overseers. Then what was the point of our sacrifice? Brother Yao, don't delay payments to Ma Fu Rong. Si Yanzai grabbed Wang Yaotong's wrist, voice tight with alarm. Loan sharks, even within the triad, are no laughing matter. One misstep and the business becomes someone else's. Exactly. Then the branch might forgive our triad debts only to demand equity in our clothing business. How could we refuse? Wang Yaodang sneered. Then let's just walk away. We'll wait until we've earned enough money first, Ajia sighed regretfully. Impossible, Wei countered. Refuse an opportunity offered by the triad. Ajia blinked, momentarily speechless. An old underworld adage echoed in the air, you're too insignificant to serve the triad. And what if we lose? Wang Yaodang snorted. Liang Zinan, the triad's rising star personally vouched for by Big B brother, was expelled after failing a mission in Macau. Brother Yao, rest easy. We won't fail. Aji clenched his fists, already ready to die fighting. Huh. Of course we won't fail. Failure doesn't exist in Wang Yaodong's dictionary. He laughed, clapping Aji on the shoulder. What truly worries me is that old fox. He's lost everything, including his trousers, and now he set his sights on our business. He narrowed his eyes. I've pondered this for hours, still no clarity. A saying circulated among the Jianghu proclaimed Dan Er, Liantong, Quan Gangjio, referring to 4 major triad prefixes Liantong Quan and Dong, collectively known as the 4 greats. Lian Gong Lu Deng Guangrong. Entong Tong Lu Tang, Enquan Quan Igua, Endong Dong Fu He. The 4 greats adhered to a principle of cooperation known as the de Bu de Shi. United in battle, divided in spoils, they jointly engaged in armed confrontations with rival gangs, yet never pooled or shared profits. In essence, shared hardship, private prosperity. In their combined influence ranked just below that of the new record's numbers Shui Fong and Sheng He, 4 of the most powerful triad societies. Half-step, first tier, grand perfection. The Tong prefix encompassed far more than just Tong Lu Tang. At its zenith, it comprised over 30 distinct branches. Many have since vanished or declined, and through consolidation Tong Lu Tang emerged as the largest, with subordinate branches such as Tong Kuning and Tong Xin He. Likewise, the Lian prefix included Lian Gong Lu Lian Fei Ing Lian Shun Tang, Lianing Shi Lian Hong Ing Lian Tu Ing Lian Lu Tang Lian Kun Shi, and Lian Yi Shi. Blind Hua's Dong Lian Shi was originally a branch under the Dong prefix, but having recently surged in power, it no longer operated within the traditional 4 greats framework. Nonetheless, Lao Dong, the head of Dong Lian Shi, and Deng Guangrong, the leader of Liangonglu, were both founding members of the 12 Powerful Allies Alliance, illustrating the labyrinthine web of inter-society relationships across the Jianghu. Fuck your mother. Do you think Xing Yi has no one? In with those venomous words, Officer Sun slammed down the phone. Yao, how's your preparation coming along? No problem. In, I know your manpower is thin, Tong, Officer Sun called out. Brother Yao the boss has assembled 18 men bullhead from Uncle Bo's crew, How from Uncle Rong's team, and each of us will bring 5 trusted brothers. All are elite fighters from our respective halls. Pig-Nose Tong spoke in a low, steady voice. Then I'm in your debt, Brother Tong. Wang Yaodang clasped his fists in salute. Shall I prepare the gear? In, no need. What time shall we assemble? 11 o'clock, right here. In, understood. In, all right. See you tonight, boss. I'll go prepare now. Wang Yaodang rose to his feet. In, go ahead, Officer Sun replied with a smile. As soon as Wang Yaodang departed, Officer Sun's expression hardened. He turned sharply toward Pig-Nose Tong. Have the people you arranged been placed? Once they're at the police station, Dao Yuming will identify Wang Yaodang and his associates. With both eyewitness testimony and physical evidence secured, they'll surely be sentenced to several years in prison. Pig-Nose Tong nodded. In, will he talk once he's released? In, a dead brother won't speak. Under interrogation at the station, he'll break and confess. And upon release, I'll personally enforce the clan's code, guaranteeing he never utters another word. Well done. Officer Sun nodded approvingly. In, Brother Yao, he's sharp-witted, resourceful, adept at seizing opportunity. Everything about him is exceptional. Perhaps too exceptional. Officer Sun sighed. Were it 8 years from now, when I'm in my 40s contemplating retirement, I'd gladly step aside for him, even escort him into leadership. But I'm not ready to retire. Not yet. Truth be told, I'd have preferred he refused me yesterday. And even if he chose to defect, I wouldn't have stood in his way. Officer Sun paused, then added quietly, alas, youth arrives at the wrong time. Atong, you've served me loyally for years. I've never failed you. This opportunity is already placed before you, on your plate. Bring honor to this house. I still count on you to care for me in my old age. Understood, boss. Pig-Nose Tong bowed his head deeply. At last, finally the moment had arrived. And elsewhere, Big Head Sheng hung up the phone and erupted into furious curses. Officer Sun hadn't offered negotiation, only ultimatum. Cunt, wanna fight? I'll oblige. In, what the hell does he think he is? Stepping over me to climb higher. In, get everyone ready by tonight. We'll cut them down where they stand. Boss, should we call in Tong Lu Tang? One of his underlings asked. An idiot. Have you swallowed shit? What is Sheng Yi worth? If you can't handle one, Officer Sun, pack up and quit. Dissolve the branch altogether. Big Head Sheng jabbed his finger at the trembling underling. And clearly Officer Sun intended to plant his flag boldly, choosing the softest target first. And who that target was required no explanation. Even victory tonight would render Tong Xin he a laughingstock among the Tong prefix. Other senior figures within the society would inevitably mock him. Lost in thought, Big Head Sheng seized the teapot and smashed it violently onto the floor. In, 10 o'clock. Rainbow Estate. Wang Yaotang's residence. In, Ajia, these are your secret weapons. Wang Yaotang dropped a plastic bag onto the floor with a loud rustle. In, another secret weapon. Ajia exclaimed, intrigued. The previous Shin guards had elevated his combat prowess by a full tier. Ajia acted without hesitation, crouching down to open the bag. Iron chains. In, these are far more formidable. Wang Yaotang grinned as he took the chain. Do you grasp the difference between armored and unarmored soldiers? One armored fighter can rout 10. Ajie frowned, examining the chain in his hands. He owns similar ones at home. Hanging laundry on the balcony, suspending odds and ends indoors. Space efficient, yes. But how could such mundane objects relate to armor? Stainless steel chain 1. 2 millimeters thick, outer width 5. 56 millimeters. Wang Yaodang shook it, clinking loudly. This is a simplified hauberk. Impenetrable to blade and spear may be hyperbolic, but these cleavers, you may ignore them entirely. Even thrusts pose no threat, unless precisely aimed into the narrow gap between two adjacent links. If only time permitted, I'd commission custom-forged rings for a proper hauberk. Barring Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade, you'd single-handedly dominate an entire street. Wang Yaodang gestured for Ajie to remove his shirt. Securing one end of the chain around his neck with a carabiner, he began wrapping it tightly around his torso beneath the armpits, layer by layer, while Guan Jiahui assisted fastening each coil with multiple small carabiners. He wrapped continuously down to the lower abdomen, using over 12 meters of chain. Lightweight stainless steel, 100 meters weighed only 16 kilograms, so the 4 pounds draped across Ajie's frame imposed no perceptible burden. Holy shit, I'm about to take off. Ajie's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. And there's more 15-centimeter segments of chain. Jiahui and Xiao Mei threaded each ring individually with carabiners, forming a 10-centimeter-wide collar worn across the shoulders and nape. Wang Yaodang secured the final carabiners, completing the makeshift hauberk. Worn beneath a loose t-shirt late at night, it remained utterly invisible, appearing merely as a youth's ordinary neck chain. Aji's face lit with excitement as he tested mobility. Ajia, take a swing. And before Wang Yaodang could intervene, Ajia lunged forward, cleaver raised high. No restraint held back. Clang, in Wang Yaodang fuck, in Guan Jiahui. Naji struck with full force, sending Aji stumbling forward a step. Wang Yaodang rushed forward, only to see Aji shake himself completely unharmed. Upon closer inspection, the chain bore only a faint shallow scratch. The brothers exchanged glances, then burst into roaring laughter. Tonight, they would carve their way through Baol Lane. A taxi stopped beneath Meiyuan Dasha. Wang Yaodang yanked open the door and leapt out. Brother Yao, Brother Yao. Along the curb, many underlings sat or stood, those summoned for tonight's fight. Seeing Wang Yaodong, they all called out greetings. Wang nodded, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and tossed one over. Have a smoke. Thanks, Brother Yao. He pushed the door open. A clamorous noise spilled out. The room was small. 10-odd men inside made it feel cramped. Brother Yao, Brother Yao. Wang waved to acknowledge them. Zhu Bidong squeezed out from the crowd. Brother Yao's here. Where's the boss? Wang scanned left and right. At the restaurant. He's late on a victory banquet waiting for you. Haha, everyone assembled. Yes. When do we leave? Right now. Saying so, Wang opened the satchel under his arm, drew out a thick wad of cash, and shouted, pay up, settlement fee, 1,000 each. Oh, Brother Yao, how generous. Brother Yao, you're fierce. A chaotic cheer rose. Inside and out, men queued for their money. Morale flared visibly. Thanks, Brother Yao. Brother Yao, so generous. Zhu Bidong pocketed his 1,000. Appreciate it. Wang smiled and patted Zhu Baitong's arm. Where are Aji and the others? Outside, let's go. With the call, over 26 men followed Wang Yaodang toward Baol Xiang and Feilai Dasha. The 2 points were not far along Jinbali Dao, turning onto Jianafen Dao, then south, barely 500 meters in total. Hearing the commotion outside, Guan Zizhen finally stepped out, squinted at the departing crowd, and sneered. Young people are still far too young. He would soon be able to root out a dangerous confidant and seize a business. Guan Zizhen was in high spirits. Watch the tide and see which boss above supports whom. If you only care for the common people, you'll sink in the mud. Promotions come from orders above. If those above favor you, you will rise step by step. At Baol Xiang, before Tintong Xinhe and Tu Sheng had summoned their men, they cursed Guan Zizhen for being blind, yet dared not underestimate him. 30-odd underlings loitered in small groups beneath Feilai Dasha. Tong Xinhe himself waited in a nearby Bing, sure determined that when Guan Zizhen arrived, they would make that bastard pay. After 11, the street had thinned. Those still prowling at this hour were almost all thugs. Tu Sheng had posted lookouts along Jianafen Dao. When the dozens from the other side strode up, they immediately turned and fled, shouting, Xinji's men are coming. Xinji's men are coming. Tong Xin's foot soldiers sprang up from both sides and gathered quickly. One ran into the Bing Shi to inform Tu Sheng. Tong Xin's men completed their muster. At the corner, a group, brandishing machetes, steel pipes, and baseball bats, also emerged. The two sides locked gazes across more than 100 meters. The atmosphere on the street grew instantly heavy. The few pedestrians on either side hurried aside, some ducked into still open shops. Few left, most prepared to watch the spectacle. Whether it's showing off or brawling, it's grand theater, fuel for future bragging rights. Of course, some began calling the police. Wang Yaodang walked at the center of the crowd, Aji and Ajai flanking him. Nearby were Zhu Bitong Yodo and a Hao, some 20-odd underlings followed. The group advanced with menacing momentum. Opposite them, Tu Sheng's side, more numerous, shouted and surged forward. The two factions squared off in the middle of the road. Tu Sheng's gaze swept the crowd and settled on the figure in the middle. Shirt and jeans, crew cut, more student than gangster. Wang Yaodang. Who are you? Where's Guan Zizhen? Are you blind? He's my big brother Yaodang. Ajai raised his machete and cursed. Tu Sheng, you're not even worthy of our boss intervening. Enough, I Wang Yaodang. Wang waved, stepped forward 2 paces. He taunted, Charsiu, where's your backbone? Tu Sheng, you sold my goods without so much as a greeting. No explanation today, and it'll ruin you and your whole family. A volley of coarse Cantonese curses came back. Screw you and your king, you bastard. Wang sneered and waved his hand. Ajai and Aji lunged hard, and amid Tu Sheng's incredulous stare, they slammed into heads and hacked. He staggered back, too slow to flee, only able to raise an arm to block. He felt a chill along his left forearm and lashed out with a kick at Aji. Aji braced and cut down again. Beside him, Ajai chopped in. Tu Sheng felt his right arm and left shoulder go cold once more. Tu Sheng took 3 cuts in succession before his men finally surged to his rescue, giving him a precious moment to catch his breath. As the two charged, Wang Yaotang's underlings followed, howling as they rushed in and dragging others along. Zhu Bitong Yodo and a Hao saw the scene and charged out as well. Faced with a swinging blade, Ajai paid it no heed. He swung his machete and launched into a fierce, relentless barrage. Aji fought with far more method. Ignoring incoming cuts, 2 consecutive slashes toppled an opponent, A horizontal sweep drove back 3, who had surged forward, then he pounced on another with a succession of brutal blows. November 2021, a real footage Jianshazui Tianwentai Lu Xinji vs. Xinghe. Both sides were experienced in street fighting. When they collided, they shouted loudly, but there were none as reckless and Allen as Aji and Ajay. By comparison, Wang Yatang's 8 men followed behind the two, riding their momentum and striking hard, quickly forcing the numerically superior Tong, Xinghe men back. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the pair had felled 7 or 8 men. He could not say how many times had been slashed. His black t-shirt was soaked with blood, his face and neck smeared as well. From above, it was clear that the Xinghe men, evenly matched, were beginning to press their advantage. After Aji and Ajay charged, Wang Yaotang drifted toward the curb. With everyone absorbed in the brawl, no one noticed him. He walked along the sidewalk back to the intersection, glanced once at the melee, shook his head, hands in his pockets, and turned on to Jianna Fendao. The night was quiet. Dozens of meters down the road, he could still hear the shouts. With no one else about, he lit a cigarette with a snap and stood by the roadside smoking alone. He didn't know what trap Guan Zaizen had laid, but it was clearly aimed at him. If he could take himself out of it, there would surely be a way to respond. Away drove a van and waved as he passed Wang Yaotang, only stopping at the intersection. Finishing his cigarette, he stubbed it out. Distant sirens began to wail faintly. Tong Xinghe had been concentrating large numbers of underlings on the street since 10. The situation looked ominous and caught the attention of the Yamadi Police District's anti-gang unit, who mobilized at once after receiving the calls. Wang produced a flashlight, lit it, and began sweeping it toward the intersection. Watching closely, Away shoved his van door open and jumped out. He lit a string of firecrackers and tossed them into a nearby metal drum. The drums and fireworks exploded with loud bangs. Done, they jumped back into the van. With a stomp on the accelerator, they charged toward the still fighting crowd. The firecrackers startled Ajay and Aji. They looked left and right, bit down, and with a few cuts forced people back, then signaled their men to move toward the curb. Horns blared as Away drove straight into the fray, heedless. If you couldn't get out of the way, tough luck. The van wasn't going fast. The odds of a fatality were low. The van came to a stop beside Ajay and Aji. The two pulled open the doors and leapt in. Quick, quick! Cops are coming! Away shouted. Those sharp enough piled into the van. Those who did not were left behind. Sirens were now clearly audible. With a stomp on the gas, they plowed through the crowd and sped off. The sound of gunfire echoed in the night, sharp and rapid like firecrackers. From a nearby police car, Inspector Huang suddenly stood up, banging his head against the roof of the car, not minding the pain as he shouted, "Hurry! Damn it, it's just a brawl. Why is there gunfire?" The police car sped forward, crossing 100 meters in an instant. On the street, a group of disheveled men stood confused, some lying on the ground, others sitting or lying against the curb, while in the distance the taillights of 2 cars quickly disappeared. The scene was not as chaotic as he had imagined, which relieved Huang. However, the sound of gunfire from a nearby metal barrel made the veins on his forehead throb. Damn it, I've been set up. Arrest them! Huang shouted into the intercom, ready to push the door open and get out of the car. But just as he stepped out, he suddenly stopped, his brows furrowing. Something's not right. He seemed to have spotted a man standing on the street where they had just passed. In the dead of night, there weren't many people on the street. A few dozen meters away, there was a gang fight happening. Even if someone were out, they would either leave or watch the commotion. How could there be someone standing by the roadside? Strange, very strange. Strange meant there was a problem. Turn around. Huh. Oh. The officer driving was momentarily stunned, but quickly executed the command, reversing and accelerating back onto Canifin Road in less than 10 seconds. The police car came to a sudden stop beside Wang Yaotang, and Huang led his team out. "Sir, what's the matter?" Wang Yaotang asked with a smile. Huang approached, using the car's headlights to scrutinize him, raising an eyebrow. "You are Xinghe the Turkey?" Wang Yaotang, right? "Yes, that's me, sir. But calling me Turkey is a bit impolite, don't you think? You're a royal police of Hong Kong." Wang Yaotang pouted, looking displeased. Huang sneered, glancing back at his officers, who took a few steps back. He then turned to the intercom on his shoulder, "Arrest him, and ask if he's related to Xinji's gang. What are you doing on the street in the middle of the night?" "Sir, the Qing dynasty is long gone. There's no curfew." Huang's mouth twitched. He had seen many gangsters, but this was the first one with such a sharp tongue. If he hadn't been quick-witted, he wouldn't have realized this was an insult about his being a royal lapdog. Wang Yaotang, recently the most prominent gangster, relying on selling provocative clothing closely associated with gangs like Xinji and Number. In the underworld, they call you Turkey. Am I wrong, brother Turkey? What do you mean by provocative clothing? Who defines that, sir? Your mother. Wang Yaotang shrugged. You dare insult me? Huang's eyes widened as he stepped forward to grab Wang Yaotang by his collar. I can only say that the Chinese language is profound. You misheard me. Was that a question? Do I need to write it down for you? Wang Yaotang stepped back 2 paces. What's wrong with selling clothes? Is there any law in Hong Kong that forbids me from selling clothes? Sir, as a royal police of Hong Kong, you represent the British government. By mocking us, you are mocking the working class. For the first time, Huang found himself unable to argue with a gangster. Now, in the name of the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau, I suspect you were involved in the recent gang fight on the street. Come with me to cooperate with the investigation. Arrest him? I bet you can't. Wang Yaodang clapped his hands, giving a thumbs up. Luckily, I was prepared. As he spoke, he pulled out a portable recorder just released by Sony last year, which was currently recording. The officers coming up halted and turned to their superior. Huang was truly stumped now. He had never seen a gangster carrying a recording device. I don't believe it, Huang thought fiercely. Even with a recording device, I'll still arrest you. Wait, spare him. A loud shout came from behind. Huang was startled and turned to see someone running over from a nearby alley carrying something in his hand. Hello, officer. Let me introduce myself. I am Sang Yunkai, a professional lawyer working at Jiangjijin law firm. This Mr. Wang Yaodang is my client. May I ask why the police are looking for my client? Sang Yunkai gasped for breath before saying seriously, in the last few minutes I have been following my client. I recorded the police vehicle passing by and also captured the moment when it intercepted my client. The video can prove that my client, Mr. Wang Yaodang, has no connection to the gang fight on the street. Sir, the rights granted to the police are to maintain social order and provide a stable and harmonious life for 5 million people in Hong Kong, not to abuse power and harass citizens. Rights should be kept in a cage. Colonial police are so soft. If this were America, they would have been taken down in a flash. Wang Yaodang, I remember you. Huang stared deeply before stepping away from the car, striding towards the scene. Wang Yaodang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, he wasn't worried about the police. He was more concerned about the old bones sending someone to take him out amidst the chaos. The recording was also to guard against the old bones sending someone to find him. With this evidence, he could immediately turn to his grandfather for justice. Bringing Sang Yunkai over was unavoidable. None of his acquaintances could operate a video camera. This device was borrowed from a colleague of Sang Yunkai. Only the flashlight was meant for the police, allowing Jie and Ji to escape in advance while having a backup plan. Thanks. Wang Yaodang patted Sang Yunkai on the shoulder. No need to mention it. Just settle the fees later. And about what you said regarding registering clothing copyrights, don't come to me. Sang Yunkai replied with a smile. Relax, let's go see what's happening. With that, Wang Yaodang chased after Huang. Hey, Sang Yunkai called out behind him, when you have new styles coming out, let me know, okay? Okay, we're all men here. Why wait until we grow old and regret? Just leave me your address later. Wang Yaodang smiled. You cheeky. Sang Yunkai laughed and scolded as he stepped to follow behind. Sir Huang. Wang Yaodang ran a few steps to catch up. Wait. Huang stopped, turning to glare at Wang Yaodang. Sir, I said that everything I prepared was not aimed at the police. Do you believe me? Wang Yaodang smiled and shrugged. I can classify your current behavior as provocation against the police. Can't there be a bit of basic trust between people? Wang Yaodang said helplessly, I firmly believe that social security needs cooperation from both the police and citizens. You know I earn honest money, and what I need is a stable and peaceful environment. Huang stared deeply at Wang Yaodang, but said nothing as he continued toward the scene. Wang Yaodang followed closely behind. It's unlikely that a dignified police inspector would apologize to him. Shaking his head, Wang Yaodang focused on the system notification. You have achieved a glorious victory. Due to your brave performance in battle, your reputation has spread within a limited scope, gaining 80 reputation. Current reputation 235, 435 newcomer in the Jianghu. Not bad, not bad. Oh, I can purchase 2 level 1 skills again. I should find time to spend it. Furthermore, with Xian and not disappointing as a member of the 4 big gangs, the reputation given is as high as Liangfu. The police arrived quickly, and with many of De Tushang's subordinates injured, quite a few had even been hit by cars, and most of them did not escape. A Jie and a Ji had already instructed their subordinates to follow quickly upon hearing the firecrackers, so they all managed to run away. Zhu Baitong had his own thoughts lingering at the edge of the battlefield, and when he saw a Jie and a Ji fleeing, he turned and ran immediately. Niu Tu and Ahao had plenty of street fighting experience, and were keeping an eye on their surroundings, only slightly slower than Zhu Baitong. The 3 took a few subordinates with them, leaving behind 12 of Sheng Yi's subordinates at the scene, all injured, with 7 of them severely wounded, each having been slashed at least 3 times. Why are you handcuffing him? An older officer slapped a young police officer. Huh, what's the problem? The young officer looked confused. Are you going to pay for the ambulance or the medical expenses, you fool? For such serious injuries, just leave them for their bosses to pay for their treatment. Oh, the young officer finally realized. According to the regulations of the Hong Kong government for the protection of human rights, the police must call for an ambulance whenever they arrest someone, whether or not they are a criminal, as long as they are injured. In the movie Young and Dangerous 3, Chinese hero, when Luo Tua and Wu Ye came out of the restaurant and encountered Shan Ji, a fight broke out. When the police arrived, they called for an ambulance to take the injured Luo Tua to the hospital. Luo Tua was wealthy and arranged for a private room at his own expense. If it were a poor guy like a Luo, the government would pay for the treatment. According to the law, the sentence wouldn't be long, and most of the seriously injured would still be lying in the hospital receiving care very comfortably. During this era, gang conflicts were common enough, with the government footing the bill, leading to the police being the first to go bankrupt. The traditional approach was to take away those with minor injuries and wait for the gang to bail them out, while the seriously injured were left for the gang to handle themselves, with the aim of making the gangs bleed financially. The more chaotic the area, the fewer police there were. Taxpayer money was not meant to be spent on the poor. Of course, this was during colonial times. Watching the police take people away, Wang Yaodang took a deep breath and stepped forward. Regardless of whether Officer Sun had plotted against them, these subordinates had helped Wang Yaodang carry out his tasks, and as the boss he had to ensure that his subordinates received proper care after being injured. Wang Yaodang couldn't just casually toss his injured subordinates to a clinic for a quick bandage and then ignore them. If the subordinates fought for him, he had to shoulder the responsibilities for them. It's the middle of the night, and instead of sleeping you learn how to fight. Are you all trying to get killed? Wang Yaodang shouted loudly as he strode over. You idiots, I'll be sure to let your parents know. This shout turned the heads of dozens of gangsters and officers present. The gangsters thought, why are you all so neatly dressed? Didn't you just fight not long ago? Why have you suddenly appeared now? Don't you fear being arrested? An anti-gang officer thought, this guy has come out now, is he provoking the police? Dao Yiming thought this is bad. What about the task Zhu Baitong assigned? Huang Bingyao asked, what trouble is this kid trying to stir up? Wang Yaodang waved at Officer Huang with a smile. The anti-gang officers also looked at Huang Bingyao, waiting for their leader to speak. Officer Huang. Wang Yaodang walked over with a smile. Look, this group of idiots isn't inherently bad. You know what life is like for the lower class in Hong Kong, a whole family of 6 or 7 crowded into a pigeon cage. Parents have no time to educate them, schools have no resources to teach them, and a single strand of hair from the times weighs heavily on them, with the harsh social environment shaping them into this. Sigh. Wang Yaodang sighed. For those who have made mistakes, they must be punished, judged, and criticized, but the goal is not to destroy or kill them, but to clarify the seriousness of the issue while adopting a benevolent attitude, helping them recognize their mistakes and correct them, allowing them to become better people. You agree, right? Huang Bingyao took a deep breath, laughing in anger. With such eloquence, are you planning to run for office? You're flattering me, you're flattering me. Wang Yaodang chuckled. Punishment should precede leniency, treating the illness while saving the person. I also find these people pitiable, but things have happened, and we must face them. I plan to give each of them a sum of money for their medical expenses to let them understand that there are still people in this society who care about them. In this world there is true kindness. I hope to touch them and guide them onto the right path. Huang Bingyao retorted sarcastically. You say it so beautifully, but it's just paying for the medical expenses. I didn't expect you to be so loyal, wanting to learn from Guan Shengren, so righteous and chivalrous. Yes, Wang Yaodang admitted generously. Guan Shengren also had to run away selling jujubes. This doesn't hinder his chivalry, and he was always helping the needy. Well, you give them money, and I'll arrest them once you do. Huang Bingyao sneered. Officer Huang, there's no need for that. Wang Yaodang laughed, covering his face. I apologize, Officer Huang. Be magnanimous and give me some face. After glancing at Wang Yaotong, Huang Bingyao snorted, but the corners of his mouth twitched upwards. 10 minutes ago, what were you, Wang Yaodong, to deserve my respect? You should have sent your grandparent instead. Now, just hearing this kid compliment me is truly pleasant. As long as you want to walk the right path, do it properly. I don't want to see this kind of thing happen again today. Huang Bingyao unknowingly elevated this guy's status a few levels. While they weren't equal in dialogue, he was now qualified to negotiate. I don't want to either, but the boss wants to push me out as a cannon fodder. What can a small fry like me do? I can't even make it to the market to say something unpleasant. If a hair falls out, your anti-gang unit will come after me. Being the biggest and fiercest in the gang doesn't matter. I just want to make money, so spare me. Wang Yaodang shook his head as he spoke. Hey, Huang Bingyao laughed, patting Wang Yaodang on the chest. You want to make money, but you want put in the effort and you want to take advantage. It's my fault the society is like this. I'm also being forced. What you're saying is useless to me. Huang Bingyao shook his head and turned to shout, all units gather. The police hurriedly got into their cars. Huang Bingyao looked back and shook his head. Let's go. You achieved a diplomatic victory in your first direct encounter with the police. Your reputation has spread from the gang level to the police. Due to your exceptional performance in negotiation, your reputation has circulated in a small range within the police system, gaining 100 reputation. Current reputation 335535. Emerging. Congratulations, your reputation has upgraded from newcomer to emerging. System rewards have been issued. Please check. Wow. Wang Yaodang just glanced out of habit and didn't expect such a big surprise. The police are indeed a government department. Even if it's just a different perspective from a police superintendent, the boost in reputation is certainly not something the gang level can compare to. Really incredible. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, Wang Yaodang would have wanted to put his hands on his hips and laugh for a while. As for the rewards, now is not the time to focus on them. There's no escaping anyway. Lawyer saying I need you to bail out my people. Wang Yaodang turned to look. No, you have to pay for it yourself. Sang Yunkai waved his hand. They'll head over. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yaodang stepped towards the 7 injured subordinates lying on the ground. Behind him, Si Yinzai parked a van nearby. Hurry up. Wang Yaodang waved his hand, and Si Yinzai opened the first aid kit and ran over. Don't move, bear with it. It'll simply dress your wounds to stop the bleeding, and then Si Yinzai will take you to the clinic the gang collaborates with. Wang Yaodong wrapped the wounds with gauze while reassuring them. If you come out to work with me, Wang Yaodong, you won't be let down. Later, don't be afraid to spend money at the clinic, stitches for drips and tetanus shots. We'll arrange all of it for you. Each of you will get 2,000 for nutrition. See, Yin, Zai pay up. Sure thing, Brother Yao. Si Yin opened the bag. The money had already been prepared, stacked neatly, and distributed directly to the brothers. Their bloodied hands tightly gripped the money, and their spirits instantly brightened, no longer showing expressions of pain, each smiling. Thank you, Brother Yao. Thank you, Brother Yao. It's only right, since you as my subordinates put in the effort. I as the boss cannot let you worry. All right, get in the car, let's go to the clinic. There are cigarettes in the car, take a puff to ease up. Wang Yaodong helped each one up with a smile. Si Yin's, I take good care of the brothers. Once everything is sorted, take everyone out for supper. By the way, don't eat seafood, don't drink alcohol. It's not that the boss is stingy, but afraid you'll get infected. Understood, Brother Yao. Thank you, Brother Yao. All right, enough, don't delay any longer. Wang Yaodong waved his hand, and Si Yin's eye nodded, stepping on the gas to speed off. With one task completed, Wang Yaodong sighed in relief. It was time to go back and see how Ji and the others were doing. However, Wang Yaotong's steps grew slower and slower, eventually stopping with a sigh. Several people remained on the street, mostly members of Tong Xin He and their severely injured underlings. The two Sheng had fled after being wounded. The other senior figures capable of making decisions had been taken away by the police. Almost all who remained were Blue Lanterns, and the two Si Gao Zais present were mere fringe members. Yet, even to handle this situation required both authority and funds. There was no way to contact any senior figures within the Triad, no phone numbers available. Hearing pained groans from behind, Wang Yaodong paused, turned, and walked back. Only for the sight before him to suddenly evoke a scene from the film Election, the ceremonial baton carried in an airplane for the Triad's leader, followed by the gravely wounded protagonist abandoned alone in a telephone booth by Jimmy. Victory crowns the victor, defeat seals the vanquished. This truth held for elders just as it did for underlings. It's not that I've grown soft, Wang Yaodong murmured quietly. I bear no personal grudge against these hooligans. Our clash was merely duty-bound combat waged on behalf of our respective masters. Most of them I've never even heard of. They're simply ordinary men struggling to survive. If there's enmity, it lies with the elders, not with these nameless foot soldiers. There's no need to hold grudges against them. Consider it an act of hidden virtue. Exactly, cultivating a reputation for righteousness and honor, just as Senior Inspector Huang advised. With this swift internal cascade of self-persuasion, Wang Yaodong raised his voice. Shall I call emergency services for you? Brother Yao, according to Triad rules, our members aren't allowed in hospitals. One Si Gao's I hesitated before replying. Pointing sharply at the youth's nose, Wang Yaodong burst into laughter, bitter, incredulous. Idiot. Are you planning to wait until you bleed out? You, a mere Si Gao Zai, daring to fret over matters fit for a sitting elder. Do you think this Triad is your family home? Or are you expecting me to foot the bill for you? Madman. Wang Yaodong waved dismissively and strode toward a nearby shop, pounding hard on the door. Bang bang. Stop hiding. We're not slaughtering your entire family. Just call emergency services. Is it auspicious to let someone die right outside your shop front? Having finished his tirade, Wang Yaodong strode off without looking back. His duty fulfilled, his conscience clear. Just a few steps away, a system notification abruptly flashed before his eyes. You have achieved victory in a rhetorical confrontation. During your address, your words delivered a decisive blow to the morale of the rival Triad's wounded members. Your compassionate counsel transformed their resentment into respect. Your reputation has spread, modestly granting 80 renown. 3 members of the opposing faction now regard you with profound admiration and seek to join your ranks. Current renown 415615, emerging prominence. Wang Yaodong, what the hell is this? What does seeking to join your ranks even mean? Since when did diplomatic triumphs involve enemy troops defecting en masse? He shook his head, momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for words. Yet strangely, it felt exhilarating. Forget it. No need to turn back and ask who among you admires me. A true elder waits, calm, composed, for his admirers to seek him out of their own volition. With that thought, he headed steadily toward the Ma Do storefront, the prearranged rendezvous point after the retreat. Meanwhile, in Simsha Sui's turf, Wang Yaodong's mood remained buoyant. Zhu Baitong burst through the door, gasping deeply twice before snatching up the teapot on the table and gulping down its contents. The inner door swung open. Guan Zai-san, who had been waiting anxiously, immediately spotted Zhu Baitong drenched in blood and demanded urgently, how did it go? Realizing his tone had sounded too frantic, he hastily added, and you? How are you? Are you injured? Should we take you to the hospital first? Zhu Baitong glanced down, a slash across his left shoulder, another across his back, long in appearance, yet superficial with minimal bleeding. Only professional enforcers employed genuine cleavers, because elders would go to great lengths to protect them. Why? Because such enforcers were trusted confidants, elite combatants, and the very face of the Triad, costly to train and irreplaceable like Chen Haonan. Ordinary blue lanterns and Seagao Zeiss wielded only thin, lightweight cleavers, mere iron sheets, inflicting trivial wounds with each strike. Otherwise, how could Ho Sing have suffered only 7 serious injuries in the entire brawl? As for Tong Xian, he's higher casualty count. Ajie and Aji had worn protective armor. No need. Was that bastard arrested? Guan Zai-sun pressed again. Allah. Zhu Baitong blinked. Guan Zai-sun instantly sensed something dire. Speak up. He snapped. Swallowing hard, Zhu Baitong replied hoarsely, the police arrived. We scattered. Guan Zai-sun nearly drew his cleaver to gut Zhu Baitong on the spot. Taking a slow, steadying breath, he forced calm. Don't lose your temper. Don't lose your temper. If this fool handled affairs as competently as that bastard, he'd have staged a coup long ago. Now, tell me exactly what happened. We met. Brother Yao. Brother Yao. Zhu Baitong strained to recall. He spoke only twice, first declaring De Tu Sheng unworthy of your personal involvement, second demanding accountability for De Tu Sheng's illicit drug sales. Then Ji charged forward and slashed De Tu Sheng, after which the fight erupted. Then a van plowed into the crowd. Ji and his men fled, the police arrived, and I escaped. Where is that bastard now? Guan Zai-sun ground his molars together as he asked. No, I didn't see him, Zhu Baitong mumbled, head-bowed voice barely audible, like a mosquito's whine. 60-odd men clashing in chaos. He'd been slashing, dodging slashes, scanning for police, all while tracking a single man. Impossible. Guan Zai-sun's temples throbbed violently. Snatching up his teacup, he hurled it across the room. You imbecilic motherfucking fool. After venting, he paced furiously around the room. Fortunately, he hadn't pinned all hopes on this fool. If Dao Yuming confessed at the station, everything could still be set right. He halted abruptly. Tend to your wounds immediately. The bastard may return or call soon. I'll await you at the reserved banquet hall. With that order, Guan Zai-sun strode out the door. If the bastard had somehow evaded capture, financial leverage remained, and Guan Zai-sun held the upper hand as the bastard's sworn elder. His authority was absolute, his strategy layered and unassailable. Champagne Tower storefront. Citing urgent personal business and concern for his younger sister's safety at home, Wang Yaodang had arranged for Jie's mother to accompany her. Better not burden her with needless worry. Wang Yaodang knocked several times. It's me. The roller shutter rose from within, and he ducked inside. How are you? Injured? Wang Yaodang asked upon entering, turning his gaze to Jie and Ji. Just minor cuts, Jie grinned, lifting his arm to demonstrate. Both men had their upper arms heavily bandaged, blood seeped faintly through the gauze. 6 or 7 lacerations, but shallow enough to pose little danger. Their torsos bore fine crimson-purple arc-shaped contusions. Blunt force trauma, nothing serious. This armor truly was extraordinary. And you? Wang Yaodang turned to the blue lanterns. All stood bare-chested wounds, wrapped, some nursing linear purple-black swellings from steel pipe strikes, now applying ice packs. Fine, just scratches. Those Tong Xin he weaklings. Barely tickles. They treated their injuries with nonchalance, striking defiant poses for their elder, even as they winced, teeth bared in pain. Liang and Yuan were hurt worse. Wei took them to the clinic. Wang Yaodang nodded. I don't know when the Triad will formally initiate you, but you are all my underlings, Wang Yaotong's men. My character needs no introduction, you've seen it firsthand. Defeating Tong Xin, he makes you heroes. Those 2 Venus belong to me now, and once settled you'll command your own underlings. Thank you, Brother Yao. This time their shout rang out in perfect unison, morale soaring, unstoppable. Earlier, I told each of you to summon 2 reliable, capable brothers. Have you found them? Wang Yaodang asked, smiling. Done. Here. I gave them a few $100s to wait at the arcade down the street. Jie replied, grinning. Excellent. Wang Yaodang declared, voice resonant and commanding, bring them here. Arm yourselves and launch a counterstrike against the 2 Sheng. Watching them, Wang Yaodang was reminded of his brothers several years ago. Poor at home, poor in studies, idle day after day, skipping class to play soccer or basketball on the courts, gathering gangs for brawls. They barely scraped by, sometimes earning a few $100s by showing up as hired muscle, which already counted as a good day. Their daily preoccupations were never lofty, only who had the prettiest girlfriend or who'd risen through the ranks to join a triad. The youths arrived swiftly, raw, eager, and ruthless. These young men, dreaming only of triad glory, struck hardest when unburdened by restraint. By contrast, those who'd spent years in the underworld now hesitated, weighed down by caution. Idiot, introduce yourselves. In Brother Yao, in Brother Yao, in enough. Wang Yaodang raised a hand to quiet them. You all know what's happened. Your conduct will decide everything. Thank you, Brother Yao. Wang Yaodang turned to Jie, who nodded. Follow me. Weapons and pay are waiting. While others bustled nearby, Wang Yaodang pulled Ji aside. No one saw you. No, Ji smiled. I slipped the goods into the car on my way back. Wei disposed of them. Good, Wang Yaodang said, clapping Ji's shoulder with a grin. Ji of the Downhill Tiger, first enforcer. That name must never tarnish. I still want to rise on my own strength, Ji replied. Nonsense. Survive first, then talk about skill. You've never had formal training. Stop daydreaming. Wang Yaodang muttered under his breath, then added, "Once we're flush, I'll open a boxing gym with certified coaches. We can't match giants like the Sun Yan or the Number Gang. They cultivate talent in disciplined tiers. No rush. I'll enroll in a gym soon and start training," Ji said, smiling. Wang Yaodang slung an arm over his shoulder and gave him a playful shake. Between brothers, words were unnecessary. After speaking with Ji, Wang Yaodang suddenly thought of himself. Originally intending to save reputation points to buy skills, English, design, law, countless abilities vital to future advancement. But survival came first. He opened the system interface and navigated to the reputation shop. Skill Muay Thai. He tapped to purchase. Cost 100 reputation points in current reputation, 315, 615 emerging prominence. His vision blurred. He stood barefoot in shorts drenched in sweat before a heavy bag, unleashing fists, elbows, knees, and shins in rapid blurring succession. His silhouette flickered like lightning, until the bag collapsed into a padded wooden post, yet he kept striking, punching, elbowing, kicking, kneeing. Sweat flew in every direction, exhaustion held no dominion over him. After an unknown span of time, Wang Yaodang opened his eyes. His muscles denser, his knuckles hardened with calluses, his elbows thickened with sinew and layered with toughened skin. He lashed out at empty air. A jab and elbow strike, a sweeping leg kick. Power surged unmistakably through his limbs. How much his combat effectiveness had increased with Sonda layered atop Muay Thai, he couldn't quantify, but his physical prowess had deepened and his repertoire of responses broadened. "Brother Yao, we're ready to go." Right. Snapping back to reality, Wang Yaodang swept his arm forward. "Let's go, Crush Tong Xine. Crush Tong Xine." Over 20 voices roared behind him, surging with raw momentum. Walking down the hushed street, Wang Yaodang suddenly smiled. "What's so funny?" Ajia asked. Missing the BGM. In this moment demanded a soundtrack. Commanding storms. I stride freely, gazed upon by multitudes. In commanding storms, I need never look behind. In uprooting heaven and earth, I decree my own sovereign law. A wild wolf, fierce flashing-eyed, in Bao Lu Lane. The wounded Tong Xin he youths had vanished, but vast stains of blood still soaked the pavement. Around them, 24 shops reopened. Crowds lingered on the street, easily identifiable as Triad members. The FA building housed not just Tong Xin he but multiple operators of brothels and gambling dens. Several Triads maintained interests here: bars, massage parlors, mahjong halls, saunas. Wang Yaodang's reappearance instantly drew every eye. Someone quickly recognized him: Wang Yaodang of the Ho Sheng Yi, who just clashed with the Tu Sheng of Tong Xin he. And while the Tu Sheng fled, Wang Yaodang walked away unscathed, even exchanging banter with police officers. Within an hour, his name spread like wildfire. As for the two men beside him, few knew their names. Yet many had witnessed their ferocity in that brawl. They'd felled 7 or 8 of the Tu Sheng's men. Didn't they already leave? Back again, in a counterstrike. Now this is entertainment, and Tong Xin he's in deep trouble now. Onlookers relished chaos without consequence. Ajia, you take your team upstairs to clear Tong Xin he's premises, Wang Yaodang ordered. Ji, you lead yours to sweep the rival site at Yulian building. Understood. Understood. 2 squads surged forward. Wang Yaodang followed, Ajia's group up the stairs. "Boss, bad news. Wang Yaodang of Ho Sheng Yi is back." The Tu Sheng, wrapped in bandages, shot upright. Before he could speak, the door exploded inward. A chorus of shrieks pierced the air as 8 hostesses screamed from the outer room. Ajia charged in first, cleaver raised. The Tu Sheng's scalp prickled. He flipped the dining table before him. "You motherfucker." Ajia raised an arm to shield his face, kicked the table aside, and lunged, swinging his blade downward with brutal force. Crack. The Tu Sheng blocked with the chair beneath him, then drove a vicious kick into Ajia's abdomen. This move, he drilled it relentlessly. Ajia staggered backward, colliding with his men crowding the doorway. From behind, Wang Yaodang's voice cut through the chaos. "Ajia, step back. Let me handle the trash." Ajia lowered his blade, gestured toward the Tu Sheng, and withdrew with his men. The Tu Sheng, "Fancy meeting again," Wang Yaodang said, sweeping broken plates aside with his foot as he strode in, smiling. "Wang Yaodang, you seek death." The Tu Sheng's eyes darted wildly, his voice shrill with bravado masking terror. "I'm clearing your territory today. Even Jesus couldn't stop me." "Fingo." The Tu Sheng slashed his hand downward. Nan, the messenger who'd rushed in moments earlier, flew backward, clutching his gut. His face purpled, he retched violently, gasping for air. "Your turn, to Tu Sheng. How would you like to die?" "I'm merciful. I'll let you choose." Wang Yaodang grinned, flashing 8 gleaming white teeth. "Bludgeoning, beheading, strangulation, or perhaps suicide by jumping. More dignified, don't you think?" In moments, his remaining underlings fled, leaving the Tu Sheng alone. Ajia stood poised with cleaver drawn, a dozen pairs of eyes locked onto him, ravenous and unblinking. You Wang Yaodang. Don't you respect Jianghu rules?" Trapped on the 8th floor, sweat drenched the Tu Sheng's brow. His lips trembled, pale with fear. "Rules? Fine, you set them." Wang Yaodang gestured politely. Yes, territorial claims do have protocols. No endless sabotage, that'd bankrupt everyone. Traditionally, the flag remained standing until dawn, or surrender was declared. Onion. If I lose, I accept defeat. To walk out alive, this was the Tu Sheng's sole path. A duel? What's in it for me? Wang Yaodang smiled. Was fortune truly delivering a pillow to a sleeping man? In time to test my new skills, NDA Tu Sheng's eyes blazed. Could he possibly win? And just kidding. Come on then. Wang Yaodang tucked his left hand behind his back and beckoned with his right. I'll kill you. Enraged beyond reason, the Tu Sheng hurled the chair, then charged. Wang Yaodang sidestepped lightly, met the Tu Sheng's lunge with a whip kick, followed by a high whip kick. The Tu Sheng barely raised his left forearm to guard his temple, then absorbed a stinging right jab, immediately countered by a left jab. Wang Yaodang kept his left hand behind his back, retreated half a step, and launched his right elbow upward in a brutal bone-jarring collision. The Tu Sheng cried out, his knuckles screaming in agony. He staggered back, twice, face contorted in pain, left arm trembling uselessly. That's it, Wang Yaodang sneered, and closed the distance in one explosive step, left low whip kick, followed by right front thrust kick. It was the Tu Sheng's own signature move. He sucked in his gut and recoiled, but misstepped on the overturned table behind him, stumbling off balance. Opportunity seized. Wang Yaodang exploded forward, fist cocked, hammering downward. NDA Tu Sheng raised an arm to block, but his footing failed him, and he lurched sideways once more. Left leg, followed by right spinning hook kick. Too late to parry, the Tu Sheng took the full impact to the skull. Darkness swallowed his vision. He crumpled unconscious. Wang Yaodang settled into stance, exhaled softly, and commanded, carry him out. Late at night, with nothing pressing to attend to, members of several rival factions watched intently as the confrontation between Wang Yaodang and the Tu Sheng unfolded. Moments earlier, several of the Tu Sheng's underlings had fled the building, bleeding and panicked, yet the Tu Sheng himself remained unseen, clearly trapped inside. The climax was imminent. Every eye was fixed on the stairwell entrance. He did not keep them waiting long. Soon Wang Yaodang emerged from the stairwell, hands tucked casually into his pockets, wearing a crisp white shirt and clean denim jeans. Some gasped softly, others murmured in hushed tones, while many pointed discreetly. But whenever Wang Yaodang glanced their way, nearly all responded with warm, respectful smiles. This was the quiet triumph reserved for victors. Behind him, several underlings carried the unconscious the Tu Sheng out, not dumping him callously onto the street, but gently propping him upright against the wall. Wang Yaodang smiled and offered a formal fistapalm salute to those gathered. Ho Sing Wang Yaodang. Greetings, esteemed brothers. A minor dispute has disturbed your peace. I offer my sincere apologies. Well done. Brother Yao, you're legendary. Brother Yao, absolutely outstanding. With another smile, Wang Yaodang returned the salute left and right, a gesture steeped in old-school chivalry that drew enthusiastic cheers. It was the 1980s, untouched by the tides of new ideologies or the internet. Hong Kong and Macau society, especially within Triad circles, still upheld time-honored customs and traditions. After all, monogamy had only been legally enforced for 9 years. The Tu Sheng cracked one eye open, just slightly gazing at Wang Yaodang, the center of all attention, and silently cursed. What a disaster. So pretentious, bowing like some scholar. What kind of short, scrawny runt fancies himself cultured? Anyone can do it. I'll copy him too. Watching Wang Yaodang stride away confidently with his men, the Tu Sheng staggered to his feet and limped off. He had suffered a decisive defeat. His immediate priority was the clinic. The sutures from his earlier wound had torn open. He bled profusely, drenched like a blood-soaked gourd. Delay any longer, and he would bleed out. Retaliation was out of the question. Having lost a fair, unknown fight, any further challenge would violate the unwritten codes of the Underworld. Ho Sing could issue a formal assassination order, and even Tong Sun would be powerless to shield him. On his way home, Wang Yaodang opened his system interface. You have achieved a resounding victory in battle. Owing to your valor in combat, your reputation has spread modestly. Reputation 60. Current reputation 3,75675, emerging prominence. Not bad. After all, it was a double strike maneuver, a frontal assault followed by a swift counterattack. 60 points was already commendable. What truly intrigued him, however, were his holdings. His gaze shifted to his personal profile. Name Wang Yaodang. Height 175 centimeters. Reputation 3,75675, emerging prominence. Affiliation Ho Sing. Rank C Gao Jai 4th level member. Skills driving LV. 1 Sonda LV. 1 Muay Thai LV. 1 Fine Arts LV. 1. Holdings 4 adult lingerie stalls, 1 adult novelty shop. Wang Yaodang furrowed his brow slightly. No change appeared in his assets. Though the Tu Sheng had conceded, matters might yet shift. Troublesome. At Yaolin building, the Tu Sheng had stationed few men. Aji subdued them effortlessly. The two groups converged. Over 20 men, each gripping bats or cleavers. Though disorganized, their morale soared after victory, lending them an imposing, if ragged, presence. Wang Yaotang praised them warmly, prompting exuberant whoops from his underlings. 3 years ago they had stood just like this, fresh out of Choi Hung Estate. Shaking his head with a faint smile, he took a leather briefcase from Si Yinjai and withdrew a wad of cash, handing it to Al Y. Take your brother Y out for late-night snacks, then find some company, and finish with a hot spring bath. Thank you, Brother Yao. Long live Brother Yao. After a gang brawl, what truly thrilled them most wasn't chasing women. It was drinking, boasting, and reveling together. The group dispersed noisily. Wang Yaotang walked slowly alongside Ji and Jia, while Si Yinjai followed in a van. Just then Wang Yaotang wished for silence, to gather his thoughts before meeting the seasoned elder Quan Zai-sum. Hong Fu Ki Restaurant, owned by Liang Lam, a decades-old institution where Ho Sing Yi traditionally held ceremonial banquets. The tea before Quan Zai-sum had long gone cold untouched. Distracted and uneasy, he'd already dispatched men to investigate. His usual informant, Chu Bei-tong, proved useless this time. Suddenly hurried footsteps echoed up the stairs. Quan Zai-sum snapped his gaze toward the doorway, only to hear his underlings report. His vision darkened. He confirmed the news repeatedly, nearly crushing his teacup in fury. Dao Yuming's gambit had backfired utterly. No, it was worse than mere failure. If Dao Yuming still foolishly named Wang Yaotang, Ji and Jia as suspects, Wang Yaotang would never let it rest. Once captured, the only defense left would be Dao Yuming's own hollow accusations. Baseless slander, nothing more. Yet the Triad was no court of law. What mattered most was what people believed in their hearts. Damn it. How did things spiral so far? In that moment, Quan Zai-sum truly panicked, reaching immediately for the phone to warn Chu Bei-tong to eliminate Dao Yuming before that wretch could act. But just as he rose, footsteps clattered up from below, and a voice preceded its owner, Quan Zai-sum. Congratulations. With a Yao so formidable, you must feel quite proud yourself. Quan Zai-sum's expression froze. He sprang up, laughing heartily. Brother Bo, Brother Rome. So prompt. You're most welcome. Come, please sit. Distracted, he suppressed his alarm and welcomed the pair with practiced charm. The three elders sat together chatting amiably, while Ngao Tao and Aho flanked them, and several Si Gaojai occupied another table nearby. Mid-conversation, heavy footsteps thudded up the stairs. All turned. There stood Wang Yaotang, tousled hair, immaculate composure, and a poised winning smile as he ascended the second floor. Senior brother, I've returned. Mission accomplished. Excellent. Quan Zai-sum slammed the table, elated. First you struck the two Sheng down face-to-face, then doubled back like lightning to decapitate his command. Absolutely extraordinary. He rushed forward, gripping Wang Yaotang's shoulders and inspecting him head to toe. Ha. Ah Yao, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You possess both intellect and grit. You will become the pillar of Ho Sing Yi's next generation. At the next incense ceremony, I'll personally petition the Sitguan to grant you official rank. Brothers Bo and Rome, what say you? Quan Zai-sum draped an arm over Wang Yaotang's shoulder, his face flushed with pride and laughter. Lately, Yao has performed admirably, suppressing Fuck Yihing, neutralizing Ing Lianxi, and distributing goods across every venue in North Point. He's risen remarkably. Fat Bo chuckled approvingly. Ngao Tao bowed his head slightly, his expression sour. Aho glanced over, their eyes met, and both subtly curled their lips in disdain. Where the hell did he vanish when the fighting started? More like Chicken Yao, or Rat Yao. Indeed, he's brought considerable business to our branch lately. Revenue has nearly doubled. Ma Fu Rong added with a smile. Securing 2 venues from Tong Sunhua, once our flag is planted there, he'll certainly merit official promotion. Fat Bo smoothly continued. Thank you, senior brothers, and Uncle Bo, Uncle Rong. These are merely small deeds by us juniors, hardly worthy of such praise. I'm quite embarrassed. Wang Yaotang smiled modestly. Without the 3 of you anchoring us from behind, these 100-odd gene of mine would have long since been chopped to pieces. Other societies yield not to me, but to your authority. Please don't mock me, senior brothers. How is it? Quan Zai-sum beamed. Impressive. Promising. Fat Bo and Ma Fu Rong praised warmly. In that instant, Wang Yaotang couldn't tell. Was Quan Zai-sum speaking from genuine admiration or deliberately elevating him to draw enmity? Damn, old fox. The celebratory banquet lasted over an hour, concluding well past 2 o'clock in the morning. After seeing Fat Bo, Ma Fu Rong and Guan Zai-sum off into their car, Wang Yaotang stood at the restaurant's entrance for several long moments, dazed and unsteady. Already intoxicated, the cool night breeze nearly sent him collapsing onto the pavement. He rubbed his throbbing temples. At the banquet table, everyone was either a senior or had rendered assistance. Though he was the guest of honor, he'd been obliged to toast each person in turn, and each in return had insisted on drinking with him, glass after glass emptied without pause. Wang Yaotang had lost count of how much he'd consumed. Are you all right, Brother Yao? Si Yinzai asked, concern etched across his face. Within the Triads hierarchy, Ji and Jia lacked the seniority to shield him from drinking duties. They could only watch helplessly. As for Si Yinzai, he wasn't even a blue lantern. Out of loyalty to his brother, Wang Yaotang had deliberately kept him outside the Triad. Yet blood remained blood. Brother was always brother regardless of formal affiliation. Let's get in the car. We're heading to the police station, Wang Yaoteng said, waving dismissively before settling into the vehicle and closing his eyes in silence. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself awake enough to open the prestige shop. Drinking too much was unbearable. Surely the shop stocked something to remedy this. He was flush with prestige, so he spent freely. Category Special. Vitality Elixir Stamina Elixir Minor Wound Salve Minor Sunwata Lu Wei Di Huang, Wan Jin Kue, Xin Shi, Wan Long Dan, Xiegan, Wan Wild Growth Scroll of the Fae, which Basic Purification Scroll. He scrolled through the list. The elixirs were inexpensive, 20 prestige points each for vitality and stamina, 50 for the salve and sunwater, but he couldn't tell whether any would alleviate intoxication. The Basic Purification Scroll, however, read, cleanses temporary adverse status effects. 100 prestige points. Drunkenness wasn't death. No, it truly wasn't necessary. His gaze settled on the vitality elixir. He tapped to purchase. Spent 20 prestige points. Current prestige, 355 675, emerging prominence. With a flick of his wrist, a small vial appeared in his palm. He peered down. It shimmered faintly blue, presumably. Shaking his head hard, he uncorked it and downed the contents in one gulp. A surge of crisp, invigorating freshness exploded across his tongue, followed instantly by crystalline clarity flooding his mind. The vertigo vanished entirely, and when he opened his eyes again, the world no longer swam before him. Yet his limbs remained leaden, his body utterly drained of strength. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the Yao Mati police station. The 6 police districts were a post-1997 arrangement. At present, the Kowloon walled city remained beyond the law. Hong Kong Island operated under just 4 districts: Hong Kong Island District, Kowloon City District, Sham, Shui, Pa District, and Yao Mati District. "Hey, Brother Tong, what brings you here?" Wang Yaoteng called out the moment he stepped from the car, and startled Zhu Baitong, who whirled around sharply. Upon recognizing Wang Yaoteng, a flash of panic crossed Zhu Baitong's face. "Ah, yes, it's you, Brother Yao. What's the matter? Did your boss send you to pay bail?" Wang Yaoteng teased lightly. "Ah, no. I just felt uneasy, so I came to check in to escort everyone home safely." Wang Yaoteng raised an eyebrow. Such flustered behavior could only mean something was amiss. "So Brother Tong doesn't trust me. You think I'd mistreat my brothers?" "No, not at all. I simply thought you'd had too much to drink, so I'd step in for you. Since you're here now, I'll take my leave." Zhu Baitong shook his head vigorously. "Thanks, I'll catch up with you later." Wang Yaoteng waved cheerfully as he strode toward the station. Watching him disappear inside, Zhu Baitong stamped his foot. Disaster. Disaster. What do I do now? Should he flee? Damn it. Pray that Dao Yuming sobered up quickly and kept his mouth shut. Solicitor saying, "Is everything settled?" Wang Yaoteng asked with a smile. Solicitor saying Yunkai replied softly, "One remains He Ming, nicknamed Dao Yuming. He has identified you as the ringleader and accused Kai Yijia and Rin Hongji, among others, of causing grievous bodily harm." Wang Yaoteng's eyes hardened like tempered steel. Damn his mother. A voice cut in from behind. "Wang Yaoteng, here to surrender. I'm warning you, don't slander me or I'll sue you for defamation." Wang Yaoteng spun around abruptly, only to find Huang Bingyao standing there. "Ah, Sir Huang, you gave me quite a fright." Huang Bingyao. Inspector Huang. Solicitor Sang stepped forward. Under statutory law, the veracity of a suspect's statement must be independently corroborated before it may serve as evidentiary basis for conviction. A solitary confession cannot by itself determine guilt. Huang Bingyao turned his gaze to Wang Yaoteng, a faint knowing smile playing upon his lips. "Why the sudden silence? You'd barely left our sight before striking back at Tong Xian Ho, like a military feint. Triad warfare has gone tactical, Brother Yao. You're formidable. I've always told people when Inspector Huang arrives, Yao Tsim becomes peaceful. When Inspector Huang arrives, justice shines bright over Yao Tsim. Wang Yaoteng threw his arms wide. Huang Bingyao rolled his eyes, biting back a grin. "I'm warning you. Get Kai Yijia and Rin Hongji to surrender immediately. Don't make us go hunting for them. Another sleepless night with you lot. Hurry up and collect your people, especially that mad Dao Yuming. Bloody lunatic throwing fits right here in the station." "Yes, sir." Wang Yaoteng snapped a sharp salute. "Mission accomplished, sir." "Show off," Huang Bingyao muttered, shooting him a mock glare before leading his team out. Once they'd vanished from sight, Wang Yaoteng suddenly asked, "Does Dao Yuming's accusation hold weight?" "That depends on the police's interpretation." Solicitor Sang paused thoughtfully. "Still, physical evidence, such as the weapon, is required. If you sustained injuries, those too could strengthen the chain of evidence. And should independent eyewitnesses come forward, then the caliber of your legal counsel will prove decisive." Wang Yaoteng's eyes narrowed slightly. "Right, let's collect them first." Damn it, there were traitors within the Triad. How could one possibly build a respectable organization alongside such vermin? Standing at the station's exit, Wang Yaoteng greeted each man as they signed out. Soon a cluster of over a dozen gathered around him, laughing and swapping stories. Hearing he'd led the counterstrike against the two, Xing Mini lamented missing the spectacle firsthand. After handing out payments, the men dispersed with Wei, Wang Yaodang had already reserved 2 tables at Hong Fu Ji restaurant. Night snacks awaited along with further plans. Dao Yuming, however, was excluded. His drug craving flared violently. He convulsed as if dying, and was bound tightly before being tossed into the car. Brother Yao, where to next? Si Yanzai asked. Take me home. No, wait, mother's at home. Damn it. Where are Ah Jie and Ah Ji? At a sauna relaxing. Right, take me there. I need to unwind too. Tonight the 3 of us will stay at a hotel. Everything else can wait until tomorrow. Assign 2 juniors to guard Dao Yuming. Wang Yaotang slumped into the seat, eyes closed. Understood, Brother Yao. He awoke the next day, well past noon. After washing up, he joined Ah Jie and Ah Ji for lunch. We don't even have an office. Surely we can't conduct business at a tea house. He grumbled between bites. We still have the car. Awei added, Brother Yao. You own 2 horse racing parlors, 1 lingerie boutique, 4 street stalls, and command 40 junior members, yet not a single vehicle of your own. You're renting, even now. And that cramped little flat. I'm utterly done with it, Wang Yaotang growled through clenched teeth. Brother Yao, the warehouse is empty. We need to reorder. Si Yinzai interjected. We're broke. The money spent yesterday came from debts owed to Old Li. Wang Yaotang slammed his chopsticks down on the table. Si Yinzai, can't you wait until after lunch to deliver such horrifying news? Of pa. Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the room, light and unrestrained. Fear was futile. What needed saying had to be said, though it could wait until Wang Yaodang finished his meal. Xianzai produced the expenditure report he had compiled. Overnight relocation allowances, midnight snacks, and sauna sessions totaled HK 6700. Medical and nutritional expenses amounted to HK 400. Bail and legal fees came to HK 5500, bringing the grand total to HK 16400, of which HK 100 was embezzled from Old Li's cargo funds. Wait, hold on a second. Wang Yaotong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Are you serious? That much? Xianzai simply gazed back in silence. He had in fact advised restraint earlier. Standard relocation allowance was 500 Hong Kong dollars, but Wang Yaodang doubled it to HK 100. Post-battle red bonuses were normally HK 100, but he raised them to HK 200. Smaller triad cells merely dumped injured members at traditional bone-setting clinics for superficial herbal treatment, while larger ones sent them to proper clinics for sutures and for drips. Wang Yaodang even arranged tetanus vaccinations. Others offered no nutritional stipends. Wang Yaodang did. An extra HK 55000 spent. Scratching his head, Wang Yaodang muttered, no wonder the underworld abounds with rules. If brawls raged unchecked, even a modest syndicate would collapse within half a month. Showdowns may seem reckless, but they do have logic. After all, costs stay low. No worries, Brother Yao. Tong Xinhe fared even worse. Both of their brothels were seized. Ajia laughed carelessly. Do you know what constitutes the core assets of a brothel? Xianzai glanced sideways at him. Ajia. The girls. Xianzai refused to reply. Hey. Ajia punched him. Are you secretly calling me an idiot? Don't do that. Why rub salt into your own wound? Xianzai shrugged. Uffed. Ha. The group erupted in laughter. His tongue grew sharper by the day. After the mirth subsided and bellies were full, it was time to attend to serious matters, to confront the contemptible Dao Yuming. What the hell? So foul. Wang Yaodang recoiled several paces, turning to his 2 underlings. How did this happen? They exchanged helpless looks. He suffered acute withdrawal last night and soiled himself. Damn it. Wang Yaodang slapped his forehead. Hose him down and strip off his clothes. Discard them entirely. These addicts truly couldn't survive without their fix. Dao Yuming lay there like a soul adrift, twitching faintly, until after more than 10 minutes consciousness gradually seeped back. Wang Yaodang kicked him sharply. Stop playing dead. Who ordered you to identify us? Dao Yuming's gaze shifted from dazed to desperate, then frenzied. He rolled over and clutched Wang Yaodong's calf. Give me some, just a little more. You motherfucker. Ajia lashed out with a kick that left Dao Yuming clutching his chest, gasping, as if his ribs might snap. He's up, he's already wasting away. Wang Yaodang shot Ajia a stern look. Say nothing, and you get nothing. He wagged a finger. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. It was Zhu Binatong who told me. When addiction seized these men, even murdering their own wives and children would pose no moral barrier. Upon hearing this, Ajia exploded, whirling around to storm out. That damned Guan Zizan, the old bastard. I'll kill him. Restrain him. Wang Yaodang commanded. Aji instantly locked Ajia in a bear hug. Guan Zizan is ancient bones. Sacrificing brothers over him isn't worth it. Then hand Dao Yuming over to the elder of our syndicate. Let the elder deliver justice, declared away, bristling with indignation. Wang Yaodang turned to Xianzai. It's useless. Zhu Binatong will shoulder everything. Besides, how can we trust an addict's testimony? Courts dismiss such statements outright. Give him even a sliver of product now, and he'd swear the elder himself masterminded the whole plot. So we just let it slide. Ajia roared. That stinking rotten bastard. Shouting won't change anything. Slaying the old man is easy, but how will the world see Brother Yao? As a traitor, a rebel who defies his superiors. Will you tarnish his reputation beyond repair? Xian's eye shot back fiercely. Enough squabbling. Wang Yaodang rubbed his temples in frustration. This evidence was infuriatingly ambiguous, neither strong enough to act upon nor weak enough to discard. After long contemplation, a name surfaced in his mind. Xianzai, do you know Zhu Di? Oh, the Yongle Emperor, what of him? Do you know what Yao Guangxiao presented Zhu Di before his rebellion? No idea. Xianzai glanced left and right, baffled by the sudden historical detour. A white hat Wang Yaodang smiled. Huh. Ajie stared blankly, turning to Xianzai. What does that mean? Xianzai pressed his lips together, silent. Speak up. When analysis is called for, you clam up. Ajie swung another furious punch. Kill him, Ajie growled, teeth clenched. Away covered his face, laughing helplessly. The old man knows I know he knows I know Zhu Yunwen knows Zhu Di knows Zhu Di knows Zhu Yunwen knows he knows. Wang Yaodang slammed his palm down. History illuminates rise and fall, history corrects conduct and reveals virtue and vice. Right, bind Dao Yuming. Feed him just enough to stay alive. That's all. Wang Yaodang rose and dusted off his trousers. Brother Yao, Master Yao, Grandfather Yao, please spare me. Dao Yuming scrambled forward in terror. You motherfucker. Ajie kicked him flying. Confinement required no effort from Wang Yaodang. Renting a rural house cost mere hundreds. Toss him into the basement, assign one underling to guard him. Future utility guaranteed. Where to now? Away asked with a grin. To the hospital, to visit De Tu Sheng. Originally, De Tu Sheng had sustained 3 knife wounds. Stitches and rest would have sufficed. But then he challenged Wang Yaodang, directly rupturing every suture and bleeding profusely. Now hospitalized. Huh, I'll go round up the boys. Hold on, you're visiting the wounded, not staging a raid. Why summon reinforcements? Wang Yaodang sighed, torn between exasperation and amusement. Brother Yao, surely you haven't forgotten. We're the ones who put De Tu Sheng in there. Ajie glared. No matter. In the hospital corridor, 7 or 8 delinquents lounged, some seated, some standing, smoking and chatting idly. One junior member suddenly stiffened, squinting hard, then leapt up. Wang Yaodang, what are you doing here? At that cry, the entire group surged to their feet, all freshly released from Yao Ma tea that morning. What's all the noise? This is a hospital. Wang Yaodang jabbed a finger at the speaker's chest. I'm here to visit the injured. Or did you think I'd come to check in as a patient? You motherfucker. Our boss was wounded by you. We know you're here to stir trouble. Try us. We'll cut you down. Nothing exhausts me more than speaking to brainless fools. Wang Yaodang exhaled heavily, handed the floral basket to Xianzai, then whirled around and seized the youth's throat. Dare to intimidate me? Who the hell do you think you are? A gutter rat daring to speak for De Tu Sheng. Are you the sitting boss of Tongxina? He raised his hand. Slap. A thunderous blow landed. Back off. With a shove, he hurled the stunned thug into the crowd. Stunned, the youth stood frozen, unprepared for Wang Yaodang's audacity, confronting so many alone, utterly at a loss. Bluster was one thing, but speaking for one's boss, that was unthinkable. Brother Sheng says, let them in. A voice boomed as the ward door swung open. The 7 or 8 enforcers collectively exhaled and parted like a curtain, clearing a path. Wang Yaodang cast a disdainful glance at the youth. De Tu Sheng may call me Wang Yaodang. That's because his name carries weight. What authority do you possess? Call me Brother Yao, or risk being hacked to pieces, you fool. He held the youth's gaze unflinchingly, until head bowed the boy murmured Brother Yao. Only then did Wang Yaodang snort coldly and stride inside. No discipline. Inside the hospital room, De Tu Sheng lay swathed in bandages like a mummy, with a large swelling on the left side of his head, the result of Wang Yaodang's spinning back kick the previous day. On the sofa beside the bed sat a lean, middle-aged man with slightly graying hair and high cheekbones, wearing a black polo shirt. A gleaming gold tooth caught the light as he smiled faintly at Wang Yaodang. Brother Sheng, Uncle Cheng, Wang Yaodang greeted cheerfully. Xianzai placed the fruit basket on the nearby table and silently withdrew. What are you doing here? De Tu Sheng glared coldly. I've come to pull your 4-needle. I'm shipping you out. Any objections? Wang Yaodang burst into laughter. Fuck your mother. De Tu Sheng shot upright, only for his head to spin violently again, a concussion. Don't take it like that, Uncle Cheng. You saw it yourself. I was only joking. It was his junior who said it. Wang Yaodang pursed his lips and spread his hands, feigning innocence. Brother Sheng, I came to pay my respects to Uncle Cheng and to resolve this matter. All this brawling is bleeding us dry. You think you're qualified to negotiate with me? Jin Yacheng regarded him with a half-smile, eyes glinting. A boomerang had struck home. Jin Yacheng was the sitting head of Tong Xin, 2 generations senior. Strictly speaking, De Tu Sheng belonged to the same generation as Guanzai's son. Of course, once your banner had been torn down, all claims rang hollow. When it comes to business, hierarchy means little, so long as everyone profits. Wang Yaodang unceremoniously patted De Tu Sheng's leg, urging him to scoot inward, then plopped himself onto the hospital bed. Fine, let's talk business. First, return the 2 brothels. Jin Yacheng's face went utterly blank. Brother Sheng, what do you say? Wang Yaodang turned toward him. De Tu Sheng averted his gaze silent. Uncle Chung, you see. Wang Yaodang spread his hands again. You're the elder, it doesn't matter to you, but I can't humiliate Brother Sheng. Jin Yicheng shook his head and sighed, bewildered by someone who couldn't even grasp how money was made, let alone how to leverage intelligence, yet still clung stubbornly to face. Here's my proposal, Wang Yaodang said with a smile. I came empty-handed to visit Brother Sheng, so I'll assume responsibility for the debts owed by the girls at those brothels. That's my formal apology. Some things, frankly, are simply beyond our control as juniors. Really? De Tu Sheng stared stunned. Ma Lan, a euphemism for brothel. What constituted its core asset? Debt. What distinguished a Ma Lan from Lu Feng, courtesans operating under protection? Ma Lan women, or their families, bound by debt to Triad syndicates forced to work off exorbitant loans. Lu Feng willing courtesans who merely flew a syndicate's banner and paid monthly dues to operate within its territory. The debts incurred at Ma Lan were predatory. Unless a girl found an especially wealthy patron or lost her marketability entirely, repayment remained virtually impossible. Naturally, Ma Lan girls were rotated regularly. Novelty drove patronage. Familiar faces bred no repeat customers. Thus, inter-syndicate transfers among Ma Lan girls were common. Much like football transfers, technically both were athletic endeavors. Without girls, two empty Ma Lan held little value. No way. I'm taking several of them with me. De Tu Sheng bristled instantly. His banner had been uprooted, but those debts bore no relation to the brothels themselves. He wouldn't let Wang Yaodang profit from them. Brother Sheng, you dump your rotten leftovers on me. As if I were a trash bin. Wang Yaotong's voice hardened. I'm purchasing these debts, not seizing them. No sale. De Tu Sheng jabbed a finger at him. Wang Yaodang turned helplessly to Jin Yicheng. Uncle Chung, let's speak directly. Brother Sheng's head is still swimming. Very well, what would you discuss? Jin Yicheng asked, smiling. Wang Yaodang shouted toward the door. Si Yin Zai, bring her in. Moments later, a statuesque woman entered, pushing the door open. Brother Yao. She was a Lu Feng from the newly opened Champagne Tower, brought here by Wang Yaodong, who had paid her fee. What's this? Gifting a girl? De Tu Sheng looked baffled. Change into something else. For the elder's inspection, Wang Yaodang instructed, tilting his chin. Yes, Brother Yao. She complied without hesitation, stripping bare, then pulling a white ensemble from her handbag. Moments later. Don't just stand there. Attend to Brother Sheng's ailment. He's running a fever. Wang Yaodang waved dismissively, barely containing his grin. Big brother, where does it hurt? Let me examine you. Feng Jie sauntered forward on feline steps, arching her spine into and scurve her fingers, tracing slow circles down De Tu Sheng's chest. Ah, here. You'll need to hold on tight. De Tu Sheng's eyes widened. This was a hospital, and the scene fit too perfectly. Enough. Wang Yaodang intervened, sharply feigning reprimand. I asked for a performance, not assault on Brother Sheng. Show some manners. De Tu Sheng growled, I'd advise you not to meddle. Change into the next set, Wang Yaodang ordered, then turned back. We're conducting serious business, you incorrigible fool. De Tu Sheng stiffened, fist clenched. I'll tear you apart. Jin Yicheng shifted into a seated position, one hand resting on his brow. Lie still, you're injured. As he spoke, Feng Jie slipped into her next outfit, sheer, chiffon, Republican-era style. The ghosts of 1930s Shanghai lingered. This aesthetic still held sway. De Tu Sheng felt he could endure it, but Jin Yicheng sat bolt upright, eyes riveted on the delicate opening at the front of her underwear. De Tu Sheng smirked inwardly. So much for lecturing me. Change back now, you're dismissed. Wang Yaodang waved. Just designed. Hasn't even reached the garment factory yet. As the door clicked shut behind Feng Jie, Jin Yicheng exhaled softly. At his age, and after decades of indulgence, such intensity was rare. This garment possessed undeniable allure. Silence settled. Wang Yaodang produced cigarettes, offering one to each, and they smoked slowly side by side. After a long pause, Jin Yicheng spoke. All right, Yao Zi, lay out your plan. I grant Tong Xin he priority purchasing rights. 1 week ahead of others, Wang Yaodang declared firmly. And the price? Same as Xin and Tiao Lam. Before Jin Yicheng could reply, De Tu Sheng interjected, not enough. I've seen the goods. I could commission them myself. Why source them through you? You've seen Zara too, Wang Yaodang replied, gazing at him with quiet pity. Brother Sheng, everyone has their domain. Don't force what lies beyond your strength. Life's about joy above all. What did you say? De Tu Sheng blinked, nonplussed. Enough. Jin Yicheng cut and exasperated. As a syndicate head, he wasn't a merchant, but neither was he as commercially oblivious as De Tu Sheng. Tong Xin he will take equity. Fine by me, Wang Yaodang shrugged. Then I'll just launch another brand. Every time you invest, I'll open a new one. Even Ho Sing, he won't be able to keep up. The pricing is extremely favorable. No inventory risk, no overstock, pure profit. Jin Yicheng rolled the cigarette between his lips, testing the waters. He hadn't truly expected agreement. Others could simply buy from your shop. Would you refuse them? I demand exclusivity. Uncle Chung, production takes time. 10 minutes per piece, 6 per hour. The sewing machines would spark before we met demand. Jin Yicheng frowned. Some aspects eluded him, yet he knew this garment radiated audacity, certain to electrify any venue. I'll take all 4 venues, and you may not sell to anyone else within the 4 greats. That's fine. I'd be thrilled if you ordered 100 units at once. If you can absorb it, I'll gladly supply all of Kowloon, not just the 4 greats. Saves rent, labor, and storage costs. Wang Yaodang smiled. Uncle Chung, feel free to announce this across the 4 greats. Should anyone ask me, I'll confirm everything's been entrusted to Tong Xi and he, but if others insist on sourcing directly from me, well, I can hardly refuse. Agreed. Jin Yicheng accepted immediately. He'd consult the other syndicate heads. Descending from the top, confident none would jeopardize their standing over mere monthly earnings. Wang Yaodong's face lit up, securing the brothels and cultivating a major distributor. This was true symbiosis. Having concluded their discussion, Wang Yaodang rose to take his leave. Jin Yicheng smiled and stood to escort him. Then just before the doorway, suddenly recalled something. Wait. Missed debt. As soon as possible, immediately. Wang Yaodang replied with a smile, reaching for the door handle. Stop right there. Jin Yicheng seized his arm. What in the world are you doing? Senior brother, over 50 outstanding debts. Principal nearing 2 million. Do you truly expect me to produce that sum on the spot? If so, why bother being a Triad enforcer? I might as well launch a fashion enterprise instead. Still so defiant while drowning in debt. Jin Yicheng suddenly understood why the Tu Sheng had earned his nickname. No more fire chicken Yao. From now on, you're Big Mouth Yao. Big Mouth Yao sounds crude. Da how? No, never mind. You haven't yet been formally initiated, you're merely a Jiuzai. So let's settle on Xiaohao Yao. Wang Yaodang paused in thought before replying. I'd rather call you Xiao Gao Yao. Jin Yicheng drew a slow, deep breath, reminding himself not to lose his temper. He still needed this man to generate profit. Were it not for Wang Yaotong's rare talent in apparel design, he would have long ordered his men to break the insolent fellow's legs. That was precisely why Wang Yaodang had chosen the niche of intimate apparel. Uncle Chung, if you take all the girls away, can you instantly hand over 2 million? Wang Yaodang asked calmly. Impossible. Am I truly worth less than the very debtors I represent? Jin Yicheng retorted, exasperated. 2 months, interest-free. 6 months. After a tense back and forth, they settled on 4 months. Wang Yaodang departed. Jin Yicheng sank wearily onto the sofa. The Tu Sheng hesitated, then whispered cautiously, Senior brother, all I have left are my bar and mahjong parlor. Surely this apparel venture will fall to me too. After all, it was secured using my horse racing parlors. Jin Yicheng cast a sidelong piercing glance at the Tu Sheng. After a long silence, a single word escaped through clenched teeth. Get out. Had this man not been his most trusted confidant, he'd already have been hurled from the building. You have achieved a resounding victory in a business negotiation. Owing to your exceptional performance, your reputation has spread modestly. Reputation 50. Current reputation 405, 725, emerging prominence. Why so little? As the sitting leader of Tong Xi and he, am I truly worth only 50 points? Wang Yaodang briefly puzzled over the figure, but at least his enterprises had not disappointed. Name Wang Yaodang. Height 175 centimeters. Reputation 405, 725, emerging prominence. Affiliation, He Shengyi. Rank C Jiuzai. Skills driving LV1 Sanda, LV1 Mui, Tai, LV1 Art, LV1. Enterprises 4 intimate apparel stalls, 1 intimate apparel boutique, 2 horse racing parlors. What does prosperous growth look like? This is it. Brother Yao, how did it go? As soon as they stepped out of the hospital, Si Yinzai eagerly asked. Jin Yicheng intends to swallow the entire market of the 4 major brands. What an enormous appetite that old man has. Wang Yaodang smiled. Indeed, a stroke of good fortune. Yes, a blessing, he affirmed, still smiling. Yet orders will increase again, and capital. You're dampening the mood again. Wang Yaodang gritted his teeth. Since Brother Yao trusts me to manage the account's responsibility, demands I speak plainly, even if it sounds unpleasant. Si Yinzai wore the solemn air of a loyal minister daring to remonstrate with his sovereign. Wang Yaodang rubbed his forehead, helpless. Enough, let's go back. All preparations are complete. Only the east wind remains. Anyone can pay and collect goods, but true skill lies in delivering without payment. Back at the shop, Wang Yaodang dispatched a junior brother to gather the team. Within moments, Ajia and Aji returned, accompanied by a third man. Brother Yao, Ajia leaned in and whispered, this man claims he's from the Central Hall, sent by Elder Gong himself. Brother Yao, my name is Xing Hong. Just call me Yao Hong. Elder Gong wishes to meet you. Xing Hong possessed a notably large nose, short stature, dark complexion, and a powerfully built frame. His voice was low and resonant. Brother Hong. Wang Yaodang offered a courteous smile. I'm afraid I have no proper seat to offer. Shall we step next door to the ice cream parlor? No need. Let's depart immediately. Elder Gong must not be kept waiting. Very well. Wang Yaodang nodded. Let me issue some instructions first. Ajia Si Yinzai. You two take several brothers and deliver the sample patterns to Old Li. Tell him to double production of the previous 3 designs, 5,000 sets each, and manufacture 20,000 sets of each new design. I won't make it there today. Let him begin production at once. And the funds. Si Yinzai sounded anxious. Damn it all. If we lack money, shall we simply cease operations? I'll station men there. Anyone who halts work will answer with his life. Ajia roared. Chop chop chop. That's all you ever think of. Business isn't gang warfare. Without capital, what do we accomplish? Even a horse race demands upfront payment. Enough. Wang Yaodang raised a hand to silence them. Si Yinzai tell Oldly his piracy profits are forgiven, and I've even avenged him. The Tu Sheng lies hospitalized, and both his horse racing parlors have been stripped of their banners. He'll face no further harassment. 30 kilometers away, Oldly suddenly felt an oppressive weight settle across his back, as though a heavy object had descended upon him. Also inform him I've reached agreement with the Tong Xin He leader. Henceforth, all 4 majors' distribution will be handled exclusively by Tong Xin He. These goods are destined for them. Grant me 5 days. I demand overtime day and night to meet the deadline. Then what if he refuses the promissory notes and insists solely on cash? Si Yinzai frowned. Wang Yaodang slapped Si Yinzai squarely on the head. Thickhead fool. We're a triad, not a corporate firm. If everything were conducted by the book, what would be the point of risking our lives in this brotherhood? Ajia burst into laughter. Si Yinzai removed his glasses and chuckled awkwardly. All right, how could I forget? This isn't a robbery, it's merely a minor liquidity issue. Having issued his final orders, Wang Yaodang followed Xing Hong outside, where a Mercedes-Benz W116, the inaugural S-Class model, waited by the curb. To Wang Yaodang's eyes, it appeared simultaneously archaic and wondrous. Sliding into the front passenger seat, Wang Yaodang whistled appreciatively and fastened his seatbelt. Xing Hong glanced at him with a faint smile. Such luxury vehicles were inaccessible to rank-and-file enforcers save for parking duties alone. This car. Air. I've never seen anyone actually wear a seatbelt before. I'm a man who respects rules, Wang Yaodang replied with a quiet smile. W116-280S. Extensive use of high-end synthetic leather for its era-rudimentary air conditioning. Strangely fascinating. The journey passed in silence, straight toward Sunwan. Different branches of the Hongmun worship various deities. In Hongxing Zheng Qinggong or Qin Jinan, but He Sheng Yi venerates Qin Shubao. In Sunwan stands the Qin Xiong temple erected by He Sheng Yi, their ancestral hall. Ordinarily managed by a temple caretaker and open to local worshippers, it remains accessible to all except during major ceremonies, such as the formal opening of the hall. Near the temple entrance stands a modest 3-story building, originally 2 stories destroyed during the anti-Japanese war in 1941 when it served as a resistance headquarters. Afterward, He Sheng Yi funded its reconstruction as their headquarters, where the sitting leader resides daily. The car halted. Xing Hong alighted first, exchanging greetings with the 2 sentries at the gate. Wang Yaodang followed inside. His last visit had been for the initiation ceremony. The ground floor forms a vast hall. Above hangs a statue of Guan Yu wearing straw sandals. Below stand the 3 heroes and 5 patriarchs alongside portraits of past masters, the site where initiation rites are held. Wang Yaodang had never ascended to the 2nd floor before, reserved for Elder Gong and senior elders meetings. The 3rd floor housed the sitting leader Tigu Dong. Elder Gong brother, Yao has arrived, Xing Hong announced, knocking gently on the door. Enter. Xing Hong pushed it open and gestured for Wang Yaodang to proceed. Wang Yaodang took a quiet, steadying breath before stepping in. Inside sat a diminutive elder, about 50 years old, dressed in a white hemp tunic. His hair curled slightly by nature, his cheeks were gaunt, ears prominent, and he wore black-framed reading glasses. Elder Gong. Brother Yao, isn't it? Impressive, you cut a fine figure. Come sit here. Tigu Dong smiled faintly, appraising the young man before him. This was their first meeting, yet the youth displayed composure and self-assurance, utterly unflustered. His gaze, however, a barely perceptible furrow crossed Tigu Dong's brow, an unsettling sense of equality. Who do you think you are, a mere Jiuzai? Brother Yao calls me Uncle Dong, and Uncle Dong is pleased. But your eyes, Uncle Dong dislikes them. Wang Yaotong, old man, I'm a transmigrator with a system. Showing you this much respect is already my utmost courtesy. Come have some tea. Tigu Dong smiled as he poured a cup for Wang Yaodang. Thank you, grandfather, Wang Yaodang replied, receiving the cup with both hands before draining it in one go. I hear you designed your own clothing line, and it's selling quite well. Tigu Dong lifted his teacup, took a sip, then slowly refilled it. Ah yes, just a small venture. I never imagined word would reach your ears, grandfather. Wang Yaodang smiled warmly. What's good is good. Over these past few months, revenue from the Tsim Sha Sui branch has increased steadily. Anyone who contributes to the Triad earns my recognition. Rest assured, I see everything. Your handling of the Fuck Yihing affair was exemplary. At its core, the Triad speaks through strength, not commerce alone. Business acumen without backbone invites exploitation. Youth must dare to fight, dare to win. Calculating consequences. That's the work of elders. You also handled the Ing Lian society matter deftly. Commerce isn't about bloodshed, it's built on cooperation. Though the Donglian Society's nightclubs are overseen by the Sun, don't underestimate their pragmatic ties despite years of fierce rivalry. With the Tongsanwa business dealings between them remain robust. Possession of the Palam Street trade is locked tight between those two. No outsider can break in. Last night during the clash with Tongsan, you demonstrated keen situational awareness, evading danger, then striking back with devastating surprise. Courage and strategy coupled with an uncanny knack for profit and generosity toward your brothers. You're truly exceptional, Ah Yao. I hold great promise for you. Thank you for your kind words, grandfather, Wang Yaodang replied with a subtle, knowing smile. So the old man has thoroughly investigated me. Could he be eyeing my enterprises? Surely not. The very head of our chapter wouldn't stoop so low. Do you know why I summoned you today? Ti Gudong asked, smiling faintly. To drink tea. Wang Yaodang raised the cup once more and emptied it in a single motion. I'm unaware of the reason, but whatever the task, grandfather need only command it. So long as it lies within my power, Wang Yaodang will hesitate not a moment. Clever little fox, Ti Gudong chuckled, appraising him up and down. Wang Binjiu called me at noon to lodge a formal complaint, claiming you've repeatedly provoked the police. Is that so? Wang Yaodang feigned shock. A trivial matter. Ti Gudong burst into hearty laughter. Superintendent Wang says your men, Ah Kit and Ah Zik, were exceptionally fierce last night, slashing numerous people. He demands you hand them over. They're my sworn brothers, Wang Yaodang said, firmly shaking his head. Absolutely out of the question. Have you read today's papers? Ti Gudong bent down, retrieving several newspapers from beneath the low table and placing them squarely upon its surface. Over 60 men hacking at each other in broad daylight, blood spilling across the pavement. This morning's Sing Tao Daily. Wang Yaotong's brow furrowed. The press certainly has a sharp nose. This could complicate things. I called you here not to pressure you. The Triad cannot shield you. Otherwise, who would dare serve us? Rest easy, your concern is unfounded. Ti Gudong reached out and patted Wang Yaotong's shoulder. Select a Blue Lantern candidate for training. For incidents like this, 6 months to a year suffices. Then we'll hold an incense ceremony to formally initiate them into the Brotherhood. Understood. By Triad tradition, a Blue Lantern undergoes 3 years of scrutiny. Only when a senior elder deems the candidate worthy is he formally accepted as a Sigao Ji, rank-and-file member. Sigao Ji are divided into new and old, 3 years for the former, another 3 for the latter. After 6 years of observation and sufficient merit, one may be promoted to full rank red stick, white paper fan, or grass shoe. Naturally, only large, disciplined triads enforce such rigor to prevent unchecked expansion and ensure smooth generational transition. Smaller associations like Ho Sheng Yi long ago abandoned strict adherence. As long as they can sustain new members financially, initiations occur annually, though promotion remains beyond their capacity. With only 4 branches, total advancement hinges either on elder retirement or carving one's own path, as Wang Yaodang has done. Those who take the fall for the Triad are invariably portrayed in police bulletins as core operatives. Thus, upon completion of training, they receive automatic promotion. A Sigao Ji may even be granted stewardship over an entire venue. You understand then. I fear young men like you persistently defy the constabulary. Ti Gudong smiled wryly. The police are our intermediaries with the Hong Kong government. I understand. Wang Yaodong's eyebrows lifted slightly. Intermediaries. So influential. Age catches up with us all. You youngsters grow weary of us elders' endless counsel. Let us end here for today. Ti Gudong offered a gentle smile. Is there anything the Triad can do for you? Any difficulty? Speak freely. None whatsoever, Wang Yaodang replied, flatly shaking his head. Triad favors are never freely given. Ti Gudong's brow twitched faintly. Shall I arrange a meeting with Kam Ga-sing on your behalf? Thank you, grandfather, but I met with Kam Ga-sing just before coming here. We're now partners. Wang Yaodang flashed a bright 8-tooth grin. You returned both mahjong parlors. Ti Gudong's expression darkened sharply. You seized them under the Triad's banner, so they belong in part to us. You have no right to dispose of them unilaterally. Every brother bore wounds, 7 critically injured, before we claimed them. Why would I return them? Ti Gudong's scowl softened slightly, yet his brows nodded deeper still. Something is amiss. When did that sly old fox Kam Ga-sing ever yield so easily? Tell me how your discussion unfolded. Wang Yaodang recounted the exchange in full. A needle thrust from within a sack, its tip inevitably pierces forth. Outwardly composed, Ti Gudong seethed inwardly. Damn it all. Quan Jai saying that useless gambler squanders talent beneath his nose. Now it's too late. This young man has already weathered his most perilous trial. Should the Triad now press him, rival organizations will surely offer exorbitant sums to lure him away. True talent is never scarce, regardless of industry or era. Quan Jai sang, you deserve death for jeopardizing our Triad's future. Talent rarely emerges from grassroots associations, but when it does, figures like Ji Bao or Wang Chun immediately attract major Triads. Countless societies have faded into obscurity, erased from history due solely to leadership vacuums. If Ti Gudong wishes to retire in peace, and be honored with incense after death. The Ho Sheng Yi banner must never fall. Quan Jai sang, "You are unworthy of mercy. Make no misstep, else I shall sacrifice you as a warning flag, trading your life for loyalty elsewhere." Ayao. Tigu Dong drew his chair closer. "You should have consulted the Triad first. That wily old fox Kam Ga Singh, does he possess no shame? To exploit a junior so brazenly, then demand repayment for parlor debts. Disgraceful. Ayao, this is legitimate income. Is money laundering costly?" Wang Yaodang genuinely puzzled. "It's not about laundering. Converting clean earnings to illicit funds at a 1:5 ratio, that's a favor among peers." Tigu Dong sighed, regret etched across his face. "When a mahjong parlor is raided, revenue vanishes overnight. But maintaining our brothers costs money, doesn't it? Legitimate enterprises differ entirely. Even if every flag falls, income persists, offering the Triad a chance to rise again. Elders retire with confidence, juniors fight without hesitation. Venues can be seized anew, brothers recruited afresh. Hong Kong never lacks bold, battle-ready youth. But without legitimate enterprise, our dissolution draws near. Who fears the Triad's extinction most? The commissioner himself. We lack neither street thugs nor brawlers. We lack commercial minds capable of running enterprises." His fury mounting, Tigu Dong ground out the final sentences through clenched molars. "Where else can such talents find dignified employment? Why wallow in our murky mire?" Wang Yaodang felt momentarily disoriented. "Am I truly this indispensable?" "Ayao." Tigu Dong gazed at him with unmistakable hunger. "Your apparel company is just beginning. With substantial capital injection, growth accelerates dramatically. The Triad offers 1 million Hong Kong dollars for 30% equity. Rest assured we stand behind you unconditionally. Even against Sun Ke or Sheng, we'll fight to the last breath." Wang Yaodang merely smiled, saying nothing. "Money? Humph, not a concern. Borrow us some, open 2 more stores, then secure bank financing. The interest rate is negligible. Investment is never merely monetary. It is about resources. 20%. Tigu Dong countered instantly. "If this venture fails, I bear the burden, not you, grandfather. Please spare me this dilemma." Wang Yaodang shook his head. "Business is business. Without competitive commercial leverage, negotiation ends here. Brother Tigu Dong, why not procure directly from us, as Tong Sanwood does? Profits flow to the Triad, losses remain mine." Tigu Dong, "But I demand shared risk." Quan Jai sang, "I shall kill you without mercy." Standing by the window on the upper floor, Tigu Dong watched Wang Yaodang step into Xing Hong's car and vanish from sight before letting out a quiet sigh and turning to walk back inside. Refusing once was acceptable, twice perhaps tolerable, but a third refusal was unthinkable. In the end, Wang Yaodang reluctantly accepted the HK300 cashier's check. Yet the money did not come from the Triad. It was Tigu Dong's personal gift. As the elder put it, he is the brightest rising star among Ho Sheng Yi's younger generation, commanding dozens of underlings who depend on him for their livelihood. Should he haggle with rivals or negotiate business deals while hailing taxis? He may not mind, but Ho Sheng Yi cannot afford such disgrace. The Triad is your backing, not your burden. Every tycoon in Hong Kong received crucial support from Triads in their early days. Once you rise, if you merely remember Ho Sheng Yi and let a few crumbs trickle down, the organization will be profoundly grateful. With words like these, what more could Wang Yaodang say? He offered Tigu Dong 10% equity, but the elder declined. Uncle Dong no longer lacks retirement funds. For men like us, steeped in Triad life, excessive wealth after stepping down only invites trouble given our unsavory foundations. Now that I am aging, all I wish is to see young men like you soar to greatness. Tigu Dong smiled warmly as he spoke. My eldest son lives in the United States, my younger one in Singapore, and my daughter resides in the United Kingdom. She is married and has a charming little grandson. My eldest will marry next year. I'll invite you. Do me the honor of attending. It would be my privilege, Wang Yaodang replied. Wang Yaodang nodded in agreement. Come visit this old man whenever you have time. I haven't seen any of my children in over 2 years. Tigu Dong rose with a gentle smile. All right, you're dismissed. Now that you've stepped over Tong Xin He and claimed your position, you'll be exceedingly busy. I'll have Xing Hong drive you home. You have achieved a resounding victory in your first negotiation with the Triad Patriarch. Owing to your exceptional negotiation prowess, the Patriarch has formally recognized your capabilities. Reputation increased by 100. Current reputation 505825, newcomer to the Underworld. Name Wang Yaodang. Height 175 centimeters. Reputation 505725, emerging prominence. Affiliation Ho Sheng. Rank 49 member. Skills driving LV1 Sanda, LV1 Mui, Thai, LV1 Fine Arts, LV1. Businesses erotic lingerie stalls, 4 erotic boutique, 1 bedding parlors, 2. On the way back, Xing Hong kept glancing sideways at Wang Yaodang. Over the years, he had driven many junior members summoned for guidance by the Patriarch, but this was the first time he'd ever escorted one home. Does the Patriarch truly hold him in such high regard? By the time they reached Sim Sha Sui, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Si Yanzai Jie and the others had yet to return from the New Territories factory, and Wang Yaodang remained uncertain how negotiations with Lao Li had gone. Yet with funds secured, his composure held firm, and sensing the hour growing late, he invited Xing Hong to stay for dinner. Xing Hong hesitated. As the patriarch's personal driver and bodyguard, he was theoretically expected to escort the elder home that evening. After brief consideration, however, he called Ti Gudong, who promptly instructed him not to return that night, telling him instead to enjoy himself thoroughly in Simsha Sui. Xing Hong fell silent for a moment. Was he being deployed subtly as a tool of the patriarch's favor toward Wang Yaodang? Brother Yao, tonight, I'm entirely in your hands. After hanging up, Xing Hong returned with a broad smile. Good, leave it to me. Tonight, Brother Hong will have an unforgettable time. Wang Yaodang waved dismissively, inwardly amused. The man had addressed him first as Yao Zai, then Yao, and now Brother Yao. How intriguing, truly fascinating. To host the patriarch's trusted confidant Xing Hong was timely indeed. Yesterday's triumph remained uncelebrated, so tonight would serve both purposes. He phoned Huang Mao to reserve 2 premium booths at the Haoman nightclub, also inviting Lo Lam of the Lion Alliance and Meng Hua of the Ying Lian Society. After all, shared joy multiplies delight. When Si Yanzai and the others returned at 8 o'clock, they brought welcome news. Lao Li had initially resisted, but after making several calls, likely sounding out Tong Xianhe's stance, he ultimately agreed. Perfection achieved. That evening, Wang Yaodong, Awei Ajia Ji, Si Yanzai, and Xing Hong gathered, along with 8 Blue Lantern enforcers, to broaden their horizons. After brief reflection, Wang Yaodang called home again, asking Guan Jiahui to bring her younger sister Wang Lishuan. Though summoned, Wang Yaodang remained anxious about his beloved sister, so he stationed 7 or 8 men outside the Haoman nightclub to meet them. The 2 young women were startled upon stepping out of the car. Guan Jiahui was thrilled. The spectacle alone would earn her a year's worth of bragging rights among her friends. Wang Lishuan, meanwhile, felt both fearful and embarrassed. She knew well enough what kind of establishment a nightclub was. No proper girl would set foot there. It was deeply shameful. Guan Jiahui strode ahead, confidently flanked by a retinue of underlings, strutting through Xing's premises like a queen, her exhilaration soaring beyond restraint. Wang Lishuan clung to Wang Yaotong's sleeve at the rear, overwhelmed by the pink-hued lighting and the heavily made-up, scantily clad women around her. Why did you bring me to such a place? I hate it. I still have practice problems to finish. Problems can wait until tomorrow. I brought you here to broaden your horizons, to shield you from delinquents and spoiled rich boys who might cloud your judgment and lead you astray. Wang Yaodang pointed towards several youths with multicolored hair and dragon and tiger tattoos. These hoodlums kneel and kowtow at a single word from your brother. A young woman must cherish herself above all. Look at these men, dressed in sharp suits, posing as respectable gentlemen, mere facades. Here their true natures emerge, base, vulgar, contemptible. As for wealthy men, your brother will soon eclipse them all. Should any lecherous scoundrel dare approach you, tell me. I'll toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Wang Yaodang intoned, sounding every bit the stern, protective patriarch. What about you? You're a man too. Wang Lishuan suddenly asked. Me? Well, I'm certainly no paragon of virtue. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. Why bring your little sister along? Aji murmured quietly. Desensitization, you wouldn't understand. Aji frowned slightly, then relented. Fine, just keep watch. Anyone who dares harass her gets his hands chopped off. The revelry lasted until midnight. Unwilling to return to their cramped dormitory, they booked nearby hotel rooms. Others could amuse themselves as they pleased. Once his sister was settled, Wang Yaodang led Guan Jiahui away. The moment they entered the room, Guan Jiahui pinned Wang Yaodang against the wall, roles reversed. Both young and fiercely energetic, they engaged in a fierce, relentless battle, neither yielding an inch. After the first round, Guan Jiahui lay breathless atop his chest, pulling out a lighter to ignite his cigarette. She exhaled slowly, eyes half closed. Then Wang Yaodang suddenly remembered he hadn't yet claimed his reward. Last time the enhancement result had disappointed him. This time, he was determined to increase his height. He exhaled slowly, eyes half closed. Then Wang Yaodang suddenly remembered he hadn't yet claimed his reward. Last time the enhancement result had disappointed him. This time, he was determined to increase his height. Steel infusion serum, permanent, targeted physical enhancement. I want to increase my height. You have used steel infusion serum, permanent. Wang Yaodang's height increases by 1 centimeter. Wang Yaodang recoiled in dismay. No, wrong location. Blame fell squarely on Guan Jiahui. Her mischief had evidently corrupted the system's targeting. Punishment was inevitable and severe. With a swift slap, chaos erupted. He lunged forward, striking with practiced force. I can't hold on any longer. The battlefield lay in utter disarray. Calmly, Wang Yaodang picked up the bedside phone and dialed reception. Please send someone to change the sheets. The following morning, refreshed and invigorated after harmonious yin-yang replenishment, Wang Yaodang declared to his brothers, today's most vital mission is clear. We are buying cars. At the mere mention of buying a car, the brothers instantly lit up. How many men don't thrill at the thought of automobiles? Once they'd only ever enjoyed the fleeting rush of steering someone else's car as parking attendants, now they were about to own one themselves. Excitement surged, natural, inevitable, electric. En route, they bickered incessantly, debating make, model, origin, British, German, Italian, American, Japanese. Each brand recited like sacred scripture, every detail memorized and passionately contested. Wang Yaodang listened, nearly smiling. Those who know cars best are often the ones who can't afford them, and their spirited debate didn't grate on him at all. To argue over cars was proof plain and radiant that their lives were steadily ascending. The future gleamed with promise. To buy a car, they'd head to the new territories, to find Fei Chong. Fei Chong, the largest smuggler of illicit vehicles across Hong Kong and Macau, boasted a slogan as audacious as it was infamous: order today, steal tonight, ship the day after. Through his network of branches in major cities worldwide, Fei Chong could procure any vehicle imaginable. Half the luxury cars in Hong Kong and Macau were unregistered, and half of those unregistered vehicles bore his mark. In turn, half of his inventory flowed through his own channels. The remaining half crossed northward. Of course, he wasn't alone in this trade. Other Triad factions, Xing Shenghe, along with mid-sized syndicates backed by overseas connections, all played their part. In Tunmun, nestled north of Shaolong Shui Road, lay a vast parking lot, the showroom of Fei Chong. In the 1980s, smuggling cars into Hong Kong was semi-open commerce. No one intervened. After all imported vehicles entered duty-free, a simple import-export shell company sufficed. Customs declarations were easily fabricated. Could the police truly glance at a car and deduce where it had vanished? The only real complication arose during registration, but even that Fei Chong handled effortlessly. Upon arrival, junior members greeted them immediately. Vehicles from different nations and brands stood arranged in distinct zones. A young attendant guided the brothers through the lot, peering, touching, inspecting, as if browsing a legitimate dealership. The only true distinction from an official showroom was the staggering breadth of selection. Let loose to wander freely, the brothers roamed for ages, until the attendant grew visibly restless, and Wang Yaodang finally spoke. Let's see the Lincoln Continental. American automobiles of that era worshipped size, boldness incarnate. The Lincoln Continental embodied sheer unyielding solidity, angular boxy silhouette, a sharply defined front fascia, a theatrical 6-meter frame, tiered opera windows. A thunderous 6.6-liter V8 engine, voracious in fuel, prodigious in power. Wang Yaodang tapped the glossy black bodywork and asked how much. HK120000. That much. Don't try to trick us, snapped Jia, jabbing a finger toward the attendant. Continental Mark V, luxury flagship. Brand new in the U.S. It retails at 350,000. If you can't afford that, perhaps consider Japanese models. They're cheaper. What did you just say? Jia exploded, lunging forward and shoving the attendant hard in the chest. Earlier, while touring the lot, the youth had grown impatient, his gaze dripping with condescension. What's going on? Starting trouble here. This is Loing's territory, the attendant shouted, and instantly 6 or 7 enforcers materialized from the periphery, eyes narrowed, postures hostile. Loing's territory. So what? Are we afraid? Step closer, I dare you. Try causing trouble on our turf, and I'll cut you down where you stand. Go on then, you roasted pork bun, cut me down. Jia tilted his neck, glaring back with feral defiance, utterly unblinking. Wang Yaodang leaned against the car, watching silently. Buying smuggled vehicles honestly, trusting Loing's reputation, that would be asking to be swindled. They were still trading insults when, stop. What's this nonsense? A commanding voice boomed from the crowd's edge. Loing's men froze mid-motion. Stand down, Wang Yaodang called, and Jia and the others instantly retreated 2 paces. The crowd parted. A man with a tight braid strode in, scanning the brothers with cool appraisal before settling his gaze on Wang Yaodang, leaning casually against the car. Brother, who are you? Coming into Loing's yard to stir up chaos. Shenghe. Wang Yaodang. Wang Yaodang flashed a gesture, ring, middle and little fingers extended, thumb and index finger forming a circle. If merely buying a car counts as trouble, then Fei Chong should shutter his lot entirely. I am a customer, not some street thug who can't speak civilly. The gesture revealed his standing, senior within the faction. The man turned, glancing at the attendant. He thinks HK1200 is too steep, the youth murmured softly. The braided man shot the attendant a fierce glare, waved him away, then stepped forward. Brother, my apologies. My junior acted poorly. Allow me to personally assist you. Wang Yaodang smiled faintly. Just call me Yao. Loing, DZDUI. Chong Mao, the man replied, introducing himself. Does Brother Yao find fault with this vehicle? Price is negotiable, but is the car sound? Wang Yaodang chuckled, patting the hood. Chong Mao glanced at the attendant. The youth leaned and whispering briefly. Chong Mao nodded, then turned back with a warm smile. All friends here. Brother Yao, this one just arrived 2 months ago with only 1500 kilometers on the odometer. Normally HK15000, but given the earlier misunderstanding, HK100 stands. Take it home today. Wang Yaodang understood instantly. The earlier car had flaws. A brief show of strength, a flash of identity. That was all it took to secure the better deal. Payment settled, paperwork handled, license registration arranged by Loing. Address left, delivery within 3 days. On the drive back, the brothers clamored to take the wheel. Wang Yaodang watched amused and made them settle it with rock, paper, scissors. 1 day each. Why an American car? Ajie ran his hands over the dashboard, peered into the rear, fascinated by the oval opera windows. Because it's mandatory for Triads, Wang Yaodang grinned. Every American gangster film features a Lincoln Continental. It's enormous, bigger than British or German models, nearly twice the length of Japanese ones. Four Eyes observed, grinning. American cars. Bigness is beauty. Wang Yaodang slapped the seat. Britain's the son, America's the patriarch. Why not drive the father's car? Laughter filled the ride back to Tsim Sha Tsui, where the sight of the new car drew gasps and envious murmurs from the younger members. Enough fun, time to work. Anyone want to earn properly? Wang Yaodang beckoned Ajie forward. Gather all the hostesses from both brothels. From now on you'll oversee both. Master of the stables, Ajie. This. Ajie scratched his head, glancing uneasily at Ajie. They'd assumed each would manage one. Now he felt guilty toward his brother, yet dared not question his elder's command. Wang Yaodang turned to Ji. And you, what do you think? I follow Brother Yao's lead, Ajie replied, smiling. Ajie has other duties. He's too reserved, putting him among hostesses all day. I fear the ladies might devour him whole. A ripple of laughter swept the group. At Fat Li Building 8th floor, the brothel had been hastily cleared. Just moments earlier, several patrons had been yanked out mid-act by Ajie, now hurriedly pulling up their trousers, furious but silent. Ajie, show courtesy to guests. Wang Yaodang shot him a sharp look. My apologies. Today's operations are suspended due to urgent society business. Four Eyes refund these gentlemen and record their names for complimentary service next time. That mollified the older patrons considerably. Names. Unnecessary. Four Eyes handed each a pack of cigarettes instead. Once outsiders departed and the door sealed shut, a dozen hostesses gathered, eyeing Wang Yaodang with open curiosity. Last time he'd been beating to Tu Sheng. Hard to get a clear look. Now they saw a man immaculately groomed, radiating sunlit charm, exuding quiet confidence and effortless poise, utterly incongruous amid the roughage Triad youth surrounding him. In a TVB drama, he'd be cast as a rising corporate executive, not a street-level gangster. Wang Yaodang remained unaware of their inner musings, instead methodically surveying the brothel's layout and decor from every angle. This traditional mode of operation, outdated, inefficient, archaic, had long outlived its relevance. Wang Yaodang had never visited the Malan before, including his own with Xingyi. He was handsome, strong, and had many friends. He was the most charismatic in the school, attracting numerous girls, especially after joining the club. Later, with the arrival of Guan Jiahui, young and beautiful who knew how to have fun, he became even less interested in the rough environment of Malan, and naturally, he had no curiosity to go. This Malan, originally belonging to Tong Xinhe, had a total usable area of 200 square meters according to the contract. Upon entering, there was a hall where the girls usually waited for customers to choose. Beside the hall was a separate room about 30 square meters equipped with a bed and a bathroom, where De Tu Sheng usually worked, rested, and tested the horses. Further inside was a corridor with more than a dozen separate rooms, and at the end was a shared bathroom. This was the small room where the girls worked, only about 5 square meters with a single bed of 1.2 meters. The remaining space barely allowed for turning around, and there was no shower, focusing on quick in and out. The resting area for the boys was larger, over 30 square meters, with 4 bunk beds accommodating 8 people. The corridor was dimly lit with pink lights, slightly damp, and the air was thick and unpleasant. Although it couldn't be described as dirty or chaotic, the environment was indeed not good. How much do you earn for one shift? Wang Yaodang asked after returning. A dozen girls looked at each other, and finally the oldest among them spoke up. It should be 100, but I'm not sure. Originally we were with the horseman Iong. Well, let me introduce myself. I am Wang Yaodong, and you can call me Yao Ge from now on. The debts you had with Tong Xinhe have all been bought by me. In other words, from now on, I am your landlord. What are you waiting for? Call someone. Ajie yelled. Yao Ge, a chorus of women responded. Scanning the room, Wang Yaodang noticed the indifferent expressions on the women's faces, making him reconsider. Originally, he wanted to change the old cycle of compounding interest to let these women see the glimmer of hope in clearing their debts and boost their enthusiasm for work benefiting everyone, but now it seemed the club's Malan model didn't form overnight. It had its inevitability and shouldn't be applied blindly from his past life. Caution was required. What is your name? Yao Ge, just call me a Juan, the woman said, tossing her hair and smiling. Wang Yaodang waved for Ajie to come over. Take everyone to verify the debts with Si Yen Zai, and then let them go to Yu Lian to work. From now on, they will all be with you. You need to remember everyone's names, their family situations, and the reasons for their debts. How I have to remember all that? Ajie widened his eyes. Do you think being a horseman is that easy, just shouting a few times? Wang Yaodang chuckled and patted Ajie's chest. How about switching to Awei? I think I'm more suited for the tough stuff. Ajie looked troubled. What about the clothing store? Come here, let me put my arm around your shoulders, Wang Yaoding said. I know you hate learning this, but there will be more industries in the future. If my brothers don't help me, who can I trust? I can't trust anyone else. All right. Jia couldn't stand this anymore, smacking his head twice with determination. Leave it to me, you can count on me. Go on, just get used to it, Wang Yaoding said, smiling as he patted Jia's back and gently pushed him, sending him into the fire pit. Jia was known for his sharp tongue and explosive temper. Wang Yaoding feared he wouldn't last 3 years. He didn't want a day to come when he was ruling over Hong Kong Island and Jia would be framed and hanging on the wall, unable to hear the constant bickering of that guy, as his life would surely lose some luster. He waved for Juan to follow him to the office, wanting to understand the situation better. A few hours later, white papers filled with writing were scattered on the table as Wang Yaoding leaned against the Grandmaster chair, rubbing his temples. The situation was much more complicated than he had anticipated. These women were all in debt to loan sharks, the youngest being. The oldest Juan was only 26. Gambling-addicted father, sick mother, a brother in school, and a broken family. In his past life, Wang Yaoding thought it was a trope, but in this life, he saw the real thing. Parents who were hopeless gamblers, a family that favored sons over daughters, being deceived by scoundrels and burdened by illness. Of course, nearly half of it was due to their own reasons: gambling, overspending, and being swindled. In any case, they all owed money to the club, relying on selling their bodies to pay off their debts. They weren't even clear on how much each person in the club received. Different people had different rates for selling their bodies. For example, a Juan earned 50 each time, and the club directly deducted 40 for the debt. However, even so, they earned more in a month than an average person. It was this glimmer of hope that kept these women going, though many had given up on themselves. In Wang Yaoding's view, these women all had some beauty, otherwise they wouldn't have been chosen. The problem was that the management was too rough. Picking up a piece of draft paper, Wang Yaoding wrote and sketched for a while before settling on a preliminary reform plan, establishing a 10-level performance ladder. With each level of performance achieved, the monthly interest and deductions would decrease. If they worked hard, there was hope to pay off all loans within a year, of course. If anyone continued to borrow, that would be another story. But before that, the place needed to be renovated. All clubs were targeting the sinking market, and only through differentiated competition could they make money, big money. Thinking about the renovations, Wang Yaoding frowned. This industry was deep. He had heard many stories of people being scammed while renovating in his past life. Moreover, there was the issue of money. 300 might not be enough for the car and renovations. As he thought, Wang Yaoding slammed the table. Could he do it himself? What would he need to consider? Small workers. Not all young people wanted to fight. Sending some to do small jobs was ideal for arranging for the younger brothers. Masters. Finding larger workers was also easy, either in the city or the housing estates. Many from the north had experience in large-scale construction. Management used Malan as a pilot project to identify and solve problems. Future business, with so many bars, KTVs, nightclubs, and Malan around, repair and maintenance work would be plentiful. With his reputation, it wouldn't be hard to get things done. Market at least a 40-year good market. Looking at what he had written down, Wang Yaoding stood up, crossed his arms, and smiled with satisfaction. However, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed someone behind him staring at him, a person with sharp features and an imposing demeanor. Wang Yaoding was startled, quickly bracing himself against the desk and jumping over, turning around to look closely, and couldn't help but smile. He saw that the person opposite him had their fists raised to protect their face, chest out and back straight, exuding an aura as solid as a mountain. It turned out there was a large mirror placed behind him, reflecting his own figure. Shaking his head and laughing, Wang Yaoding turned to open the door and walked out. Away is over by the stall. What's wrong? Aji looked up to ask. Wang Yaoding patted his forehead. This stall was expanding little by little, and they were truly short on manpower. Aji, go handle it. Buy a few boxes of cola to take back to the housing estate, and go to the court to find those scoundrels. Tell them to find out who the renovation masters are, especially those coming from the north. Found one for $100. Okay, Aji replied as he got up. Remember to drive over and show those scoundrels what real strength looks like. The search area is not limited to Rainbow Village. Right next to it is Pingshire Village. With so many subordinates, some belong to AI Min Village while others are from Lihuanan Village. For villages with a population of nearly 2,000 at the grassroots level, Aji assigned the task and drove around, confident that within 2 days they would find enough targets. Aji went off to handle matters while Wang Yaoding turned back to his room. He needed to create a design plan, or more accurately, a design direction from the client. He couldn't just tell the renovation team to make it look good without any specifications. If pushed too hard, the renovation workers could become dangerous. The Malan area is only about 200 square meters, and the space is too small. Just as he was jotting down notes on a blank sheet of paper, there was a knock on the door. Brother Yao, someone is here looking for you. They said they are from Tong Xin. Wang Yaoding frowned slightly. Come in. The door opened, and 3 young men wrapped in bandages and showing a mix of excitement and anxiety walked in. Wang Yaoding, is there no one left at Tong Xin? They sent 3 injured guys to discuss matters. Brother Yao. The three of them bowed in unison, a perfect 90-degree bow. We want to talk to you. Wang Yaodang was momentarily at a loss. It was too sudden. Wait a moment. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Tong Xi and his subordinates want to join him. Suddenly, he recalled the previous system notification. The three of them matched up. Why, oi? Wang Yaodang still wanted to ask. Brother Yao is a good person, one of them said. Wang Yaodang thought, isn't that kind of insulting? Brother Yao treats his subordinates, well, even those of us who are outsiders. You'll have to go out and fight with me, Wang Yaodang said in a deep voice. If we have to fight, then we'll fight. What I'm afraid of is that the big brother won't care. Wang Yaodang tapped his fingers on the table. The system wouldn't lie to him. It was impossible that he was an undercover agent. It was his first time being respected by others, which felt quite. He held back. He couldn't smile. He needed to maintain his image. All right, I'll discuss the transfer with the two Shang. Wang Yaodang looked over the three of them. What are your names? I'm Kai Liming, everyone calls me Ali. Jiao Wenza, everyone calls me Sha Zhe. Yao Lianghui, everyone calls me de Kohui. Ali Sha Zhe de Kohui, fine, return, and take care of your injuries first. No need, Ali waved his arm which looked like a zongzi, it won't delay our work. Wang Yaodang understood their eagerness to show off in front of the new boss, but if you go out like this people will think that I Wang Yaodang am useless. He took a bag from the side, pulled out a wad of cash, and said, come here, each of you gets 500. Go back and take good care of yourselves. The three looked at each other, their eyes suddenly turning red. What are you crying for? Wang Yaodang gritted his teeth. Is there reverence for him due to some mental issue? That can't be right. Nothing, Ali rubbed his eyes and said with a smile. I've been out on the streets since I was 15, that's 8 years. 2 years as a loser, 3 years with Lan Danglong, and 3 years with Si Jiuzai. This is the first time I haven't done anything and still got paid. De Kohui, I've been out for 7 years. Sha Zhe, I've been out for 9 years. Each person spoke in turn, and Wang Yaodang didn't know what to say. During this process, Hong Kong indeed experienced an economic boom fueled by over 2 million lower-class individuals igniting the machine and unleashing its power. The economy soared, the city flourished, housing prices skyrocketed, and the wealthy ascended to new heights. Yet the only constant remained the lower-class individuals still tethered to their plight, their lives unchanged. Go back, recover well. There are many tasks for you to do. I just worry you might find it too tiring, Wang Yaodang said with a smile, waving his hand. Don't worry, brother Yao. The three departed, and Wang Yaodang sat in silence for a moment before suddenly laughing, thinking, what the hell is wrong with me? I'm just a lowly fourth brother. Why am I concerned about the governor of Hong Kong? Crazy. He picked up the phone to call Dada Sheng and discuss the matters concerning the three. Dada Sheng cursed a few times, and that was that. They were just 3 aimless old fourth brothers, hardly impactful aside from a bit of embarrassment. There's also the chance to promote some newcomers. They are easier to deceive. Meiyuan Building. Guan Zaisan was once again playing mahjong with a few retired old-timers when Zhu Baitong entered and whispered something to him. Opt. Guan Zaisan slammed his cards on the table, his expression turning fierce. He bought a car. What kind of car? How much? The other 3 old men exchanged glances, their lips curling into a smirk, silently transforming into spectators ready to enjoy the gossip. It's a new Lincoln Continental. Oh, I don't know the price, but it was bought from the guy in Taipei. Zhu Baitong glanced at the 3 old fellows. That car must cost over 100,000. Guan Zaisan took a deep breath, his face expressionless as he regarded the 3 old men. Sorry, I have something on today. Let's play tomorrow. Guan Zaisan kicking people out at this moment. What a lousy move. An old man grumbled, visibly displeased. Guan Zaisan's face darkened. Otherwise, I'll leave. Spoil sport. Lousy person. Guan Zaisan, your little brother is rebellious. Oh, can you handle him? Why not let him come with me? I'll pay a transfer fee. I'm tough, not afraid of curses. Damn your mother. Guan Zaisan exploded with rage. Get lost. Troublesome dog-like. You don't appreciate good intentions. Zhu Baitong silently stepped back a couple of paces, pretending not to see anything. He suddenly swept the mahjong tiles away in front of him and angrily poured several cups of tea. Where did that damn punk get the money? He spent over 100,000 on Tong Xian. Is the clothing business really that profitable? His jealousy transformed his entire demeanor. I heard that the ladies from Tong Xian stayed behind. Oh, Dada Sheng went mad, just gave up on the debts. Damn his old mother. Guan Zaisan became increasingly furious, grinding his teeth. He was angry at himself for designing a plan, yet Wang Yaodang had not suffered a single scratch, and even managed to sort a success, while this punk earned so much money and wouldn't lend a bit to the big boss. Who was it that brought you into the gang? Rebellious brat. Damn it. I heard. Zhu Baitong's voice trembled. What did you hear? Spit it out, stuttering. Yesterday, a Yao arranged for Xing Hong at the Xing venue. Who? A Hong. Guan Zaisan suddenly stood up, staring intently at Zhu Baitong. Are you sure it's the driver, a Hong next to the sitting governor? Something like that. The younger brothers heard it from the people at Xing, saying that both Lin He and the people from Anglian Shi were invited by a Yao. As he spoke, Zhu Baitong wiped his sweat. He was afraid after the disappearance of Dao Yuming. Guan Zaisan was also anxious. What is he hosting a Hong for? Could it be that he's asking a Hong to spill the beans on Dao Yuming? Zhu Baitong shook his head. Damn his old mother, we can't wait any longer, we must find a way. Guan Zaisan paced back and forth in the room, feeling a chill at his neck. After a while Guan Zaisan stopped. You arrange for someone to keep a close watch on that damn punk, find out what he's been doing lately, who he's supplied goods to, how much he's sold, at what price, then come back and tell me. All right. Zhu Baitong nodded. Then I'll go handle it first. Go on. Once the person left, Guan Zaisan locked the door from the inside, stood by the phone, thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and picked up the phone, dialing out. Hey Sharkin, it's me. Damn, it's just a few tens of thousands. Do you think I can't pay it back? I have something else to discuss with you. A way to get rich. Are you in or not? I know every distribution channel of Ah Yao's garment factory. Will you take the job? With that opening, Guan Zaisan relaxed and spoke freely. You scoundrel. You even steal from your own underlings' businesses. You're worse than a beast. Sha Kuan roared with laughter. Fuck your mother. If you want to do it, fine. Finding people to make money isn't hard. Guan Zaisan exploded in fury. Just kidding. I love making money, Sha Kuan. How much per month? If it's too little, forget it. 2 days ago, Tong Xinhe ordered a large batch. He spent over 100,000. Yesterday, he bought a Lincoln Continental at Lam's venue. He even assumed the debts owed by 2 hostesses from Tong Shin's brothels. What do you think? Don't believe me? Ask your man Meng Hua. That good? Wait for my call. After hanging up, Sha Kuan ordered his men to bring Meng Hua immediately. He plopped down onto the billiard table. Those clothes. Yes, he'd given them serious thought. Meng Hua had gifted them to him, and the image of those garments aboard the girl's boat flickered vividly in his mind. A woman beside him, her black hair styled in voluminous waves, wearing a yellow camisole and a tight black pencil skirt, was bent over the billiards table striking a shot. Sha Kuan grabbed a cue ball and tossed it toward her. Hey, come here. What is it, Brother Kuan? She swayed her hips as she sauntered over, her expression flirtatious. I'm feeling quite heated right now. Earlier had promised each of the 8 blue lanterns the right to recruit 2 subordinates. Even counting existing personnel, manpower still felt insufficient. Away had opened additional stalls on Bo Lu Lane and Hertford Road. Businesses lingerie stalls, 6. At the brothel district, Ajia was already managing operations with 6 men. The 2 new venues proved highly valuable to Wang Yaotang. The Triad collected accounts only once per month and took just 20%, significantly easing his cash flow pressure. That morning, Si Yinzai drove. The group headed straight for the new territories. First stop, Lam's venue, where they picked up a Toyota Hiace H20, launched in 1977. Wang Yaotang selected the 15-seater model, ideal for hauling goods or transporting underlings to confront rivals. Awei climbed behind the wheel of the Toyota H20. As they approached the garment factory, Old Li was already pacing restlessly outside its gates. What's wrong? Afraid I wouldn't come, and you'd get no payment. The Lincoln Continental halted. Wang Yaotang stepped out and fixed his gaze on Old Li. Brother Yao. Old Li blinked in surprise, hastily stubbed out his cigarette, and hurried forward. Brother Yao, you've struck it rich. A brand new Lincoln Continental, so imposing. Bought with your advance payments, Wang Yaotang joked lightly. Old Li's hand froze mid-caress on the car's body. His face drained of color. Had he dared, he'd have punched Wang square in the jaw. Wang Yaotang burst into hearty laughter. Just teasing. Elder uncle of the Triad admired my business acumen and gifted it to me as a prestige symbol. Elder uncle treats you well indeed. Old Li forced a dry chuckle. Do I believe that? Then he spotted Awei descending from the other Toyota, and his anxiety spiked. Did he blow all my advance on this? These short-statured fellows. Give them money and they're no longer themselves. Worried, he ushered everyone into his office and urgently produced his ledger. Brother Yao, 5 styles, 63,000 sets, plus the previous 85,000. I can't keep up. What are you afraid of? If I don't buy, won't other Triads still place orders? Wang Yaotang lounged back, legs crossed. Not even offering tea. Do you really want to keep doing business? Who else would order, my esteemed Brother Yao? Old Li looked flustered. Yesterday, Gue Laoquan's garment factory changed hands. They've hired professional designers, exclusively producing this style of lingerie. Their brand's already registered Night Mistress Apparel. What did you say? Awei shot upright, voice booming. Brother Yao, absolutely unacceptable. We'll smash them. Wang Yaotang's easy demeanor vanished. Frowning, he asked, who's the new owner? Rumor says it's the Dong Lian Society. Old Li sighed heavily. Gue Laoquan, the useless fool, loves gambling. He fell into a trap and lost the entire factory in one night. Hearing it was a Triad, Wang Yaotang exhaled inwardly in relief. Which branch of the Dong Lian Society? No idea. Don't worry excessively. Worst case, I fight them directly. Your operation won't be affected. Today I'll settle 70%. The remainder follows in a few days. Wang Yaotang's expression remained unreadable. Over the next few days, investigate thoroughly what they produce, whether they've copied our designs. Bring me several finished samples. Call Awei with updates. Can't we settle everything now? I'm holding too much inventory. I'm strapped for cash. Old Li seized Wang Yaotang's hand. Should I even pledge the car to you? Wang Yaotang's brow furrowed. Ha ha. Never mind. Old Li withdrew his hand with an awkward smile. I trust Brother Yao completely. Xianzai, pay up. Xianzai cross-checked the ledger with Old Li and issued a bank transfer check. This was no longer a makeshift operation. It was corporate management. All transactions flowed through banks, simplifying tax compliance. Seeing the check, Old Li's eyes flickered. He then insisted on signing a formal contract with Wang Yaotang, standardized, legally binding, ensuring he could at least sue if things went awry. Sign the contract. Gladly. Wang Yaotang signed with a flourish, then shook the document in his hand. Now I can legitimately pursue you for illegal profits derived from pirating my company's designs. Brother Yao. Well, heh. Old Li's face stiffened, paralyzed. In his eagerness for legality, he'd utterly forgotten this complication. Stingy bastard. Wang Yaotang slapped Old Li's cheek playfully. What are you waiting for? Get the goods loaded. On the return drive, the Toyota was handed to a subordinate. Ah Wei faced grim as constipation climbed into the Lincoln. Brother Yao, what do we do? The Dong Lian Society. Could it be Lao Dongzhou himself? If so, we're doomed. What's there to fear? Wang Yaotang patted Ah Wei's soft belly. When soldiers come, generals repel them. When floods rise, dikes hold them back. Are we abandoning our trade? So what if others mimic me, training socialites? Should I step aside? Absolutely not. Before Ah Wei could speak, Xianzai, driving, cut in voice, cold and ruthless. Anyone who blocks Brother Yao's path dies. Haha, look. Xianzai's grown fierce. How exactly will you handle it? Wang Yaotang teased, amused. No need for us to act directly. Just hire men from the north. Xianzai twisted in his seat. Icy glints flashed behind his glasses. I know several Shungang Qibing gangs, armed with Type 562 rifles. For the right price, killing a few people is trivial. What the hell? Ah Wei recoiled. Where did you meet them? None of your business. Enough. No need for grand theatrics. You pull a gun, they'll pull theirs. Wang Yaotang waved dismissively. It's unlikely Lao Dongzhou himself ordered this. Not enough profit yet. And frankly, I don't mean to disparage Triads, but do they even possess such talent? Running a legitimate business isn't simple. Just launching a few new designs won't guarantee explosive sales. Let's wait and see. Test their mettle. I've yet to deploy many of my secret weapons. Really? Ah Wei grew animated. Doubt me? No. It's just heh. Ah Wei scratched his head. Alright, calm down. The delivery van did not head directly to Tsimsha Sui. Instead, it diverted halfway to Tsunwan. Henceforth, the Triad would centralize procurement before distributing goods to its other branches, following Wang Yaotang's model, whether through street stalls or storefronts. Though these garments appeared high quality, Wang Yaotang had instructed Lao Li to select fabrics that looked premium, yet tore easily. The branches in Seongkwan, Tsunwan, and Shatin collectively sold tens of thousands of pieces each month. Tai Kut Dong had never actually seen the clothes before. Today, he'd specially arranged for a woman known as Phoenix Sister to model them. The moment she stepped out, his pulse quickened. Had he not been keen to preserve his image before his newly recruited underlings, Tai Kut Dong might have instantly surrendered to youthful fervor. On the spot, Tai Kut Dong ordered 2 sets, purchasing them under the names of 6 shell companies and paying entirely in cash. Wang Yaotang immediately grasped the intent: laundering illicit funds. No wonder the Triad placed such emphasis on legitimate business, money laundering. Which Hong Kong banknote bears virtue? Which bears sin? Tracing illicit funds falls to the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau, not to Wang Yaotang. So long as taxes are filed, he bears no responsibility. One circuit dispersed a third of the inventory. Next stop, Tong Sun He. Golden Tooth Chung placed in enormous order, over 3,000 sets, costing merely HK 6,000. Finally, Ah Wei loaded 5,000 sets into a Toyota minivan and drove off. Friend Union building a small office. Wang Yaotang sat slouched in a master's chair, legs crossed, cigarette dangling from his lips, smiling as he watched Si Yinzai perform. With a sharp thud, Si Yinzai dropped a large black leather briefcase onto the table and fixed his gaze on Ah Jik and Ah Kit. Guess how much is inside? 800,000. Ah Jik glanced at Si Yinzai's slender arms and legs. I'll guess 1 million. Ah Kit rubbed his palms together and declared loudly. Wrong. Si Yinzai burst into laughter, unzipping the briefcase wide open. 1,430,000. With that, he upended the case toward the floor. A cascade of tightly bundled banknotes spilled across the floor. Bloody hell. Ah Kit, Ah Wei, and Ah Jik cried out in unison. Wang Yaotang roared with laughter. Nothing delivers sheer awe like cold hard cash. We're rich. Ah Kit dropped to his knees, scrambling wildly with both hands, his grin stretching so wide his pink tongue gleamed clearly. Ah Wei went even further, rolling ecstatically across the floor. Tonight I'll sleep atop this fortune. Ah Jik also laughed, gathering the bills into a pile before slamming 2 heavy fists down, sending notes scattering in all directions. Wang Yaotang was elated, but restrained. Eyes half closed, he watched his 4 jubilant brothers while his mind had already leapt ahead, calculating how best to spend this windfall. After a prolonged frenzy, the four gradually settled. Kit tugged Si Yin's sleeve. How did you amass so much? I hadn't anticipated it during the sale. I only realized upon tallying up back home. Si Yin's recounted the single-day shipment of 58000 sets. In truth, only HK21000 represents pure profit. HK21000, that's a fortune. Y exclaimed loudly. Just months ago our combined savings couldn't reach HK1000. We still owe Laoli 30% of the invoice. HK5400 must be deducted, leaving us with HK9000. Si Yin's smiled as he spoke. And don't forget Uncle's HK3000. We're left with just HK5900. Wang Yutong interjected. Brother Yutong, Si Yin's, can we please avoid such gloom now? Let's postpone the accounting until tomorrow. Let me savor tonight's joy. Kit sat squarely atop the money, waving his arms in theatrical protest. Fine, celebrate tonight. We'll hit the upscale club later. Wang Yutong chuckled. No thanks, the upscale club's dull. Kit waved dismissively. Where do you want to go? Y asked curiously. Word has it that a new batch of mainland women just arrived at the Lan Yuan sauna in Mong Kok. Some young, some astonishingly well endowed. Let's get a breast massage. Kit gestured emphatically. That's a balloon. You expect actual human anatomy to match that. Guaranteed. We'll milk one on the spot for you to drink. A pack of wild boars can't digest fine grain. Wang Yutong chided, laughing. Though they controlled brothels, fraternization between junior members and hostesses was strictly forbidden. Such entanglements risked subverting hierarchy. Power could shift dangerously from the top down. Brother Yutong, will you join us? Of course, I'll play along. Wang Yutong refused to dampen their spirits. Si Yin's glanced at Wang Yutong, debating whether to raise the matter of the Eastern Federation. Wang Yutong shook his head. Let them enjoy tonight. Tomorrow's soon enough. The next day? Damn it all. Who is it? Kill him tonight. Kit exploded upon hearing the news. Calm down. Let's wait for Lao Li's intelligence first. Wang Yutong waved a hand. Don't lose composure. Is Lao Li reliable? Should we send our own men to investigate? Y asked gravely. Perhaps, Wang Yutong replied indifferently, dispatching 2 underlings to monitor the situation, dual oversight. Could it be Officer Sam? Si Yin's suddenly ventured. This suspicion had haunted him even during last night's massage. Surely not, he's lost his mind. Kit looked stunned. Raiding a brothel? That's one of the 3 cardinal taboos of the underworld, punishable by 3 knives and 6 wounds. Nonsense. This is legitimate commercial rivalry. Why drag brothels into it? Fuck his mother. No need to overthink. Tonight I'll torch their factory myself. Let's see how they manufacture anything. Kit ground his molars. If we burn it, let's wait until they've produced stock, then incinerate both facility and goods, bankrupting them utterly. Si Yin's murmured low. Wang Yutong stared at Si Yin's in genuine astonishment. This youth, for all his ruthlessness, possessed chilling intellect. Brilliant. Kit burst into laughter. We'll watch Officer Sam weep. What if they retaliate by burning our premises? Wang Yutong countered. Once torched, retaliation is inevitable. Perfect chance to ambush them. Set fire, catch them red-handed. Killing in self-defense carries no legal liability. Let them file complaints to their heart's content. Si Yin's strategy was meticulously layered. Wang Yutong clicked his tongue thoughtfully. But what if they delay? One can't guard against thieves forever. No matter, we bear no loss. It's Lao Li's factory that burns. Contracts protect us. Failure to deliver on time entitles us to claim breach of contract penalties. Si Yin's shrugged. Either way we win. Bloody hell, you snake. Kit gaped at Si Yin's stunned. Y instinctively shuffled backward, putting distance between himself and the man. Why the fuss? In business we speak only of commerce. I've deceived no one. Brother Yutong taught me that. I'll sue you for slander. When did I ever teach such things? Wang Yutong widened his eyes. Brother Yutong, you said it yourself. To be a gangster, one must know the law, study the law, understand the law, wield the law, or spend life branded a scoundrel. Si Yin's mimicked Wang Yutong's cadence precisely. Wang Yutong fell silent. Damn it, I really did say that. You preach no study, understand, wield, but where, pray tell, is the word abide? Wang Yutong sighed, half amused, half exasperated. Enough, your plan remains provisional. First we verify the adversary's identity and strength. 5 days later, 6 garments were delivered to Wang Yaotong along with the results of the investigation. Donglian Society Shakuin and the big shots of Monghua. Out of the 6 outfits, all 5 designed by Wang Yaodang were copied, including the newly launched chiffon, see-through Republican style, and little nurse outfit. The designer merely made minor adjustments to the specific plans. A GIAG and Away were furious, their eyes blazing. Furied Kid, can we sue them? Away asked in a deep voice. I don't know, but it seems quite difficult. Furied Kid sighed, holding the Republican-style outfit, and said this style has been around for hundreds of years. We only made it transparent. When we registered, the copyright lawyer said it was useless, only meant to scare those who don't understand the law. As for the leopard print jumpsuit and open crotch leggings, that's our original creation, but suing would just drag things out. Even if we win, what's the point? They can just pirate it without going through the company. I said learning the law is utterly useless. We still need to resort to violence. Ajie shouted. Tonight I'll take people to burn down his venue. Ajie kept his eyes fixed on Wang Yaodong, who was pulling at the clothes back and forth. After a few tugs, he picked up the plastic bag and looked at it, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar. Brother Yao, what's wrong? Do you have a plan? Ajie asked. Hell, let them sell it. They won't go bankrupt. Wang Yaotang replied with a smile. How so? Awei immediately asked. The quality is too good. How can it sell? Wang Yaotang shook the clothes and said, Oh. The others exchanged glances, thinking they had misheard. Isn't better quality easier to sell? Furied Kid blinked. See, that's the difference. For sexy lingerie, it needs to tear easily. Wang Yaotang laughed heartily. 8900 in hand, no, it's 1.43 million. How can there be no upfront payment in this world? With over 1.4 million in hand, Wang Yaotang felt emboldened to confront Shakuan. Not only to confront, but also to expand the scale of the confrontation. The new store for Madu clothing would continue to open. In an independent office area, Wang Yaotang couldn't always work in the horsepen right. A large warehouse was essential. With the expansion of Channel's future stock would definitely exceed 100 units. Without a dedicated warehouse, it wouldn't work. The marketplace is like a battlefield. Opportunities are fleeting. Madam Knight revealed a flaw, and he must seize it. Otherwise, when the opponent adjusts and returns, further squeezing the market, he would be left with nothing but a fire dragon burning the warehouse. The methods were too crude, and the consequences would be dire. Ignoring the discussion among the four, Wang Yaotang took a piece of draft paper and wrote down everything he thought of. Where were the advantages? Cost. Raw material prices are low, and with a mature product line, the same product can be 15 cheaper provided the quantity does not exceed 200 units. Channel. The sales channels have already been established and need no further opening. Design. There are even more designs ready to be launched at any time. Sales methods. Innovative sales methods that transcend the times, targeting the lower market. Above which step should be taken first, and which should be taken later to inflict maximum damage, striking a fatal blow. After much contemplation, Wang Yaodong's gaze fell on the design and cost aspects. He looked up and found the four were silent, all staring at him. What are you looking at me for? Brother Yao, do you have a plan now? Ajie asked eagerly. Away, go to my house. There's a box under my bed, and inside are 3 sets of my new designs. 2 styles of the fishnet jumpsuit with open crotch series and lace temptation sexy back, heart button, nightgown, open crotch passion set. Deliver 1 style to Oldly every day, setting 200 units for each style. If he copies my new styles, I'm worried he won't be able to keep up. Are you? Awei frowned, looking conflicted. Do you think I'm sending styles to Sha Kuan? Wang Yaodong laughed. Don't worry, I'm just afraid he won't follow along. Stock doesn't cost money, does it? I get it. Ajie slapped his thigh. The more stock they have, the greater the loss when it burns. Brother Yao is brilliant. Wang Yaotang's mouth twitched. So you're counting on arson, huh? Ajie, tonight tell Sister Hua that I need to arrange for some flat models to take promotional photos and ask her to help find a place. Sure. Furied Kid, what about the matter? I asked you to check for shop locations at Mong Kok Portland Street, Fa Street, and Yao Ma Ti Shanghai Street. How did it go? There's none on Portland Street, but near the intersection with Mong Kok Street, there's a shop of over 200 square feet for 300. After thinking for a moment, Furied Kid said Shanghai Street has over 300 square feet for 200, and Fa Street has 200 square feet for 1800. Payments are 3 months deposit and 1 month rent. Rent them all, and let it be known outside that I want to open 3 stores at once. Won't that be too much pressure? If we want to expand fully, wooden stalls work better. No stalls will eventually be eliminated. Selling from stalls is inherently synonymous with cheapness. It's a huge blow to the brand. Wang Yaodong shook his head. In the future, the goods to other societies will maintain the current state. The merchandise in the stores will need to be repackaged. Cancelled. Awei did not expect Wang Yaodong to say this. In the future, there will be a cancellation, but in the short term, we need to add as much as possible to fill Sim Sha Sui. To lure Sha Kuan. Furied Kid's eyes lit up. He began to understand Wang Yaotong's plan. This was to force Sha Kuan to invest even more capital. Wang Yaodong sneered. Guanzai Sun believes that the Donglian Society's 12 Friends of Power has extensive connections, thinking that Sha Kuan can leverage the society's advantages to open channels faster and suppress us in one fell swoop. Wang Yaodong chuckled coldly. Sha Kuan thinks so too. Since the channels are so extensive, why not keep all the profits to himself? Why let the garment factory earn a share? By controlling the garment factory, he can more effectively prevent piracy. It's a good idea, but what about the financial pressure? Most of our financial pressure is borne by Old Li. The inventory pressure isn't too big. But Sha Kuan's appetite is so large, the financial pressure on us is several times greater. I've invested over 1 million already. How much does he plan to invest? 200, 300, or 500? Is it Guanzai Sun who has so much money, or Sha Kuan who has so much? Once the capital chain breaks, at that time it will be a blazing inferno. Ajie was ecstatic, waving his arms vigorously. Explosive. Wang Yaotang's expression stiffened, and he couldn't help but begin to doubt himself. What is the essence of commercial competition? Is it a meticulously planned business strategy? Or do high-end business battles often resort to the simplest means? Brushing negative reviews, creating counterfeits, stealing secret recipes, snatching seals, poisoning Ultraman, exchanging for the god of wealth, watering down the opponent's money tree, sabotaging the rival's coffee machine. Every successful person has their unique business warfare trump card. What is mine? Wang Yatang's business warfare trump card. This is not the business war I envisioned. Beginning with the relocation of capital from mainland China to Hong Kong in 1949, Hong Kong's manufacturing sector had adhered unwaveringly for 3 decades to a low-barrier small-scale model, eschewing technological investment, brand development, and focusing solely on labor-intensive orders. The most emblematic example was Hong Kong Island's largest export industry, garment manufacturing. In 1970, it accounted for 35% of total exports. By 1980, that share had slipped to 34%, signaling the beginning of a steady decline in overall scale. On one hand, Britain, the United States, and Japan imposed textile import quotas to protect their domestic industries. On the other, South Korea, Taiwan, and other emerging economies aggressively expanded their export-driven growth, intensifying global competition and exposing the fatigue of Hong Kong's manufacturing base. Between 1971 and 1982, the local manufacturing sector's share of GDP fell continuously by 12%. Meanwhile, the colonial Hong Kong government, exuding an unmistakable air of imminent retreat, levied no income tax, but monetized virtually everything, including export quotas. Since the 1970s, selling quotas had spawned 4 dominant garment families. Countless smaller apparel factories forced to purchase these quotas toiled relentlessly, yet earned less than even Guodashing, who profited handsomely as a zipper distributor. Against this backdrop, although Wang Yaotong's delayed payments frustrated Lao Li, new orders accompanied by advance payments left him rapturously delighted. After all, he no longer needed to worry about quota procurement. As long as production lines ran, his workers stayed employed and the industry endured. In Hong Kong, when money is secured, execution proceeds at astonishing speed. Spectacles, so nicknamed for his thick-rimmed glasses, summoned all 3 sub-landlords simultaneously to a law firm, projecting an air of affluence and abundant alternatives. With lawyer Sang's expert coordination and the irresistible lure of a 10% discount in exchange for immediate contracts, signing the deal was sealed in one swift session. The renovation team suspended work on the Horsestall conversion at Feilai Building and redirected all resources toward outfitting the 3 retail stores. Though Wang Yaotang had taken deliberate steps to conceal his movements, the mole officer's son uncovered the plan and immediately alerted Sha Kun. New Style orders the rapid establishment of 3 branded boutiques and pop-up stalls mushrooming across the district. All signaled unmistakably to Sha Kun that Wang Yaotang had detected his covert maneuvers and was mounting a vigorous campaign to seize market dominance. Sha Kun waved dismissively at Officer Sun Brat. Does he truly believe such petty tricks can challenge your godfather? Talent. What use is talent without power? I'm richer, better connected, and operate on a far larger scale. His new designs reach my factory within an hour, and within 3 days my production capacity will overwhelm his entirely. What does that wretched kid have to oppose me with? Nothing but futile resistance. In the end, everything will be mine. Yes, ours. Sha Kun grinned at Officer Sun. The advantage lies squarely with me. Xiang Lishan, male, 31 years old, a photographer of modest renown in the industry. Starting as an apprentice, he rose to become founder of Lishan Advertising Company, specializing in fashion and magazine editorial photography, and stood as an inspirational archetype within the trade. Why approach me? Doesn't TVB produce its own promotional posters? Xiang Lishan asked, smiling. Makeup for print ads was occasionally undertaken as freelance work by Flower Sister, supplementing her income, and thus she knew the boss well. Not for TVB, this is for a friend of mine. Embarrassed to admit she'd been hired to do makeup for Stable Girls, Flower Sister faltered, her expression awkward. Xiang Lishan's eyes lit up instantly. Oh, what kind of friend? A boyfriend? Don't be absurd. Flower Sister recoiled in alarm. What are you so nervous about? Xiang Lishan grew even more convinced, chuckling mischievously. You wild thing. You're surrounded by handsome men of every stripe. I knew you'd crack sooner or later. Shut it. Flower Sister snapped, exasperated. Loose talk gets people killed. All right. We'll discuss it indoors. Tell me, does he perform spectacularly in bed? Surely better than your husband's pathetic little sausage. Xiang Lishan flushed with excitement. Wait, he's arriving any moment. Flower Sister sighed helplessly. I warned you. If you insist on courting death, I won't stop you. Oh, then I must observe closely. As he spoke, a Toyota H20 pulled up roadside. The door swung open. Wang Yaotang leapt out first, followed by Jie and 4 underlings, and finally 3 stunningly glamorous women. To maintain operational secrecy, Wang Yaotong, Jie, and the women had each arrived separately by taxi before converging at the site. Is that the one leading them? The clean-cut, somewhat confident, and strikingly handsome young man. Wow. Clearly the type who's unfailingly considerate. Xiang Lishan gripped Flower Sister's hand, electrified with anticipation. And so young. You really are grazing on fresh pasture. Flower Sister pressed her lips together. That's exactly what I thought, until I saw him reduce two lecherous thugs to unrecognizable pulp with my own eyes. Too brutal. Hello, sir. I'm Lishan, owner of this advertising agency. Xiang Lishan rushed forward eagerly. Xiang Lishan wore a single braided ponytail, gold-rimmed spectacles, a black lace-trimmed fitted shirt, white chiffon harem pants, black high heels, and pink-tinted toenails. Hello, Miss Lishan. Wang Yaodang smiled, extending his hand. I'm Wang Yaodang. Hello, Miss Lishan. I'm Ajia. Ajia stepped forward, smiling warmly as he offered his hand. Lately his tastes had grown refined. He favored women of quiet sophistication. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Xiang Lishan covered his mouth with a delicate laugh. Miss Lishan. He's a gentleman. Wang Yaodang froze mid-gesture. Ajia gaped speechlessly. In that instant, an eerie silence descended upon the scene. Brother Yao, please don't take offense. He didn't mean it. He's always like this. Flower Sister hurried forward to defuse the tension for her friend. Wang Yaodong's face crumpled in horror. He gestured sharply for an underling, then seized the youth's shirt and scrubbed his palm furiously. Damn it. Even in 1980, you still run into freaks like this. His visceral revulsion made Xiang Lishan's lips pout instantly. He loathed nothing more than being met with such overt disdain. Family, who among you truly understands? Shrimphead Hong Kong man. Fuck you, brat. Ajia had just been fantasizing about seducing him later that night, never having sampled this elite white-collar type, especially dressed just so. His mind had already conjured vivid scenes. The contrast, thrilling. Then, Ajia collapsed inwardly. He rubbed his palms violently against his trousers, snatched a cleaver from a subordinate's arms, and roared, I'll cut you down. Leading the charge, Ajia spurred his underlings, who instantly drew their own cleavers, to glare with murderous intent. One command, and the pervert would be hacked to pieces. Roaring threats, killing intent blazing in their eyes, blades gleaming coldly. Xiang Lishan, blanched in terror, stumbled backward twice and landed hard on his backside. Brother Jia, he meant no harm. Flower Sister cried urgently. Ajia, stand down. Wang Yaodang commanded. We're here on business. Ajia ground his teeth, let out a furious grunt, and hurled the blade back to his subordinate. Damn it, I'm contaminated now. Tonight I'll need big busted girls to scour my brain clean. My apologies, mister. Xiang Wang Yaodang sighed. I hold no prejudice against transgender individuals, but the revelation was utterly unexpected and my reaction was excessive. Once again, I sincerely apologize. Flower Sister helped him rise. There, no more of this. Let's go inside. Xiang Lishan patted his hip, led the others into the studio, and told the three models to prepare. Then he pulled Hua Jia aside and whispered, Who exactly are they? Why are they carrying machetes when they go out? They are big shots from the clubs. What? Xiang Lishan covered his mouth and hissed, Do clubs make commercials too? Enough questions, get to work. Hua Jia said with a helpless sigh. This fellow was impossibly gossipy. But that Yao Ji is so manly. Xiang Lishan clasped his hands over his heart, pouted, and pressed his legs together. Hua Jia fell silent, unable to find a reply. The shoot began swiftly. The model walked out bare-chested, wearing only crotchless stockings. At first, she seemed unfazed by the eyes upon her, but when Xiang Lishan stood before her with a camera, his expression froze. What are you playing at? Look at yourself. After Hua Jia does your makeup, who will even recognize you? Why be nervous? Being a model is better than going out to sell yourself. Later you can work in the shop as a model attendant. A proper job. Wang Yaodang stepped forward to reassure her. He gave precise directions. Straighten your legs, part them slightly, arch your back. Yes. Right hand on the thigh, turn and look back. Yes. Let the expression smolder a little. Photographer Xiang, how is this? Wang asked as he glanced over. Very good, very alluring. He'll adjust the lights and the angles. Xiang Lishan studied him left and right and smiled. Just call me Lishan. Wang Yaotang's face tightened. He stiffened and his fists clenched. Yao Ji, calm down. Good photographers in this trade are usually like that. Bear with it, Hua Jia hurriedly whispered. Wang Yaodang exhaled deeply and made a choice. Damn it, enough. Come, he said, steeling himself. Sit down, hands supporting you behind, chest out. This is crotchless. Don't spread your legs so wide. The essence of these shots is half concealment. Customers know it's open and will compulsively tilt their heads to stare at the photo. Wow, Yao Ji, you really know your stuff, Xiang Lishan said in a soft, coquettish tone. This set is leopard print. Bring out the wildness, take the riding crop. This nurse outfit should convey concern and composure. Do not make it smoldering. And this Republican-era style, though nearly sheer, must still give that refined, demure little lady feeling. This set. Previously, there had been no clear category for erotic costumes. Even the photographer lacked experience. There was no choice but for Wang Yaodang to take the reins himself and arrange the model's poses. This was his trump card. Wow, Yao Ji, you really know your craft, Xiang cooed again in that soft, affected voice. Wow, Yao Ji, you're so sharp. Wow, Yao Ji. Wow. Then someone finally snapped, fuck you. Wang could no longer restrain himself. Oh, without further patience, he let out a kick. Ah. Xiang Lishan lay on the floor, trembling in spasms. Somehow Wang found himself thinking that there might in fact be an erotic market for men as well. He took out a small notebook and scribbled quickly, Xiang Lishan's affected ways disgust me. I am not angry. Name Wang Yaodang. Height 175. Reputation 475795 emerging. Faction Hixingi. Position Jiuzai. Skills driving LV1 Sonda, LV1 Mui, Thai LV1 Art, LV1 Photography, LV1. Enterprises Erotic Lingerie Stalls X16 Adult Goods, Shops X4 Stables X2. Amid the crackle of firecrackers the three shops opened at once. Everyone they could invite from the societies came, Huang Mao Shi Luo Meng, Hua Dadu, Sheng Xinghong, and others. Ugon's status made it inappropriate for him to attend, but he phoned to congratulate Wang on the expansion of his enterprises. Wang seemed to have prepared every detail. He had specially invited Guanzai's son to the opening. Boss, what do you think? 3 shops opening at once. I plan to fill Yujian Wang with outlets. Boss, aren't you pleased? May your whole family prosper, Guanzai's son said with a fixed smile, teeth clenched. In a low voice he added, you traitor, don't be smug. How many bullets do you really have left? You sold the house, didn't you? Just a bit of capital. De Shueho put 2 million behind me, big boss. Are you in or not? Join with outsiders if you must, but don't gamble away your coffin money. If things go south, Sha Kuan will bless your family with riches. Wang laughed loudly. You bastard, let's see how long you stay cocky. Guanzai's son ground his teeth. Don't worry. You are my sworn big boss. I'll be there to see you off when the time comes. Their faces were outwardly completely friendly. Both kept smiling even as their relationship was torn irreparably. Guanzai's son still found occasion to flatter Wang in public. Back at home, Guanzai's son rang Sha Kuan with a dark expression. That bastard had quite a show today. Sha Kuan, when do our shops open? He says someone invested 2 million in him. Sha Kuan scoffed. How are you insane? Do you really think he's worth 2 million? If he had that much, he wouldn't be so incompetent. Investing in that short mule. Sha Kuan's disdain was palpable. Then how does he have the money to open shops? Guanzai's son asked, baffled. No wonder you're useless, Guanzai's son. While you were supposed to watch him, what the hell were you doing? You and He Xingyi skimmed tens of thousands of sets for the lower ranks, and with Xinhe you shifted tens of thousands more. He's been withholding payments. Guanzai Sen's face darkened under the rebuke, but he dared not answer. How do you know? He whispered. Don't ask. Watch him to death. Fuck your mother, Sha Kuan snarled. Sha Kuan hung up with contempt. I have people at his garment factory. Once that bastard is taken care of, he'll cut you down. Useless fool. The next evening, Sha Kuan staged a novel Yi for an erotic fashion show at the Donglianshi nightclub on Hankoudao. He had invited leaders from many societies: Quanwan Data Zai Hichu Shui, Shuifeng Bai Huash Lianying, Shi's Dilong 14K, Detsi Dui's Jijiao, Wendeko Ing Dongan, he's Paozhongchong Dongfu, he's Lahu Zai, and others. Donglianshi's connections were indeed extensive. The bosses of 12 societies were in attendance. Within a single day, Sha Kuan planned to stock his goods across the entire Jiulong. Yao Ji, the Donglianshi scoundrels. Early this morning, Inglian, Shi people started setting up stalls selling underwear on the streets. A wave burst in just after 10, panic written across his face. How many? Wang Yaodang asked in a low voice. I don't know. Fuck them. There are Donglian people beside our stalls every nearby street, including Yamadi and Wangjiao. I've already sent the brothers out to spread and check. Awei was sweating profusely, stunned by how aggressively Donglian she had moved. Damn it, Yao Ji, we can't wait. Tonight we burn them out. Aji's facial muscles trembled with tension. Yao Ji. Aji also looked toward Wang Yaodong, awaiting his command. He pulled out a small notebook and jotted down swiftly. Sha Kuan has repeatedly opposed me. I remained unruffled. After a moment's thought, Wang Yaodang added another line. Guan Zaizen has brought his own demise. Wang Yaodang suddenly chuckled. Do you know how many units Sha Kuan has produced in one batch? The 3 men blinked in surprise and shook their heads. 12,000 pieces are already stockpiled in the warehouse. Wang Yaodang gestured with his hands. The factory is still running overtime to keep up. So many. Has he lost his mind? How much capital must that require? 3 million. Awai's eyes widened. Does he even have that kind of money? He must have thrown in his entire life savings. Wang Yaodang burst into laughter. How did you find out? Who do you think told me? Oldly. Awai frowned. Could it be Gue Laoquan? His garment factory was seized by Sha Kuan, but he certainly knows all the workers there. Ajay's eyes darted shrewdly. Huh. You'll never guess. It was Zhu Biodong. Wang Yaodang roared with laughter. What? How could it be him? Is he hedging his bets? Awai instantly caught on. Last night, Sha Kuan invited 12 Triad elders and staged an erotic fashion show. He intends to flood all of Kowloon with his goods within 24 hours. Wang Yaodang continued. Did Zhu Biodong tell you that too? Ajay furrowed his brow. No, it was Meng Hua who secretly informed me. Wang Yaodang shook his head. Meng Hua betrayed his own boss. A wave of staggering revelations left Awai, Ajay, and the third man utterly stunned. Betrayal. This is business competition. Wang Yaodang rapped his knuckles against the table. Sha Kuan's appetite is insatiable. The Night Lady line now dominates every single venue under the Tsim Sha Sui branch of the Donglian Union. What's left for Manghua? He's been sourcing from us and earned over $80,000 in less than a month. That's more than his entire annual income last year. Now it's gone, swallowed whole by his own boss. Wang Yaodang spread his hands wide. He hasn't poisoned Sha Kuan yet. That alone proves his loyalty. What? The three immediately grasped why Manghua had tipped off Brother Yao. He called me last night. Not outright, but I heard it clearly. He wants me to cut Sha Kuan down right then and there. Wang Yaodang laughed again. I'd wager that if I sent someone over, Manghua would not only prepare the blade, but point out exactly where to strike. The three men imagined the scene and burst into hearty laughter. So rest easy. Sha Kuan understands neither management nor restraint. His reckless investments have sown discord within allies. Desert him confidence, turn away. With what then does he dare challenge us? Wang Yaodang smiled reassuringly. Set fire to the factory and millions worth of inventory, and overnight Hong Kong will erupt. Do you think the police are dead? If Uncle refuses to hand over the culprit, every single venue under Hshinji will be shut down, raided daily. I'd rather not bring your meals in prison. Wang Yaodang shot Jay a stern look. We can bankrupt Sha Kuan entirely through legitimate business means, while simultaneously elevating our brand, and finally acquire all his assets. Bitterly, I've sewn golden threads year after year, only to stitch bridal gowns for others. Brother Yao, so we simply sit idle. Wait for him to self-destruct. Ajay frowned. He won't die, not with 12 triads backing him. So long as he shares profits, he's untouchable. Awai shook his head. His recent experience managing stalls and shops had sharpened his commercial instincts. They all turned back toward Wang Yaodang. Your big brother remains your big brother, he said calmly, reclining in his master chair. Do you know where Si Yinzai has gone? A Toyota H20 screeched to a halt beside a newspaper kiosk. Si Yinzai, clad in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, stepped out, followed closely by several underlings carrying cardboard boxes. Boss, may your business flourish. Young man, what brings you here? The vendor squinted at them. Another new paper company peddling subscriptions. Let me introduce myself. Si Yinzai of the Tsim Sha Sui branch of Hshinji. He extended a smile and a hand. Today I'm here to offer you a golden opportunity. Huh? The vendor scratched his head, bewildered. Go ahead, hang our merchandise for the boss. Dazed, he watched two underlings affix several metal hooks onto his kiosk. The hooks were perfectly aligned. From the boxes, the underlings withdrew bag after bag and began hanging them methodically. Hey, what are you doing? The vendor rushed out from behind his stall, snatching one bag and peering inside. Transparent plastic, within which lay. It no longer mattered. The cover illustration seemed enchanted, locking his gaze in place. He craned his neck, eyes wide and unblinking, desperate to absorb every detail. Si Yinzai smiled faintly. Since dawn he'd traversed Kowloon, visiting newsstands one by one, and such reactions were now routine. Standing beside the vendor, he murmured softly, beautiful, isn't it? Very. Do you love it? I do. Would you like to buy one, and let your wife wear it for you at home? The vendor swallowed hard, hastily dropped the bag, and offered a nervous chuckle. Heh. This is called erotic apparel, designed to heighten intimacy. Si Yinzai's voice dripped with seduction. 8 styles in total, each in different colors. This one retails at $50, wholesale at $20. What do you say? The vendor glanced at his kiosk. 5 styles were already displayed. Each plastic pouch bore a model's promotional image. Though only 5 designs were present, he felt his eyes couldn't keep up. The models' poses were breathtakingly alluring. Each had passed rigorous vetting, true elite specimens. It was 1980, home VCRs had just emerged, and adult films hadn't yet arrived. Such imagery was utterly unprecedented for him. He couldn't resist, absolutely not. Too much to take in, utterly overwhelming. I'll take 100. No, 50 sets. After decades in the trade, he knew instinctively what would sell and what wouldn't. Those cover illustrations alone sealed the deal. Still, prudence dictated caution. He'd start with 50 to test demand, then restock if sales soared. Flexibility was his hallmark. Si Yinzai nodded amiably, tallied the order, handed over a business card bearing his pager number, and tossed off, need more. Call me. Then strode confidently toward the next kiosk. Uncle, may your business flourish. Allow me to introduce myself. Si Yinzai of the Tsim Sha Sui branch of Hshinji. He extended a warm smile and a hand. Today I'm here to introduce you to a golden opportunity. Setting up stalls. Wang Yaodang sneered. Sha Kuan, how many men do you have? How many stalls can you put out? This is the peak season for Gangdao's newsstand trade. There are 2,500 hawkers by count scattered in every corner of the island. Each stand sells thousands of papers every day, he continued. On average, they serve thousands of customers who our merchandise hangs right in front of their eyes, visible the instant someone buys a paper. He slapped a set of promotional posters onto the table. Tell me, is it this that draws the eye or the newspaper itself? A Jai Wei and a G each picked one up. The stock paper was cheap, coated the lowest grade, but the photographs were crisply printed. The shots by Xiang Lishan were vivid, merely looking at them seemed to conjure a faint, indecent scent. This is definitely what attracts people, Ajay chuckled. A moment later someone called, Boss, give me a copy of Xingdao Daily. I'll take it. A man approached the stand, and before he finished the sentence, his eyes had been drawn to the poster hanging above. He stole a glance, quickly turned away, then could not help peeking again, furtively scanning left and right as if he were a thief afraid of being seen. The vendor's grin split his face. 50 a set. Buy those erotic underthings for your wife, try them on. Guaranteed to blow her away. Which size? The vendor asked. 2-3, the customer murmured. The man spoke softly. The vendor promptly shoved 2 garments into a black plastic bag, then cleared his throat and called out loudly, "Give me a Xingdao daily and a Ming Bao." He handed over a red Shanyu note and some loose change, then used the newspaper to shield the black bag as he stepped away, hastening his pace as if to escape notice. Damn, nobody bargaining. This is too easy. The vendor stuffed the red Shanyu note into his pocket, eyes alight. Glancing back at his crate, he saw his stock running low and felt an urgent thrill. They had called the number on the card, but the goods had still not arrived. 1 hour passed before a Toyota H20 returned with more supplies. They had already sold out by then. A hawker leapt forward, paid no heed to whether the driver was with an organization, and bawled, "You scoundrel, why are you so late? I told you to bring more, but you were too scared. There are hundreds of hawkers, how could deliveries be that fast?" Cyan's shirt was soaked through the easy confidence he had shown, while pitching had vanished and his voice was hoarse. "Hurry up. No dilly-dallying. This time we need 200. The frenzy of sales made the vendor's eyes glow red. He quoted a huge, half-grazed number, $5,000. But this was too lucrative. 30 sets sold and $900 earned, more than they would normally make in 3 days. "No, just 100, Cyan's snapped, waving his hand impatiently. "Do you think I won't pay?" the hawker blurted, panicked. "There are 500 hawkers in Yujianwang and only 30,000 sets total. Dream on." Cyan's swore back. "Do you want them or not?" "Yes, yes." The hawker spat, feeling robbed and furious. "Bring more next time. Don't miss money if you can make it." Cyan's tossed a parting barb and climbed into the car. Though Wang Yaodang sounded confident until they had firm information, everyone, including him, was still uneasy. At noon they tried calling Cyan's but received no answer. Wang Yaodang didn't tell the 3 brothers. His worry deepened. At 3 in the afternoon, the door was flung open. Cyan's staggered and disheveled, grabbed the teapot from the table, and began drinking as if his life depended on it. "Cyan's, what happened to you?" Wang Yaodang asked, frowning. "Did anyone sweep you out?" Ajay asked anxiously. Cyan's waved them away, collapsed on the sofa, and after a few ragged breaths spoke in a hoarse voice, "Change of plan. It's no good." "What do you mean?" 30,000 sets, sold out." Cyan's forced a weak smile. Wang Yaodang sprang up. "Really?" "Yes. Laoli, ramp up production, it's not nearly enough." Cyan's panted. "Half the stands in Yujianwang weren't even covered, and we ran out." Wang Yaodang struck the air and snatched up the phone. "Laoli, this is Wang Yaodang. Start full production at once. 24 hours, no stopping the machines. I'm bringing money now." After hanging up, Wang Yaodang laughed loudly. "Shakuan, let's see how you survive this." Ajay could not contain his curiosity. "Yaoga, how did you know that hawkers would make it sell out?" "Yeah, Yaoga, why didn't you think to use the hawkers earlier?" Away asked, eager. "No time to explain. Get in the car?" Wang Yaodang barked. They tumbled downstairs and sped toward the new territories. On the way, Wang Yaodang grinned and explained, "Those hawkers occupy the busiest spots. Of course they sell out. As for why we didn't approach them earlier, well, there's the question of whether we even had the capital to support such a large turnover. With such huge sales and profits, the Donglian syndicate, Shakuan, would be jealous and come to steal the business. Back then it was just us brothers. Could we have withstood a full-scale fight? They'd cut us to pieces and dump us in the sea. You need to do business step by step. People like Shakuan try to go big on force right away. They're courting death. They think wealth and power solve everything. Then why do so many rich people go bankrupt?" They joked as they drove. Half an hour later they arrived at Lao Li's garment factory. Lao Li was waiting at the gate. "Yaoga, in such a hurry, struck gold." Lao Li laughed. "Has work started?" Wang Yaodang asked. "You asked for it. How could I refuse? We were just about to clock out. I'll pay overtime out of my own pocket." Lao Li thumped his chest like a loyal retainer. Wang Yaodang glanced at him, doubts flickering across his face. He did not trust that the women workers had been informed yet. In the office, Lao Li insisted on making tea, but Wang Yaodang waved him off. Away set a black briefcase on the tea table. Lao Li's eyes fixed on it, unblinking. When the zipper opened, the pile of Hong Kong notes dazzled Lao Li. He had seen money before, but thinking it would soon be his made his heart race uncontrollably. Why work so hard? For the people? The question felt absurd as Lao Li's hands crept together like a fly's. Only when the case was zipped did he rein himself in. "Yaoga, from now on, whatever you produce I want. Cash on delivery." Wang Yaodang pointed toward the factory. "Can you keep the machines running 24 hours? "We can," Lao Li bellowed. "How many pieces are ready?" "Over 4,000. Did you put the promotional posters in?" "Yes, we did." "Load them, settle the payment." Lao Li didn't even answer before bolting out in hurried strides, shouting, "Shui, you bastard, where the hell are you? Get the loading organized. Ahai, come here. Tell the workers overtime today. Keep production running 24 hours. The workshop will supply water and meals. After 6 o'clock, each piece will pay more. No increase by 0. 3 yuan. What? That much more? A high glanced at Lao Li in surprise. Has the notoriously stingy man been drinking? Go quickly, what are you standing there for? Arrange the materials. Oh. A high answered at once. Only 0. 2 yuan. Away looked at Wang Yaotang in astonishment. Not insignificant, Wang Yaotang said. Our garments are simple. A female worker makes about 0.5 yuan per piece. In a day she nets around 40. What did you expect? Wang Yaotang went on. This is a Ingwa colony. They may not have learned everything, but they learn how to squeeze workers very quickly. Ingwa. Squeeze workers. Away a Jia and a Ji stared at Wang Yaotang incredulous. That was Ingwa, the very image of gentleman high society and nobility. One of the most advanced nations in the world, birthplace of art and scholarship, the cradle of modern industry. Brimming with democracy and liberty, a place where people live in peace, the paradise Gangren most longed for. How could Ingwa possibly be oppressive? Impossible, utterly impossible. Years of Ingwa propaganda on Gangdao had made Gangren yearn for the motherland, the jewel on the queen's crown, the very symbol of all that was good. To them, Wang Yaotang's remark was sacrilege, slanderous heresy. He swept them a look and asked, do you trust me or the newspapers? Of course we trust Brother Yao, but Ajia scratched his head, bit upended everything they believed. British women in the textile mills worked 18 hours a day and were worn to death in 3 years. 56% of children didn't live past 5 because there was no one to care for them, and they were even given opium. By the way, opium was imported from Deqing. You think that's all? Wrong. Children just over 2 could already be in factories cleaning chimneys. As he spoke, Lao Li returned from outside, and Wang Yaotang paused. By tomorrow morning, how many can you produce? Lao Li frowned and considered. A little over 4,000, I suppose. The workers will be tired. Efficiency won't be great. Not enough, Wang Yaotang said, frowning. Hey, race the plan, Wang Yaotang said. You know other garment shops. Round up a few more to work together. Whatever they can produce in the next 2 days, I want them to deliver, pay on the spot. But those other factories have orders too. If they miss deadlines, they'll be fined. How could they possibly have the time? Lao Li protested without thinking. Don't tell me excuses. They'll buy from you and add 1 yuan per piece. Wang Yaotang was tired of the man's whining. Brother Yao means it. Lao Li suddenly brightened. 1 yuan is a bit small, but it's better than nothing. Brother Yao gets rich. Spare a little for your brothers. Fuck your mother. Weren't you just saying you had other orders and no time? Ajia, unable to stand Lao Li's mercenary face, swore at him. Lao Li laughed nervously. Time. Well, squeeze it. Over time then. Lao Li rubbed his hands like a fly, fawning all over. Ajia dismissed him. If you can't do it, he'll take these samples to others and ask plainly whether they can make them. Wang Yaotang snorted coldly. Do it, do it. Brother Yao awaits word. Make me satisfied. Lao Li chuckled. He'll send people tomorrow morning to collect the goods. I'm leaving now. Wang Yaotang rose. Take care, Brother Yao. Ni done, Dao Anildasha Yi Furin Fuzhuang Company. Everything was above board and audacious. They were on the verge of becoming the island's king of erotic apparel, and the premises had to reflect that ambition. Their old billiard hall no longer suited them, so early on they rented office space in Anildasha. Dozens of wreaths stood at the entrance, some sent by other bosses and uncles, others by affiliated groups. The spectacle was grand. A dozen or more henchmen stood in a row and reported the morning deliveries in turn. Quanwan Dadu go 4,000 pieces. Hichu Shihui go 3,000. Lianing Shi Dilong go 2,800. Detsi Dui Jiajiao won 5,000. The numbers kept coming. The first batch of 12 syndicates swallowed more than 50,000 pieces. Sha Kuan laughed, took the champagne offered by Mang Hua, and shook it hard until it fizzed. The spray of wine sent everyone cheering. Henchmen grabbed the party poppers at hand and pulled them with force. Bang, bang, bang. Rainbow confetti swirled through the room to pounding music, and the men in the office partied like there was no tomorrow. Kuan Ji, you're majestic. Every lecture in Gangao will remember you. Kuan Ji, like king. Take it beyond. Gangao storms Southeast Asia. Kuan Ji puts on fashion shows every year. As for Miss Hong Kong, eat shit. At the thought of models parading down the runway in their clothes, one henchman hissed with excitement and began rubbing himself through his trousers. Sha Kuan laughed and cursed as he kicked toward him. Mang Hua called the prettiest girls from the Malin. Today we have a celebration at the company. They threw a een paw at the company. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a finance firm. A cacophony of wolfish cries filled the room and spittle flew. Sha Kuan lounged in his throne-like chair, while Luna, who had serviced him at the billiard hall last time, sat astride him in a nurse's outfit. He enjoyed himself and scanned the hall as a crude contest of virility, higher, faster, stronger, played out among a dozen men shouting and egging one another on. The door was shoved open and a stunned henchman stood gaping at the chaos. Fuck, how come you didn't invite me to the Yinpa? Sha Kuan roared with laughter at the sight of him. Feng, come over. Later the boss girls are for you to play with. How many did you sell? Feng forced a smile, looking sheepish. Tell us. Sha Kuan squinted, his attention fixed on Luna. He gripped her hand and moved along with the rhythm. Sold, a little over 2,000. Oh, two, how many exactly? Sha Kun blinked. A little over 2,000. At how many stalls? Sha Kun tried to press. All our 100+ stalls combined only sold that many. Fei Ying whispered, head bowed. Sha Kun shot up suddenly. Impossible. Luna was bumped, staggered back 2 steps, and landed hard on her backside, screaming in pain. Scream all you like, you whore. Sha Kun bellowed, and his shout brought the henchmen to a halt as they all turned to look. It'll make you feel good, it'll make you feel good. Sha Kun kicked out several times. Oh, it's not pleasant, Kun Ji. Luna scrambled away on hands and knees. Sha Kun could never have imagined his dream of success would collapse faster than South Korea's martial law era. Having vented his trousers still unfastened, he glared at Fei Ying. What happened? Sales were good this morning. There should have been over 5,000. After 10 o'clock, sales suddenly dropped off, and after midnight, almost nothing sold. How could that be? Sha Kun's head buzzed. He strode to the desk, grabbed the phone, and started to dial, but after a few numbers, he paused, squinting as he reconsidered, then hung up. He had wanted to call the other syndicates to ask how their sales fared, but what if they were similarly dead? To maximize profit, he had paid 3 yuan more than Wang Yatang's price, but Sha Kun had promised returns. Unsold goods could be sent back. Now the question was stark: was the problem of unsold stock theirs alone, or did it afflict everyone? The thought of everyone demanding refunds sent a chill down his spine. Over 100,000 sets stuck in inventory, outstanding payments to the factory, and all the recent expenditures borne by his underlings. Sha Kun suddenly felt the world spin violently. Having long relied on the Donglian syndicate and hoarding wealth while stingily rewarding his men, he had indeed amassed several million. But even a man worth millions would struggle to produce 4 million in cash on short notice, let alone him. Like Wang Yaodong, he too had embezzled syndicate funds. If business thrived, a minor shortfall at settlement time would hardly draw reproach from the syndicate elders. Mere delays could be made up over the next few months. But if everything collapsed, he dared not even imagine it. Leaning heavily on his desk, he gasped for breath, forcing himself to calm down. Only after a long, agonizing silence did he finally lift his gaze toward Fei Ying. What exactly happened? Why aren't they selling? I don't know. I came straight here the moment I sensed something was wrong, Fei Ying murmured softly. Then go find out, now. Sha Kun roared, voice cracking with fury. Stop fooling around. Get out there and find out why sales have ground to a halt. A flurry of movement erupted. Underlings hastily pulled up their trousers, summoned hostesses bent low to dress, silently careful not to make a sound. Their boss was in a rage. No one dared provoke him. In that moment, Sha Kun truly understood what television dramas meant by an hour feels like an eternity. He paced relentlessly inside his office, glancing repeatedly at his gold Rolex. Only 3 minutes had passed. This is all your fault. He kicked Luna hard. His pent-up fury had nowhere else to go. Who told you to get dressed? Strip, bend over. They're already dead, and still it takes this long to gather basic intel. Worthless whore, jinxed harlot. He raised his hand and slapped her across the face with a sharp crack. Still unsatisfied, his eyes darted wildly around the room until he seized a soda bottle and hurled it at her. Ah! Luna screamed, a piercing, convulsive cry of agony. Bitch-born filth, I'll sell you off to Africa. He yanked out his belt and began lashing her. A shrill ring pierced the air, diangling, startling Sha Kun so badly he flinched. Frowning, he snatched up the receiver only to be met with a torrent of abuse. Sha Kun, you good for nothing. You swore this apparel would print money, yet across dozens of stalls only 1,000 pieces moved today. Sales have stalled completely, barely covering wages for your men. Sha Kun clenched his fist. Are your men made of gold? A few tens of thousands won't cover payroll, but mine are cheap labor, huh? Fuck off, you fraud. Do you think sales stay sky high every day just because day one went well? So what do you want? Don't you understand competition? Seizing market share comes first. You promised full refunds if unsold. Don't back out now. The line went dead before the next word left his mouth. When profits rolled in, you never called me uncle. Now you whine because earnings dipped. Fuck your mother, you rotten bastard. He spat the curse, then swung his belt again across Luna's back. Before he'd vented more than a few words, the phone shrieked once more. Diangling. Blind Hua, having finally uncovered the truth, returned to the building, only to encounter Shui Jida Zueya and Yin Zila loitering downstairs. What are you doing here? Waiting for you. Blind Hua instantly grasped the situation. He had no intention of facing Sha Kun's wrath alone. When Fei Ying arrived, he found the 4 men huddled together, puffing cigarettes and trading idle chatter, the floor littered with butts. Brother Ying's back. Brother Ying leads the way. Fuck you all, damned bastards. Fei Ying's jaw twitched as he cursed, but they laughed, hoisting him playfully into the elevator. Seeing his underlings file in together, Sha Kun blinked. Then his expression darkened further. Having clawed his way up from the gutter to this position, he was no fool. Though he'd been outmaneuvered commercially by Wang Yaodang, a generational gap in strategic vision, he certainly recognized the petty calculations flickering behind his men's eyes. Blind Hua's gaze swept over Luna, naked, bloodied, and worse. TSK. Truly depraved. Don't just stand there. Speak up. Sha Kun bellowed. All eyes turned to Fei Ying. You're the boss's confidant. You talk. Fei Ying grimaced. Boss, the newsboys are distributing Wang Yaodong stock. They hang just a few pieces on their stands. Anyone buying papers can't help but see them. I saw dozens of newsboys selling them. He glanced at the others. Yeah, same here. Dozens are pushing them. Shui Jita Zue Yin Zai Lu and Blind Hua chimed in one after another. Many are already sold out. Just telling customers to come back tomorrow. Also, he added a promotional poster to the packaging. Fei Ying handed over several samples he'd purchased. Fuck that slimy bastard. Sha Kun hurled the garments onto the floor. We've got models too. Equally eye-catching. Boss, they're too eye-catching. Most customers feel too embarrassed to buy. Fei Ying whispered. UARGH. Sha Kun stomped furiously, venting his frustration, then gradually calmed. If he can recruit newsboys, so can I. Who cares whose goods they sell? Go, convince those newsboys to push my stock instead. He raised a hand for silence, narrowed his eyes in thought, and then burst into booming laughter, clutching his belly. That foolish boy thinks he can outwit me. Huh? Brother Kun, got a plan? Fei Ying asked, seizing the moment. I laugh at his lack of foresight and strategy. Were I in his place, I'd have embezzled a hefty sum from the syndicate, stocked up massively, and flooded all of Hong Kong and Kowloon overnight to seize the market. Now that foolish boy holds only 30,000 pieces, won't last a single day, while I hold over 100,000. Huh, now that I've cracked his method, what chance does he possibly have against me? Sha Kun's despondency vanished, replaced by renewed swagger. Earlier I worried other syndicates might demand refunds if unsold, but who cares now? Let them return the stock. Get moving. I want every newsboy in Yao Tsim Mong peddling Sha Kun's wares. Brother Kun, that's brilliantly clever. Fei Ying raised a thumb, awestruck. With the crisis resolved, the mood lifted instantly. Sha Kun roared with laughter as his men divided into teams. Secure those newsboys. Once they're ours, this territory is yours. When the boss profits, you profit. Stop groaning like a bitch. Cheer up. Sha Kun shot a glance at Luna cowering in the corner, then strode over and crouched beside her. Did I hurt you? Luna shook her head frantically. There you go. Sha Kun pulled out his wallet and peeled off a thick wad of bills. The boss was in a foul mood earlier. Go treat your injuries. Come on, smile for me. Luna strained to produce a smile, more pitiful than joyful. Go see a doctor. Sha Kun waved her away, then turned to his men. Let's move. 5:30 now. By 7, I want every newsboy in Yao Tsim Mong locked in. Tomorrow, we march on Saiwan Wan Chai and Causeway Bay. We'll unify all of Hong Kong and Kowloon. Fei Ying Shui Jita Zue Ye Blind Hua. All shouted assent and poured out the door. A group of hoodlums stormed a newsstand and ripped down several sample garments hanging as display pieces. The vendor leapt up shouting, Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? From now on you're banned from selling that brand. Only this one. A thug with mustard yellow hair tossed his head dismissively, dumping a heavy stack of night lady lingerie onto the stand. Selling what doesn't matter, as long as it brings cash. The vendor picked up a piece, turning it over curiously, then frowned deeply. What is this? Burner bras. He tore open a package to demonstrate. The vendor's frown deepened. Where's the promotional poster? None. Just rip one off your own stand. You idiots haven't even got the basics right. Do you want your stall smashed? The vendor exploded. Sell what we tell you to, or I'll flip your whole stand right now. Mustard yellow hair flew into a rage. Back then I could only tag along with Blue Lantern on jobs. You look down on me. Now the boss trusts me to lead my own team, and you still dare sneer at me. Nearby, several ambitious youths, desperate to join the syndicate, were at their most volatile. With 2 swift kicks, they sent the vendor sprawling. Old man, you dare defy the Donglian syndicate. Do you want to die? This scene repeated across Yao Tsim Mong. 500 newsstands harassed, nearly half erupting into verbal altercations, and nearly 100 subjected to vandalism and assault. Just after 8 in the evening, Fei Ying, Manghua Shuiji Dezia, and the others brought back news. 30,000 loose items were moved in one go, an average of 60 pieces per newspaper hawker. For 60 pieces, a hawker must hand over $1,700. Even if they poured all the profits from selling Hongdo into it, it still wouldn't be enough. They recovered over 700,000 in payments. Staring at the banknotes heaped like a small mountain, Sha Kun laughed loudly. You dare pick a fight with me? You fucking think you're worthy? Boss, what about tomorrow? Fei Ying puckered his mouth. The factory, just called Wang Yaodang, has enlisted many garment factories to work through the night. If we have no promotional posters and his goods hang together on the stalls, we might not outsell him. You have a point. Sha Kun rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Fine, then make sure he cannot put out his new stock. Shall we go and burn the factory's goods tonight? Shuiji suggested. Are you out of your mind? Sha Kun snapped. Sha Kun spat. Think with your head. The factory isn't his. If you torch it, the owner will take the loss. Do you think Xinjia factories are easy to provoke? They're backed by the 5 great families. If the call reaches Yaij, do you expect him to take the fall for you? Shuiji fell silent. Fei Ying, tomorrow morning, take people to block his truck on the road and seize the merchandise back. I want him ruined. Sha Kun's face turned hard. He was genuinely afraid Wang Yaodang might pull another dirty trick. If they could not compete in business, they would have to use other means. We are a Shituan. Meng Hua's eyes flickered. After weighing the risks, he decided to let it go. In his view, Wang Yaodang was unlikely to recover. Just after 6 in the morning, Away took 700,000 to collect the goods. For safety, he had 10 underlings with him under age 20. Yesterday, Xianzi was hoarse from exhaustion. Today, they rented 3 vans. Ajay, Aji, and Xianzi each led their men out, dividing territories to supply the hawkers. A little after 7 on the 8th floor of Yulian building at the newly rented office, Wang Yaodang was eating breakfast when the door was flung open and Ajay rushed in breathless. Yaoga, big trouble. What's the matter? Wang Yaodang put down his chopsticks. Ajay slapped a bundle of newspapers on the table. Look. Wang Yaodang glanced down and saw a huge red headline, Violence. Below it, a subheadline read, Donglian, she's violent forces coercively buying and selling. Ajay flipped to the next paper, the same charge, Black Violence. Headline screamed, when will the underworld end? Xiangang's commercial environment is being destroyed. Wang Yaodang cursed as he flipped through the papers, Black armies entering the city. Mingbao proclaimed Xiangang has had enough. He skimmed further. A dozen different papers with different headlines were simultaneously reporting on Donglian Shi. Skimming Mingbao, the gist was clear. The previous night, Donglian Shi had mobilized hundreds of members who beat hundreds of hawkers and forced them to sell erotic garments. Shikun. Wang Yaodang looked up at Ajay in stunned disbelief. Has he gone mad? What exactly happened? I went early with people to familiarize ourselves with the stall's positions and saw this. The hawkers told me Donglian Shi sent several hundred men last night to seize our goods from the stalls and force the hawkers to sell their clothes. The hawkers said Donglian Shi demanded each of them sell 50 sets and pay cash, all the money on them. Over 1,600 was taken and hundreds who resisted were beaten. What? Wang Yaodang was shocked and bewildered. Wait, Shikun is really that bold? He said, almost amused. Does he think the hawkers are easy to bully? Who backs the hawkers? Ajay's face was full of curiosity. Wang Yaodang was left speechless by Ajay's question. Their patron is the Xiangang Newspaper Workers Union. Is that union powerful? It's not a matter of simply being powerful. They're the special kind. They control 70% of Gongdao's publicity channels. No matter how impressive your paper with a daily circulation of tens of thousands, you still need hawkers to sell it. It's like every electronics brand being at the mercy of Gome and Suning. Yaij had only just arrived, and his seat barely warmed when the governor summoned him by phone. My Dudu flung newspapers at Yaij. Look at this Luo boat. What are your royal police doing? Yaij, baffled, picked up the English paper. A cold sweat broke out after a single glance. The photograph showed a smashed newsstand and a hawker sitting on the ground, his face splattered with blood. Shituan issues were common knowledge on Gongdao, but the English papers read by the elite almost never reported them. After all, those gentlemen never encountered them firsthand. Gongdao prospers, the harbor is tranquil, the people prosper, the colony is at peace. A mere Shituan problem must not sully the view of British gentlemen. If it did, it would imply our lords have failed to govern the island. Slander. Libel. But today is different. Luo boat, this will be picked up by those sly European papers and carried to the continent. I can already imagine how the French and Germans will mock the British Empire. My Dudu, face grim, pointed to the door. Now, immediately, fix this. Okay, I understand, Luo boat said darkly as he left government house. Back at police headquarters, Luo boat waved the papers and slapped them in the face of the director of crime and security. This smears the royal police, the governor, the British Empire. The director hurled the paper at the assistant director of the criminal department, who in turn flung it at the commissioner overseeing the organized crime and Triad investigation division. The commissioner returned to his office with a scowl and phoned the Yamadi station. Are you all fucking idiots? Don't bother with Shikun. He's finished. Wang Yaodang tossed the paper onto the table, incredulous that the rival he had feared for so long had seemingly undone himself. This world is a damn circus. The phone rang. Wang Yaodang answered, his expression shifted. Yaoga, it's Dekohue. Bad news. Our goods have been seized. Slow down. Is everyone all right? Where's Away? Why didn't he call me? Yaoga, Away was taken by Donglian Shi. What? Wang Yaodong's face contorted with rage. What on earth happened? Yaoga, on our way back with the load, Donglian Shi rammed us with vehicles to stop us. Over 30 of them charged out with machetes. We couldn't fight them. Away told us to scatter. Sha Zhe and Ali sheltered him and were separated. I saw him surrounded by Donglian Shi. Fuck. Wang Yaotong's face flushed. Shikun, you're asking for death. Do you know where they took Away? Xinjia, the Hengyong garment factory warehouse. Hold position. Wait for me. What happened to Away? Ajay clenched his fists. If anyone harms Away, I will kill his whole family. Round up everyone. Shikun must die, but first we rescue Away. Wang Yaodang retained a sliver of calm as he barked orders. The vans were borrowed from Huang Mao and Shi Luo. 3 vehicles in all, more than 40 people. In a few months they had grown to 4 shops, 2 stables, and a renovation crew. Over 80 men now ate at Wang Yaotang's table. A new outfit at the height of its morale, and with Wang Yaotang lavish with pay, a single command sent the majority willingly to go and cut down their enemies. By the roadside, 3 men, half their bodies stained with blood, waved their arms. One of them was Dekohue, who had only just finished nursing wounds a few days before and had been hacked again. He opened the door, climbed in, and pointed the direction. Wang Yaodang immediately asked, "What exactly happened? Where are the others?" Awei Ji and Sha Zhe and Ali were seized. 3 scattered. 2 can drive. Sent them back to Lao Li's factory. I blocked a car with those 2 and followed, Dekohue answered in a tangle. Dekohue spoke in a confused way. How badly are Awei and the others hurt? I don't know. I was on the ground and I saw them walking. Should be okay. How bad are the wounds? Nothing serious, the bleeding stopped. Dekohue shook his head out. After so many years of such injuries, he had grown used to it. Hold on a while. We'll avenge you first. Wang Yaodang said, no more patting the 3 on their shoulders. If you get hurt doing my business as your big brother, I will not let you be mistreated. By the time he finished speaking, they had reached Hengyong Garment Factory. Dekohue pointed to the rear side of the gate. It's the warehouse over there. The factory gate was closed. Clusters of men milled in the yard. Wang Yaodang hissed, "Si Yinzi, ram them. Run them down." Si Yinzi ground his teeth and floored the gas. With a thunderous crash, he smashed open the iron gate and barreled straight toward the 3 men, leaving the onlookers stunned. Bang! The 3 unlucky fellows were frozen with fear. The car struck them squarely and sent them flying. Si Yinzi whipped the wheel. The tail of the van swept across a man's legs, then charged into another group amid their screams. The scoundrels in the yard finally recovered and scattered like startled rabbits. Seeing the boss lead car ram into the crowd, the 2 vehicles behind boiled over with bloodlust. Heedless, they also floored their pedals and plunged in, ramming whoever they chased. Ram the warehouse. Wang Yaodang had not forgotten the objective. The windshield had shattered into frosted shards as someone used a knife handle to hack a viewing hole, and Si Yinzi stomped the accelerator and drove straight in. Boom. The gate burst open. Half the van had lunged inside before Si Yinzi slammed the brakes, terrified of accidentally hitting Awei and the others. Jia was sharpied and immediately saw the 3 men bound on the ground at the side. He flung open the door and was the first to leap out. "With me, cut them down." A dozen or so followed in a rush, brandishing cleavers as they surged forward. Fei, startled by the roaring outside, had just risen to look when a van smashed in and Jia came charging in after it. Fei needed no introduction to know these were Wang Yaodang's men from Heshenji. He took 2 steps back, grabbed a nearby cleaver, but Jia was already upon him. "Fuck you." Jia went mad, swinging with all his might at Fei Ying's throat. He meant to end him. Fei Ying, Sha Kun's trusted lieutenant, was no mere flatterer. He was a skilled cutter. Yet Jia's frenzy made his legs go weak. He hunched his neck and met the blow. The metallic clang detonated in his ears. The force and the sound were so violent that Fei Ying's arm went numb and his ears buzzed. This was not merely hacking. This, damn, it was an attempt to kill him. Die. Die. Retreat was not an option. Jia roared and struck, every blow delivered with full force, every cut aimed at the throat. Yao Ji had said cleavers don't always decapitate in one chop. But between life and death lies a great terror. Crushed under the momentum, Fei Ying's face became a mask of panic. His arms refused to obey, and he retreated step by step under the blows. On the 3rd strike, his hand went numb. The cleaver was knocked from his grasp and sent flying. The blade scraped past, and his neck went cold. Completely terrified, Fei Ying turned and ran, but a small garment warehouse is not vast. A few paces later, he reached the end and spun around to see Jia, eyes bulging, bring the cleaver down. Die. SSS. The cleaver plunged home, blood geysered out several meters. Fei Ying clasped the knife with both hands, his face contorted in agony. When he opened his mouth to speak, only gurgling blood-flooded spittle came out. "Fuck you." Jia kicked savagely and wrenched the blade free. SSS. Another fountain of blood spurted forth. Wang Yaodang sat in the passenger seat. When they rammed the gate, he had shielded his face from flying glass with his hand. By the time he lowered it, Jia had already led his men out. He shoved open the passenger door and booted a Dong Lianshi thug to the ground. Scanning left and right, he found a way, but as he moved, his waist was gripped tight and held fast. Yao Ji, you can't go. This kind of thing you must not touch." Si Yinzi had decided from the outset. "Yao Ji is our pillar. He must not be sullied. Let go, you bastard. I'm going to save Awei." Wang Yaodang strained to wrench himself free. Whether Si Yinzi had gone mad or not, he braced himself with such force Wang could not break free. A G, save Awei. Si Yinzi even locked his legs to pin Wang in place, refusing to let him move. "I know." A G answered, cutting down one man with a blade or a kick, and strode toward Awei. A JIS gone. "Yao Ji, you must go out." "You bastard." Wang Yaodang drew a deep breath and looked around. The Dong Lianshi men had not expected such a swift arrival. Their forces were scattered, surprised by the crash and ambush, their morale shattered as they ran from the knives. With victory in hand, Wang Yaodang steadied himself. "All right, let go. How can I leave if you hold me like this? Get in the car, get in. Blocked here, no one can get out." Si Yinzi clung to Wang's arm, terrified he would bolt. The van was remarkably sturdy. After smashing through 2 gates and hitting people, its front was ruined, yet it could still be started. Regardless of who was in the way, they plowed through. From their seats they peered about. The yard was full of their own men pursuing and cutting down Dong Lianxi. Some had not even armed themselves with blades. They were being hacked down one-sidedly. The factory folk were stunned. The female workers hid together, several managers braced the workshop door, and the director peered through a crack. It's over, it's over. The Dong Lianxi men have been slaughtered. So many of them, so fierce, so ruthless. What can we do? They won't come after us too, will they? They mustn't. The director's mouth said it, but his legs trembled like a sieve. Move things here, block the door. Si Yinzi reversed the van to the gate. Within minutes, AG arrived with several underlings supporting the 3 men from Away's side as they came out. A closer look showed the 3 drenched in blood, yet Away's face remained relatively relaxed. A Li and Sha Zhe, however, appeared in much greater pain. Wang Yaodang let out a great sigh of relief. Away should be all right. It was not that he did not care for a Li and Sha Zhe, but people had different degrees of closeness. He mentally opened the system panel, navigated to the shop's special items, and selected the minor wound salve, then clicked to purchase. Spent 50 reputation points. Spent 50 reputation points. Spent 50 reputation points. Reputation 325795 emerging. How are you? Wang Yaodang stood at the car door helping the 3 into their seats. I'm fine, Yao Ji. All good. Ali and Sha Zhe forced weak smiles. Away shook his head with a grin. If it hadn't been for Ali and Sha Zhe protecting me, it would have been bad. Yao Ji, you might never have seen me again. God damn it. Wang Yaodang cursed, though a smile tugged at his face. He felt in his pocket, produced a small red vial, and pressed it into the 3 men's hands. Drink it. Huh. Away pulled out the stopper. Anti-inflammatory and blood restoring. Some tonic I bought earlier, Wang Yaodang mumbled, and seeing Ali and Sha Zhe with arm wounds and weak, he took the bottle and helped open it for them. Damn, it's expensive. 5,000 a bottle. Wang Yaodang thought of the 50 reputation points. It was an understatement. Opt. Ali's hand shook and he nearly spilled the whole bottle. Drink up, a big brother still needs this little bit of money. Sha Zhe chuckled foolishly and downed it in one, smacking his lips. Sweet, no bitterness. Picky. Wang Yaodang laughed and scolded. You led your team to a resounding victory in battle. As a result of this engagement, your reputation spread modestly, granting you 180 renown. Current renown 505,975, emerging figure. Name Wang Yaodang. Height 175 centimeters. Renown 505,975, emerging figure. Affiliation Hashinji Triad. Rank C Gaozai 4th tier member. Skills driving LV. 1 Sonda LV. 1 Muay Thai LV. 1 Fine Arts LV. 1 Photography LV. 1. Assets erotic lingerie stalls, 16 adult boutique stores, 4 horse stables, 2. Wang Yaodang glanced briefly at his system interface. His heart surged with anticipation. Just 25 more points of renown would elevate him to Jianghu Hero. His current total had already climbed to 505, unlocking level 2 skill upgrades. Once affairs settled, he would immediately begin upgrading his skills. After administering small doses of wound-healing medicine, the 3 men's complexions visibly improved. Wang Yaodang no longer fretted. Stitches and bandaging could wait until they reached the hospital. Brother Yao, what do we do with those Donglian Society bastards? Aji whispered quietly. Wang Yaodang leapt down from the vehicle and scanned left and right. Donglian Society members either lay wounded or crouched low, heads bowed, stealing furtive glances toward his group. Ajia emerged from the warehouse, drenched in blood. Spotting Wang Yaodang, he broke into a sprint, wiped blood from his face with one hand, and murmured low, fat ing. The bastard is dead by my blade. Load the corpse onto the truck. Pour concrete into an oil drum, seal him inside, then dump it into the sea. As for the rest, Wang Yaodang stepped back several paces and turned toward the vehicle. Away, did Donglian Society beat you after taking you captive? Kick me a few times, Away grinned. Wang Yaodang nodded. Leave them be. Drive our freight truck away. Let's withdraw. Brother Yao, why not seize their cargo? Ajie grew anxious. No time now. Killing Fat Ing is only the beginning. Either do nothing, or finish it utterly. I will kill Sha Kuan. Wang Yaodang spoke, coldly, voice edged with steel. Right? Damn their whole clan. Let Sha Kuan be mine. I'll hack him into 8 pieces. Ajie's face was already streaked with blood. Now as he bared his teeth, crimson welled from his mouth, rendering his expression even more savage. Wang Yaodang nodded. Time is short. Sha Kuan will learn of this soon. We must retreat swiftly before he vanishes. Sign Zai, you understand why Sha Kuan did this, to block our goods from hitting the market. Our distribution momentum must not falter. Take Sign Zai back and launch full-scale sales immediately. Those injured should ride with Sign Zai's vehicle. Away, take them to the hospital. Ajia, you ride together, bring backup and depart. Assignments made, each man boarded his vehicle. With a roar of engines, the convoy vanished down the street. Only then did Donglian Society's underlings dare rise. Bloody hell. Hashinjiai's men are ferocious. Brother Ing is dead, and they took the body. What now? What do you want from me? Call the boss. Open up, damn it. Several underlings kicked violently at the processing zone gate. En route home, Wang Yaodang spotted a convenience store and a nearby hotel, and suddenly called for a halt. The entire convoy braked in unison. Waving to Cyan Zai's group, Wang Yaodang raised his voice. You go ahead. I need to make a call. Ajia, take the brothers with blood on them to shower, rinse the blades clean, change clothes, and bring all stained garments back. We'll burn them. Walk home like this, and the cops will haul us in halfway there. Damn, it's all blood. Burn everything, and I'll be stark naked. Huh, then go naked. Among brothers, who cares? Unless you're ashamed someone might see your little worm. Wang Yaotang's quip sent everyone into gales of laughter. Fine, I'll pull it out and scare you senseless. Ajia roared. Scare us. No problem, as long as it doesn't kill us with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ajia departed to handle cleanup, while Wang Yaodang strode into the convenience store and picked up the phone. Hey boss, your Triad's planning a hit. Want to listen closely? The shopkeeper had already been terrified when Ajia, drenched in blood, leapt from the vehicle moments earlier. Now upon hearing those words, he clapped both hands over his ears and bolted outside. You've seen my face. A voice came from behind. The shopkeeper frantically covered his eyes, then stumbled and crashed to the floor. Wang Yaodang chuckled twice before dialing. A few rings later. Hello, who's this? It's me, Ayao. Need to speak with Agong. Ayao. Xing Hong laughed warmly. Hold on a sec. Hello, Ayao, knew you'd call. What's up? Need Uncle Dong's help. Taika Dong chuckled down the line. Agong. I just led a strike that killed fatting Sha Cohen's underling. What? This morning? Ayao, why didn't you inform the society first about something this serious? Taika Dong erupted instantly, voice thunderous with fury. What are you thinking? Are you still a Hashinji man? Or have you forgotten your roots? Do you think our society is weak? That old bones like me aren't fit to be your senior? No, I acted in haste. My brothers were attacked. Only after exacting vengeance did it occur to me to report it. Wang Yaodang smiled apologetically. Remember, you belong to Hashinji. Don't shoulder every burden alone. Your senior hasn't fallen yet. Only then did Taika Dong soften slightly. He feared no trouble. Indeed, deeper bonds were precisely what he desired. You didn't call merely to notify Uncle Dong. Speak plainly. I will kill Sha Cohen. Wang Yaodang ground out the words. You. Taika Dong rubbed his lips, wincing faintly, as if his molars ached. Either nothing happened, or everything exploded. They claimed fearlessness toward Donglian society, yet insiders knew the truth even without invoking the 12 Mighty Allies alliance. Donglian society alone dwarfed Hashinji in strength and influence. I understand your intent, to eradicate the root and deter others from reaching out. Your method is valid, but remember, this society belongs not to Uncle Dong alone. Were it so, I'd stand with you until Donglian society was erased from existence. Tell me, did you seize their cargo? No. Taika Dong barked. Good. By Jianghu Code, one strike repaid in kind. Your recent action was rescue, not retaliation, so you retain one sanctioned strike. Kill him, and the society will shield you. If old Dong refuses, then war begins in full. Thank you, Uncle Dong. Rest assured, I'll make Hashinji proud. Wang Yaodang spoke with quiet gravity. Good. Remember, you are Hashinji. Though our society has declined, its foundations remain unshaken. Of this generation, you shine brightest. One day Hashinji will answer only to you. Taika Dong smiled. Go forth, and tread carefully. Don't sacrifice yourself. Ha ha. Thank you, Uncle Dong. Wang Yaodang hung up, smiling faintly. Some words were meant only to be heard, not obeyed. He understood Taika Dong's meaning perfectly, yet becoming the society's leader, that held no appeal. To him, the Triad was merely a stepping stone, a means to secure footing in this chaotic era. Once anchored, he would sever formal ties. Of course, severance did not mean severing all connection. At certain heights, absolute purity ceased to exist. He lit a cigarette and waited. Gradually, his men reappeared, cleaned and refreshed. Ajia somehow had found a side route, and discreetly avoided exposing himself. Shall we burn them now? No, carry them. Burn them farther along. Wang Yaodang shook his head. Forensic science remained crude in this era. A DNA analysis had yet to enter criminal investigations, but negligence was never justified. Yao Mati organized Triad Crime Unit. Chief Inspector Kalos slammed freshly gathered newspapers onto the conference table, his furious gaze sweeping across the unit heads seated before him. Someone tell me, what the hell is this? The papers were distributed. Huang Bingyao glanced once, and went pale. Disaster. Huang Bingyao explained. Kalos leaned forward, palms planted firmly on the table, eyes locked onto him. Yes, sir. Huang Bingyao sprang upright. This incident appears to be the work of Sha Kuan of Donglian Society's Jianteng branch. Appears. What does appears mean? It is Sha Kuan's doing. Now, immediately, arrest every rat of that wretched Donglian Society. Yes, sir. All officers rose as one. This operation must answer to the press, to the police force, and to Government House. Yes, sir. Manghua glanced at the number on the pager, picked up the phone, and dialed. After 2 rings it connected. Hello? Who is it? Manghua. It's me. I. Meng Hua's hand trembled. The phone nearly flew from his grasp. He glanced around like a thief and lowering his voice said, "Are you mad? You still dare call me now?" Wang Yaodang snorted. "Meng Hua, when we worked together, you could earn tens of thousands in a month. How much is Shikun paying you now?" Meng Hua meant to hang up, but his hand froze at those words. He took a deep breath, leaned against the wall, and impatient shouted, "What is it? Speak. We're out here living by our own rules. Don't tell me you're loyal to Shikun's buddies. Huh? Did he ever treat you as kin? If he touches my brothers, they'll see him dead. He must have used the society's money. If he dies, everything resets, and you'll profit even more. If he lives, you'll never get your chance in this life. Tell me where he is." "Enough nagging, got it." He sounded impatient again, then lowered his voice. "Guanxiang Billiard Hall. They're mustering people. Hurry." The call cut off with a click. Meng Hua shook his hand. Guanxiang Billiard Hall moved. Wang Yaodang turned and ordered, "Yaobi, you don't need to go. Aji and I are enough." Ajay patted his chest. "Yeah. If Ajay and I get hauled off by the cops, can you still protect us? Do you expect the society to bail us out if we all go in?" Aji added, "He'll wait downstairs. Remember, don't be reckless. There will be many opportunities to kill him. It's only a matter of time." "You lot," Wang Yaodang said, looking at several Londonlong, "there are many of you. If you can't break through the front, use the billiard balls. Smash together." They nodded, called their men into the cars. 2 vehicles, about 30 men, sped toward Guanxiang Billiard Hall. Wang Yaodang followed in his own Lincoln Continental. In under 10 minutes, the cars stopped beneath Guanxiang. Doors opened and Aji and Ajay led the charge. Their followers, brandishing machetes and steel pipes, shouted as they surged up the stairs. The billiard hall sat on the second floor. Rounding the stairwell corner, Aji saw Donglian's goons, and without a word swung his blade. Who would not carry a knife at all times? A Donglian thug lifted an arm to block, let out a miserable scream, and fled, crawling and rolling. "Fighting he Shinji's men ah." Before he finished the sentence, Aji's second strike cut across the man's back, opening a 10-centimeter wound as blood gushed down. Ajay, close behind, felled another with his blade. 2 others, smoking by the door, dropped their cigarettes and ran. The 2 leaders charged in and without hesitation cut down whoever they saw, knocking over 2 more. The thugs by the entrance recovered, grabbed pool cues, and swung them like clubs. Aji raised an arm to absorb a blow, then surged forward with 2 quick slashes, and another man went down. These were not disciplined soldiers. When street gangs clash, victory rides on momentum. Aji and Ajay shouted, "Charge with me." Their followers surged forward, howling, cutting down anyone in sight. Shikun's side was taken by surprise. 6 or 7 men at the entrance were felled at once, screaming. There was no organization. Some ran back to fetch knives for a counterattack. Others grabbed cues and rushed forward to try to hold the line. With morale fractured, even the disordered defenders were steadily driven back by Aji, Ajay, and their men. The tables occupied much space. The few aisles were held by Aji, Ajay, and their crew. Several of the following thugs leapt onto the tables and struck downward from above. Shikun burst from an inner room with Meng Hua, Shuiji, and others. The Donglian thugs at last found a rallying center. Many grabbed knives and counterattacked, and the 2 sides locked into a tense standoff. Shilong Huashan and Shi Shuai of the Lan Denglong had hacked several times, then remembered Yeage's instructions. They called to those around them, gathered 6 or 7 billiard balls into their arms, and with a cry hurled them at Shikun and the men behind him. The billiard balls were marble and exceedingly hard. 7 or 8 came together with no place to dodge. One struck Shikun square on the head. A thunderous thud, then darkness. It felt as if his mind had been split open, his head spun, the world tilted, and blood poured down. Meng Hua was terrified. Clutching his head to shield himself, he took blows to his hands and back and howled in pain. He bounded back into the inner room, wanting to scream that he was one of them. Damn it. Shilong Huashan and Shi Shuai howled with excitement as marble balls rained like hail, the thuds driving the Donglian thugs to shrieks. Chaos reigned in the rear. Some recoiled from the barrage, while Ajay and Aji surged with renewed momentum, cutting down several who blocked the way. The Donglian men crawled beneath tables and dared not show themselves. Shikun reeled, clutching his head as shapes blurred before him. He wiped the blood from his eyes and saw Ajay charging, knife raised and roaring. He did not know the man, but half an hour earlier he had heard on the factory line that Fang had been cut down by a madman in 3 slashes. "Stop him." Shikun shoved Shuiji aside and tried to run. Shuiji staggered and looked up to see a blood-smeared blade. Only able to cover his head, his arm took a heavy blow. Knowing he could not fight back, he curled inward and fell. A second slash opened his flank. He lay on the floor, clutching his head, wailing. Dazuya and Yanzal frantically grabbed billiard balls from the floor and hurled them at Ajay. Ajay raised an arm to shield his face and pushed forward. His chest took 2 blows, and he nearly gasped for air. Aji came up from the side, kicked Dazuya away, then with a sideways swing of his right hand, slashed Yanzal's belly open. His entrails spilled out. Dazed, Shikun turned to run back into the room had come from, but the door met with a solid thud. It had been barred. Meng Hua thought, "I can't see, I can't hear. Let them do as they will." When he turned, 2 of his men had already been downed. Ajay caught his breath and roared as he charged again. Shikun, terrified and covering his head, smashed into the window. Glass crashed and shattered. A heavy thud followed. Wang Yaotong, eating fish balls at a street stall below, watched a man fly from the second-floor window and hit the ground. Shikun was flecked with shards of glass in his arms and hair. Screaming, he hobbled on one leg toward a car parked by the curb. Fuck! Wang Yaotong gripped the bamboo skewer in his hand and was about to give chase when the wail of police sirens rose. He turned, and another man jumped from the window, Ajay. Seeing Shikun get into a car and started, ripe for the killing, Ajay ran a few steps, then remembered he had a vehicle too. He turned, waved, and shouted, "Don't go. The police are coming." Wang Yaotong roared at the top of his lungs. Whether Ajay had not heard or pretended not to, he threw open the van's door, leapt in, and the bread van shot away. Fuck! Wang Yaotong slammed his bamboo skewer to the ground. Ajay rushed to the broken window, looked out, and their eyes met. Wang Yaotong waved his arms to signal them to run. The fishball vendor glanced at the shirt man, and then up at Guanxiang Billiard Hall. Donglian's men had been regular customers. Who was this society boss? The vendor wondered, to sweep through Donglian's turf like that. Hey! Wang Yaotong called again, pointed at the road, and drew a horizontal motion with his hand. The men in the other car understood at once, reversed quickly, bumped two vehicles, and swung the car sideways to block the road. Island roads were narrow to begin with, and now the way was nearly sealed. Fuck your mother! The driver cursed as he braked hard. The front seat passenger, Huang Bingyao, nearly collided and shouted obscenities. Huang Bingyao grumbled as he stepped out of the car and immediately spotted figures sprinting ahead, many clutching knives and clubs, frantically wiping their weapons with shirts before hurling them aside. After them, Huang Bingyao bellowed, and a swarm of officers surged forward behind him. He had only come to retrieve someone, not expecting to stumble upon a triad brawl. Gritting his teeth, he hurried forward, heart pounding. If the suspect escaped, how would he answer for it? Who could it be? His thoughts instantly turned to Wang Yaotong. Shark Kowloon had been fiercely competing with the young man for turf. As that thought crossed his mind, his peripheral vision caught a figure exuding unmistakable suspicion, slipping into a vehicle. Huang Bingyao froze mid-stride, then whirled sharply. Wang Yaotong, stop! Wang Yaotong had already settled into the driver's seat. Hearing the shout, he sighed inwardly. Truly exceptional individuals shine like stars in the night sky. Concealment is impossible. Ajay's van swiftly closed the distance. By now, Shark Kowloon was in dire straits. Shards of glass were embedded in his arms and scalp, blood streaming freely. His left leg was likely broken. Every press on the clutch sent searing pain through him. Yet Ajay pursued relentlessly, leaving no choice but to keep driving and curse aloud to stay sharp. Brother Jia, should we ram him? One of his underlings asked, eyes gleaming with reckless excitement. He was just a street thug, once hauling vegetables at the wet market, now earning meals under Wang Yaotong's Blue Lantern faction. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined chasing down a senior leader of the Eastern United Syndicate. This feat, he'd boast about it for the rest of his life. Just as Ajay opened his mouth to order the collision, the van lurched sideways, and he kicked over an oil drum beside him. Blinking rapidly, he suddenly recalled a conversation with Wang Yaotong. How during the Soviet invasion of Finland, Finnish fighters had used Molotov cocktails to incinerate Soviet tanks. Glancing ahead at Shark Kowloon's car, then down at the gasoline drum and empty cola bottle at his feet, Ajay's lips curled into a cold, knowing smile. I said I'd burn you alive, I will. He poured gasoline into the bottle, stuffed the neck with cloth torn from his shirt, his hands slick with fuel, which he hastily smeared onto his trousers. Close in, drive parallel. Yes, Brother Jia. The underling slammed the accelerator. As they drew level, Ajay lit the wick. The flame roared to life. Leaning out the window, Ajay hurled the bottle straight at the windshield. Crack. Then boom. Fire erupted violently inside the cabin, engulfing Shark Kowloon in flames. Panicked and agonized Shark Kowloon, already hemorrhaging heavily, lost control. The car veered off the road, smashed through the sidewalk's iron railing, and slammed headlong into the brick wall of a storefront. Yo! Seeing Shark Kowloon's vehicle crumple against the wall, Ajay threw a fierce, triumphant punch into the air. The van sped onward, but he kept leaning out, eyes locked on the wreck. Knocked unconscious by the impact, Shark Kowloon awoke screaming in the inferno, thrashing, clawing at the door, yet unable to force it open. Gradually, the fire reached the fuel tank. Officer Huang, what's this about? Eating fish balls isn't illegal, is it? This young man can vouch for me. I've stayed right here the whole time. Wang Yaotong stepped out of the pool hall, feigning weary helplessness. Delicious, let me have a bowl. Huang Bingyao glared at the pool hall, then at Wang Yaotong. Did you lead a raid on Shark Kowloon's territory? No, I didn't. I'm not involved. Wang Yaotong shook his head vigorously. It has nothing to do with me. Enough excuses. Where is Shark Kowloon? Huang Bingyao snapped, visibly agitated. I saw someone leap from a window and flee in a car. You'd have seen him too, if you'd arrived 2 minutes earlier. Whether it was him or not, I can't say. Wang Yaotong spread his hands wide. Damn your mother. Huang Bingyao snarled. You're not aiming that at me, are you? Wang Yaotong raised an eyebrow. This felt far more complicated than it appeared. If you're after Shark Kowloon, your superiors could arrest quite a few people upstream. Huang Bingyao sucked in a sharp breath, jaw clenched, then pointed at the pool hall. Arrest everyone inside. Turning back to Wang Yaotong, he added, you won't slip away either. What does this have to do with me? Yesterday, Shark Kowloon's men harassed, assaulted, and forced sex-themed apparel onto newspaper vendors, all because they were undercutting your business right. Hold on, Officer Huang. My operation is legitimate. Vendors beg me to stock their goods. His crimes bear no relation to me. 1 or 2 vendors? Fine. But hundreds. Do you think the Newspaper Publishers Association is toothless? Huang Bingyao sneered. Can't be helped. These hooligans don't know how to think. They believe brute force solves everything. Take that up with the Education Bureau for root-level reform. Aren't you a hooligan? I run a legitimate business, officer. This morning the governor raged, and the commissioner got an earful. Then you, the legitimate businessman, led a street assault with swords. Huang Bingyao grinned and gave a slow, mocking thumbs up. Defying orders, Heaton. Impressive. Wang Yaotong's face went rigid. Jia. You're celebrating too soon. Someone's already rounding up your senior leadership at Ho Shengyi. Wait, Shark Kowloon's gone mad. What does that have to do with Ho Shengyi? Then what does your turf war have to do with the vendors? Or their abuse with the commissioner? My superior just got drenched in verbal sewage. I'll need a lawyer. Be my guest, Huang Bingyao replied indifferently. So, what's really going on between you two? Shark Kowloon doesn't understand commerce at all. He recklessly expanded production, strained cash flow, piled up unsold inventory, and dumped millions of dollars of syndicate funds into the venture without even drafting a coherent sales plan. Wang Yaotong shook his head in disgust. He tried copying me, but botched product design entirely. Even imitation eludes him. His crew, just thugs, shouting and swinging blades, is all they know. I swear, I never pressured him. I simply executed standard market outreach, and he self-destructed. Damn it. Wang Yaotong cursed again. This bastard ambushed my company's truck this morning, wounding 10 employees and kidnapping 1 manager and 2 staff members. Huh. Huang Bingyao chuckled. Your hired hands are now employees. Quick reflexes. Wang Yaotong chortled. Well, legitimacy gives me confidence. As they spoke, Huang Bingyao's walkie-talkie crackled to life. This is Huang Bingyao. A vehicle accident occurred on Hangkou Road, crashed roadside, then burst into flames. 1 fatality confirmed. License plate suggests affiliation with the Eastern United Syndicate, Shark Kowloon. Huang Bingyao's expression darkened. Wang Yaotong twitched at the corner of his mouth. Don't look at me. Shark Kowloon watches too many movies. Tried breaking glass and leaping from a moving car. Ended up studded with shards and with a shattered leg. A crash was inevitable. The governor's fury demands a scapegoat. You'd better tread carefully. Hey, do I care if some Brit drops dead? Wang Yaotong flared up. Huang Bingyao glanced back, silent. Wang Yaotong swore under his breath, pulled out a small notebook, tore out Shark Kowloon's page, and dropped it to the ground. A system prompt flashed. You have achieved a resounding victory in battle. Due to the battle's widespread impact, your reputation spreads far and wide. Reputation 250. Current reputation 755. 1225 Jianghu Hero. Congratulations. You have ascended from emerging talent to Jianghu Hero. System rewards have been issued. Please check. Jianghu Hero. Your name echoes across the underworld. Revered by novices, feared by enemies. Effect intimidates those whose personal reputation falls below 500. Reducing their capabilities by 10. Intimidates those below 100, reducing their capabilities by 50. Name Wang Yaotong. Height 175 centimeters. Reputation 755, 1225 Jianghu Hero. Affiliation Ho Shengyi. Rank C Gao G 4th 9th member. Skills driving LV1 Sonda, LV1 Mui, Thai, LV1 Fine Arts, LV1 Photography, LV1. Businesses adult novelty stores, 4 betting parlors, 2. Glancing at the system interface, Wang Yaotong's mood brightened. Just a minor police station. He'd walk through it unchallenged. Wang Yaotong strode to a convenience store by the roadside and dialed urgently. No reply. After brief deliberation, he called Si Yenzai. The call connected swiftly. Big trouble. I'm heading to the station. Contact Jia and Zip immediately. Tell them to lie low in Macau. Business as usual until further notice. Draft formal employment contracts for Wei and his delivery team. Join the company yourself and get Seng Yunkai to handle it now. Then dispatch a lawyer to Yao Mati police station for my bail. For generations, the court demanded a single coin in tax, yet at the grassroots level, it would swell to 10 coins or more. Gangdao Wanzai Junkie Chong Jiano. 1. Operations Department Conference Room. The Minister of Operations was convening the division chiefs of the 4 police districts Gangdao, Zhejiang, Shinshubu, and Yamati. This anti-gang campaign will unfold in 2 phases. Phase 1, the venue sweeps. All 4 districts will dispatch every available officer to launch an all-out purge of venues run by syndicates. Any unlawful conduct will meet with no mercy. Arrest them all. This sweep must show the citizens of Gangdao that we will not tolerate any criminal syndicates. Media outlets will follow and record the operation, so mind your words and be decisive with criminals, but adhere strictly to police regulations. Phase 2, dealing with the aftermath. Treat matters sternly and severely. This is no drill. Every media outlet across the city is watching, so the police must produce substantial results and adopt a tougher stance to identify the principal offenders. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Very well, return and prepare to mobilize. Yes, sir. No cell phone is damn inconvenient. When the new handsets come out, I will buy one immediately, Wang Yaotang grumbled as he followed behind the police car. None of Sha Kun's men escaped. They were all captured, including Meng Hua, who had a fractured palm. Of course, for members of Donglian, it was not entirely bad news. At least the ambulance arrived swiftly. Yanzai Lu, gingerly clutching his intestines, was unlikely to die. The other seriously injured brothers could receive free public medical care without queuing. At the Yamati police station, they were not taken to give statements or questioned. They were simply thrown into the detention cells. The holding area was already crowded. On one side sat Shinji's men, including Guan Zizan, Fabua, and Mafurong. On the other side were members of Donglian Shi. Wang Yaotang recognized the short, rotund man as Mo Shirjiu, nicknamed Lao Dongjiu, the head of Donglian Shi. The more notorious one was the faster they got picked up. Yao, what did you do? The cops are saying they arrested us because of your problem with Sha Kun, Guan Zizan shouted as he rushed to the iron bars upon seeing Wang Yaotang. Boss, it's not the first time you've been in here. Don't you think you acted too flustered? You made yourself look suspicious at a glance. Wang Yaotang paused and looked at Guan Zizan with a smile. Guan Zizan grew even more anxious. You talk nonsense. I'm concerned. Yes, I'm afraid this will spark a large-scale clash between the two societies. If anyone secretly aids outsiders or privately robs a brother's possessions, the Five Thunders shall strike them down. Wang Yaotang stared at Guan Zizan. Do not covet a brother's gains or seek a share. If such intent is harbored, the Five Thunders will obliterate you. If a brother prospers, do not leak information to the authorities or harbor ill intent. Transgressors shall die beneath 10,000 blades. Do not shelter outsiders or oppress the Hong family brothers. Anyone who does shall perish under 10,000 blades. Do not hold grudges against brothers for failed loans. Should anyone violate this, the Five Thunders shall smite them. Each word crashed onto Guan Zizan's chest like a blow. Guan Zizan's legs went weak, and he sank to the ground. Guan Zizan, you traitor, you betray us. Fabua and Mafurong sprang to their feet and roared. That said, we're leaving. Two policemen nudged Wang Yaotang. Hongmin rules, brothers stick together. They pushed him toward the neighboring cell. Wang turned and smiled at the two officers. Don't you want friends who value loyalty? The two officers pressed their lips and said nothing, locked the door, and walked away. You're a Yao, right? Mo Shirjiu, alone in his cell, rose and regarded Wang Yaotang. It seems this matter between you and Sha Kun has prompted the cops to round people up everywhere. Why is that? They had been dragged back in the early morning while eating breakfast under the pretext of suspected involvement in Triad activities and were still bewildered. Why? Sha Kun is bold. He planned to take over every newsstand in Yujianwang to become the largest distributor. Wang Yaotang scoffed. He's unhappy with the nickname Sha Kun. From now on, he wants to be called Luliang Kun. Gong, the boss. Tigudong entered with a grave face, accompanied by fourth brother Uncle Lin, Uncle Nyo, Uncle Ding, and several other elder uncles. Seeing Guan Zizan, Wang Yaotang, and the others in the holding cell, Tigudong nodded. Yao, well done. He had assumed the police were sweeping up because Wang had killed Sha Kun. Wang Yaotang felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. He hoped that once the truth was known, the boss would not explode in anger. At Yamati police station, 4 or 5 lawyers waited in the lobby to post bail, including Sang Yunkai, but they were told bail would be denied. They were not even allowed to see the accused. The reply was to wait. There was no time to deal with it now. The police were mobilizing for a massive sweep and drawing enormous resources. They were busy preparing and had no time to deal with the petty affairs of a few societies. Ajay and Aji had already been warned by Xianzai and had taken money and a ferry to Haojiang to lay low. They were not worried about Wang Yaotang and the others. Brother Yao avoided trouble and ran legitimate business, so surely he'd be fine. After exchanging information within the cells, both sides finally pieced together the reasons for the arrests. Upon learning the police were launching a citywide anti-gang sweep, Tigudong pointed at Mo Shirjiu and erupted in abuse. Is this how you lead as the head? If you cannot instruct the younger brothers, then don't let them out and drag us all into suffering. Mo Shirjiu also cursed Sha Kun in his heart, but as the leader he could not be the only one blamed, and the two leaders, like common thugs, hurled curses across the iron bars. Wang Yaotang only found their shouting bothersome and rolled over on the concrete bunk. Screw you, it was your and Shinji's boys who wandered into our turf and then hogged the take. You scoundrels, I'm talking to you, get up. Mo Shirjiu, do you want me to ask the cops to give you a rabies shot? You're crazy, snapping at everyone everywhere. Wang leapt up with a roll and pointed at Mo Shiji's nose as he cursed. Mo Shirjiu was stunned. Never mind the difference in strength between Donglian Shi and He Shingi. The contrast in status alone was several ranks. This kid actually dared to insult him. Tigudong, is this how you teach your men? Mo Shurjo fumed. Tigudong's brow tightened. Agong, I'm not speaking to him as a member of a society, Wang Yaodang said, pointing at Mo Shurjo. I speak to you as the owner of Hongdo Fushir. Mo Shurjo, leader of Donglian, she ordered his red sticks Sha Kuan to rob my company of goods worth 3.8 million, damage 2 vehicles, stab 10 people, and kidnap 3. All of them were legitimately employed. I possess incontrovertible evidence, and the injured have completed their medical assessments at the hospital. I can sue you at any moment. Now that Sha Kuan is dead, you are the primary person responsible. I run legitimate business. Those words silenced everyone. Mo Shurjo glared at Wang Yaodang, breathing hard. Mo Shurjo clapped slowly. Good, very good, Wang Yaodang. I will remember you. A hero rising from youth. Tigudong, congratulations. Hixingyi may well revive and prosper again under this young man's leadership. Robbery, kidnapping, assault. If Wang persisted in pressing the matter, although he would likely win in the end, the litigation process would severely restrict his movements. Every action would be scrutinized by police and media, creating endless trouble. Moreover, someone would inevitably be made to take the fall. One dead Sha Kuan was already trouble enough. Adding Wang Yaodang would only subject Mo Shurjo to ridicule in the Jianghu for losing to a man from the Hongdo company. Yao, the leader of the Donglian society, is praising you. Aren't you going to thank him? A provocation. Tigudong almost laughed. In truth, he would gladly cede his seat to Wang Yaodang. Thank you, Leader Mo, for the compliment. Wang Yaodang smiled, cupping his fists. Hixingyi already has Uncle Dong and all the uncles to guide him. I am but a junior. Doing my part is enough. If everyone in the society simply fulfills their duty and refrains from overreaching, the society will naturally flourish. Ha ha. Mo Shurjo nodded through his anger. Fine, fine. Damn, this kid's tongue is filthy and he still dares to mock him. No way, Tigudong, such an audacious young man, as a Yao, is still a 4-9. Mo Shurjo laughed exaggeratedly. Don't you know how to judge people? Wang Yaotong, if you agree to transfer to the Donglian society, they'll give you 2 million as a transfer fee, appoint you as senior enforcer, and the entire Tsim Sha Sui Hall will be under your command. Mo Shurjo. Tigudong spat a string of Cantonese curses. Fuck your mother, damn, your whole family, shut your mouth. Tigudong finally snapped, erupting in abuse. Members from both societies, the enforcers and the uncles, stared at the two leaders in stunned silence, unable to tell whether the world had gone mad or they had. Is this for real? A performance? Officer Guan Zizhen trembled non-stop, unsure whether from anger or fear. Mo Shurjo pretended not to hear. You know, the whole Sha Kuan fiasco has nothing to do with me. Who in the Jianghu does not know that I, Mo Shurjo, love making friends? Rest assured, I bear you no ill will, only a hunger for talent. Hixingyi's pond is too small. They lack the capacity to take you further. Mo Shurjo, shut up, you stinking bastard. Tigudong kicked the iron gate with force. It clanged loudly. He wanted to stop Wang Yaodang from listening, but dared not. Some things only worsen the more you resist. He hoped Wang would refuse of his own accord, yet placed in his shoes, even he would find it hard to turn down old Mo Shurjo's offer. What bond does Wang Yaodang have with Hixingyi? 5 years as a junior. What's all this racket? A policeman pushed the door open, baton raised, roaring, is this your hall? Keep it up, and I'll have you all shipped off to Lai Chi Kok. That shout finally forced Tigudong to fall silent. Lai Chi Kok Detention Center, No. 35, Butterfly Valley Road, Kowloon. Watching Tigudong's reaction, Mo Shurjo felt a genuine thrill. Serves you right for mocking me earlier. Huh, you know, you really ought to think about it. On closer thought, to build such a vast enterprise without the society's backing. He didn't know the exact profits, but enough to make Sha Kuan dive in headfirst. Hundreds of thousands a month in profit was certainly possible. What began as a mere attempt to sow discord suddenly sounded plausible. Sha Kuan backed by the Donglian society, and once a proper enforcer had been undone by some small society's 4-9. Such a gulf in capability was astonishing. And Wang Yaotong, so young, yet brimming with confidence even in front of him. The problem was that he could not bring himself to move against him. The young man, plainly, seemed boundless in potential. Yao, it's all right if I call you that, isn't it? Mo Shurjo's smile softened. You needn't be resistant to switching allegiance. In the underworld, such transfers are commonplace. Tiao Lam, Xin Jisheng, He Shui Fong. Who hasn't had transfers? To put it bluntly, today's societies are not what they once were. Since Uncle Lulu fled to Taiwan, and old Lien rose in merely 10 years, over 50 societies have claimed names in the Jianghu. Times are harsh. The police have professionalized and grown rapidly in power, making society survival ever more difficult. Look at that officer who just came in. 10 years ago, would such uniformed cops dare speak to us like that? Back then, you'd beat someone until even his parents didn't recognize him. Now with a single word, Tigudong darn't fart. Fuck you. Are you really that powerful, old Dongjio? Go beat someone until his parents don't recognize him. Tigudong cursed with a sullen face. 10 years ago, as an enforcer, even uniformed officers would give him a wide berth. Damn it. All gone to rot and men's hearts grown cold. Mo Shurjo discoursed with ease. Tigudong fell silent, and listened as if to a lecture. In less than 10 years this man had risen from humble foot soldier to leader, reviving the once fallen Donglian society at a time when all island societies were declining. He had truly grasped the era's pulse and had his own playbook. The 12 Alliance had been rallied largely by the force of his tongue. Today is unlike the past. Society management must change with the times. 10 years ago, societies survived on vice and protection fees. Who collects protection money now? Vice has gone low-key. Each society is hunting new revenue streams. Those societies that clung to old names were eliminated for failing to adapt. If this were 10 years ago, no 5 years ago, Yao. No matter how shrewd you are, a good business would be snatched by Hixinyi at once. Bullshit. We Hixinyi only protect the juniors' enterprises. Gudong spat furious. Enough of your talk, but don't go slandering Hixinyi in passing. Gudong, you don't get the final say. Won't the uncles in the society grow jealous? Won't the enforcers and the white paper fans of each hall resent it? Why allow a mere 4-9 to control such vast enterprise? If trouble comes, the society bears the loss. Does this small 4-9 even possess that capability? Mo Shurjo shot back bluntly. Your He faction's sit-keeper was elected. If you cannot safeguard the uncles and the hall's broad interest, your seat will be hollowed out. Next term they'll elect someone who can make money for everyone. Then it will be hard for you, Yao, to disentangle yourself. Gudong glanced at the uncles beside him. Fourth brother Uncle Lin, Uncle Nyo, Uncle Ding. Their eyes flickered. None had known that Wang Yaodang had built such a vast enterprise. Seething and unable to soothe them, Gudong jabbed a finger at Mo Shijia's nose and spat, fuck your ancestors. What good is your Donglian society anyway? Yao see. The He faction inherits the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's equal field scheme. Mo Shurjo laughed heartily. Let me tell you, by the He faction's old rules in your situation, the enterprise is absorbed by the society. You initially used the society's status. If the uncles can each gain an extra few tens of thousands a month, of course they'll be pleased. You defying the whole society. Does the society's law not exist? Of course, a small society like Hixinyi cannot hold a large enterprise. A larger societies will come to divide the spoils. Hixinyi may retain a portion. Your protests as creator are useless. If they let you continue to operate, how much you can skim depends on you. Wang Yaodang nodded. It resembled a startup's trajectory. A promising project attracts capital. Angel round series A through D. And in the end, founders are left with a sliver of shares or are simply pushed out. Of course, one might still walk away with a great deal of money. Seeing Wang nod, Gudong panicked. Yao, judge for yourself. Don't listen to that dog. Mo Shurjo laughed without interrupting, letting Gudong speak on. How could there still be a possibility of absorption by the society? You've registered a company. The law has thoroughly closed that loophole. Old sir, I understand. I am very attached to the society, Wang Yaodang said with a smile. Attachment is a good thing. Mo Shurjo applauded with a smile. Who doesn't admire loyalty and righteousness? No one respects selfishness. Right, Gudong? One mustn't be so self-absorbed, caring only for oneself and the society while ignoring the development of those beneath you. Don't be the sort who does nothing but hold everyone back. Fuck your mother, you stinking bastard. Why don't you just die? Gudong raged, eyes reddening. Wang bowed his head to suppress a laugh. Lies do not wound. The truth is the sharp knife. As for my invitation, there's no rush. In the Donglian society, I am the leader. None oppose my word. After you transfer, I will immediately appoint you and open a hall for you. Gudong, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. In the Donglian society, my word is command. I have always upheld cooperation and mutual development, hence the society's resurgence and the Chuanxiong 12 Friends Alliance. My reputation is known throughout the Jianghu. Old Mo Shurjo, I curse your 8 generations of ancestors. Gudong snapped, entirely appoint him. Appoint him now, right here. Right here in the police station. It was unexpected for Gudong to assign a position to Wang Yaodang. At least his trusted subordinate Xing Hong felt uneasy at this moment. After following the old man for so many years and handling countless matters, he was still just a rookie with no chance to be assigned a position. Now a junior just 3 years into his new position was being assigned a rank by the old man. It was truly unfair. Discontent brewed within him. Shayli reminded softly, Donggo, we're in the police station. And what about the police station? Gudong scoffed, I intend to assign a position right here. Donggo assigning a position to Yao in the police station's detention room means that not only can we not hold a ceremony, but we should also consider the police station's reputation, Shayli said with a bitter smile. Uncle Nyo and the others exchanged glances, feeling that Gudong was arguing with the old Dong. After they stepped out, they could formally establish the position and invite people from other societies to witness. What kind of scene would it create in the police station's detention room? Uncle Nyo whispered, Donggo, we certainly agree to assign a position to Yao, but the police department is currently angry, and there's an anti-crime operation going on outside. Assigning a position in the police station's detention room. Exactly, Donggo, it's like putting Yao on a roasting spit. Fourth uncle also tried to persuade him. Gudong glanced at them. Yao, what do you think? If we assign a position to you here, it would be an act of defiance. For a while, not just the police, but other societies in the underworld will be watching you. It's asking for trouble. However, being assigned a position in the police station can also elevate your status in the underworld, making the name of Wang Yaodang known far and wide. As long as you can hold steady and ride out this storm, you'll be firmly established. No one will question your qualifications or reputation again. From now on, you will be the banner of He Sheng Yi. To move against you is to move against He Sheng Yi, and we will not rest until we achieve justice. Think it over. Let some dark dogs see that our He Sheng Yi upholds non-kinship but righteousness. We won't be swayed by a few words from some dogs. Wang Yaodang only heard those two phrases, unmatched prominence and known by all. This was not an assignment in the police station. This was a grand bestowal of prestige. What is a red stick? A red stick signifies status, qualifications, and standing in the underworld. Being assigned a red stick means an elevated position. In future business dealings, he wouldn't be dismissed as lacking qualifications. As for being targeted by the police, those involved in scams and smuggling fear not what do I Wang Yaodang who deals in clothing have to fear. I operate above board. Oh, what is there to fear? The more they watch, the better. In the sunlight, shadows cannot hide. Today I am determined to take this position. Not even Jesus can stop me. Haha, the old man thinks so highly of me. If I refuse, wouldn't that be letting down the old man's goodwill? I cannot back down at a critical moment. I Wang Yaodang have the boldness. I will seize this momentum and carry the banner of He Sheng Yi. Good. Ti Gudong clapped his hands fiercely. That's impressive, that's bold. Xing Hong gripped the iron bars, tightly, feeling a mix of emotions. Just now he had put himself in Wang Yaotang's shoes, and thinking about being assigned a position in the police station made his back chill and his legs weak. If he had any thoughts of competing with Wang Yaodang before, they vanished completely at this moment. Emosher looked at the grandstanding Wang Yaodang with a complex expression, never expecting him to agree. Being prominent comes with its dangers. The first to stick out gets the axe. Progressing steadily would lead to limitless prospects. Oh, why push it? Yet for some reason he felt a surge of envy. What man does not have a hero's spirit within? Emosher clapped his hands. From farmer to courtier, from humble beginnings to royal halls. There's no inherent lineage for ministers. A man must strive for strength. What a heroic spirit. Since you Yao have this ambition, I Emosher will give you a push. Today, here as the leader of the Eastern Alliance, I will also assign a position to you. 2 societies granting you a dual red stick. Just do it. Several members of the Eastern Alliance shouted from behind Emosher. Why not? What are you shouting for? Can't I represent the Eastern Alliance? Emosher turned back and shot them a glare, causing them to close their mouths immediately, though their faces still displayed dissatisfaction. A red stick exists in every society. Oh, as long as the leader is willing, it can be assigned without issue. At worst, other societies might just mock it. But a dual red stick is different. Besides being recognized by one's own society, it also requires sponsorship from leaders of other societies. As a dual red stick, in the absence of the society leader and the second-in-command, one can preside over the incense hall with a status just below that of the leader and second-in-command. A dual red stick, as long as they do not voluntarily withdraw from the underworld, is bound to become a leader. Moreover, with sponsorship from leaders of other societies, being a dual red stick also implies recognition from another society enjoying the status of a red stick there as well. As a gangster, being able to pull down the flags of other societies while seeking their recognition to grant you a dual red stick. How could that be possible? Because of this, dual red sticks are extremely rare. Of course, dual red sticks sponsored by small societies are not recognized in the underworld. What kind of small fry wants to be a dual red stick? Do you deserve it? You are not worthy. You know you lack the ability. It lowers the value of dual red sticks, not only inviting ridicule, but also potentially drawing the ire of larger societies. However, being assigned a position in the police station can significantly offset negative impacts. After all, the first to monitor Wang Yaodang will definitely be the police, while other societies are temporarily out of the picture. Faced with Emosher's insistence, Ti Gudong felt nauseated, but had no choice. After all, a dual red stick is a prestigious title that he couldn't let Wang Yaodang refuse. Moreover, having He Sheng Yi means they can bask in the glory together. The simultaneous sponsorship from both society leaders indicates a deeper relationship akin to an alliance. As both society leaders reached an agreement, the atmosphere became heated. Being assigned a position in the police station is unprecedented. Participating in such a unique event will become a topic of discussion and a badge of experience in the future, and everyone's eyes reflected excitement. Donggu, the police won't interfere, right? Shayli asked anxiously. That could lead to. Scoffed Ti Gudong coldly remarked, My Hongmen is a legal organization recognized by governments worldwide. As a branch of Hongmen, He Sheng Yi can hold the Hongmen ceremony. The Hong Kong British government has no right to interfere. As he spoke, he disdainfully glanced at Emosher. The Eastern Alliance. Heh. Emosher's lips twitched, cursing inwardly. What's with the arrogance? But when it comes to historical roots, the Dong prefix originates from Yitong, He and Dong Fu, He, which indeed cannot be compared to the Hongmen. He Sheng Yi traces back to the World Hongmen General Association, which is incomparable. Where are the disciples of the Hongmen? Fourth Master Gu Hongliang thundered. We are here. Ti Gu Dong, Uncle Lin, Uncle Niu, Uncle Ding, Fat Bo Ma Fu Rong Guanzai Sun, and Xing Hong stepped forward in unison and clasped their fists in salute. We respectfully invite the Altar Master. Ti Gu Dong stepped forward, hands folded across his chest, in a symbolic gesture of offering incense. Open the altar. Wang Yaotong, Xing Hong, Uncle Lin, Uncle Niu, and Uncle Ding knelt as one. The outer gate swung open. A young officer who had just barked orders moments before opened his mouth to rebuke again, only to be sharply silenced by a slap across the head from the senior officer beside him, who hissed, "Shut your mouth." The young officer stood stunned, lips parted in confusion, yet dared not utter a word, daunted by the elder's grave, unyielding expression. In the year Gong Shun, the month Gue Wei, and the day Wu Su, the Hung Mun Hong Kong Island Incense Hall, led by Tang Xingdong, chief of the Ho Sing Yi branch, and its loyal disciples, though imprisoned, honored the sacred vows of their ancestors within the very halls of officialdom. They established an incense altar and conducted the formal initiation ceremony for new disciples, invoking the witness of all Hung Mun forebears. Bring forth the initiate. Fourth Master called out once more. I am here. Wang Yaodang answered, voice ringing with resolve. Uncle Lin commanded sternly. Do you know this place is a forbidden sanctuary of the Hung army, hallowed, solemn, inviolable? Who disobeys shall face merciless military law. I am the great vanguard who aided the Ming dynasty's imperial throne, the foremost builder of bridges and roads. I cleave mountains and breach cities, and none fail to recognize Tian Yu Hong. Who stands before the altar? Asked Fourth Master. Wang Yaotong, disciple of Jiandong, replied Wang Yaodang. What brings you here? To pay homage to the Heaven and Earth Society. For what purpose do you pay homage? To overthrow the Qing and restore the Ming. By what proof? Let verse bear witness. The Hung Mun's righteous spirit pierces heaven and earth. The heroes of Ho Sing Yi stand united in will. Their words ring with unwavering loyalty. Their oath stands firm as mountain, unshakable, unbreakable. What mountain is it? The mountain of China. What hall is it? The Ho Sing Yi Hall. What incense is it? The incense of the 5 sacred peaks. What water is it? The waters of the 4 seas. What on earth is going on? The young officer whispered. They're opening an incense altar, the veteran officer murmured in reply. This isn't a triad. We can arrest them now, right? The young officer asked, a flicker of excitement in his tone. Foolish boy, if you seek death, don't drag me down with you. The veteran officer shot him a fierce glare. This is a Hung Mun ritual. Even Downing Street cannot interfere. To interrupt it is to invite utter annihilation. Ti Gu Dong commanded. Lin, you are ordered to perform the Phoenix Severance rite within the incense hall. Lin replied humbly. Within this sacred hall dwell countless heroes and peerless warriors. I, a man of no ambition nor talent, dare not presume to sever the phoenix here. This authority rests with the appointed steward. My elder brother has issued the order. I must request formal instruction and ceremonial vestments. Order given, instruction granted, vestments bestowed. I beg pardon for my stance. May my brothers forgive my position at either side of the master's dais. Your presence is duly honored. Lin chanted. The red banner advances. Draw the blade and speak. Before the hall of loyalty and righteousness, haste to report. Before the great brother himself, I seek guidance and doctrine. Today heroes gather in full assembly. Fei Yingmond, receiving a blade, then struck a dramatic pose with his hand. Brotherhood or gold? Brotherhood. Wang Yaoding roared. Fourth Master intoned. First oath: from the moment you enter the Hung Mun, your parents become mine, your brothers and sisters mine, your wife my elder sister-in-law, your son my nephew. Should you betray this vow, may the 5 thunderbolts strike you down. Wang Yaodang repeated. From the moment I enter the Hung Mun, your parents become mine. Fourth Master continued. Should any brother's or parent's life end in natural passing, and burial funds be lacking, upon receipt of the white mourning banner, all must respond without delay. Those with wealth contribute money, those without labor. To feign ignorance is to invite the 5 thunderbolts. Wang Yaodang echoed. Should any brother's or parent's life end in natural passing. After reciting all 36 oaths, Wang Yaodang bowed deeply, forehead touching the floor. Fourth Master clasped his fists in salute. By decree of the Incense Master, we humbly request the sacred seal. Ti Gu Dong nodded toward Mo Shurgio. Mo Shurgio stepped forward, saluting with both fists. Today's altar opening ceremony is graced by the presence of Mo Shurgio, Incense Master of the Dong Lian Society, an outer branch. Having heard of Wang Yaodang of Jiandong, a paragon of loyalty, encouraged the Dong Lian Society, hereby bestows upon him a red flower emblem. The Dong prefix denotes associations originally formed by workers from Dongguan. The Dong Lian Society traces its lineage to the Dong Fu He. In the 1950s, Lu Fu retired and Dong Fu He splintered. Its leader Lu Rongju departed with a small faction to join Deng Boan, a master of Guangzhou's Zhigong Tang, forming the Liangong Lu, a recognized branch of the Hung Mun. Deng Boan's son Deng Guangrong later succeeded him as head of Liangong Lo. After Dong Fu, he fractured into 5 factions. One became Dong Yixian, that in turn divided into 4, among them Dong Huaxian, later renamed Dong Xianping, and finally Dong Lian Society. It rose anew under Feng Jiu, the rent collector favored by Senior Inspector Lu Lu, but declined when Lu Lu withdrew to Taiwan. Its resurgence came with Mo Shurjiu. Tigu Dong proclaimed loudly, "Today Ho Sing Yi confers upon Wang Yaodang of Jian Dong the rank of Sea Heir Lu Red Pole, and grants him the sacred seal. Ascend." Kneeling Wang Yaodang offered symbolic incense to Lord Guan, the martial god, signifying acceptance of his new rank, then performed the full prostration before the deity. Within the detention chamber, rites were simplified. Subsequent steps, including the presentation of insignia, were omitted. Thus Wang Yaodang formally entered the ranks as a senior member, and jointly endorsed by 2 societies was acclaimed the new martial champion of the Underworld, the Double Flower Red Pole. Ritual complete. Tigu Dong announced. "Close the altar." 4th Master responded in chant. Then beep, 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 beep. A cascade of system alerts startled Wang Yaodang. "Well done, Ayu. Once you're released, we'll choose an auspicious day for a grander ceremony. So the entire Underworld knows Ho Sing Yi has crowned its new pillar, the Double Flower Red Pole, Wang Yaodang." "Thank you, Granduncle. I understand," Wang Yaodang replied with a smile. Once the ceremony concluded, the veteran officer rapped twice on the iron door, clang, clang, and remarked dryly, holding an incense altar inside a police station, "How bold. Let's see if you still laugh when the Inspector General erupts." "We thank our brother for honoring Ho Sing Yi with your presence," Tigu Dong said, bowing respectfully. "No need. Just don't cause me trouble." The officer shrugged. With over 20 years on the force, he too had been a Hongmun Sijio. He'd even participated in incense altar ceremonies. But as the societies waned, his branch was absorbed into Shengho. Later in 1974, the Independent Commission Against Corruption (ICAC) was founded. By 1977, tensions between police and ICAC erupted, culminating in the governor's amnesty. The officer then quietly withdrew from the society. Indeed, among officers with 10 or more years service, few had never belonged to a society. It was simply the way things were. Wang Yaodang, the Double Flower Red Pole, detained at the police station. "How conspicuous. Young man, can you hold up? I run a legitimate business, clothing retail. Of course I can hold up." Wang Yaodang smiled warmly. At this, the officer clicked his tongue, twice his expression turning oddly amused. "Hongdo apparel. Wow, how did you dream up those garments? I've never liked violence, nor gambling, nor drugs which harm so many. My heart leans toward benevolence. I swear eternal enmity against vice, and instead pursue what delights the public, adding a spark of fun to lovers' lives." Wang Yaodang spoke with earnest dignity. "You haven't uttered a single word about the yellow trade," the officer chuckled. "Officer, what's your surname? What's this about?" "Food and desire, both innate human nature. Soon I'll launch another venture, say public relations, specializing in elite corporate engagements. My clothing labels carry the company's number. Just call, give my name, and I'll arrange the finest service for you, officer. Guaranteed promotion and raise." "Ahem, Xiong Yunjing." The officer laughed, pulling out a cigarette pack, offering one, and lighting it for him. "Sharp fellow, you deserve that Double Flower Red Pole title." A citywide anti-organized crime operation is underway. We'll circle back when it's done. Rest well for now. No time today. "Thank you." Wang Yaodang returned the gesture with a respectful bow. The officer waved and departed with his team. Only then did Wang Yaodang finally have a moment to open his system interface. Wang Yaodang's heart pounded violently as he opened the system interface. "You have completed the initiation ceremony. As your status in the underworld rises to that of a red pole, your reputation spreads locally, granting 200 renown. Current renown 955-1425, Jianghu Hero. Having been initiated as a Double Flower Red Pole, your reputation spreads widely, granting 500 renown. Current renown 145-51925, Jianghu Hero. Having completed the initiation ceremony within the police station, a feat unprecedented across Hong Kong Island, your name shall resound throughout the entire territory, granting 1,000 renown. Current renown 245-52925, Jianghu Hero. Name Wang Yaodang. Height 175 centimeters. Renown 245-52925, Jianghu Hero. Affiliations: Ho Sing Yi Dong Lian Society. Position: Double Flower Red Pole. Skills: Driving LV. 1 Sonda LV. 1 Muay Thai LV. 1 Fine Arts LV. 1 Photography LV. 1 Talent Intimidation. Assets: Adult Boutique for Brothel 2. Jianghu Hero. Your name echoes across the underworld, revered by novices as an idol, feared by rivals as a ruthless terror. Effect: inflicts intimidation upon those whose personal renown is below 500, or reducing their capabilities by 10 against those with renown below 100. The reduction surges to 50. Does the title Double Flower Red Pole carry weight? Does initiation within the police station carry weight? Does this surge in renown carry weight? How will you spend it all? It's simply impossible to spend it all. The sports category now includes Wing Chun Hung Gar, Tan Tui Tai, Chi Chuan Bagwazang, Tong Bei Quan, and more. The knowledge category now features comprehensive disciplines such as fashion design, industrial design, and mechanical processing. The special category now offers purchasable items, Steel Elixir Permanent, and the Witch of Xianling Scroll. Wang Yaodang found himself overwhelmed by choice. Becoming a double flower red pole would inevitably draw scrutiny from both the police and the underworld for the foreseeable future, heightening his peril. The police operated within legal boundaries, a challenge manageable enough, but the underworld harbored reckless hotheads desperate for fame. After careful deliberation, he fixed his attention on the sports category. In theory, as a member of the Hungmun Society, he ought to begin with Hungar. Yet, after reading the descriptions of various classical martial arts, his gaze settled finally upon Bagwazang. Bagwazang, also known as Yushin Bagwazang, is a traditional Chinese martial art centered on palm techniques and circular footwork. One of the three major internal styles, it cultivates both body and spirit, fortifying health and nourishing the vital foundations. Effect slightly enhances agility, flexibility, suppleness, and reflexes. It sharpens instinctive danger perception. Click to purchase. You have acquired Bagwazang, costing 500 renown. Current renown 1955-2925. Jianghu Hero. A torrent of knowledge flooded his mind. A miniature figure within his consciousness swiftly practiced the art. 3 forms, 3 postures, 3 emptinesses, 3 unifications, 3 circles, 3 peaks. His feet lifted, stepped, swung, and pivoted, rotating left and right in unbroken continuity, rolling and drilling, contending and rapping, harmonizing motion and stillness, circle, intention, hardness and softness, odd and even. His hands pushed, lifted, guided, led, deflected, blocked, intercepted, seized, grasped, and captured, advancing and retreating with fluid ease, blending truth and illusion into infinite variation. He lay motionless on the floor, his body trembling faintly, as if struck by electric current. Yet the detention room's dim lighting, coupled with the earlier collective euphoria following the initiation, had left everyone lethargic. No one noticed Wang Yaodong's strange condition. How much time had passed? He opened his eyes, and his joints cracked audibly as he stirred. Eager to show off his newfound mastery, he nearly leapt up to perform a full Bagwazang set, to stun the elders around him. But the setting was wholly inappropriate, so he restrained himself. With nothing else to occupy him, he reviewed his remaining 1955 renown. Scrolling through the shop, once more his eyes drifted toward the special category. You have purchased Steel Elixir Permanent, costing 500 renown. Steel Elixir Permanent selectively enhances a specific physical attribute. You have consumed Steel Elixir Permanent. Your height increases by 1 centimeter. Last time he'd intended to grow taller, but under Gu Jiahui's influence, he'd misallocated the enhancement. This time at last it felt right. While Wang Yaodang and others idled away time in the detention room, chaos erupted beyond its walls. The governor had exploded in fury. The commissioner of police was reprimanded. Over 8,000 officers were deployed in a massive crackdown across Coppermine Bay Sai, Wanwan Chai Tsim Sha Sui, Yao Ma Ti Mong Kok, and Tsunwan, the very districts where Triad activity ran deepest. From 7:30 p.m., sirens wailed incessantly, unrelenting until 1:00 p.m. Nightclubs, KTVs, bars, mahjong parlors sound as brothels, and gambling dens belonging to the Sun, Yi, on Tiao Lam Sheng, Hishui, Fong Dong Lian Society, and others were swept clean. As police vehicles halted, dozens of officers stormed inside, switching on floodlights with practiced efficiency, shouting over blaring music to commence thorough inspections. Pandemonium broke loose. Chaos reigned. Managers of these venues scrambled in panic, yet compliance was unavoidable when confronted with official inspection. What's all this about? Why no prior notice? Ji Bao, manager of the largest nightclub in Coppermine Bay under the Sun Yeon banner, offered a wry smile toward the lead inspector. What's all this about? Do you think our superiors are fools? You'll find nothing here, so why not just call the commissioner directly and tell him there's a mole in the force? The lead inspector snapped back, exasperated. Why such an overwhelming operation? Haven't you read the papers? Last night the Press Association contacted every major newspaper. This morning, from English-language political and financial dailies down to third-rate tabloids, every headline screamed about Triad violence disrupting Hong Kong's commercial environment. To the uninformed, it might seem the island has fallen to organized crime. Damn it. Ji Bao clenched his teeth, furious yet powerless. 9 out of 10 hooligans lacked sense. The 10th was outright foolish, capable of committing any absurdity. Last year a gangster had even stolen the rearview mirror from the governor's car. Clearly the cultivation of discipline among street-level thugs remained a long and arduous road. What could be done? A routine sweep wouldn't break bones. Open defiance of the police force was unthinkable. All that remained was passive acceptance, letting the commissioner vent his frustration. To the police force, this anti-Triad campaign was mere theater, its actual impact on public order and rule of law advancement negligible, like wind passing over grass. For the Triads, it was an unwarranted calamity, But losses were minor and discretion for a few days would see the storm pass. For the media, however, it was pure jubilation, an ideal demonstration of the Fourth Estate in action. The Fourth Estate, a term denoting the press and public opinion as a distinct political power, standing alongside the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. It is what journalists invoke constantly, the public's right to know. Following this operation, the media's influence over administration, justice, and elections would expand dramatically. That said, the police operation was not entirely without merit. Its achievements were substantial. Over 500 individuals involved in drug use, trafficking, or prostitution were arrested across entertainment venues. Additionally, more than 20 underground gambling dens were dismantled with over 150 suspects apprehended. Yet this was not the greatest triumph. The element of surprise, door-to-door inspections, provoked desperate resistance from guilty parties, triggering violent outbursts on site. But the sheer scale of the police deployment ensured all perpetrators were swiftly captured. 40-plus wanted fugitives were taken into custody. It was a unified operation, a victorious operation, an inspiring operation. The media fully exercised its Fourth Estate authority, and in return the next morning delivered effusive praise across the board for the governor, the colonial government, the commissioner, and the entire police force. Hong Kong once again stood as Asia's safest city, once again the most radiant jewel in the Queen's crown. Dazed and disoriented Jiang Chun had no idea what hour it was when the heavy door of the detention cell suddenly swung open from the outside. A rapid succession of footsteps echoed. Wang Yaodang rubbed his eyes and sat up, immediately spotting Sang Yunkai glancing restlessly around the cell. Solicitor Sang. Solicitor Zhou. Ajun. With a swift roll, Wang Yaodang sprang to his feet and hurried to the iron gate, peering out. 3 solicitors had been admitted by the police. Why so late? Wang Yaodang asked, voice edged with mild reproach. Hey, I waited outside for 10 hours. Is this how you speak to me? Fine, then I'll leave. Don't get snippy, Sang Yunkai retorted wryly. You're quite the authority now, Officer Yaodang. And yet the complications mount. Wang Yaodang laughed heartily. I'm simply curious. Why the delay? The police are out on a massive sweep. No one's left to handle you lot. You've got 48 hours, that's all. Sang Yunkai grinned. Can we secure bail, eh? Not yet, at least not for now. What about Lu Zhanwei and Kai Yijia? The contracts have been processed. Mr. Kai and his associate have departed for Macau on business. Wang Yaodang nodded. This was reassuring. Mr. Guan Jiaxiang sends word all is well. The police conducted raids, but both shops are under renovation, sustaining no losses whatsoever. This morning's entire stock sold out instantly. News vendors responded enthusiastically. Lao Li is working overtime on production. Don't worry. Your sister has already been picked up by someone he arranged, and Mrs. Kai Yijia will stay with her tonight. Wang Yaodang smiled. Si Yin Zai was indeed reliable. Please convey this to Si Yin Zai. The police detained an upright businessman without cause, halting factory operations. With no work, families starve. We'll have no choice but to take our meals at Yao Ma Ti police station. Ask Lao Li to mobilize people. 100 Hong Kong dollars per adult, 50 Hong Kong dollars per child. Women, elders, and children only. Let's not overdo it. No more than 100 adults, 30 children. Tell that good for nothing Lao Li to organize them carefully. He may profit, but if anyone goes missing or gets injured, I'll break his legs. Sang Yunkai stared speechless. Did Wang Yaodang even hear himself? What respectable businessman casually threatened broken limbs? Organizing a protest march was common enough, but restricting participation exclusively to women, elders, and children. Just imagining the scene tomorrow morning. Women wailing, elders shouting, children crying outside the station, sent chaos rippling through the precinct, and a grin tugged at his lips. And since they were all women, elders, and children, untouchable, unscoldable, the spectacle would inevitably draw media attention. Brilliantly audacious. Tik Gudong, Mo Sergio, and others leaned against the railing, watching Wang Yaodang askance. Bloody lowlife. How utterly shameless. In this era, male chauvinism ran deep. Sending women and elders into public action brought disgrace upon any Triad member. Of course, plenty of men still sent their wives out to sell while standing guard at the door. What are you staring at? I run a garment business. My factory employs only women. Do female workers not raise children or care for elders? What's wrong with that? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Wang Yaotong's face as he snapped back, muttering curses. This is Yao Ma Ti police station. We need a stir, or I fear I'll never walk out of here. Tik Gudong, Mo Sergio, and the others burst into laughter. There was truth in that. Wang Yaodang was no ordinary gangster. Tik Gudong knew full well, aside from a few violent incidents during his Blue Lantern days, Wang Yaodang had shed no blood since joining the society and had steered clear of all illegal enterprises. His record remained impeccably clean. So you do know, Sang Yunkai chuckled. Fine, I'll deliver the message. I'm off. Much obliged. Each solicitor relayed their messages, left behind provisions, then departed. The detainees ate in silence, too subdued to converse, and soon drifted into sullen sleep. At dawn the next day, Wang Yaodang stirred groggily, unaware of the hour. He scratched absently at the corner of his eye, rolled over, and lay still. Damn it, being detained made everything inconvenient. Overnight, Yao Ma Ti Police District had arrested numerous suspects. Media crews followed closely. Reporter Kowloon documented every arrest, though those detained were taken directly to Lai Chi Kok Reception Center, denied bail, and held pending court sentencing. He didn't return home until past 1:00 a.m., slept poorly, and arrived at work exhausted. During the morning briefing, his face remained grim. Speak up. If there's something to report, say it now. Now then, what about the two groups in the detention cell? 24 hours are nearly up, Huang Bingyao interjected after brief administrative matters concluded. About that. The Washeng members certainly made an impression last night. Lei Zhuan of another unit chimed in with a smirk. They held an induction ceremony right inside the station, appointing a double-flowered red pole, a first for Hong Kong Island. What? Kowloon erupted, his expression darkening further as fury flared in his eyes. An induction ceremony inside the police station. How splendid, truly magnificent. Huang Bingyao, you've just handed the Royal Hong Kong Police Force a most extraordinary gift. Huang Bingyao was speechless. Internal affairs officers guarded the detention cell. He'd spent the entire day leading sweeps outside. What did this have to do with him? Yet when a superior officer raged, public rebuttal was impossible. He bore it silently, while inwardly cursing Lei Zhuan's entire ancestral line. Their enmity ran deep. For years earlier, Huang Bingyao had seized this very post before Lei Zhuan could, leaving him sidelined for 3 years. Now both vied fiercely for promotion to senior inspector, each wishing the other dead. Since they're confirmed to be engaged in triad activities, charge them immediately. An induction ceremony in the station. I'll send him to Stanley Prison for his initiation. Kowloon spat. Then he noticed Huang Bingyao's pained expression and raised an eyebrow. Something wrong? Yes. Huang Bingyao sighed, bitterly recounting both encounters with Wang Yaodang. I possess no evidence linking him to criminal activity. Humph. Kowloon's interest sharpened. A spotless double-flowered red pole intrigued him. I'll conduct the interrogation myself. The station's breakfast was bland and uninspiring. As Wang Yaodang ate, he caught sight of a pair of shoes appearing beyond the iron gate. Slowly lifting his gaze, he met Huang Bingyao's stern stare. Well, Inspector Huang, you're done with your duties. Wang Yaodang set down his meal tray, wiped his mouth, and rose. Huang Bingyao's face remained impassive. The chief superintendent wishes to see you. Come. Chief superintendent. Kowloon. The big guns had arrived. One moment. Wang Yaodang immediately opened his system interface and purchased 2 language skills, English Level 1I and English Level 2. You have purchased English Level 1I and English Level 2. Reputation spent 600 points. Current reputation 1355-2925, Jianghu Hero. Skills driving LV. 1 Sonda LV. 1 Muay Thai LV. 1 Bagwazang LV. 1 Art LV. 1 Photography LV. 1 Demeanor Max English LV. 2. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again, smiling calmly. Let's go. The iron gate clanged open. Wang Yaodang nodded respectfully to Tik Gudong and Imo Shurgio on either side, his gaze finally settling on Guan Zizan. Guan Zizan's cheeks were sunken, his lips moved ceaselessly in muttered incantation. Their eyes locked, and Guan Zizan bared his teeth in a wild crimson-eyed grin. Wang Yaodang frowned. He should have played the card. How can a true man endure lifelong subservience much sooner? This was going to be complicated. Following Huang Bingyao, they walked to the office building ahead, where they encountered a young man with a flower hanging from his shoulder. Wang Yaodang maintained a stern expression and winked at the young man. Huang, sir. The young man greeted with a smile. Azu. Huang Bingyao nodded. Is this Wang Yaodang? Azu asked with a grin. Huang Bingyao nodded. Working at the police station, so impressive. Azu disdainfully pointed at Wang Yaotang's chest. Wang Yaodang waved his hand dismissively. Where's the impressiveness? Of course the police in the colonies are the most impressive. Wang Guangzu's face stiffened, and Huang Bingyao also turned to look with a grim expression. The full name is Hong Kong Royal Police, Wang Yaodang said with a faint smile. Let's go. Huang Bingyao pushed Wang Yaotang's shoulder. Huang, sir, why the stern face? I apologize for the misunderstanding. He provoked me for no reason. As they walked, Wang Yaotang smiled and shrugged. Behind him, Wang Guangzu lowered his head, stifling laughter. Yeage's tongue was still as sharp as ever. They soon arrived at the interrogation room. As they pushed the door open, they saw a man with brown hair seated at the head of the table, wearing 3 flowers on his shoulder, the chief superintendent of organized crime and triad crime investigation, Kieros. Wang Yaodang stood at the door, adjusted his slightly wrinkled checkered shirt, and then stepped into the interrogation room, smiling and nodding to everyone before sitting at the interrogation seat. Kieros raised an eyebrow. His first impression was quite good, especially the act of tidying up his clothes at the door, which showed respect. Indeed, very good. Many people in the police station were not particular about such things which he disliked. In the eyes of the old colonial flag of the British Empire, even a notorious pirate or murderer must adhere to etiquette in every action. As long as one acts politely, there is reason for forgiveness. Huang Bingyao sat down in his seat, received a signal from Kieros, and coughed lightly, asking name. Wang Yaodang. Age. 20. Wang Yaodang replied in English. What were you doing yesterday morning at 920? Wang Yaodang continued in fluent English. I was eating fish balls opposite the Guanchong billiard hall. After finishing, I was about to get in the car when Huang Sir called me, and then I came to the police station. You can speak English. Kieros suddenly interjected, his face filled with surprise at the authentic London accent. Yes, esteemed Mr. Kieros, this is a colony of the British Empire. Wang Yaodang quickly scanned the faces of several Chinese inspectors, maintaining his smile. As a colonist, one should learn the official language for better communication. This made Kieros very pleased, and he lightly applauded, feeling the glory of the sun never setting shining upon him once again. However, the expressions of the others turned dark. Huang Bingyou's mouth twitched, thinking, here he goes again with the sarcasm. So much time to go eat fish balls. And coincidentally running into a brawl at the billiard hall. Are you trying to fool me? Huang Bingyao slammed the table and shouted at Wang Yaodang. First, A Xiao's Fuzhou fish balls are top-notch. Second, Huang Sir, there were at least hundreds of people on the street at that time. Wang Yaotang's smile remained unchanged. I understand what you're trying to convey, but merely being present at the scene cannot serve as evidence for a court trial, nor can it be a reason for the police to prosecute me. Finally, please maintain the decorum of the Hong Kong Royal Police of the British Empire. Thank you. Huang Bingyao instinctively looked towards Kieros, who frowned displeased. Grinding his teeth, he took a deep breath to remind himself not to get angry. After all, it wasn't the first time he had experienced this brat's sharp tongue. Seeing Huang Bingyao at a loss, Lei Zhuan lowered his head and cleared his throat. Wang Yaodang, the police also have reason to suspect that you intentionally fabricated evidence of not being at the scene for convenience in directing. According to the testimonies of the arrested members of the British news agency, the attackers were two brothers of Wang Yaodang from the Hisheng Yitzim, Sha Sui Tong Kai Yijia, and Ren Hongji. Last night, Hisheng Yi held a gathering at the police station for you. There were 2 police officers present who can testify. What do you have to say about this? Good question. Wang Yaodang quickly opened the system store under Knowledge Law and clicked to purchase. You have purchased Law LV1, spending reputation 100 points. Current reputation 12552 Jianghu Hero. Skills driving LV1 Sonda, LV1 Muay Thai, LV1 Bagwazang, LV1 Art, LV1 Photography, LV1 Posture Max, English, LV2 Law, LV1. First, let me clarify that the ceremony held last night was the initiation ceremony of the Hongmen. The Hongmen is a legally recognized organization with a history of over 300 years, acknowledged by various countries, including Britain. The Hongmen ceremony is sacred and solemn. I don't think it violates any laws, does it, Gentleman Kieros? Wang Yaodang noticed that Kieros particularly liked being called a gentleman. Truly a fool. Of course, Kieros sat up straight and nodded lightly. Whether it is legal or not is no longer important. A respected gentleman of the British Empire must respect any long-standing and sacred ceremony. Lei Zhuan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and mentally cursed furiously, damn you, I'll hit your head with a stick. According to legal provisions, the testimonies of members of the British news agency are considered confessions of criminals, which may contain denials or defenses. They cannot be independently used as evidence. Wang Yaotang's expression was conflicted as he shrugged. I could have requested a lawyer to be present before speaking, but this kind of question is really... Huang Bingyao turned his head away, covering his mouth, but his shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. Lei Zhuan shot a glance at Huang Bingyao, furious, thinking, damn it, why is a gangster learning law instead of doing his job? Is that even your area of expertise? In front of so many people, especially with the British superior present, he really couldn't lose face. Glaring fiercely at Wang Yaodang, he shouted, someone testified that at 8:30 yesterday morning you led a group into the New Territories Hungyong garment factory, killed 1 person and seriously injured over 20. How do you explain that? Wang Yaotang's expression instantly turned cold. So what was the motive for the crime? You? Lei Zhuan was momentarily speechless. Lei, why are you silent? Kieros frowned and asked. Because he knows that if he speaks he won't be able to accuse me anymore, Wang Yaodang sneered. Esteemed Gentleman Kieros, first allow me to introduce myself. Please. Kieros gestured for him to continue. I am the founder, chairman, and designer of Red Bean Fashion Co., Ltd. I hope to improve the relationship between the sexes through the clothing I design, adding interest to their interactions. My company was established only 2 months ago, but has already achieved remarkable success, selling over 2,400 pieces of clothing, generating 6.8 million in revenue and paying 2,800 in taxes. In the next 5 months, sales expectations are even higher, with projected revenues exceeding 34 million and expected tax contributions not less than 1.4 million. Wang Yaodang stood tall, declaring, I am a big taxpayer, pay up. Upon finishing this statement, Kieros' expression immediately turned serious, and even the others furrowed their brows, thinking about this taxpayer. This complicates things. All police expenses come from taxes, so the attitude towards gangsters and big taxpayers naturally cannot be the same. However, my entrepreneurial journey has not been smooth. The business environment on Hong Kong Island is not friendly because the clothing industry has no technical barriers and my creativity and designs have good profit margins. During this time, I have faced numerous troubles from the underworld, including piracy, extortion, and harassment of my sales channels. Yes, it's just as you imagine. Street vendors were beaten and threatened, being told not to sell my products, but only their pirated goods. Yesterday morning, these people even attacked my delivery truck, injuring 10 of my staff, stealing goods and vehicles worth over $1.6 million and kidnapping 3 people, including the manager, intending to coerce me into handing over the company to them. They threatened me that if I called the police, they would kill hostages. I had no choice but to bring my employees to negotiate with them, but they ambushed us, attacking as soon as we got out of the car. My employees had to counterattack to protect me themselves and the hostages. This is what happened. You're talking nonsense. It's clearly your revenge killing. Lei Zhuan shouted angrily, slamming the table and standing up. Officer, I am a legitimate businessman with no criminal record. Wang Yaodang smiled indifferently. And the other party are criminals who rob, injure, and kidnap. Even if you don't cite evidence, you should at least follow logic. Your incompetent rage makes one seriously doubt the internal training and selection mechanisms of the royal police, leading to someone like you slipping through the cracks. Ha ha ha. Huang Bingyao covered his mouth, unable to hold back any longer, mentally cheering for Wang Yaodang. Lei Zhuan's face turned from red to white, and then to black, his anger boiling as he lost control, lunging forward and kicking at Wang Yaodang. Huh. Wang Yaodang sidestepped the chair, flying with a crash. Wang Yaodang quickly kicked up his left leg, striking Lei Zhuan's knee. Up. Lei Zhuan cried out in pain, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Damn you. Lei Zhuan felt he had lost all face, and after getting up, lunged back at Wang Yaodang. Wang Yaotang's right high kick was aimed at Lei Zhuan's face. Enough, stop, Lei Zhuan. Kieros shouted angrily. The kick stopped right by Lei Zhuan's face, but Lei Zhuan seemed not to hear and continued to charge. Wang Yaotang's eyes flashed with a fierce look as he withdrew his leg and, turning to the side, delivered a downward punch that struck Lei Zhuan squarely on the forehead. Ugh! Lei Zhuan covered his forehead, stumbling back unsteadily. Wang Yaodang slowly retracted his leg, stood firm, helped the fallen chair back up, adjusted his shirt, and nodded slightly at Kieros before sitting down again, exuding grace. Kieros gritted his teeth, glaring at Lei Zhuan, who was slowly lowering his hand, his forehead swollen and bruised. He knew Wang Yaodang was a member of a gang, and that it certainly wasn't completely as Wang Yaodang described, but as a senior inspector of the royal police, lacking evidence and being unable to argue effectively, he was beaten down and caught off guard. You've embarrassed the royal police. You've also embarrassed yourself as a gentleman of the British Empire. Just as Kieros was about to say something to save face, there was a knock on the interrogation room door. Come in. Azu pushed the door open and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Lei Zhuan, who looked like the silver-horned king. How did he change his appearance in such a short time? What's the matter? Kowloon asked irritably. Azu looked at the calm expression of Wang Yaodang and said, Sir, outside. There are many women, elderly, and children crying and making a scene. With a helpless smile on his face, Azu continued. Kowloon and the others exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed. However, it was still better than the awkward scene inside the interrogation room. Kowloon glanced at the swollen forehead of Lei Zhuan and waved for someone to take him to get treated before stepping outside. Lei Zhuan glared fiercely at Wang Yaodang, feeling humiliated. It was easy to imagine that once this news spread, he would become the laughingstock of others. Would the police promote a laughingstock? Cutting off someone's career is like killing their parents. It's a fight to the death. Wang Yaodang smirked. There was no way to back down today, since he had already offended them. Huang Bingyao, walking at the back, covered his mouth and whispered to Wang Yaodang, Lei Zhuan is vindictive, you're in for it. Wang Yaodang chuckled, but said nothing. Wang Guangzhu and Wang Yaodang exchanged glances, both full of amusement. What a show of power. You have achieved victory in your battle with the officer. Due to your brave performance in the fight, your reputation spreads widely, gaining 150 reputation. Current reputation 1405-3075, hero of the Jianghu. As Kowloon arrived in the hall, he was met with the sounds of adults crying, elders wailing, and children fussing. The cacophony of over 100 voices was enough to give one a headache. The door was being tightly held by several police officers, and Kowloon could only tiptoe to look outside, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. Among the crying elderly and children, many were in tattered clothing, clearly impoverished, and quite a few of the children were running around without any pants. He had already seen children relieving themselves on the street. Fuck, what could the police do with these people? In the back of the crowd, cameras were already flashing. What's going on? Why are they making such a fuss? Kowloon frowned at Azu. Hey, where's Officer James? Kowloon was the head of the O record in the Oilseed Police District, and the district head was Assistant Director James. The director wants you to handle this quickly. Azu quietly replied, these are all female workers from Wang Yaotang's clothing factory. The boss was arrested and the factory is temporarily closed. They say they have no jobs and their families are starving, so they can only seek help from the police department for food or they will starve to death. Absurd. Quillos was enraged. How could they not eat after just one day of not working? They managed to come to the police department to beg for food with money, but claimed they couldn't afford a meal. It was clear that Wang Yatang's people were causing trouble, but knowing was one thing. If it were gangsters causing a ruckus, they would simply arrest them. But with a group of women, elderly, and children, any police officer who laid a hand on them would immediately make headlines in tomorrow's newspaper. Huang Bingyao, do we have any evidence to accuse Wang? Quillos knew full well. Currently we have no evidence. Then let him go quickly. Quillos waved his hand irritably. What the hell did you catch someone for nothing? You're just letting him go. Emosher looked incredulous. A legitimate businessman. Wang Yaodang pointed at himself, and then at his old boss, smiling. Sharkin reported your name to Yin Wang. You're a legitimate businessman. Emosher cursed under his breath. It would be impossible to say that the Donglian society didn't care at all about Sharkin's death. They were being stepped on hard, and yet they had to help the Red Flower gang carry the sedan chair, which would be embarrassing if it got out. However, there would be no thoughts of revenge. They had stirred up major trouble, and other societies would definitely hate the Donglian society. Emosher thought like a businessman, not dwelling on losses, but aiming for maximum profit. This was why he had sought to curry favor with Wang Yaodong, but seeing Wang Yaodong swaggering out, he couldn't find a way to balance it in his mind. Everyone was in the same society. Why should one spend more time in jail than others? The people from Xingyi were quite cheerful, pointing and laughing at those from Donglian society, and both sides began to hurl insults at each other again. Only Officer Sen's expression changed. Brother Yaodang. Seeing Wang Yaodang come out, Si Yinjai immediately rushed over. How are you? Are you all right? What could happen? Let them disperse. Wang Yaodang turned back to glance. It was indeed a painful sight. As they crossed the fire pit, Si Yinjai had already prepared pomelo water to wash their faces and hands, and used pomelo leaves to pat their bodies to ward off bad luck before getting into the car. On the way back, Si Yinjai asked, did the police not ask us to hand anyone over? Hand over whom? Sharkin crashed and self-ignited. Oh, what does that have to do with us? Oh. Si Yinjai was somewhat incredulous that the police would let it go so easily. The situation has already become quite messy. Continuing to pursue it will only bring more trouble. The police worked hard yesterday to present a positive image and do not want to complicate things further. What about Aji and Ajia? Let them relax in the harbor for a few days. Wang Yaodang stretched lazily. Let's book a hotel, take a shower, and change clothes. Just came out not good to go home to avoid bringing back bad luck. After tidying up properly, when Wang Yaodang appeared at the Tsim Sha Sui Hall, over 200 younger brothers bowed in unison and shouted Brother Yaodang. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and the sound made Wang Yaotong's ears buzz. It truly felt like a figure from the Jianghu. Last night, the news of Wang Yaodang taking the dual blossom red stick spread from the oilseed police station. Naturally, the younger brothers who had dinner with Wang Yaodang were elated. For a boss to take the position not only brought face, but also meant that a business would definitely follow, and everyone would make money. Even those who weren't Wang Yaodong's younger brothers were tempted. Now who didn't know that Wang Yaodang was the best at making money? After becoming a boss, he would definitely need to expand his younger brothers, and they all spontaneously gathered around. If it weren't for that group of women and children blocking the entrance of the police station, they would have gone there to welcome him. Not far away, Huang Mao and Shi Luo looked from a distance. This is the moment of glory. Dual blossom red stick. I'll take it. Can it hold up? In the past, everyone was just a 49er. They were still part of the four major societies, naturally a step above. Now that their brother had taken the dual blossom red stick, they were filled with envy and jealousy. They feared their brothers would suffer, but they feared even more seeing their brothers driving a Land Rover. Small societies fighting each other. It's a joke. The sourness in Shi Luo's words could be sensed even from dozens of meters away by Wang Yaodang. Waving and smiling, Huang Mao and Shi Luo immediately followed suit. Approaching, Huang Mao smiled and said, Brother Yaodong, you're doing great. The police have taken the dual blossom red stick, unique on the island. Impressive. God of wealth Yaodong, don't forget to lend a hand to your brothers when you get rich. Shi Luo added. What god of wealth Yaodang? Wang Yaodang blinked. Brother Yaodang makes money so well. Big business has stirred up chaos in the Jianghu. Quite the god of wealth. Ha ha ha, smart enough, I like it. Wang Yaodang laughed heartily. Tonight I'll host a banquet. Huang Mao, Shi Luo, you guys must come. When the god of wealth speaks, who would dare not go? Huang Mao said with a hint of jealousy. After joking for a bit, Wang Yaodang finally returned to the hall. The big bosses of the hall had all been arrested. The venue was swept last night, and many younger brothers had been taken away by the police. All this needed Wang Yaodong's handling. Busy with the matters of the hall, arranging for normal operations tonight, Si Yinjai reported on the situation here. A few days ago, it was still a market expansion. Most of the people on the island didn't know what sensual clothing was. After a few days, the reputation gradually spread out, and in the morning deliveries were made to the newspaper vendors, and by noon, all were sold out. Customers were slipping away in batches, and the newspaper vendors were heartbroken, continuously calling to urge the deliveries. Some vendors even barged into the Hongdo clothing boutique to snatch goods, scaring the sales staff into calling the police. Before 6 a.m., news vendors already crowded outside all 4 stores, banging on the doors with loud metallic clangs. A junior member who had stayed overnight to guard the shop yanked up the rolling shutter in fury and shouted back, "What the hell are you banging for? We've got no stock." Amidst the clamor, they waited over 10 minutes, until at last the delivery truck arrived. Before even a single box could be unloaded, vendors swarmed at some attempting to climb aboard to seize goods by force. "Hey, pull your hands back, or I'll chop them off." A young man on the truck drew out a cleaver to deter the mob. Line up. Line up. Go to hell. Stop shoving. When did you ever rush so hard to burn joss paper for your grandfather? Burning paper is giving money. This is making money. Of course I'm eager." The vendor laughed. "TCH. The junior member, drenched in sweat and exasperated, spat out, "There's plenty of stock today. Anyone causing trouble won't get a single piece. Don't sell to that scoundrel." Ha ha ha. Lowley mobilized 6 factories running shifts around the clock. Machines never stopped, men rested in turns, and churned out 100,000 units within 24 hours. Yet demand far exceeded supply. News of the press union's upheaval had spread across Hong Kong. Selling Hongdo Apparel's novelty lingerie was immensely profitable, so every vendor arrived before dawn. Some came from distant districts, Tuen Mun, Tai Piu and Long, others from nearer ones like Seong Quan, O Sha Tin, and Kwun Tong. Even vendors from Hong Kong Island crossed the harbor to join the scramble. With crowds overwhelming the scene, Yen Zai imposed a strict quota, 100 units per vendor. To his dismay, as the truck's inventory dwindled to its final few hundred pieces, over a dozen vendors still remained, and the junior member overseeing sales broke into a cold sweat. Vendors quickly sensed something was wrong. With only 200 or 300 items left, those at the rear surged forward, while those ahead refused to budge, sparking an immediate brawl. It took the junior members considerable effort to pull the combatants apart, only for the vendors to turn their fury on the staff, determined not to leave empty-handed. Having traveled such distances and waited over an hour, only to walk away with nothing, they feared returning home would earn them a beating from their wives. With no choice, Yen Zai was contacted. The truck rerouted to Lao Li's factory in the New Territories, where vendors finally collected their orders, grumbling all the way out. Yen Zai beamed with pride. "Not enough? We simply can't keep up." Wang Yaotang's face lit up at the profits, yet his brow furrowed slightly when he learned Yen Zai had enlisted 5 additional factories to ramp up production. Something wrong. Yen Zai's heart skipped a beat. "Have we tallied how many units we've sold this month?" "Most were sold in the past few days." Yen Zai flipped open his notebook and scanned the figures. "Yes, roughly 450,000 units." Wang Yaotang pulled out a sheet of paper and began scribbling calculations. Hong Kong Island's population exceeded 5 million, most residents having migrated across the sea, meaning relatively few elders and a disproportionately large cohort of working-age adults, then subtracting those unable to afford the product. The first market saturation point, he surmised, would likely arrive near 1 million units, after which demand would gradually taper. Admittedly, Wang Yaotang lacked formal training in economics. These were merely intuitive estimates. Actual performance would require further observation or hiring professionals. "Tell Lao Li after 3 days we'll no longer source from external factories. In the meantime, dispatch people to investigate the reputations of these 5 subcontractors. Select the most reliable for long-term partnership." Wang Yaotang squinted thoughtfully. "Oh." Yen Zai didn't grasp his boss's reasoning, but complied without question. "I'll handle the negotiations myself. Why let Lao Li profit? At $1 per unit, that scoundrel's already pocketed several 100,000. Then inform him tomorrow we'll offer only 50 cents per unit. Ask if he accepts. Integrity matters in business. We'll earn far more while honoring our word. And don't forget, he's still holding dozens of thousands in advance payments. Should we launch our own factory?" Yen Zai's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "Are you joking? Do you think opening a factory in the New Territories is that simple?" Wang Yaotang shook his head, chuckling. "Without consent from the 5 great New Territories clans, the Deng Ho, Liao, Wan, and Peng, you couldn't even break ground, let alone manage operations. Who'd run it? Ajia or Ajik? Let Lao Li serve as our OEM manufacturer, cutting management overhead. If quality falters, we'll deduct penalties. Once our supply chain and distribution channels stabilize, we'll tighten margins aggressively." He mused inwardly, just like Apple's suppliers. Seeing Yen Zai still puzzled, Wang Yaotang smoothly changed the subject. "How much cash do we have on hand?" 1.98 million. Yen Zai's eyes sparkled. "Buy 4 more H20 motorcycles, for both intimidation and deliveries." Wang Yaotang reminded himself firmly, "I am a legitimate businessman. Open new outlets across Hong Kong Island, Western District, Central, and Causeway Bay, as soon as suitable premises are secured. We also need to hire a qualified accountant. Club finances, including gambling dens, parking rackets, and other gray revenues, must be kept strictly separate from corporate accounts. You're stretched too thin, and the accountant must come from a reputable family." Wang Yaotang massaged his temples. "We're short on manpower. These street toughs excel at wielding cleavers, but ask them to work regular shifts." He shuddered faintly. "We'll need proper training soon." Shark Kuen's blunder was terrifying. "Understood," Yen Zai replied, jotting everything down. "Host a banquet tonight at Hung Fuck Restaurant. That evening Wang Yaotang reserved 3 tables, 1 upstairs, 2 downstairs. Though newly ascendant, he observed protocol meticulously, personally calling everyone he'd ever met in the Nasher Road, Observatory Road, Bull Lane, and Hedda Road area. To establish a new Tsim Sha Sui branch, interpersonal goodwill had to be cultivated early. As a newly appointed double flower red pole, his personal invitation carried weight. Every free man in the district attended that night. The banquet buzzed with clinking glasses and effusive praise. Wang Yaotang received a thick stack of red envelopes, learning firsthand how suddenly everyone becomes your friend once you rise. Naturally, over 20 servings of shark fin congee were sent to the police station's detention center. Mo Sergio ate the dish with a grim expression. Damn it, this meal came from Wang Yaotang, not the East United Syndicate. What a blow to my dignity. Especially that old butcher Ti Gudong, still jawing nonstop, even with food in his mouth. Why doesn't he choke on it, that bastard? While Wang Yaotang hosted his banquet, Wei led over 50 men, including De Ko Hui Fei Zine and Yi Gui Feng and De Jin Shua, on a sweeping campaign to dismantle Shark Kuen's operations. Mo Sergio truly was an old fox. Wang Yaotang only grasped his cunning after the fact. Originally, Shark Kuen's death signaled the East United Syndicate's flag being torn down in Tsim Sha Sui, effectively ceding the territory. But bestowing a red flower honor upon Wang Yaotang transformed him into a semi-affiliated figure, keeping the syndicate's banner aloft. Ti Gudong saw through the maneuver clearly, yet the allure of that symbolic red flower was undeniable. Moreover, with both syndicates' leaders arrested and police intensifying anti-gang operations, open territorial warfare was impossible, so compromise became inevitable. The Underworld is not merely about bloodshed, it is rooted in human relationships and social reciprocity. Ho Sing Yi was no major syndicate of forcibly pulling down the flag would provoke fierce retaliation, not just passive acceptance, by the East United Syndicate. Know your limits. Eat only what your stomach can hold. Now appointing a double flower red pole cost the East United Syndicate face, but preserved substance. Ho Sing Yi gained prestige, and half an ally. Neither side lost. But damn it, I'm the one who loses. Wang Yaotang muttered bitterly once he understood. His men were injured, he'd invested money and manpower, only to reap this ambiguous outcome. Fine, the prestige of the double flower red pole was intoxicating. Yet he craved more. He wouldn't touch East United Syndicate venues, but Shark Kuen's personal enterprises were fair game. Guanxiang Billiard Hall, 2 gambling dens, 2 discos, 1 bar, and 1 underground casino. Shark Kuen's underlings had suffered heavy losses in the prior 2 clashes, many wounded or jailed. Trusted lieutenants like Meng Hua and Fei Ying were either dead or detained. Among his 20-odd henchmen, morale collapsed, until Wei's arm wrapped in white bandages raised it sharply. Charge. Cut down these bastards. You wretched cur, daring to strike your sworn uncle. You think I'm a tame cat just because I haven't roared? That offhand remark stuck, earning Wei the enduring Underworld moniker Sick Cat Wei. Early the next morning, 48 hours had passed. The iron door of the detention cell swung open, and Ti Gudong, Lao Dongjio, and others strode out stretching their limbs. Lao Dongjio, Sha Kuen is dead, but that does not mean the matter is settled, Huang Bingyao said gravely. I know. I'll hand over the responsible party, Mo Sergio snorted. Keep your people in line. No more incidents, or everyone's face will be lost. Mo Sergio remained silent. Just as the group was about to disperse, Officer Sin suddenly seized Huang Bingyao's wrist. I'm turning myself in. I'm filing a formal report. I demand witness protection. Ti Gudong whirled around sharply, his gaze slicing through the air like a blade. You're courting death. Spit on you, Ti Gudong, you bastard. If you want me dead, then none of us shall live. Frenzy burned in Officer Sin's bloodshot eyes. Ha ha ha, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Mo Sergio burst into raucous laughter. Let that arrogant punk swagger all he likes. Now his men wear red shoes. And now he Shang Yi has a proper spectacle ahead. Officer Sin, you've chosen your own ruin. Have you even thought of your family? Ti Gudong ground out between clenched teeth. Huang Bingyao stepped forward, blocking him. This is a police station. Do you wish to stay longer? Sir Huang, you saw it yourself. He threatened me. If anything happens to my family, they'll be responsible. And the police must protect them. Officer Sin shouted. Ti Gudong jabbed a finger at him, drew a slow, seething breath, and turned away without another word. Ti Gudong, still planning to open your mountain gate? Ha ha ha, don't let the cops sweep you all up in one raid. Mo Sergio called after him, striding quickly in pursuit, voice laced with mockery. What happens between He Shang Yi and yourselves is no concern of Dong Lian Union. Better start thinking how you'll face the other triads once you step outside. Ti Gudong tossed the words over his shoulder. Mo Sergio gave a cold snort. The smile vanished from his face. Damn Sha Kuen. Once I'm out, I'll scatter his ashes to the wind. Watching the 2 triad leaders tear into each other like rabid dogs, Huang Bingyao smiled. Indeed, laughter never vanishes. It merely shifts its target. Two rival factions stood rigidly aligned on either side of the police station entrance, one led by He Shengyi's representatives, the other by Funzai Ming of Donglian Union. Zhuguan, Long 2, Zhuguan, Long 2, Zhuguan, Long 2. Each side shouted in turn, voices clashing like steel, striving to drown out the other. Get in the car, we're leaving. Ti Gudong's mood had soured beyond repair. After completing the ritual to dispel ill fortune, he waved dismissively. Ah Yao, you ride with me. Wang Yaodang nodded curtly toward Mo Sergio before climbing into the vehicle. Double flower red pole. He was now half a master in his own right. Inside, silence reigned until long after departure. Ti Gudong finally broke it. Officer Sun intends to cooperate with the police. Does he hold anything incriminating against Yue? Wang Yaodong, having noticed Officer Sun's absence earlier, knew trouble had arrived. He narrowed his eyes, reflecting. I'm clean, but Ajie and Aji may be compromised. If you're unscathed, that's relief enough. Ti Gudong exhaled faintly, then slammed a fist onto the seat. That wretched cur. Officer Sin's betrayal demands death, but we cannot convene the tribunal now. The Triad does maintain connections within the police force. Arranging access to Officer Sin's cell is feasible. Yet smuggling weapons inside is impossible, and we have only one chance. So the operative must be exceptional. You know, I've backed you. That's why I seized the opportunity, using Lao Dongjio's slanderous remarks about the Triad to confer your rank. Still, truth be told, you've yet to make any tangible contribution, so tongues will wag. Now that you bear the double flower red pole insignia, you are the banner bearer of the Triad. Naturally, the organization will fund your new branch. So, I know you cherish your bond with Aji and Ajia, but, grandfather, rest assured, I know precisely what must be done. I won't jeopardize the Triad's interests. Wang Yaodang nodded solemnly. Your loyalty pleases me. Ti Gudong replied, returning the nod. Neither spoke again as the car glided silently toward Sunwan. In Hong Kong society of 1980, the underclass bowed to Triad dominion. The middle tier answered to powerful syndicate enforcers, and the upper echelons were ruled by tycoons and British colonial elites. To conduct business peacefully demanded either wealth or influence. How might the underclass rise? Jimmy Z. I joined the Triad after being bullied as a street vendor. I sought protection. In Young and Dangerous v. Big Head, brother released from prison tried honest labor. Only for Chan Ho Nam to remark, truth be told, every trade bears some connection to the Triads. One could climb to modest prosperity, but true affluence remained forbidden. As for Mo Sergio's overture, his declaration, within Donglian Union, I am the supreme leader and no one dares oppose my word, sealed Wang Yaodong's decision never to defect. Axe Head June, after losing the Zhuguan election to brother Chung in Sheng, he stormed off to join XING, only to wage bloody war, venture solo into the Golden Triangle and watch XNG rise anew. Yet the dragon head remained the Xiong family. He died having touched only its tail. Had he stayed, waited one term, or even contested co-leadership, the path would have been clear. 40 years later, Sheng, he boasted 4 dragon heads, their terms extended from 2 to 3 years. He Sheng lay within reach. Within a few years he could command it utterly. But Lao Dongjio was truly a man of his generation, and Wang Yaodang refused to waste years locked in cerebral combat with him. The convoy arrived at the Tsuan Ancestral Hall. Jiangjuanao Branch Red Pole, Denyo White Paper Fan, Dian Hua Grass, Shu Dog Zixing. Suanwan Branch Red Pole, Fist King High White Paper Fan, Dao Yurong Grass, Shu Mouse Hui. Sha Tin Branch Red Pole, Thin Bone Long White Paper Fan, Zhu Zai Ming Grass, Shu Big Mouth One. All awaited before the small building. As Ti Gudong and the elder masters alighted, members gathered to greet them. Yet every pair of eyes scrutinized Wang Yaodong. The newly appointed double flower red pole, conferred not by ceremony, but by police decree. Enough, let's ascend and light the incense. Ti Gudong waved a hand. Noting his grim expression, the elders exchanged glances and followed upward. Wang Yaotong, Fat Bo, and Ma Fu Rong brought up the rear. On the second floor, the assembly took their seats. Ti Gudong swept his gaze across the room before introducing, Ah Yao, meet everyone. We'll hold the formal investiture later. Lao Si, you brief them on Officer Sun. The Triad's second Marshal Uncle Si cleared his throat and recounted how Officer Sun had colluded with Sha Kun, betraying the Triad from within, and upon exposure fled to the police to evade tribunal punishment. A chorus of curses erupted instantly. Officer Sun must die. Ti Gudong's voice dropped low. I see. All branch leaders are present today. Draw lots of life and death. Silence crashed down like stone. The senior figures from Jiangjuanao, Suanwan, and Sha Tin frowned deeply, saying nothing. To kill inside a police station, without weapons, was a task only for elite operatives. Success would cost the branch a meticulously trained enforcer. Failure would cost lives and invite Triad censure. In the Triad world, every man rushes forward for profit and shies back from peril. Uncle Dong, Officer Sun belongs to the Tsim Sha Sui branch. This affair stems from Ah Yao's actions. It's not that we refuse service, but wouldn't this seem unjust to our junior brothers? Nyo Red Pole of Jiangjuanao glanced pointedly at Wang Yaodang. Indeed, Uncle Dong, drawing life and death lots should at least ensure our brothers act willingly. Dao Yurong spoke with deliberate, sardonic inflection. Ah Yao, when trouble arises you summon the Triad to act. How then shall our brothers view He Shang Yi's double flower red pole? Thin Bone Long grinned at Wang Yaodang. Ah Yao, your subordinate fire dragon Ajia is already so prominent. Who else could possibly be considered? Wang Yaodang rose, his gaze sweeping over the three branch leaders, amused yet edged with steel. Uncle Dong, the transgression was committed by my sworn master. Purging the ranks is our internal duty. No need to burden brothers from other branches. I accept this task. Excellent. Ah Yao, you've got spine. Dao Yurong clapped heartily, and the others joined in. Wang Yaotong's sudden elevation to double flower red pole had vaulted him above all present, provoking palpable resentment. In the Jianghu, such displeasure surfaces swiftly and bluntly. Very well, if Ah Yao accepts it, settled. Upon Officer Sin's elimination, the Triad will establish a dedicated Sim Sha Sui East branch, for no outsider shall underestimate our banner bearer. Ti Gudong sealed the decision on the spot. Denyo Dao Yurong Thin Bone Long, all cursed inwardly. This had been preordained, a rehearsed duet designed to silence dissent. Damn it, such relentless backing. Is he Ti Gudong's own son? Once matters were resolved, Ti Gudong dismissed the assembly, leaving only Wang Yaodang behind for further counsel. To be appointed a red pole, one must first receive the Triad's sacred token, a short wooden rod adorned with red flowers at both ends. Subsequently, Ti Gudong conferred upon Wang Yaodang the identity seal, a ceremonial stamp denoting official rank and legitimacy. In earlier times when communication was exceedingly difficult, how could Hung Mun members prove their identity upon arriving in foreign territories? The answer lay in the identity seal. Each branch and rank possessed its own unique seal and corresponding secret passphrase. Of course, in Hong Kong, to claim ignorance of a major underworld figure or rising Triad leader would be tantamount to insult, but the ancient rites and traditions of the Hung Mun must never be abandoned. Compared to other societies, what brings the greatest honor to the Hung Mun is precisely its unbroken lineage and these time-honored rituals. The Hung Mun's heritage spans longer than 95 of the world's nations. It maintains an internal hierarchy of 8 inner and 8 outer halls, a clearly defined chain of command from apex to base, and a comprehensive ceremonial system rooted in classical Taoist culture. State affairs rest upon ritual and warfare. Thus, the Hung Mun stands as the elder patriarch, its authority innate, its precedence unquestionable. Uncle Dong, I've just established the new Jiantong branch. Manpower is scarce. Brother Xing Hong has amply proven his merit. Please assign him to assist me there. Wang Yaodang lifted the teapot and poured tea for Ti Gudong with a smile. Ti Gudong regarded him with an ambiguous half-smile, eyes scanning him up and down. Young pup, you're still testing me. What, afraid I'll plant spies to watch your every move? Oh heavens, snow in June. I Wang Yaotong walk upright, and unburdened my heart burns crimson clear as sun and moon for all to witness. Wang Yaodang protested indignantly. Humph. Ti Gudong shook his head with a wry, faintly sardonic chuckle. Fine. Spare me the accusations that elders of the Washeng-E Association conspire to seize subordinates' assets. Uncle Dong, let me speak plainly. I hold no interest in the Triad's modest revenues. Then I certainly need not dispatch anyone at all. Uncle Dong suddenly flashed a mischievous grin. Enough. I understand your intent, to silence rival branches. Were it another, I'd gladly send Xing Hong. But you, what does Uncle Dong mean? Wang Yaodang raised an eyebrow. This seat will inevitably be yours. Rather than merely silencing tongues, why not win loyalty, or bind them close? Consider which ventures might benefit them. God of wealth Yaodang, share profits from your legitimate enterprises. I let generosity ensure they greet you with smiles. Wang Yaodang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, no man can monopolize all profit, and greed unchecked invites ruin. Uncle Dong, does the Triad have connections within the Kowloon walled city? He shifted topics. Eliminating Officer Sun was a task he would never entrust to Ajia or Aji. He had accepted it only because he already possessed a plan. What for? Ti Gudong raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp. To hire a professional, an outsider. A fresh face means greater security. You're serious? Ti Gudong sat upright, frowning intently at Wang Yaodang. The Triad certainly has channels, but have you considered the cost? And if done inside a police station, conviction is inevitable. When penniless, we risk our brothers' lives. When wealthy, yet still demand such sacrifice, what then is the point of wealth? Money is earned to be spent. Damn it. Ti Gudong flapped his hand dismissively. Why does the Triad build so many businesses and maintain legions of low-ranking members? For charity. Precisely. To command loyalty when crisis strikes. I myself have eliminated 6 men for the Triad, Lao Si Sha Lin, and countless red poles beneath me. All rose step by step through service. Brotherhood or gold? Brotherhood, Wang Yaodang declared solemnly. Who truly believes such words anymore? Tik Gu Dong clenched his teeth, pointed a finger at Wang Yaodang, and found himself speechless. Uncle Dong, don't you prefer a successor who honors loyalty and righteousness? Wang Yaodang asked again, smiling. Tik Gu Dong lowered his head, massaging his brow, then burst into laughter. So you're putting on a show for me? If you say it's theater, then theater it is, Wang Yaodang replied, utterly unruffled. Tik Gu Dong shot him a sharp glance, but warmth bloomed deep within. Who wouldn't cherish a man of virtue? Within the underworld, invoking brotherhood endlessly serves not only to indoctrinate underlings, but also reflects an unspoken yearning for it. A successor grounded in loyalty and integrity. Tik Gu Dong would dream of it and wake smiling. Master Su. Yes, you're too kind. Very well, we'll meet this evening. After hanging up, Wang Yaodang felt a weight lift from his chest. The office door swung open abruptly. Jie strode in. Brother Yao, what's this about? Didn't I tell you to enjoy a few days in Macau? Did you lose it all gambling? Wang Yaodang asked, surprised. No, I'll handle, officer's son. Jie planted both hands on the desk, his expression grave. Who told you? Wang Yaodang frowned. He'd kept them away precisely to avoid complications. Spectacles. Jie grinned broadly. That good for nothing. Wang Yaodang snapped. You're not needed. I've made arrangements. Who else could do it more reliably? Those useless fellows would wet themselves before the cops. Jie scowled. Brother Yao, you're not sending Jie, are you? He's never taken a life. Untrustworthy. Who's slandering others behind their backs? The office door opened once more. Jie stepped in. So Fire Dragon brother looks down on his brothers now. Didn't you say you were taking your girlfriends out fishing? Jie stared incredulous. You claimed you'd rent a yacht and take 3 girlfriends for a cruise. Jie snorted, and then ran straight to brother Yao to badmouth me. What a disgraceful worm. Jie chuckled sheepishly. Wang Yaodang covered his face, touched yet amused. Spectacles feared that if junior members botched the job and were detained by police, they might talk and entangle Wang Yaodang in irreparable trouble. Jie and Jie knew full well that eliminating officer's son inside a police station guaranteed harsh sentencing. Yet they returned without hesitation, even deceiving each other to do so. These brothers stood unwaveringly by their leader, loyalty beyond reproach. Spectacles, you get in here now. Wang Yaodang bellowed. And you all Wei, the bloody fool. The office door creaked open again. Both men shuffled in, shoving each other forward hesitantly. Brother Yao, Spectacles talks too much. What's that got to do with me? Wei waved his bandaged arm, feigning grievance. Close the door. Let me make something perfectly clear. You're all rushing in to complicate matters one after another. Wang Yaodang sighed, exasperated yet faintly amused. Sending you against Shark Cohen was strategic advancement. Any fallout could be absorbed by juniors. But this? A direct path to prison. Both of you are already flagged in police records. Who'd dare lock you in the same cell as officer's son? That'd be confessing to Chief Lien that he takes bribes. Killing is never difficult. $50,000 buys officer son's life. Robbery. Jie leapt to his feet, stunned. Is that old skeleton worth so much? Give it to me, I'll do it. Prison. Fine. 3 meals a day, no worries. Brother Yao, are you being conned? Spectacles nearly dropped his glasses. 50,000. Even mainland cavalry crossing the sea for 5,000 as resettlement fee would do anything. Then find someone suitable. Wang Yaodang retorted testily, how do you guarantee he'll fulfill the contract, and not simply swim back with the money? Spectacles scratched his head. So much money, so much money. Jie rubbed his temples, reluctant to part with it. Enough. This is precisely when wealth is meant to be deployed. Why let you risk your lives when funds exist? You stingy wretch. Wang Yaodang scolded and rose. Let's go. I'll show you the newly secured territory. At 8 p.m., Wang Yaodang entered the Kowloon walled city with Jie and Jie. This was a lawless, ungoverned enclave. Narrow, claustrophobic alleys choked with stagnant foul water. No streetlights illuminated the gloom, only the flickering neon glow from nearby shops cast feeble, shifting light. Wang Yaodang had to lower his head and tread carefully. Leading the way was one of Uncle So's henchmen, a short man with a tight buzz cut, his scalp crisscrossed with scars of varying sizes. His pallor spoke of years spent without sunlight, and he squinted constantly, his gaze unsettling, unnerving. Uncle So himself was a wiry, elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, holding a jade-inlaid bronze pipe. He smiled warmly, lavishing Wang Yaodang with praise. Handsome lad, sharp-witted little god of wealth, a dissonant contrast to the fearsome underworld patriarch he truly was. After brief pleasantries, Wang Yaodang stated his purpose. A minor matter. Still, we're all brothers of the Jianghu. An old man can't abide those who wear red shoes. Uncle So snorted. Biao, bring him in for our little god of wealth to see. Moments later, a slender man entered, no taller than 165 centimeters, with dark skin. Is this really it? Will he do? Jie murmured under his breath. What do you think, Yao? Uncle So asked, still smiling. My father always said Uncle So handles affairs with utmost reliability, so I trust it completely. Wang Yaodang replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. His name is Wu Xiangqian, a veteran. In the past 3 years here he's killed 3 men barehanded. Uncle So gestured casually with his pipe, speaking with eerie calm. Wang Yaodang sat upright, brows faintly furrowed, as if about to speak, then paused, choosing instead. Uncle So, wouldn't this task be beneath Brother Wu? Rest assured, we'll finish it flawlessly, Uncle So replied, mistaking Wang Yaodong's hesitation for doubt. He'll receive HK300, enough to buy a 450 square foot flat in Suanwan, and 3 identity documents. So rest easy, the target must die, otherwise no payment, and the Qian family will perish alongside him. If he refuses this work, neither he nor his kin will ever leave the walled city again. Huh. Wang Yaodang exhaled deeply. I know Uncle So is the most dependable. I entrust this entirely to you. Jia, hand over the money. Jia moistened his lips, eyeing Wu Xiangqian with restless anticipation. So much so that Wang Yaodang nearly kicked him. A leather bag thudded onto the floor, its flap flew open, revealing stacks of worn low-denomination bills. 50,000. Wu Xiangqian instinctively stepped forward, only to be blocked by Abiao. They locked eyes for several seconds before Wu Xiangqian silently retreated a few paces. Wang Guangzhu found a street corner phone booth, dropped in coins, and made a call. Moments later the phone rang. How's it going? Puffed up with pride. Brother Yao, congratulations on becoming a double flower red pole. Haha, child's play. Done in one move. That old man spilled everything, even the deepest secrets of the Triad. Shall I poison him and finish him off? No need. I've already made arrangements. Keep low for the next couple of days. How are things with you? Same as ever. You cracked my boss's skull. He's absolutely furious. Ha ha ha. Consider it a gift, giving him horns of prominence. Wang Yaodang laughed. Keep watching him. When the time comes, I'll cripple him and lift you straight to the clouds. Don't. You'll get yourself killed. All right, let's leave it there. Wu Xiangqian, bruised and swollen hands cuffed, was shoved roughly into Yao Mati police station by 2 officers. Get over there, barked an officer. What's this about? A mainland fellow got into a fight while peddling on the street. Saw us and bolted. Took quite a struggle to grab him. One officer grumbled, his uniform bearing muddy footprints and one eye swollen shut. Paperwork was processed. Wu Xiangqian was detained pending further action. Since morning, Yao Mati streets had erupted with brawls. Fighters refused to flee even when police arrived, battling with savage intensity. As a result, every holding cell was already full. In the detention area, 2 officers escorted Wu Xiangqian to Officer Guanzaisen's cell. The senior officer unlocked the iron door. The junior officer reached for his keys to remove Wu Xiangqian's cuffs, only to be stopped by the elder. Leave them on, it's safer. Oh. The younger officer nodded absently, then shoved Wu Xiangqian hard into the cell. Stay still, mainlander. With that warning, both turned and left. Wu Xiangqian staggered twice, then crouched low in the corner, his peripheral vision tracking the 2 officers. As soon as the iron door clanged shut behind them, he rose slowly, his sharp, piercing gaze locking onto Guanzaisen. Guanzaisen met that stare and recoiled with a violent shiver. That gaze was feral, ice-cold, the look of a predator sizing up carrion. Instantly, he understood this was a hitman sent by the Triad. Help. Only the first syllable escaped before Wu Xiangqian lunged forward and delivered a brutal kick to Guanzaisen's groin. Guanzaisen's face contorted, he collapsed to his knees, hands clutching his crotch. Wu Xiangqian raised his arm and drove a crushing elbow into Guanzaisen's occiput. Guanzaisen's vision blacked out, he slumped unconscious. Then in one fluid motion, Wu Xiangqian leapt, driving his knee down onto Guanzaisen's throat with sickening force. Crack, bone shattered. The entire sequence lasted less than 8 seconds. Prisoners in adjacent cells stared stunned into silence, until someone finally screamed, "Murder! Murder!" Wu Xiangqian rose calmly. To ensure Guanzaisen was utterly dead, he methodically stomped hard on the man's neck, again and again, until the cervical spine twisted grotesquely and blood seeped from his orifices. Only then did he retreat to the corner, crouching with hands clasped over his head. The 2 officers had barely sat down when shouts erupted from the detention wing. They spun around, burst through the door, and rushed toward Guanzaisen's cell, following the pointing fingers of other detainees. One glance was enough to freeze them speechless. There was no need to check for breath. The neck arched backward at a horrifying 90-degree angle. Death was absolute. The senior officer glanced sideways at Wu Xiangqian, crouched motionless in the corner, and swallowed hard. Brutal. Swift. Thighs. The younger officer stood, dazed, panic flooding his face as he turned to the elder. What do we do? The key witness is dead. You stay with him. I'm reporting this immediately. The senior officer strode off. Oh. Superintendent Quello's Senior Inspector Wang Binjiu and Inspector Lei Juan, alongside a team of OCU officers and the Internal Affairs Division head, rushed down in haste. Surveying the cell, Lei Juan, his forehead marked by a prominent horn-like scar, kicked the heavy iron door so hard it reverberated. Damn filthy Western scum. It's definitely Wang Yaodong's man. The cell door swung open. Lei Juan charged in and began kicking Wu Xiangqian, who crouched head covered, screaming, "You motherfucker. Did Wang Yaodang send you? Tell me. How much did Wang Yaodang pay you? Tell me. Will you fucking talk? Son of a bitch." Lei Zhuan raged, beating Wu Xiangqian mercilessly. Wu Xiangqian remained silent, arms shielding his head, uttering not a word. Wang Binjiu frowned, half raising a hand to intervene, then caught Quellos' glance and fell silent. Not out of bias, but because violence was futile. This was clearly a Triad-trained assassin, unbreakable. Didn't I warn you he was a critical informant? Kalos ignored Lei Zhuan, turning instead to the internal affairs head. The senior officer cleared his throat and stepped forward on behalf of his superior. Mr. Kalos, you saw for yourself patrol officers brought in dozens today. Every holding cell is full. For safety, I deliberately left the cuffs on. Yet still, within the station's labyrinthine bureaucracy, no department could reasonably be blamed. Patrol officers couldn't be faulted for making arrests, nor internal affairs for lacking space. It was a tangled mess. Enough, Lei Zhuan. Secure the scene and follow procedure. Kalos issued the order and walked away without another word. The OG conference room was thick with oppression, and no one spoke. They all knew the men had been sent by He Shengyi, yet with the culprit's lips sealed, they were utterly powerless. Wu Xiangqian had no identity papers, an undocumented person. He did not flee after the murder, but waited to be arrested. The case was clear-cut and could be brought to public prosecution directly. There was no need to force a syndicate to hand anyone over. This was a humiliation for OGU. Other departments in the system would surely jeer. Someone in internal affairs must have been taking bribes. Lei Zhuan tugged at his shirt collar and rolled his neck. Get them out. Follow the trail, and you'll find the route. Kuei Luosi shot a sidelong glance, his brow knitting. Coarse and graceless, he thought. That is a matter for internal investigations, Huang Bingyao said, shaking his head. What do you mean? Lei Zhuan slammed the table. The syndicate's lowly mules have trampled OG's face. Does OG have no pride? Sir, if we do nothing, the other syndicates will only mock OG and press their advantage. What do you propose? Kuei Luosi asked in a deep voice. Arrest suspects, sweep the turf, or make the other syndicates on the island see OG's stance. Agreed. Kuei Luosi, a little disappointed, shook his head. Enough. Dismissed. He rose and left. Lei Zhuan shot Huang Bingyao a self-satisfied smile. Huang Bingyao sneered, closed his notebook, and strode out with a stern expression. Outside the room, he glanced back, saw Lei Zhuan had not followed, and quickened his pace to catch up with Kuei Luosi. Sir. Kuei Luosi, yes. Huang Bingyao nodded. The office says. In the office, Huang produced a cigarette and offered it to Kuei Luosi, lighting it for him before lowering his voice. He Shinjius Wang Yaodang does not operate like traditional syndicate men. His personal cultivation far surpasses those lowly mules. He has deep knowledge of law, commerce, and foreign languages. Sometimes I think if he had not dropped out, he might now be a gangster, Huang mused. But gathering criminal evidence against him will be difficult. Only by planting an undercover agent, Kuei Luosi said. Sir, what an insight. How did I not think of that? Huang exclaimed with admiration. A smile bloomed on Kuei Luosi's face, and his spirits lifted. Yet winning his trust would be hard. Except for those few who have been with him since childhood, such a clever man rarely trusts others. Simple. Kuei Luosi laughed and tapped Huang Bingyao. Why must we win his trust? His inner circle are a bunch of fools who never finish secondary school and only know how to brawl. They cannot keep pace with his advancement. If a capable man appears among his underlings at such a moment, will he not use him? You could recruit from outside, right? Huang feigned ignorance. Recruiting outsiders will not earn his trust. Kuei Luosi waved his hand dismissively. Why didn't I think of that? Huang said, slapping the table and giving a thumb. He'll apply for a slot in the new written inspector exam with the higher-ups this year. Kuei Luosi considered for a moment. Yes, pick a few from the police academy as well. You lot have a saying, once things are established, everyone blindly follows. Sir, brilliant. Kuei Luosi, in high spirits, sized up Huang. The promotion assessments are about to begin. Prepare well. Yes, sir. Huang stood to attention and saluted. Thank you for your cultivation, sir. Lei Zhuan, you're still too green. Dongxiang Restaurant. A row of luxury cars lined the street. A Lincoln Continental was unremarkable among them. Two groups were clearly divided on either side of the restaurant. In the first floor hall, Xinghong Ji Zhao A Jia and a Ji drank tea at one table, their eyes never leaving a neighboring table of Dong Lianqi members. The other side was no different. In a private room on the third floor, Tigadong Siyi and Wang Yaodang sat on one side. Opposite them were Lao Dongjiu, my Yuxing, and Shi Chong. A Yao, that double emblem is partly the property of my Dong Lianqi. You brought men to sweep my syndicate's turf. To humiliate another is a grave taboo in our world. You owe me an explanation. Lao Dongjiu's face soured. Lao Dongjiu, don't get greedy and then feign innocence. It's already generous that we left your nightclubs, KTVs, and saunas alone. Tigadong retorted at once. Nonsense. A Yao planting his colors in Dong Lian, she makes him half one of us. My Yuxing shot back loudly. Siyi was about to intervene, but Wang Yaodang tugged at him. Uncle Emo, that's not how it should be said. Wang shook his head. When Sha Kuan kidnapped my brother, I rescued him. That was necessary, right? He slashed my men, and I cut him back. That's permissible, yes. As for him taking my goods when I seized his turf in return, how can I be blamed? Seeing Lao Dongzhou about to speak again, Wang rose to pour him tea, and then took the floor. Uncle Mo, I understand your point. Sha Cohen used the syndicate's funds to start a company and lost everything. Left only a pile of worthless stock no one wants. He stole my business, and I kept quiet. He ended up destroying himself. You can't pin that on me. He went mad and cost my business millions. Our two families share this double flower badge. If someone steps on us, and we do not reclaim our turf, what will people say about He Xingyi and Ing Lianxi? A loss of $1 million a day, this youngster sure talks big. No wonder they call him Wealth God Yao. Shi Chong sneered with thinly veiled sarcasm. He'll give you face and call you Brother Chong, otherwise go eat shit. Driving a fit in Dajiaozui. How pauper have you ever seen money? Wang did not indulge him this time. Pointing at him, he snapped. When I'm speaking with Uncle Mo, you have no right to butt in. Who are you to interrupt? You old Shi Chong slammed the table and sprang up. The word pauper had truly cut him. Wang sneered, rolled up his sleeves and stood. 1 million a match. The heads of both houses will sit in judgment as witnesses, right here. Do you dare? Shi Chong was stunned by the figure of 100. He glanced instinctively at Lao Dongzhou. Tigu Dong smiled, shook his head, lifted his teacup, and drained at his face full of pride. Sit down. Lao Dongzhou glared fiercely at Shi Chong. He had already lost face, all bark no bite. The syndicate had been loudest in meetings about taking Sha Kun's turf, yet in action they proved weak. Shi Chong's face turned pallid, then flushed. I'm not joking, 1 million. The street hawkers alone sell 1500 items a day. Uncle Mo, do the math. I'm being conservative. Wang laughed and sat back down. He had already made plans. If Shi Chong dared agree, he would immediately hire a paid fighter LV2 and beat that punk to death. As he did the quick mental arithmetic, a chorus of gasps rose in the room. They had only heard that Wang Yaodong made money, but when they heard the sales figures concretely, everyone's eyes widened. If they sell everything themselves, wouldn't that be 5 million a day? Tigu Dong was the first to exclaim. He'll take it. Wealth God Yao. The name does not lie, several cried out. Shi Chong nearly popped his eyes out. No wonder he did not bat an eye at $1 million. Damn, what a big money man. A Yao, let the Sha Cohen matter be passed. You are one of our Dong Lianxi people. Why let outsiders pocket the profits? Hunyong Garment Factory will supply you exclusively. How about it? Lao Dongjia's eyes lit up. Even if the margin is only 1 unit per piece, that's tens of thousands a day. Sha Kun's little deficit is nothing. Lao Dongzhou, you're dreaming. With He Xingyi's century-old reputation and the 5 great houses of Xinjia giving some face, they want go and open their own factories. Tigu Dong objected immediately. It's not as if you're the only one who can make money. Gentlemen, someone interjected, seeing the two about to come to blows. Seeing the quarrel flare, Wang had to stand. This is a new market gap. The frenzy will cool in a few days. I estimate that once things stabilize, it's at most around 10,000 pieces a day. Not so exaggerated, only a few million, not hundreds of millions. Lao Dongzhou and Tigu Dong exchanged peculiar looks. Should they even listen? This they thought was legitimate income, earning more than drug dealing. An expected annual income of tens of millions. That was audacious. Shi Chong suddenly softened. With a man of such wealth, even a small trickle would feed him. Smiling, he rose, took the teapot, and poured Wang more tea. If you're so wealthy, you should have said so. Had you spoken earlier, who would truly be angry after a few insults? Wang looked up at Shi Chong. I still like your defiant manner. Please put it back on. Lao Dongzhou and Tigu Dong exchanged a glance, each seeing the word pauper reflected on the other's face. They snorted in unison and continued their bickering. Wang remained silent. At that moment, a commotion rose from downstairs. 3 police cars idled at the curb. Lei Zhuan leapt out with his men bristling with authority. No one knew where he had learned that He Xingyi and Dong Lianxia were negotiating here. At the sight of the police, He Xingyi and Dong Lianxia's men hurriedly barred the restaurant's doors. Xinghong, AG, and the others stepped forward at once. Moved? What are you doing? Is standing here a crime? De Ko Hui slouched and taunted. Get out of the way. I won't move, so what? Arrest me then. If you don't move, I'll arrest you for obstructing official duties. Let him try. A Jia shouted loudly. Don't touch anything. Line up and let this illustrious officer make the arrest. A burst of derisive laughter followed. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Lei Zhuan's face turned ashen. He glared at a Jia as if flames might spew from his eyes. Yin Jiao to Wang, are these dozens enough to arrest, or shall I call for 500 more? The crowd parted a path, and a Jia swaggered forward. Fuck your mother. Lei Zhuan fumed, trembling with rage, but restrained by the number of onlookers. Fine, say it. They'll give you the address. If you don't go, you're a disgrace. A Jia sneered. Laughter swelled again. Lei Zhuan could no longer contain his fury, and suddenly drew his gun. Stop. Don't. 2 officers clutched at Lei Zhuan. This was no joke. Any discharge by the royal police would trigger a strict inquiry, and misconduct could mean dismissal. Even drawing a weapon in the street would require a written report and certain censure. Oh ho hey, Jiao De Wang is angry. He's drawn his gun. A Jia glanced around, disdainfully shrugged, then suddenly stepped forward and pressed his forehead against the barrel. Go on, shoot. Shoot me dead. If you don't, you're my grandson. What's the matter, chicken? Too scared. You coward. What's the point of pulling your gun if you want fire? Lei Juan's eyes reddened with rage. How dare this gutter rabble insult him so? But he dared not fire. Wounding or killing someone would cost him everything, he'd be stripped of his badge, and likely imprisoned. Ajie, come back. Wang Yaotang's voice sounded from behind. Be civil to the royal police. If he really fires, what then? His life isn't worth more than yours. Porcelain and earthenware should not collide. There was no profit to be had and real danger besides, needlessly provoking them made no sense. Officer Lei, what's this about? Are you here to claim medical expenses? Ajie let out a snort of laughter. Be civil, he said. His tongue was twice as sharp. Lei Juan ground his teeth and fixed his gaze on Tigadong and Wang Yaotang. We suspect you are involved in a deliberate homicide. Come with us to assist the investigation. The two exchanged a glance and rose to the bait. Yi bowed slightly and melted into the crowd, slipping away. Tigadong's lip curled. He had heard of Shinji's ruthless punishments. To have someone finished off at the police station, now that was enough to re-establish fear. A crimson iron rod and a murder at the station. Overnight, it would restore Shinji's aura. When tomorrow's front page came out, the old prestige of that century-old name would be roused anew. But none of that mattered to him. Let them quarrel with me. Let this old bastard keep landing in the cells every day. Cuff him. Lei Juan snorted coldly. Our famed Kaishan Yao needs no hood. Of course not. Only those with something to hide wear hoods, right? Hey, Jiao to Wang. Wang Yaotang sneered. Lei Juan clenched his jaw. Very well, be as arrogant as you like. He would make him pay. Once in the police car, Wang Yaotang suddenly laughed. 2 visits to the station a week. Why not take a job there? You little mule, as if you'd qualify, the 2 OG officers scoffed. I have millions. I drive a Lincoln. I worship Guangdong. Wang Yaotang replied with a smile. Whom do you worship? The Queen. Selling your life to the British for a few thousand a month. Gladly betraying your roots. Are you proud of that? Damn you. The 2 OG officers lost their composure. They were shoved into the station, processed for detention, and all their possessions and metal objects were confiscated. Take the old man to the holding cell. Take him to the interrogation room. I want to entertain him personally. Lei Juan's face was all malicious glee. In the interrogation room, Wang Yaotang sat in handcuffs. Lei Juan glared, baring his teeth. Kaishan Yao, I didn't expect to collar you so soon. He did not finish the sentence. Wang Yaotang's disdain inflamed every insult from the past days. Fury rose, and he struck without another word. Wang Yaotang sidestepped, his hands clamped tight, and delivered a brutal strike across Lei Juan's forearm. Ah! Lei Juan recoiled, shook his arm, and took 2 steps back. Hit him! Hit him! Assaulting an officer in the interrogation room. Get him! Lei Juan barked, and 3 men surged forward. You purchased Sonda LV2, spending 500 reputation points. Current reputation, 905. 3075, Jianghu Hero. You purchased Leg Snap Kick LV1, spending 100 reputation points. Current reputation, 805. 3075, Jianghu Hero. Skills Driving LV1 Sonda, LV2 Muay Thai, LV1 Bagwazang, LV1 Fine Arts, LV1 Photography, LV1 Bearing Max English, LV2 Law, LV1 Leg Snap Kick LV1. Wang Yaotang stepped forward and aimed straight at an officer's crotch with a left snap kick. The officer bent over in alarm, clutching his stomach after the blow. The impact unnerved the opponents. Those with reputations under 500 faltered and their abilities seemed diminished. Lei Juan surged forward. Wang Yaotang flicked his left leg and followed with a straight thrust kick. Lei Juan blocked with both hands and was driven back 2 steps. Another man tried to kick, but Wang Yaotang retracted his leg and used his knee to parry, stepping back with the momentum. Royal Police, did you learn your kung fu from the Queen? So soft. You have intimidated the target. Those with reputation under 500 suffer a 10 reduction in capability. Damn you. Lei Juan grabbed a chair and swung it hard. Wang Yaotang sidestepped twice to avoid the sweep. An officer lunged, trying to grapple. Wang Yaotang clenched his fists and delivered a thunderous punch to the man's chest. He spun and elbowed away another officer's incoming strike. Clang! Lei Juan swept with the chair. Wang Yaotang could not dodge in time and raised his arm to block, then shifted his foot and evaded slightly, though the impact still left his arm burning. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yaotang grabbed the chair's leg and pulled. Lei Juan refused to release, teeth clenched as they fought for the chair. Suddenly, Wang Yaotang let go. Lei Juan stumbled backward. Wang Yaotang chased and kicked his forearm, drawing a cry. The chair clattered to the floor. The 2 circled the fallen chair. A nearby officer swung a punch from the flank. Both of Wang Yaotang's hands were already balled into fists as he aimed hard at Lei Juan's head. Lei Juan hurriedly guarded his head and retreated, not realizing this was a feint. His middle was exposed. Wang Yaotang pivoted and launched a rear leg kick. It struck his chest. There was a sickening crack, and the world dimmed. Pain exploded across his chest. He could not draw breath. The metallic tang of blood filled his throat. At least 2 ribs were surely broken. Wang Yaotang's kick had ruined Lei Juan, but someone seized him from behind. Use the chair. Wang Yaotang grimly stomped down on the attacker's foot. The man howled, his strength drained. Wang Yaodang spun and elbowed him in the chest, eyes bulging, face purple, clutching his chest as he nearly fainted, his ribs broken as well. The last officer clutched the chair, terror etched across his face. No one expected that a handcuffed man nicknamed Xiao Kaishan would fight so ferociously. This was a mountain tiger come down the slope. Wang Yaodang stepped forward, the final officer panicked and flung the chair toward him. At that instant, Wang Yaodang sensed mortal danger. He sidestepped and saw that Lei Zhuan had already drawn his firearm. With pupils narrowed, Wang Yaodang kicked the chair aside and lunged at the last officer, using him as a human shield. The chair smashed into Lei Zhuan. His chest flared with pain, his face went pale, and the gun nearly slipped from his hand. "Don't move, I told you not to move," Lei Zhuan shouted, eyes rimmed in red. The door was shoved open and collided with his back. Lei Zhuan could stand no more. Blood ran from his mouth, his vision dimmed, and he staggered to his knees. The gun fell from his hands to the floor. Huang Bingyao burst through the door and saw Wang Yaodang strangling an officer with his handcuffed hands. "Wang Yaodang, are you mad? Let go." Huang stepped forward and stomped on Lei Zhuan's calf. The man cried out as his ankle twisted in pain. The detention room was in utter disarray, a chair with one leg snapped off, a .38 revolver lying on the floor, and Huang Bingyao standing precariously on one leg, his face contorted in pain. Lei Zhuan lay sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth and nostrils, breathing shallowly in terrified silence. A uniformed officer sat hunched against the wall, clutching his chest, his face ashen. Another officer gasped for breath, still trembling from shock. Wang Yaodang twisted his neck with a fierce predatory glare. At the detention room's entrance, several officers had gathered, frozen in stunned disbelief. None could fathom what had just transpired. Hadn't they just brought this suspect in for interrogation? Then how had everyone ended up collapsed on the floor? Wang Yaodang, what the hell did you do? Huang Bingyao bellowed, limping forward. Then you'd better ask Officer Lei Zhuan, Wang Yaodang sneered coldly. Lei Zhuan, why are you lying there? Do you enjoy it? Lei Zhuan lifted his head, pointing a trembling finger at Wang Yaodang. His expression twisted with rage, yet his voice remained a strained whisper, each word laced with agony. He assaulted an officer. A faint twitch flickered across Huang Bingyao's lips. He wasn't foolish. He took one sweeping glance and understood everything. What did you say, Officer Lei? I didn't catch that. Huang Bingyao cast a sidelong glance at the fallen revolver, then bent slightly, feigning rapt attention. He assaulted an officer, Lei Zhuan gritted out through clenched teeth. Wang Yaodang, you dared assault an officer. Huang Bingyao fixed him with a glacial stare. Though inwardly elated, he knew the force's dignity must be upheld at all costs. One never betrays one's own class. Get down, hands behind your head. Huang Bingyao drew his firearm. Instantly, several officers followed suit, weapons drawn. Whatever you say goes. After all, the Royal Hong Kong Police carry guns. Disagree. One bullet, and your skull explodes. Wang Yaodang drawled mockingly, slowly lowering himself to the floor while raising his hands. Wang Guangzhu pushed through the crowd, eyes blazing as he confronted Wang Yaodang. This man is Wang Yaodang, double flower red pole of Haishanjai, Triad, implicated in 3 homicides. He is currently the most feared criminal in the Underworld. Clearly, he launched a sudden violent attack, attempting to seize hostages and escape. Officers Lei Huang and another were gravely injured. Only under mortal threat did they draw their weapons in self-defense. At those words, all eyes fell upon the .38 revolver abandoned on the floor. An inspector and an officer wounded, firearms drawn. The situation had escalated into a grave crisis. Huang Bingyao turned toward Wang Guangzhu with genuine surprise. So this young man was already adept at framing others. Not every officer recognized Wang Yaodang. He lacked widespread notoriety, and hearing of his alleged involvement in 3 murders, many truly believed the tale of his attempted hostage-taking and escape. Lying on the floor, Lei Zhuan gazed at Wang Guangzhu with profound gratitude and admiration. He hadn't anticipated things spiraling so far. He'd merely wanted to beat Wang Yaodang, senseless, accepting any resulting complaints as inevitable. With promotion now impossible, this was pure retribution. Then Chief Inspector Kowloon rushed in, his face darkened by fury. Wang Yaodang assaulted an officer and seized a firearm. Transport him immediately to Lai Chi Kok. Gather evidence, prepare charges, secure the scene, and arrange medical examinations for all injured parties. Huang Bingyao nodded, signaling several officers who surged forward, shoving hard into Wang Yaodang's back. Moved. Wang Yaodang staggered, twisted his waist mid-balance, and pivoted sharply, driving his shoulder backward with brutal precision. Don't push your godfather. The officer behind him stumbled sideways. You, what about me? Wang Yaodang swept a furious gaze across every face present. Everyone here knows exactly what happened. I, Wang Yaodang, swear before Lord Guan, this was self-defense. If I lie, may I be carved by 10,000 knives and struck down by celestial thunder. Who among you dares make the same oath? Who dares? Step forward, look me in the eye. He spat contemptuously. Lord Guan won't wear your crimson shoes. He refuses to bear your sins. Go worship Jesus instead. He'll absolve your guilt. suggesting they embrace Christianity. Kowloon glanced at Wang Yaotong intrigued. Though long stationed in Hong Kong, the depth and irony of classical Chinese rhetoric still eluded him. Step aside. Do you want Lord Guan to cleave you in two? His gaze swept over them, and one by one they parted like wheat before the wind. Wang Yaotong strode forth, chest-high, shoulders squared, radiating unassailable authority and sovereign dignity, even as surrounded by armed officers. Ironically, the officers now resembled villains. A police van waited outside, its rear doors wide open. Wang Yaotong ascended without hesitation. I demand to know, who dares detain my client without cause? A sharp voice cut through the air. All heads turned. Wang Yaotong paused mid-step, his foot retracting slowly. He had arrived. Fabrication. Distortion of truth. I now have ample grounds to suspect coercive interrogation by the police. A distinguished man approached. Silver-streaked hair, navy and black pinstriped suit, silk tie, gold-rimmed spectacles, and an air of unwavering gravity. 3 others followed. 2 men and 1 woman, all carrying leather briefcases. Their bearing unmistakably signaled elite legal counsel. Kowloon's brow furrowed deeply. How had he gotten involved? Such senior barristers wielded influence from the legislative council to district courts, able to speak directly with police leadership. Yet they guarded their reputations fiercely, had they not traditionally refused triad-related cases. Jiang Zhizhen, graduate of the University of Hong Kong Faculty of Law, admitted to the English High Court Bar in 1972, practicing senior counsel in Hong Kong. The crowd parted instinctively as the 4 reached the interrogation room door. Good afternoon, Inspector Kowloon. Jiang Zhizhen extended a hand with impeccable courtesy, shaking Kowloon firmly. Good day, Senior Counsel Jiang. Without instructions, Sang Yunkai raised his camera, snapping photographs of Lei Zhuan and the 2 other injured officers as they were carried out. They scrambled to cover their faces. No one dared intervene. Senior Counsel Jiang. Wang Yaotong grinned, lifting his cuffed hands. My apologies for the inconvenience. With his arrival, Wang Yaotong felt utterly secure. After his last release, Wang Yaotong had realized how degrading the life of a street thug truly was. Anyone could shout orders at him, leaving him perpetually vulnerable. He wasted no time. He visited Jiang Zhizhen's law firm immediately. Hongdo Apparel had pioneered a new frontier in fashion. Sales and future projections were exceptional. Wang Yaotong and Jiang Zhizhen found immediate rapport, leading Wang to entrust the company's entire legal portfolio to Jiang's firm. Sang Yunkai formally became Wang Yaotong's personal counsel. Of course, such camaraderie came at a steep price, HK 500 annually plus case-specific fees. Yet such elite counsel proved worth every cent. Mr. Wang, were you subjected to coercive interrogation? Jiang Zhizhen asked, voice low and deliberate. No coercion, only violence. Officer Lei struck me repeatedly, my left arm, my right ribs. I demand access to the interrogation room surveillance footage. Jiang Zhizhen turned coolly to Kowloon. Color surveillance systems, first invented and deployed in Britain in 1976, had been swiftly adopted across Hong Kong, jewel of Asia's Riliofla infrastructure and perennially ranked Asia's safest city, especially within law enforcement. Kowloon looked to Huang Bingyao. Huang Bingyao looked to Lei Zhuan on the stretcher. Lei Zhuan opened his mouth, beads of sweat flooding his brow, whether from pain or panic no one could tell. The surveillance system, it's malfunctioning. Jiang Zhizhen let out a quiet, knowing laugh. Kowloon flushed with embarrassment. Inspector Kowloon, I hereby request bail for my client. Granted. Furthermore, we reserve the right to pursue litigation regarding my client Mr. Wang Yaotong's alleged coercive interrogation and armed intimidation at this station. Immediately following release, he requires a forensic medical examination. Of course, Senior Counsel Jiang. You possess that right. Kowloon nodded curtly. Apologies, I must depart on urgent business. Thank you, we wish you well. Within 30 minutes, Jiang Zhizhen's intervention secured Wang Yaotong's formal, dignified exit from Yao Ma Ti police station. Hands raised triumphantly and fists captured by Sang Yunkai's lens, with the station's bold signage prominently featured. Inside a Mercedes waiting outside, Jiang Zhizhen assessed Wang Yaotong's injuries, confirmed they were minor, and smiled. I recommend concluding matters here. The police have suffered the greater loss, and further escalation would damage institutional prestige. Your thoughts, Mr. Wang? Naturally, I defer to professional judgment. Wang Yaotong replied with a smile. Then I take my leave. Should anything arise, contact Counselor Sang at any time. Understood. As Jiang Zhizhen's car pulled away, Wang Yaotong finally checked his system interface. You have achieved a resounding victory in combat against police officers. Owing to your valor in battle, your reputation has spread widely throughout the police force. Reputation 500. Current reputation 1305-3575, Jianghu Hero. TCH. So an inspector's credibility truly outweighs that of a mere constable. Brother Yao, get in, the ride home awaits. Won't we wait for Uncle Gong? Ajia whispered. Wang Yaotong paused. Uncle Gong will almost certainly serve the full 48 hours. Why? How did you walk free so easily? Uncle Gong leads a triad. Senior barristers guard their reputations jealously. They never accept triad-related cases. The group stared at Wang Yaodang with unnerving intensity. Brother Yao, your double-flower red pole of Haishanjai. So what? Chinese immigrants have joined the Hung Mun for over 2 centuries. That signifies nothing. Wang Yaodang smirked with quiet pride. That is precisely the distinction between black and white. That barrister commands real authority. Si Yinzi murmured from the car seat. Why don't you sit for the bar exam too? No, I lack the capacity. Brother Yao, we're next. To see old Dongjio. Transfer all contracts from Sha Kuan's gambling dens to us. What transpired upstairs? The elders were disputing equity in Hungyong Garment Factory, irrelevant to us. Old Dongjio was astonished to see Wang Yaotang again, just 2 hours later. How did you get out? When did the police grow so accommodating? I fought my way out. Lei Juan, 3 broken ribs. Kneeling begging for mercy. Wang Yaotang laughed. Preposterous. Young man. Ma Yusheng's features twisted in disbelief. What had become of today's youth? A sharp knock echoed. Shichong barged in, spotting Wang Yaodang and instantly thrusting up a thumb. Brother Yao stormed the police station. Unstoppable. Old Dongjio and Ma Yusheng exchanged bewildered, unsettled glances. Shichong, what in heaven's name happened? Just heard the news? Shichong recounted the tale with theatrical flourish. Though how the story had mutated en route no one knew now. Wang Yaodang wielded a tunterlong broadsword, cutting down 6 elite O-branch detectives in a single unstoppable charge. Wang Yaodang covered his face in exasperation. Are you certain Lord Guan didn't leap out of his shrine? Excellent speech. Don't give another one. En Lao Dong and Ma Yusheng had listened with great amusement, only to turn cold at the end, waving Shichong out of the room. Damn, it's utterly absurd. Yet Wang Yaodang standing here so brazenly is absurd enough in itself. In where's Ti Gudong? Grandfather's advanced in years. I feared harming him, so I broke free alone first, then rallied our men before storming the police station to rescue him. Wang Yaodang declared solemnly. In the sheer audacity of his performance made Lao Dong shut his eyes tight, suppressing the urge to hurl a teapot lid straight at his skull. What brings you here, In? I've come to collect the contracts for Sha Kuan's venues. In, is it all right for the clothing line to be manufactured by Hungyong? No issue on my end. Depends on your production capacity. In agreed. I'll handle Ti Gudong. Lao Dong nodded with a smile and lifted his teacup. Shenggu, please escort Yaodang to retrieve the contracts. Let's go, young warrior. Ma Yusheng rose with a grin. And from now on call me Yi Bo Yun Tian Kai Shin Yao, the righteous god of wealth who pierces the heavens. And puffed. Cough, cough, cough. Lao Dong spat tea across the table. If I'd known this 20 years ago, I'd have cut you down on the spot. Ma Yusheng grumbled. And no. 5. Hudi Valley Road, Sham Shui Pa District. A small iron gate swung open as Monghua stepped out, shoulders slumped, carrying a modest bundle. In just days the tides had turned. Sha Kuan was burned alive, his venues either raided or handed over to others. NAS and aging 49, he was utterly unwanted now. This was the underworld, unforgiving, unsecured. One day you strode in glory flanked by loyal followers, the next you might bleed out on a rains-licked street. Yet mortgage payments and car loans weighed heavy upon him. And so what if he was a triad enforcer? And even triad enforcers were beasts of burden. And he paused at the gate, glancing left and right, then shook his head and walked toward the bus stop. No sooner had he taken a few steps than a Lincoln Continental roared toward him. No brake lights, no deceleration, forcing Monghua to lurch sideways in panic. Fuck your mother. Monghua sprang upright, fury blazing, and charged 3 strides and 2 toward the Lincoln, now idling nearby. Brother Monghua, what's got you so riled up? Tell me, and I'll cut the bastard down myself. Wang Yaodang stepped out, grinning as he opened the door. Ah, Yao. Brother Yao, how did you? Monghua stared dumbfounded. And came to fetch my brother out, of course. Wang Yaodang replied, still smiling. Think you walked out on your own? A Jia emerged from the other side, popping the trunk to retrieve a brazier and other ritual items for dispelling ill fortune. Everyone else remains behind bars. Yaodang secured your bail through a lawyer. You, at his lowest ebb, the most unexpected savior. And Monghua hadn't imagined it. His face shifted, eyes shimmering faintly. Humph. His expression stiffened, he blinked hard. I assumed it was the triad. And no problem. If Anglian Society pins a flower on me, I'm officially a senior member of Anglian Society. Wang Yaodang punched Monghua lightly in the chest. Tears of gratitude, yet in bullshit. Monghua grinned, so wide his mouth nearly stretched to his ears. Enough talk, jumped the brazier. Ajie scoffed. And Monghua leapt obediently. Ajie swept pomelo leaves back and forth over him. Brother Huolong, you're the one who burned Sha Kuan alive. What? Seeking vengeance for your boss. Ajie shot him a sidelong glance. Your brother Fei Ying. I killed him too, and encased his body in concrete before dumping it into the sea. A mere 4'9" like me lacks the standing for that. Monghua waved dismissively, smiling. And, all right, let's get in the car. We'll welcome you home properly. Wang Yaodang gestured them aboard. "And what are your plans now?" he asked, hand resting lightly on Menghua's shoulder. "And no idea. An old 4-9 like me. No one wants me anymore." Menghua paused, then gazed at Wang Yaodang with quiet hope. "Oh, stepping away to run a small business wouldn't be bad," Wang Yaodang said calmly, withdrawing his hand. Menghua froze stunned. Puffed. "Ha ha ha." Ajia burst into laughter. Brother Yao, stop teasing me." Menghua's face fell. "About our Wei's affair, I can't speak of it. Only 5 people were present. If word leaked, I'd be dead. Just joking." Wang Yaodang placed his hand once more on Menghua's shoulder. "How about joining me? You know, suddenly I've inherited so many venues and I can't oversee them all myself. Aji and Ajia have no experience managing venues. They'd botch things if rushed in. I'd have no way to answer to the boss. And overseeing a venue isn't just about brandishing a bottle and shouting. It demands diplomacy, reading people, knowing when to yield and when to press, subtle arts of human nature. A triad enforcer without wisdom remains forever a triad enforcer." "Thank you, Brother Yao," Menghua replied without hesitation. "I'll do my utmost. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have asked." Wang Yaodang nudged him with his elbow. "Working under me will certainly pay better than serving Shakuan." Guanxiang Billiard Hall, 2 horse betting parlors, 2 discos, 1 bar, and 1 underground gambling den. Guanxiang Billiard Hall spans 1200 square feet. In each horse betting parlor exceeds 300 square feet. One located in Feilai Building, the other in Hillen Building. The underground gambling den lies within Chungking Mansions. In the 2 discos, one in Garland Court, the other on Hennessy Road, are both managed venues. Wang Yaodang would visit their owners today for formal introductions. "Aji, these 2 discos are yours." Wang Yaodang tilted his head as they rode. "Brother Yao, if you need someone cut down, I'm your man. But managing a venue, I don't know how." Aji looked troubled. "What's so hard about managing a venue? Anyone who causes trouble gets beaten bloody." Ajia clapped Aji on the shoulder. "Shut it," Wang Yaodang snapped. "Aji, you can't spend every day swinging fists. Among those I truly trust, there are only you and these few brothers. If you won't help me, who will?" Aji opened his mouth, hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. Najia scratched his head. "Why did that sound familiar?" "Menghua will supervise. You'll learn from him. With the establishment of the Jianteng branch, we'll expand rapidly, acquiring more venues. Someone must manage them. I can't entrust everything to Menghua. He's newly transferred. Even if his subordinates accept him, I trust my own blood far more. Learn every nuance of venue management. Or how will you ever command your own troops?" "Wait, what about me? Being a stable hand is humiliating." Ajia protested. Isn't cycling through fresh lovers delightful? It'll help you achieve your 10,000 conquests." "Watch your tongue." Wang Yaodang chuckled. "Later I'll set up an entertainment company for you." "Films. Are there actresses? I love Sherry Chang." Ajia's eyes lit up. Hell, I love her too." Wang Yaodang rolled his eyes. "Shut up. Aji, you'll oversee De Ko Hui Sha Zhe, Ali Shou Gui Feng, and De Jin Shua. Each will soon receive their own venues. Don't let them ruin things. A triad enforcer without wisdom, relying only on brute force, is useless. These men fought beside us through life and death. I refuse to see them remain triad enforcers forever. Only our brothers ride in this car. No need for secrecy. The triad has granted me the new Jianteng branch. Right now I'm riding high, and countless rivals watch, itching to kick me down and seize my place. To stabilize the branch, we need at least 300-foot soldiers, among them no fewer than 104 nines, and blue lanterns must be ready to draw blades. But our apparel business yields extraordinary profits, and after Sha Cohen's fiasco, many triads have taken notice. To deter threats, we must be able to parade 500 men publicly, and no fewer than 200 must be willing to fight. Once grandfather emerges, he'll formally open the sect's gates, but I won't personally recruit. You each may gather your own disciples. Yet relying solely on you won't expand our ranks fast enough, so De Ko Hui and the others must step up immediately. This disco management assignment is excellent training. I consulted Menghua. Venues of this scale typically charge between HK 500 and HK 100, depending on the triad's influence and the venue's profitability. Primary revenue comes from venue fees, parking services, and cigarette sales. Traditionally, venue fees go to the triad and branch elders. Parking funds sustain the blue lanterns. 4-9s earned from cigarette sales. Typically, one venue supports 3 to 5 4-9, 6 to 10 blue lanterns, and a handful of hooligans. Yet nearly all triads secretly sell narcotics, flour, or happy pills, which constitute the lion's share of elder and triad income. 4-9s overseeing venues often develop side ventures, like Huang Maoshi Luo and Menghua, previously selling erotic lingerie for personal profit. Throughout the drive, Wang Yaodang shared intelligence. He'd gathered his long-term vision and urgent priorities, laying it all bare for his brothers. Before they knew it, the car pulled up before the disco's entrance. At Hollywood East Disco, Qin Ziheng waited at the entrance at the appointed time. Not far away, 2 camouflaged H-20 vehicles and a Lincoln approached. As the car came to a stop and the door swung open, Qin Ziheng was startled. A group of individuals dressed in black combat uniforms and wearing sunglasses silently jumped out of the vehicle, forming two rows. Then the door of the Lincoln opened, and Wang Yaotong, also dressed in black combat attire, stepped out. This is Wang Yaotong, the little wealth god of Heshinii. The manager of Disco, standing beside Qin Ziheng, was equally shocked, but quickly reacted, prompting him in a low voice. Qin Ziheng swallowed hard, startled, thinking to himself, "What is this? I almost ran away." As his mood settled, he was dazzled by the sight, exclaiming, "The double flower red stick, what a grand display." His first impression was excellent. Very impressive. Dressed in black combat uniforms with dark sunglasses, they exuded an aura of strength and discipline, instilling a sense of security. Reflecting on Sharkin's previous appearance clad in a green suit and floral shirt, he had looked anything but trustworthy. Looking at the subordinates, also in black combat uniforms, although they didn't stand straight, and their formation was not very neat, they all had stern expressions, hands resting on their shaped nightsticks. Just the thought that these people were there to protect him filled him with a sense of security, making him feel the need to speak loudly. In contrast, Sharkin's men had varied outfits and hairstyles, walking unsteadily and appearing casual, which made him uneasy and reluctant to speak up. "Mr. Qin, it's Lei Ho. Ha, brother Yao, I've heard you are young and capable, and your subordinates are strong. Now that I see it, I realize it's an understatement." Qin Ziheng took Wang Yaotang's hand, laughing heartily. "Thank you for the compliment," Wang Yaotang replied modestly. This combat uniform was specially designed by him and custom-made by Lao Li, costing over 40 for 200 sets with a very limited production. The shaped nightsticks were made in a factory and coated with black paint. At that time, the royal police hadn't started using them yet. It's not flattery, just the truth. It's indeed imposing. Qin Ziheng looked around again, clicking his tongue in admiration. Not only he, but the Disco waitstaff and pedestrians on both sides of the street were all looking at the subordinates, standing in two rows. The buzzing discussions were inaudible, but one could imagine they were praises. This made the 30 selected subordinates stand even straighter, chests out, heads held high. They shook hands, exchanged pleasantries, and introduced their subordinates before walking side by side into the Disco. Qin Ziheng took Wang Yaotang on a tour, and only after reaching the back office did they sit down for tea and discuss business. "I previously collaborated with the British news agency with a venue fee of 5,000. We should follow the rules. What do you think, brother Yao?" 1,000. Wang Yaotang extended a finger. Qin Ziheng's brows immediately furrowed, retracting his earlier favorable impression. "Brother Yao, the little wealth god, doesn't operate this way. Heshinius brand isn't as renowned as Donglian agencies. I have the double flower red stick with 2 brands. Isn't that enough notoriety?" Wang Yaotang smiled as he looked over. "But that doesn't justify doubling the price. I still think it's too expensive. How much do I even make? This price is enough to get a deal with Lon and Xing. Do Lon and Xing have proper management?" Wang Yaotang pointed outside. "You?" Qin Ziheng wanted to argue about appearances, but felt otherwise, his brows furrowing as he found it hard to describe his feelings. "We are different." "Huh?" Qin Ziheng frowned, wondering if the gang was small or had no internal strife. Of course he couldn't ask that. "My business model is different from other gangs. I operate legitimate businesses." Qin boss should have heard about Hongdo fashion, Wang Yaotang said with a smile. Qin Ziheng burst into laughter. Not only had he heard of it, but he had also used it. It was indeed intriguing. It's a unique business in Hong Kong Island, quite profitable. "No wonder you are the little wealth god. I'm just getting started, but it's not worth mentioning yet. This year I expect a revenue of only over 30 million, Wang Yaotang said with a smile, lifting his teacup for a sip. Qin Ziheng's mouth twitched. This guy was boasting. "My several companies don't even have that much revenue. Later I plan to develop the Macau, Taiwan, Malaysian, and Philippine markets and aim to exceed 1 billion in revenue next year. Once things stabilize here, I will increase the development of some adult products and related film business. I envision this as a complete industrial chain," Wang Yaotang said, while looking at Qin Ziheng. Qin Ziheng thought, "You make me look foolish." "Ha ha ha, just joking around. Qin boss, don't take it seriously. What I mean to express is that I don't care for the petty stuff. It's not worth the trouble, and the police keep a close watch. There's no future in it, so my venue won't deal in it." "Seriously?" Qin Ziheng sat up straight. "You really don't sell that?" Qin Ziheng confirmed again. Gangs not selling drugs was as absurd as a prostitute not selling smiles, or a lowly hoodlum being polite. But thinking that Wang Yaotang's business was more profitable than his own made him find it highly credible. Who would sell drugs with a legitimate business? He wouldn't. Absolutely, positively, and definitely. Wang Yaotang nodded emphatically. "As long as it's not losing money, it's fine. I need to find jobs for the little brothers who follow me. I can't just let them starve. With Brother Yao's guarantee, I have no problem. I'll offer 1,200. This stuff may attract some people, but they're all troublemakers who cause disturbances and will get swept by the police. The bosses all detest it, but have no choice. It's not America. There aren't many who don't indulge. Thank you for your support, Mr. Qin," Wang Yaotang said with a smile, extending his hand. After finalizing business, they had tea and chatted about business matters, Hong Kong policies, and international situations. When men gather, they either discuss women or political affairs regardless of age or nationality. The more they talked, the more surprised Qin Ziheng became. Wang Yaodang spoke fluently on every topic, leaving him feeling enlightened. Is this guy really a gangster? Turns out I'm not cut out to be one. Ridiculous. After chatting for a while, Wang Yaodang checked his watch, having an appointment with another place, and stood up to take his leave. With this groundwork laid, the next place would be easy to negotiate. The two discos would bring in 240 monthly in venue fees, plus parking and buying cigarettes for customers. The monthly income would not be less than 35000. After deducting the gang's share, the income would be 28000. In 1980, Hong Kong's per capita GDP was 570 USD, averaging $475 monthly, equivalent to 3500 HKD. A ratio of per capita GDP to per capita income between 1.51 and 2:1 is generally considered healthy, but given Hong Kong's labor-intensive industry structure, this ratio is lower. Based on a 2:1 ratio, the per capita income should be 1750. Per capita, those who understand know, especially since Hong Kong's wealth gap ranks 7th in the world. Thus, even if the little brothers' salaries were set at 1500, this income would be enough to support 185 people. Of course, the leadership would earn more along with management fees, training expenses, clothing costs, and so on. In the case of conflicts, expenses for settling down, medical care, nutrition, bail, etc. But should be able to support 100 people. Wang Yaodang felt quite satisfied as he resolved nearly half the issues. After finishing discussions with the two venues on the way back, Aji suddenly asked, "Brother Yao, will the little brothers dress like this in the future and undergo formal training?" Of course. Since the little brothers aren't numerous compared to the bigger gangs, we need to work hard in other aspects to create a proper army. When conflicts arise, it's all about the momentum. Having a line of subordinates in black combat uniforms holding shaped nightsticks standing in formation on the street will terrify the opponents. They'll choose. Aji was pumped at the thought of this scene. Wang Yaodang stroked his chin, his gaze mischievous as it swept over the faces of the others, sending shivers down their spines. Yao, brother Yao, please don't look at us like that. I'm scared. Away shrank his neck. Ha ha ha. Wang Yaodang grinned. When I have money, you'll find a school to partner with and send all of you to school. Huh. No way. A chorus of ghostly howls filled the car. Wang Yaodang had originally planned to march to Yao Mok Ti police station with his private security force to pick up Ti Gudong, ensuring the honorific gong would ring out loud and unified. But Ti Gudong sent word back, no need, little ancestor. Let this old bone live a few more years. And damn it, you've landed in jail twice this week because of you. That's more than the entire previous year. And keep Triad affairs low-key, keep profit-making high profile. On the car ride, Ti Gudong held Wang Yaodong's hand and repeated the warning over and over. Have you taken over Sha Kuan's businesses? Did old Dong say anything about the garment factory? I'm not involved in the garment factory. Ti Gudong silently cursed, a look of frailty, pathos, and helplessness flickering across his face, nearly making Wang Yaodang burst into laughter. Uncle Dong, these past 2 days I've had Si Yin's eye scouting new storefronts. I plan to open 8 more outlets across Central Saiwan and Causeway Bay. While newspaper vendors do sell faster, they siphon off most of the profits. Oh, Ti Gudong replied listlessly. I currently operate 4 stores. 3 are newly opened, running for just over half a month. After deducting all operational costs, each store yields approximately HK1000 in monthly profit. Ti Gudong turned his head, blinking rapidly, as if something had just clicked into place. Insuin Wantongko Hall's second-floor conference room. Upon receiving Ti Gudong's call, Brother Si was the first to arrive, followed by Sha Lin, Brother Nyo, Brother Ding, and other senior elders overseeing Enforcement Hall, Punishment Hall, Red Ribbon Division, Flower Insertion Division, and related affairs. Punishment Hall administers disciplinary measures. Enforcement Hall commands elite martial enforcers and Dieter's subordinate branches. Ritual Hall oversees Hung Mun's ceremonial protocols, currently managing semi-retired and fully retired members. Red Ribbon Division manages accounting. Flower Insertion Division oversees Triad-owned enterprises. Red Flag Division handles external diplomacy. Black Flag Division conducts intelligence gathering and member vetting. White Flag Division records merits and demerits. A medium-sized triad, with decades of growth, boasts over 1,000 registered members beneath the surface. Its administrative complexity rivals that of any major corporation. The elders assigned to these divisions are all retired veterans, red sticks, white paper fans, and grass shoes from former halls. As for influence, it varies by individual. Consider, for instance, the 3 sitting masters and 5 elders of Shanghe. Yet He Shanghe remains comparatively modest in scale. Only 4 elders wield real authority: Brother Si, Sha Lin, Brother Nyo, and Brother Ding. The group gathered upstairs for tea and idle chatter, gradually joined by prominent branch leaders Fat Boma, Fu Rong, Huanyo, Lao Shu Hui, and Shou Gulong. Uncle Dong, why another meeting? Denyo pulled up a chair and asked impatiently. Enya, meetings every day? You'd think we were office clerks. Dao Yurong snorted disdainfully. And the cops have been raiding our venues daily. I swear business is impossible, complained Shou Gulong. Word is our young money god spent HK500 hiring men from Kowloon walled city to eliminate Officer's son. Wow, what wealth. So extravagant. De Yanhua glanced cautiously at T Gudong's expression and offered a light-hearted quip to ease the mood. Brother Yao, if you're this wealthy, why didn't you say so earlier? Why hire walled city thugs? For HK300, I'll send my own men to take out that scoundrel Officer's son. And HK200, that's all I'd need. Dao Yurong chuckled slyly. And damn your ancestors. When it came time to draw life or death lots, none of you stepped forward. T Gudong snapped irritably. Denyo, if you hate meetings, leave now. And you too, out. Uncle Dong, come on. Don't be serious. Denyo grinned sheepishly. And Dao Yurong and Shou Gulong joined in with forced laughter. NTI Gudong let out a cold snort before declaring, "Ah Yao, you explain it to them." Wang Yaodong, seated second from the right, rose politely and swept his gaze across the room before speaking. The Hongdo apparel flagship store at Champagne Tower has operated for 2 months, averaging. To this crowd of street-level operators, nothing resonates more powerfully than talk of profit. NWE already know you're the young money god. No need to flaunt it before us. Dao Yurong raised an eyebrow skeptically. And Wang Yaodong met his gaze directly. Based on my projections, and considering Hong Kong's population, the market can comfortably sustain 30 physical retail outlets. I've personally launched 12 so far. Grandfather always told me that due to my actions, he and all the brothers below suffered considerable pressure and loss. For that I sincerely apologize, and as restitution, I intend to allocate 15 outlet shares among you all. With that, Wang Yaodong winked playfully at Dao Yurong. If Brother Rong finds this unappealing, I'll simply keep one extra for myself. No, don't even think about it. Dao Yurong sprang to his feet, rushed forward in 2 quick strides, and seized Wang Yaodong's arm. Brother Yao, you're my true elder brother. Anyone who dares trouble Brother Yao troubles me, and I'll toss them straight into the sea to feed the fish. And Wang Yaodong thought wryly, why such sudden deference? It's almost comical. Denyo shot Dao Yurong a look of utter contempt. That's what a true money god looks like. Wherever he stands, prosperity follows. What pressure? What losses? We're all brothers of the same triad. And when a brother faces hardship, we must stand ready to aid him. Wang Yaodong's words ignited palpable enthusiasm. He'd never imagined these hardened triad elders could speak with such polished eloquence. Smiling graciously through their flattery, Wang Yaodong knew that this web of mutual interest would ensure their full support whenever he faced future challenges. Sensing the heightened morale, T Gudong formally ratified the Jianteng branch initiative, pledging 3 million Hong Kong dollars in triad funding to support Wang Yaodong's enterprise expansion. Having just received Wang Yaodong's generous offer, none dared object. With money secured, Wang Yaodong was naturally pleased. Though his sole complaint remained, he was overwhelmed. Truly overwhelmed. Recent weeks had brought abundant gains, but also an avalanche of pending tasks. Foremost among them, integrating the Ma Lan operations. Sex work is the primary engine of profitability. Yet traditional Ma Lan models suffer from rigid, inefficient production structures, stifling output and drastically diminishing returns. Moreover, it's illegal, and reform is imperative. The Ma Lan assets acquired from Sha Kuan occupied floors separated by 3 levels from the existing venue in Fa Lei building. After consultation with the property manager, Wang Yaodong paid HK500 as compensation to relocate, thereby linking both floors vertically. The original floor had already been renovated. The construction team seamlessly moved into the 2nd floor to begin remodeling. The reimagined establishment, now legally registered as a boutique hotel, operates under full compliance. Its uniqueness lies in the compact design. Every guest room measures precisely 8 square meters. Each door bears an artistic photograph and a dual-faced hanging plaque, "Please ring" on the front, "Please wait" on the reverse. The hotel's crowning feature is its bathroom configuration. No in-room showers exist. Instead, a single shared shower facility serves both genders on the entire floor. For the same price, patrons enjoy greater visual variety, stimulating desire intensely, refusing to descend until utterly exhausted. And the hotel features central air conditioning. Daily room rates stand at 200 Hong Kong dollars. Payment is made upon check-in, fully legal and transparent. Guests may stay 1 day or 1 month, with no mandatory minimum stay. Male patrons encounter no restrictions. Beyond the base room fee, all additional earnings belong solely to the staff. The more shifts they work, the more they earn, optimizing labor relations and unlocking latent productivity. All 30 rooms remain perpetually booked. A fully licensed, regulation-compliant hotel, immune to legal risk. Investigations. Welcome anytime. And after consolidating 3 Ma Lan venues, net monthly revenue stabilizes at HK2 Hong Kong dollars per million annually. Wang Yaodong felt no concern over competitors imitating his model. Traditional exploitation yields higher immediate returns. They won't abandon it. Here, legal exposure correlates directly with profit margins. As Jackie Chan once observed, many young women in today's Hong Kong seek shortcuts, lacking formal education or professional skills, unwilling to endure grueling labor, yet equally reluctant to sell themselves, yet still demand high wages. Many women in Ma Lan entered the trade after falling victim to predatory loans, whether for consumption or failed investments. Wang Yaodang imposed no coercion upon such cases. Yen Zai operating across Admiralty Central, Sheng Wan Sai, Wan Wan Chai, Jordan Tai Kok, Sui Kings Park, Wong Tai Sin, Prince Edward Road, and Sham Shui identified 11 storefronts, each averaging 30 square meters. 15 stores in total required numerous sales assistants and models, offering competitive salaries with only 2 requirements: attractive appearance and pleasing physique. Naturally, all were expected to wear lingerie while on duty. They simply stood inside the shop, no introductions necessary, none whatsoever. Not a single glance ignited lustful fervor. Older patrons charged forward ravenously. Those bursting with pent-up energy could even be referred to nearby Ma Lan venues, earning a 20 Hong Kong dollars commission per referral. From 15 outlets alone, referral commissions generate HK100 monthly, more than sufficient to cover staffing costs for shop attendants. Yet complications arose. Awei approached Wang Yaodang, complaining the trouble now is, some customers literally bribe staff into spreading their legs. Damn it, this empties the shops entirely. If they're profiting from our platform, shouldn't we charge a fee? No, we absolutely cannot impose such a fee. That would constitute organized prostitution, illegal. Wang Yaodang shook his head firmly. And no buts. Of course there are consequences. Absenteeism is a fact. Dock their wages. Na Wei blinked, bewildered. Wait, how is that different from commissions? It's fundamentally different. It's legal, you fool. And to be a true triad enforcer, one must know the law, study the law, understand the law, and wield the law. Otherwise you'll remain a street thug forever. Did you post those recruitment ads? Nice. And good. You'll screen applicants first. And I don't know how. Awei scratched his head. Brother Yao, I only completed Form 1. Hiring staff. No problem. But recruiting, that's beyond me. And you'll never learn unless you try. Don't expect me to handle everything. If you lack expertise, hire those with higher education. Wang Yaodang sighed wordlessly. And fine. At the Zhang Zhizhen law firm in the reception room, Sang Yunkai put down his coffee, looking at Wang Yaodang with some surprise. You want to apply for the Loan Shark license. The Loan Shark license, formerly known as the Hong Kong Moneylender license. According to the Moneylenders Ordinance, a moneylender refers to anyone who operates a loan business or advertises, announces, or otherwise indicates that they are engaged in such business. The ordinance stipulates that anyone engaging in lending business in Hong Kong must hold a license. Operating as a moneylender without a license is illegal. Currently, the financial companies run by gangs mostly conduct illegal lending, which the law does not recognize at all. Of course, since the gangs hold the power, they do not need to show any respect to the law. Why are you looking at me like that? I am a legitimate businessman, Wang Yaodang repeatedly emphasized. Sang Yunkai smiled and raised his hands in surrender. I'm just curious about how you know about this stuff. Wang Yaodang glanced sideways. He'll tell you I may not be as specialized as you in certain fields, but in terms of breadth, I am definitely stronger than you. Once you apply for this, you can no longer engage in usury. Sang Yunkai explained, I will rectify the model of the Ma Lan, adjust the production relations, unleash productivity, and avoid legal risks. However, the debts those women owed before will become uncontrollable risks, and I need legal protection. Sang Yungkai's features contorted in confusion. I understand every word, but when they come together and come out of your mouth, I just can't comprehend it. Wang Yaodang had to explain, isn't the gang nowadays demanding so much in terms of quality and knowledge requirements? Do you have to understand economics? Sang Yunkai exclaimed repeatedly, you are putting so much pressure on me. The competition within gangs is fierce. Over 50 gangs have had their names removed in the last decade. Wang Yaodang looked dignified. This guy deserves a perfect score. Sang Yunkai gave a thumbs up. Little god of wealth truly lives up to his reputation. I admire you. Sang Yunkai then said, applying for the Loan Shark license is not a big problem, but there are a few points I need to clarify with you. First, according to the law, it is stipulated that the lending interest rate must not exceed 60, otherwise it is considered usury. Don't talk to me about the law, or I know all of this. Wang Yaodang laughed and took over the conversation. Know the law, learn the law, understand the law, and use the law, otherwise you will be a thug your whole life. You didn't mention anything about abiding by the law, Sang Yunkai said amusingly. Sang Yunkai shook his head and said, the remaining issue is the photo application process. First, the police department will conduct a detailed investigation. There must be no negative financial information on record, and the license holder must pass an exam, provide proof of personal financial capacity, and lastly, educational qualifications and experience. If I can't get the license, what good is my experience? Sang Yunkai exclaimed. The law firm can help you with experience, but as for education, buy one. Buy? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sang Yunkai eyes widened. You say to buy the diploma that took years of hard study to obtain. You better ask Mr. Zhang Zhizhen before answering me. Wang Yaodang said, crossing his legs. At this moment, Fang Hongjian and Tang Jun sent congratulatory messages. Laura Callahan, the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security in the United States, was forced to resign after her purchased doctoral degree was discovered. An investigation by the Senate lasted for 8 months, uncovering that 463 federal employees had committed crimes, including 257 from the Department of Defense, 28 of whom were senior executives. Their degrees were purchased for $3,500. Soon after, Sang Yunkai returned, his expression crumbled, looking as if his worldview had collapsed. It can be bought. Many countries in Europe allow this. The only difference is the different prices in different countries, and the costs vary among universities of different ranks. England, France, and Germany are the most expensive, while Finland, Denmark, Norway, and Ireland are moderate, and Malta, Iceland, and Cyprus are the cheapest, where you can directly buy a legitimate bachelor's degree from a university. Wang Yaodang hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing a university in Denmark, a diploma mill costing around 6,000 Hong Kong dollars. After writing the check, he noticed Sang Yunkai appeared dazed. What's wrong? I took out a loan for university, 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Wang Yaodang patted Sang Yunkai's shoulder. All right, don't be sad. You still have to repay the loan. Cheer up. Sang Yunkai exclaimed. The graduation certificate can be mailed back in half a month. The law firm can handle all other issues related to the license application, and it just so happens that Sharkin's billiard hall can be utilized for this purpose on the second floor, convenient for external business dealings. Lastly, the task of finding a professional loan manager was also handed over to Sang Yunkai. At this time, headhunting companies had not yet emerged, but law firms, due to their connections with high-end business people, also took on headhunting tasks. Then help me find an experienced CEO for my clothing company, 1 HR and 2 accountants. I can only scout for candidates. You still need to negotiate yourself. I understand. Let's do it this way. We'll settle the bill together later. Wei Tao graduated from Baptist University. Zhang Ziyu from University of One City, majoring in business. Wei introduced the 2 young men beside him. These 2 have the highest qualifications. The recruitment task was handed over to Wei following Wang Yaodang's advice. When in doubt, choose the one with the highest education. Have you heard of me? Wang Yaodang looked them up and down. Brother Yao, I've heard of you, Wei Tao said in a deep voice. The little god of wealth of the double flower red stick, the most famous in the underworld. Zhang Ziyu chimed in with a smile. Haha, knowing, yet still daring to come work for me. Wei Tao looked at Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Ziyu scratched his head and chuckled. I heard the company has benefits. Oh, I love fashion. Wang Yaodang burst into laughter. A business graduate from the Polytechnic University is afraid he can't find a girlfriend. Brother Yao, in life the most important thing is to be happy. Getting married is too troublesome. This one sentence left Wang Yaodang speechless. To be so frank about being lecherous, you truly are a top student. What about you? I've applied to several companies. It takes many years to make a name for yourself, and that doesn't align with my personal plan, Wei Tao said in a deep voice. Are you really in need of money? I am from Kuntong Estate. Oh, and I was a part of the Student Financial Assistance Program in college. Wang Yaodang thought for a moment and pointed at Zhang Ziyu. Wei, send this guy to manage the Fenglinwen Hotel. During this time, get familiar with the film industry. I warn you, do not abuse your position to force women. You must pay. Otherwise, I will cut you up and feed you to the dogs. The same goes for men. Got it, Brother Yao, Zhang Ziyu said, twitching at the corners of his mouth. Wei Tao, you will temporarily work as my secretary. With the security company, clothing company, store, hotel inspections, and other messy matters from various gangs, I have too many things without someone to help me keep track. Those little brothers around can handle the fighting, but being a secretary. Okay, Brother Yao, Wei Tao said with a look of surprise. Wei, send someone to investigate their background starting from elementary school. Wang Yaodang looked at the 2 and said, probation for 1 month, salary 6,000, permanent employment 1,000. Any questions? Everyone answered in unison. Okay, Brother Yao. All right, that's settled. You start working today. The recruitment must continue. Wang Yaodang prepared to poach a couple of colleagues from the industry, but it couldn't all be from outside. He also needed to cultivate a few himself. These freshly graduated ones are easy to deceive. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yaodang looked at Wei Tao. Your first task is to find out if there are families in financial difficulty in the nearby Hong Kong estates, but with good academic performance, I will sponsor their university education. As he spoke, Wang Yaodang snapped his fingers. We can set up a charitable foundation. It can also reduce taxes. The future industry will only grow larger, and the talent pipeline must be established from now on. A hint of surprise flashed across Wei Tao's face. A gang is actually trying to do charity. No, perhaps it's about cultivating a high IQ criminal organization from a young age. Focus on this. While thinking, he quickly picked up a pen and paper to take notes. Superintendent Wang. The car window rolled down as Wang Yaodang waved toward the adjacent vehicle. Huang Bingyao, startled by the voice calling his name, caught sight of Wang Yaotong's face in his peripheral vision, so abruptly that his hand jerked, nearly swerving the car onto the sidewalk. What the hell is this? Huang Bingyao rolled down his window and bellowed. Let's talk, Wang Yaodang said, gesturing toward the roadside. Bloody hell. What's the matter? Hurry up, the parking here draws fines. Huang Bingyao snapped, gradually pulling over to the curb, stepping out, and inadvertently locking eyes with Wei Tao. Wang Yaodang produced a large golden bull figurine. First to $10,000 advance. Huang Bingyao's face instantly darkened. Think you're loaded just because you've got cash, eh? Wang Yaodang chuckled softly. Superintendent Wang, what's your pager number? Your office line. I can never reach you when I need to. Why would I need to be reached, he grumbled, but pulled out a business card anyway and handed it over. Let's take Lei Zhuan down together and make room for your people. Huang Bingyao rolled his eyes. I'm leaving, nothing more to say. He reached for the car door. Then Wang Yaotong's voice drifted low and ominous. I recorded everything. Huang Bingyao whirled around, disbelief etched across his face. How could one person sink so low? Just kidding. I'm no Royal Hong Kong police officer planting undercover agents everywhere. That'd be beneath me. My heart remains pure and clear. Wang Yaodang grinned, carefree and unbothered. In that instant, Huang Bingyao's pulse stuttered, a darkness blurred his vision, and his mind went utterly blank. Wei Tao, standing behind Wang Yaodong, fared even worse. His thoughts spiraled into grim visions of triad countermeasures against informants, 3 slashes, 6 punctures, flaying skin, tearing sinew. His body swayed, his face turned ashen. Wait! Wang Yaotong's brow furrowed sharply as he jabbed a finger toward Huang Bingyao's nose. Damn it! I swear, if you have planted an undercover right beside me, you're truly despicable. How could I possibly? Don't be absurd. Huang Bingyao shot back, eyes blazing with indignation. This is all nonsense. I'm leaving now. And no wonder he'd lost composure. The undercover agent stood right behind Wang Yaodang. Get back here. Wang Yaodang seized Huang Bingyao's arm. Wow, you really are a beast. Planting spies near someone as kind-hearted as me. Let go. Let go. Huang Bingyao yanked, fiercely, flustered and furious at being exposed. I'll charge you with assaulting a police officer. Wang Yaodang feigned outrage. Ah Tao. Brother Yao. Wei Tao jolted upright. I'm doomed, doomed, doomed. Or is my heart already racing out of my chest? Start recording. Oh. Wei Tao scrambled frantically for paper and pen, hands trembling violently. His notebook tumbled to the ground. He lunged to retrieve it, sweat beading thickly on his forehead. At the rustle of movement, Wang Yaodang began to turn. Had he glanced back, suspicion would have ignited instantly. Huang Bingyao froze, every hair standing on end, then lunged forward and clamped an arm around Wang Yaotong's neck. I'm the cop. You're the criminal. So what if I plant an undercover? It's standard procedure. I'm a legitimate businessman, damn it. Wang Yaotong's attention snapped back to Huang Bingyao. Huang Bingyao exhaled inwardly. Wei Tao, his secretary, must not be exposed. Yet the truth remained, Wei Tao had received only rudimentary training. Police academy cadets were notoriously underqualified. Many hadn't even completed secondary school, their academic standards barely surpassing those of street thugs. They might pass as deep cover operatives elsewhere, but not within Wang Yaotong's orbit. Ah Tao, make a note, investigate all police academies upon our return. Wang Yaodang cast a sidelong glance at Huang Bingyao, his mind flickering with scenes from infernal affairs. $10,000 won't suffice. Then offer 100,000. Surely someone's mouth will loosen. I'll obtain full rosters of all graduates and current students over the past 5 years, including annual enrollment and graduation photographs. And focus especially on those expelled mid-program. You. Huang Bingyao felt relief, yet not quite. A strange tension lingered unresolved. Wei Tao remained unsuspected, but yes, Huang Bingyao had deployed an undercover using conventional methods. As for whether Wang Yaodang could actually acquire student lists and photos, Huang Bingyao harbored no doubt whatsoever. Police academy instructors occupied the periphery of the force, underpaid, overlooked, devoid of influence. $10,000 was excessive, 5,000 would open any door. Copying a roster required nothing more than a pen and paper. Graduates became ordinary constables. Few ever rose beyond inspector rank, rendering them wholly ineligible for classified operations. That very exclusion was why they were assigned as undercover agents in the first place. Such infiltration was simply unstoppable. Moreover, the Anti-Corruption Commission's crackdown had concluded barely 3 years prior. Within the police force's middle and lower ranks, 9 out of 10 officers bore triad affiliations and had accepted illicit payments, including Huang Bingyao himself. Could they possibly resist temptation? Don't be ridiculous. As Chun Huiman once declared, triads are the police, and the police are triads. Raising professional standards. That would take another 2 decades. I've withdrawn the operative. Don't cause trouble. Huang Bingyao capitulated, lowering his voice. Withdrawn. Is that all? What else do you want? Withdrawn? Why? Are you afraid I'll kill them? Ridiculous. Murdering officers carries life imprisonment. I'm a law-abiding entrepreneur. Wang Yaodang tilted his head, studying Huang Bingyao with a sly, knowing gaze. Let him stay. He'll serve as our liaison. Citizen police cooperation, after all. I'll send him out daily to slash rivals. Ha ha ha. 3 years stretch into 3 more, and then 3 again. Superintendent Wang, the Wang brothers now hold the largest stake in my company. Let's cease contact. I wouldn't want Mr. Wang to misunderstand. Wang Yaodang threw his head back and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. Huang Bingyao's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. By the way, you're already in your 40s. At this pace, you'll never rise to superintendent. Doesn't that worry you? If you don't climb the ladder, or enrich yourself, what future awaits your son? Will he wander the streets like these loiterers? Wang Yaodang pointed toward a passing PTU convoy. And your grandson? Have you secured his father's matrimonial home yet? What happens when he can't support his own child? What if your grandson lands jobless, unhoused, unable to marry? Don't you feel anxious? Wake up. Look around. Every senior officer has powerful patrons. Do you? You don't. You lack the stature to serve the elite. Here the distinction between police and triads vanishes entirely. Wei Tao paused mid-note, staring blankly at their retreating silhouettes. These words struck him like thunder. Would the boss truly ally with this man? Surely not. Within 1 year my net worth will exceed 10 million. Believe me. Huang Bingyao pursed his lips, hesitant yet compelled. I believe you. Within 3 years I'll command 1 billion. Partner with me, and you may yet cross that threshold. One day perhaps you'll even glimpse the commissioner's chair. Wang Yaodang pointed northward. With just over 16 years remaining, my sources confirm preliminary Sino-British talks have begun. Negotiations over Hong Kong are imminent. Impossible. Huang Bingyao's brow knotted tightly. Impossible. Wang Yaodang sneered, still clinging to the myth of the empire on which the sun never sets. That empire is now dung, too filthy even to step on. Refuse, and we'll beat you into submission. If even America couldn't prevail, what hope does Britain's little son hold? Soon your Royal Hong Kong police will become mere lapdogs. Huh. Without high-level patronage, you'll be sent home to change diapers. Wang Yaodang turned to leave, then halted after 2 steps. Oh, I forgot. He shot Wei Tao a sharp, disapproving glance. Why didn't you remind me? Sorry, Brother Yao. I won't forget next time, Wei Tao murmured, bowing his head. I nearly missed the real reason I came. Entirely your fault for planting that undercover near me. Wang Yaodang returned. Introduce me to some retired officers, CADOCU all of them. Originally I needed trainers too, but no longer. I'm heading straight to the police academy. Don't withdraw the operative, or I'll expose all your other undercover agents. You madman. Huang Bingyao was utterly helpless. What on earth do you need retired officers for? Wang Yaodang spread his hands, utterly unperturbed. To train my team. Case studies, conflict de-escalation, minimizing legal liability. Bail isn't cheap, you know. A proper gangster must know the law, study it, understand it, wield it. Otherwise he'll spend his life behind bars. I'm building a talent pipeline for my organization after all. On avoiding crime, we share the same goal. Identical. Absolutely identical. Leave. Just go. Huang Bingyao pressed his palm to his forehead. Right now I'd rather shoot you dead. Then it's settled. I'll await your call. Bye-bye. Wang Yaodang waved cheerfully. Wei Tao sprang to open the rear door, then dashed to the driver's seat and started the engine. A melody drifted through the air, accompanied by a clamor of voices. Passers-by, intrigued, slowed their pace and turned their gazes toward the source. What they saw nearly made their jaws drop. A pink floral float emerged from around the distant corner, its front adorned with 3 strikingly bold posters of glamorous women. The women wore provocative, sensually styled undergarments. The designs were astonishingly ingenious, masterfully merging subtlety and boldness, rendering their silhouettes magnetic like gravitational vortices, drawing the eye irresistibly toward curves and contours. It was electrifying, absolutely incendiary. As the float drew nearer, onlookers gasped to discover figures standing atop its rear carriage. 3 women, each clad in distinct yet equally audacious lingerie, performed with theatrical flair, now swaying their shoulders provocatively at the crowd, now shaking their hips rhythmically, now partnering in synchronized playful choreography, one leading, one following, while humming sultry wordless melodies. Hong Kong residents unaccustomed to such spectacles erupted in astonished exclamations, raucous cheers, and indignant scolding, voices overlapping like waves. The reserved stood rooted to the pavement, eyes locked unwaveringly upon the scene. The lecherous meanwhile broke into light jogs alongside the float, their stares sharp as hooks, straining hungrily toward forbidden territory. Occasional camera flashes, click click, popped along the sidewalks. Such an arresting spectacle was bound to catch the attention of newspaper reporters. Tomorrow's front pages would surely condemn it as a brazen affront to public decency. Wang Yaodang, however, remained utterly unconcerned. Criticism only amplified the buzz, and the louder the outcry, the more fervently people bought. Their lips preached virtue, their hearts burned with desire. Why are scholars and artists called erudite hedonists? There is profound truth in that epithet. Every writer, every artist harbors an innate fascination with beauty and with allure. 15 floats rolled out simultaneously. They traversed Hong Kong Island, from Yau Tsim Mong to the Central District, along meticulously planned routes. Over 3 days they would parade through all 12 districts, ensuring the name Hongdo apparel resounded across Hong Kong and reverberated outward to Macau and Taiwan. Wang Yaodang, what in the world are you doing? Huang Bingyao's call came instantly. Inspector Huang. Ha ha. Did traffic control already contact you? Wang Yaodang chuckled. You know it well enough. Don't worry, I've consulted legal counsel. Everything complies strictly with the law. Huang Bingyao's expression darkened. Technically, the women wore modest underlayers. No actual exposure occurred. Then why did you deliberately paint exaggerated outlines of their busts and navel onto the garments? Surely no one mistakes this for crude vulgarity. Classical Greek sculpture celebrated the human form. Europe abounds with whimsical fountains depicting urination. Artistic expression lies beyond your grasp. Best leave it to those who understand. This spectacle has drawn massive crowds, snarling traffic. Within just 2 hours, over 130 collisions have occurred, some streets paralyzed entirely. Huang Bingyao lowered his voice, pleading, Brother Yao, Master Yao, please stop this madness. Traffic control is on the verge of collapse. 50,000. Wang Yaodang interjected abruptly. 50,000 what? Huang Bingyao blinked, startled. In 2 hours alone, our 15 stores have sold HK 500 worth of merchandise, netting HK 300 profit. At this rate, daily revenue will hit 2 million Hong Kong dollars, with net profits exceeding 1 Hong Kong dollar. 2 million, not counting street vendors' sales. That excludes long-term brand value generated by this campaign. Asking me to halt now? Preposterous. A mere HK 300 investment yields 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Why not expand to 30 floats? Huang Bingyao fell silent. Faced with 1 Hong Kong dollar, 2 million in profit, even he would never pull the plug. To obstruct another's fortune is akin to murdering their parents. Still, this cannot continue unchecked. Huang Bingyao conceded, tone softening. At least scale back, no further expansion. Wang Yaodang grumbled briefly before revealing his prearranged compromise. Fine. Only because it's you, old Huang. I'll fix the routes and timings so traffic control can prepare in advance. Agreed. Thanks, Brother Yao. Relieved, Huang Bingyao hung up and immediately dialed traffic control. He vented bitterly. How Wang had insulted him, how he'd threatened daily raids unless compliance was granted, ultimately coercing the reluctant concession. No. 9. Xiaolong Street, Central District, Oyin Center Tower. A young man in a suit hurried to the elevator bank and pressed the button. Behind him, Wang Yaodang strode forward with 3 companions, all impeccably dressed. The elevator chimed softly on the 22nd floor and slid open. Wang Yaodang stepped out, glanced upward, and read the sign mounted on the wall, Pu Kai Financial. The receptionist at Pu Kai Financial visibly tensed as the 4 men approached. None bore the look of honest men. Where is Manager Li Menghui's office? Wang Yaodang asked, smiling. Off. The receptionist stammered, her voice barely a whisper. Do you have an appointment, sir? No. Then, please register first. Hey, ironing board. My big brother asks where you are. Keep talking, and we'll drag you off to sell yourself in Malan. One of his henchmen stepped forward, face twisted with menace. Remember, when conducting business, courtesy is essential, Wang Yaodang chided quietly. Don't fear, he's only bluffing. We never arrest people arbitrarily. The 6th door. She whispered, head bowed, trembling. Thank you. I'll tell Li Menghui you directed us there. Wang Yaodang turned and walked away. The receptionist froze, then burst into tears. Wang Yaodang laughed, unrepentant. 2 firm knocks echoed. Then, without waiting for reply, he pushed the door open. Li Menghui looked up from his desk, puzzled by the unfamiliar faces of Wang Yaodang and his entourage. His brow furrowed. May I ask who you are? Scoundrel, how dare you remain seated while addressing my elder brother? Stand up, barked the henchman again. Enough, you all step outside. Wang Yaodang waved dismissively. The 4 men bowed in unison and withdrew. Li Menghui stood behind his desk, unsettled and wary. Sir, may I inquire your identity? Wang Yaodang settled himself casually into the chair opposite, crossed his legs and smiled. Wang Yaodang. Li Menghui repeated the name silently, twice. Then his expression shifted sharply. A law firm had approached him just days earlier. Upon learning his prospective employer was a notorious Triad enforcer, he'd refused outright. So you recognize me, and thus understand my purpose, Wang Yaodang said, gesturing for him to sit. Join me. Name your terms. Well, Li Menghui chose his words carefully. I'm quite content here, and have no plans to change jobs in the near future. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience of your visit. Not before, but now you do, Wang Yaodang replied, calm and unyielding. My presence here leaves you no room for refusal, at least not for you. Mr. Wang, Hong Kong is a society governed by law. I may report you for intimidation. Li Menghui rose abruptly, attempting bravado, but his voice betrayed inner tremors. How many days detention for intimidation? 7 henchmen. Will that suffice? Or shall we send 10? Wang Yaodang sneered. Sit down. I dislike speaking upward to anyone. You. Li Menghui faltered, sweat beading on his brow. I'll summon security. I won't be bullied. This company isn't easy prey. Your company's resilience means nothing to you. Which guard would risk his life for a mere HK 100? Wang Yaodang threw back his head and laughed. In 1980s Hong Kong, or even mainland China 2 decades later, few individuals possessed the means to resist such coercion. Why me specifically? Li Minghui cried, crumbling. Because you support a wife and children, bear mortgage and car loan debts, and care for aging parents. You're born a dutiful ox destined to labor without rest. What if I sabotage operations, or simply perform poorly? Then your wife settles the debt. Mr. Wang, forced unions bear no sweetness, but they quench thirst. How can you win loyalty through threats? I need hands, not hearts. Wang Yaoding rose. Complete your resignation formalities promptly. As general manager of Asia Union Financial Company, you'll assemble the entire team. You have 1 week. Don't force me to fetch you at home. Pleasure doing business. Li Minghui extended a despondent hand. Boss, what about my salary? 30% above your current pay? Rest assured. Wang Yaoding beamed. You won't handle illicit operations. I simply don't trust you with them. Li Minghui's expression grew complex. When had being untrusted become a relief? One final assurance, you know Hongdo apparel. It's mine. No fear of unemployment. Li Minghui's eyes widened. He knew it well. He'd purchased and worn it just yesterday. Stimulating. Wait, why hadn't he been told earlier? If he'd known. As they exited the office, Wang Yaoding paused at the doorway, gazing at the receptionist, tear streaks freshly dried, and remarked with mischievous relish, my company needs a new receptionist. You're hired. Her face stiffened. Then she shook her head violently. Refuse and we'll drag you off to sell yourself. Wang Yaoding glowered. She burst into fresh sobs. Once his laughter subsided, he consoled her. There, I was teasing. You simply have that easy-to-bully look about you. But Li Minghui is joining me shortly. Come along with him when he does. Until then, farewell, beautiful lady. Wang Yaoding still had more recruitment to conduct. Next was a garment firm, but every time Triad affiliation surfaced, candidates recoiled. So he would go in person. There was no alternative. Stand at attention. At ease. Stand at attention. March in step. In previous years, after school holidays, the playground became a gathering place for local delinquents who would come every day to play soccer. However, starting a few days ago, no delinquents dared to come to St. Benedict's School at 11, Blue Chung Road, Rainbow Village. Not quite, they were afraid to enter the school, but many were seen peering over the wall. At 8 a.m., over 300 people gathered at the school as demanded by Kai Shinyao, who would dare not to come. Not just the younger brothers, but also Ajia, Aji, Big Mouth Fai, Ali Silly Zay, Fatty Nam, Hungry Wind, Big Root Shua. All the 49 boys were present. Wang Yaoding hired 10 retired police officers from the police academy. At first, when they heard it was for training delinquents, these old bones looked at him as if he was insulting them. Hey young man, although we are retired, I am still a police officer, get out. Wang Yaoding immediately threw stacks of Hong Kong dollars at them. A group of delinquents full of energy with no outlet heard one word, train hard. Not all 300 were prepared to stay, they only needed to select 200. Wang Yaoding promised that those who persisted would all be turned into blue lanterns, and those who performed best would directly enter the incense hall, plus each would receive a daily allowance of 100, so no one had any complaints. Wang Yaoding watched with his hands behind his back, already envisioning the scenes in his mind. In future conflicts, order versus scattered troops, military formation versus free fighters. How could they not win? At that time, all weapons would be replaced with shaped batons. Machetes were troublesome, every time they fought it would result in a bloody mess, which was not good for the image, and superficial wounds would heal in 10 to 8 days. Shaped batons were better, no blood, just broken bones. As noon approached, Wang Yaoding called for a stop, laughing as he shouted, today's training ends here, no need to practice in the afternoon. Roar. Ayo ayo ayo. Including Aji and Ajia, everyone cheered in unison, creating a cacophony of noise. Once everyone had their fill of excitement, Wang Yaoding raised his hand to calm them down, and continued. In the afternoon, we will start cultural classes. Cultural classes. Cultural classes. Classes. The voices echoed across the playground, and for a moment, everyone fell silent. No, I won't listen. This news was too terrifying. Yaogo, I want to train. Ooh, I love training. Ajia exclaimed, holding his head with a terrified expression. I said we are going to cultural classes. Wang Yaoding said coldly. To be a delinquent, you must know the law, learn the law, understand the law, and use the law. Otherwise, you will always be a delinquent. Jianzhen Chuan never thought that one day he would be teaching a group of delinquents. A group of people sat haphazardly, their expressions lax, and a few even glared at him fiercely, as if ready to eat him alive. Jianzhen Chuan felt a chill running down his spine, standing at the podium, feeling somewhat at a loss, fearing that someone might jump up and stab him. If it weren't for the generous offer he received. Lowering his head, he opened the new lesson plan, not looking below, hypnotizing himself into believing there was no one down there, taking a deep breath and starting to teach. Jianzhen Chuan, a history teacher, held a newly prepared teaching plan in his hands. It started with the history of Hong Kong, with the colonial government's version filled with falsehoods and whitewashing. For this, Wang Yaoding specifically found someone to smuggle back a bunch of books from the north. Peering out the classroom window, Wang Yaoding slowly scanned the faces of his subordinates, his eyes filled with excitement. Back in the day, the homeroom teacher would lurk by the window, always pulling him out when he was chatting, dozing off, or reading novels, then giving him a harsh reprimand. Because he had been caught in the rain, he wanted to tear others' umbrellas apart. It would be best if there were more hail and heavy rain, so they could feel the harsh realities of society. By the window, one of the lackeys was feeling a bit drowsy when he suddenly felt something dirty approaching. He instinctively turned his head and saw Wang Yaotang's big face pressed against the window. A chill ran from the top of his head straight down to his feet, and he screamed, "Ah!" This startled everyone in the class. Exposed Wang Yaotang stopped hiding, pushing open the classroom door with a cold gaze, and swept his eyes across. "I spent a lot of money to find classrooms, textbooks, and teachers to teach you, and this is how you repay me." You. Wang Yaotang pointed at three troublemakers. "Get out." The three looked pale with fright, but under Wang Yaotang's fierce gaze they had no choice but to step forward. "Yao Gu, I want dare again." "Apologies are useless, why do we even need rules?" Wang Yaotang snorted coldly. Aji, tie them up and hang them up, don't hit their hands or heads, it will affect their learning." On the playground, 20 crudely made wooden crosses were all tied up with people, while the other 200 or more stood in the corridor, all shrinking their necks with twisted expressions. Ajia and Aji began to whip them one by one, resembling a military interrogation. The screams echoed throughout the entire school. More than 20 teachers and instructors brought in by Wang Yaotang watched, gasping, This is just a matter of not following classroom discipline, right? It doesn't warrant this. I spent hundreds of thousands to train you." Wang Yaotang shouted through a loudspeaker. "This money could keep me entertained for 10 years. Let me tell you, you bunch of fools, history, legal studies, and criminal cases are 3 subjects, and there will be an exam once a week. Anyone scoring below 70 will face this fate. Don't want to study? Do you think this is a club?" One teacher smacked his lips. "Do you think these delinquents can actually complete this?" "I think they can of this." A teacher pointed at Ajia and Aji, who were still whipping. "They're not stupid, they just don't want to learn." "True enough. Do you think if the school lets the club manage?" One instructor's mouth twitched. "Are you crazy? Will they graduate and become well-rounded delinquents? Let the police have a way out." Some teachers shivered at the thought of some unpleasant scenarios. "Then why did you accept his employment?" one teacher muttered. The instructor's face turned red, followed by difficult to understand phrases like teaching without discrimination, striving for improvement, and reforming oneself, filling the air with a lively atmosphere. 1:00 a.m., 1:30 p.m., training. 1:30 p.m., 1:30 p.m., lunch. 1:30 p.m., 4:00 p.m., cultural classes. 4:00 p.m., 4:30 p.m., dinner. 4:30 p.m., 5:30 p.m., travel to Tsim Sha Tsui. 5:30 p.m., 1:00 a.m., watch the venue, park the car, do homework. 007. Too gentle. At such a young age with no skills, how can he sleep soundly? Get up and study, get to work. Imagine club activities, watching venues, parking cars, chasing girls, fighting, reckless and carefree. Reality of club activities, watching venues, parking cars, training, studying, regulated and stressful. Yao Gu, Alway brought in a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's name was Song. He ran 45 years old, a high school graduate, and has been in the clothing industry for 20 years. He has 2 wives, 5 children, and elderly parents, living a stable, yet pressured life, originally reluctant to come. But Wang Yaotang personally came to invite him, and in the end was moved by the sincerity and willingly joined Red Bean fashion. Alway, old Song, come sit down, feel free to get whatever you want to drink. Wang Yaotang waved with a smile. Old Song nodded, his expression filled with complexity, having to turn to crime for his family, feeling displeased, but forcing himself to work diligently. This is the plight of middle-aged men. Indeed, having a worker's body was enough. Song Yiran came in and reorganized the company from top to bottom, establishing the general manager's office, RD department, production and procurement department, logistics and warehousing department, sales department, finance department, and quality control department. Red Bean Fashion was instantly professionalized. Yao Gu, we have already opened 15 stores, and other clubs are also gradually opening stores. Old Song's intention is to gradually reclaim the sales channels from the newspaper vendors. It should be reclaimed. All the money is going to the vendors. Wang Yaotang became interested. Song Yiran said solemnly, reclaiming directly will cause a drastic drop in sales and market turbulence, and will provoke retaliation from the vendors. We can slowly raise the wholesale prices like boiling frogs in warm water, ultimately approaching the store costs, which can serve as a supplementary channel. Very stable. Wang Yaotang smiled and gave a thumbs up. Then let's proceed. Has Kai Xinyao raised the prices for those newspaper vendors again? Yes, this time it went up by $5, raising prices twice in a week. It's a total exploitation. It's not a big deal. If we can earn the money ourselves, why give it to others? How's it going on your end? We've designed 18 styles and manager by has arranged for production. Big boss, when are we launching? A line of taxis idle beneath the Yulian building, disgorging well over 100 people and blocking the street. The sudden crowd put the syndicate's nearby henchmen on high alert. A cluster of street vendors converged and marched straight for the Yulian building. The syndicate goons stationed there exchanged a glance, and bracing themselves stepped forward. Stop, what are you doing? Vendors. Wang Yaodang had been supervising training at the school these days, so his men reported to Away. It should be about the price hikes. Away, go see them. If you cannot reach an agreement, brother, Yao can handle it later, Lao Song suggested. Away nodded. He could not let every issue fall on brother Yao. He stayed upstairs, but would not allow so many people to come up. Instead, he picked 7 leading vendors to come in. If there is something, speak now. Sikat Away, we want to see brother Yao. Yes, see brother Yao. Everyone wants to see brother Yao. First get past me. Away snorted. Very well then, tell me first, the man at the head shouted. 2 price increases in a single week. Isn't that too much? You make 10 times our profit on a single garment. What kind of share is that? The complaint made Away wince. That profit is ours by right. Without our shout, Saishan, how would you stand up to Sha Kun? Exactly. Ever since you and Xingyi wiped out the Donglian crew, you've been ungrateful. Away jabbed a finger at them and cursed. You lot were beaten by Sha Kun like dogs, acting like you're entitled to sell our stock. What hypocrisy, you greedy fools. Who do you think you are? Away continued, pointing at a few men as he berated them. All right, Sikat Away, forget the old grievances. We can keep selling your stuff, but there must be no further price increases. There will be more increases. If you want to sell, sell. If not, get out. Away, be honest, do you believe we vendors will all refuse to carry your merchandise? With just a dozen shops, we could bury your inventory. They had once made $400 a day, and now only $300. Every lost dollar felt like a loss. Away's brow tightened. He was rattled, if only for a moment. Our company's 30 stores cover all of Hong Kong. Selling 1 piece in our shops equals 8 pieces for you elsewhere. You need not worry about inventory piling up. Lingerie doesn't fear the seasons. Lao Song stepped forward with a genial smile. Right, let the company do it ourselves. Away declared loudly. The lead vendor, taken aback by their stubbornness, barked an oath and called the others away. Once the crowd dispersed, Away asked with some concern, if they really stop selling us, will it hurt us? 2,000 plus vendors. How could they all obey? Lao Song shook his head with a smile. He had seen this sort of thing many times over decades. The men brought the bad news down, and for a time over 100 vendors were filled with righteous anger, denouncing Xingyi as ungrateful and accusing Wang Yaodang of using people, then discarding them. Of course, it was mostly hot air. No one dared clash directly with the syndicate. Someone called the police when so many gathered, and 2 PTU vans arrived immediately to support. The crowd dispersed in taxis, and the police finally exhaled. Wang Yaodang only learned of the matter that afternoon and took no great notice. Wu Xinlu. Baoyahuan. Just after 6 in the morning in front of the Hongdo Fusher Jordan branch. What are you doing here? The 2 called in unison. Didn't you say you wouldn't take their goods anymore? We agreed not to supply them. Then what are you doing here? I'm here to see who is talking nonsense. Another vendor approached. Wu Xinlu, Baoyahuan, you too. Ahem, we came to supervise and make sure no one breaks their word. Old bones, spare us the false piety. If you're not taking stock, don't block the door. A henchman sneered as he lifted Hongdo Fushi's roller shutter. The 3 men stared at one another, then strode forward and collided awkwardly. They forced polite smiles, made a token show of concession, and each took 5 times their usual haul of goods. Baoyahuan, damn you. Weren't we supposed to refuse to take any stock? What is this? A vendor snarled, glaring at the garments hanging at Baoyahuan's stall. These are leftovers from before, Baoyahuan replied stiffly. You liar. You said you sold out last night. I didn't say that. You bastard. Telling us not to sell, and then hoarding for yourself. Cornered, Baoyahuan snapped back with a crude insult. Do you want me to sleep with your wife, huh? You're insane. He'll kill you. Go to hell. 2 vendors began fighting in the street. Similar scenes unfolded across the island, and the news spread quickly. Some observed mockingly, these vendors are ridiculous. Unable to force Wang Yaodang to lower prices, they end up fighting among themselves. Another voice said, you just don't know? Back when vendors had their own syndicates, if a paper wanted to sell well, it first had to pay for the road. No matter how good your product, you couldn't sell without paying. What happened later? The colonial authorities stepped in, they killed some, arrested others, and the groups dissolved. They never reformed. The colonial government drew its red lines, crossed them, and you were finished. Over time, things scattered like loose sand. Well, that's fine. Xiao Kaishan didn't value that channel, so I didn't mind. I set up warehouses across Yaotsimong and contacted those vendors. What price will we sell at? $8 cheaper than Xiao Kaishan. Wang Yaodang would explode if he knew. Business is business. He brought this on himself by falling out with the vendors. What has that got to do with us? Exactly. That afternoon when Wang Yaodang returned to the company, Away sought him out. Brother Yao, our garment sales dropped quite a bit this past week. How much? A 20 week-on-week decline. Oh, you even know week-on-week. Wang Yaodang joked, opening the fridge and tossing a soda to Away. Learned from Lao Song. The sales department compiles daily statistics, Away said with a grin. Is it a natural dip or something else? Lao Song says it's not natural. Our in-store sales haven't fallen, they've risen. It must be the vendors. I've had my men investigate. At that moment, someone knocked on the office door. Come in. Wei Tao pushed the door, and Lao Song walked in. Boss, general manager, similar products have appeared on the market. I had someone buy one back. Lao Song set the package he was carrying on the tea table and opened it. The plastic wrapping bore promotional art, an imitation of their designs. The material was identical. Wang Yaotang's frown deepened. He had known the market would not cede itself to him forever, but the speed at which a rival product appeared was alarming. He read the name on the packaging aloud, Midnight Paramour. Lao Song, do you think this was produced by another clothing company? No. So certain. The market volume is less than 100,000 a month. Too small for big clothing houses, and no small company would risk so much for this tiny slice. Lao Song replied with conviction. Then it must be the syndicate, Wang Yaotang said, narrowing his eyes. Away, have your men find out who is so brazenly disrespecting us. Jin Yacheng. Wang Yaotang gripped his cue stick, disbelief etched across his face. How is that possible? Aji's eyes widened in astonishment. I didn't believe it at first either. Away snatched the cue stick from Aji's hand, crouched low, and sank a shot with flawless precision. Not even the factory workers know, nor do the delivery men. I had Shazay secretly abduct the factory owner last night to extract the truth. Damn his mother. That sent Ajay into an immediate rage, that treacherous backstabbing bastard. I'm taking my men right now to smash his operation to pieces. Hold on. Wang Yaotang grabbed Aji's arm. What gives you the right to smash his place? We had a deal. He pledged cooperation, yet he's been scheming behind our backs. Betrayal knows no mercy. Why shouldn't we strike back? Ajay spat out bitterly. Brothers' goods must never be seized by force or contested through coercion. Any who wield power to oppress shall perish beneath 10,000 blades. Territory held by brothers must never be invaded under false pretense. Those who feign ignorance while inflicting harm shall be struck down by celestial thunder. Brothers' earnings must never incite envy or provoke schemes for illicit gain. Any who harbor such thoughts shall be obliterated by fivefold thunderbolts. Wang Yaotang retorted testily, the original agreement stipulated only that he would distribute our goods to the four alliances, not that he was forbidden from launching his own brand. In commerce, there's no justification for a brand to prohibit its distributors from establishing their own labels. Smashing his premises is easy, but what then? How do we manage the aftermath? The world above obeys law, the underworld abides by code. In Young and Dangerous 3, when the East Star Triad sought to plant its flag in Wanchai, they did not begin with bloodshed. Instead, Crow and Smiling Tiger deceived Brother Key into jointly opening the Dongman bar on the street, deliberately provoking conflict. Brother Key proposed negotiation over dialogue. Chan Ho Nam suggested deploying 100 or so brothers daily to patronize the bar. Neither resorted to violence outright. The Wanchai Police District Superintendent intervened to quell tensions. Liang Zai Nen lit only a small fire before withdrawing. After all, Hong Kong is a society governed by law. What truly makes the police so formidable? When the film premiered across Hong Kong Island, locals recognized its authenticity. No exaggeration, no fabrication. Without rules, there can be no order. Those who enter the underworld seek profit, not senseless slaughter. Filming large-scale scenes is exorbitantly expensive, tens of thousands per take. So what now? Just stand by while he stabs us in the back. Ajay cursed under his breath. He's flooding newsagents with Q-Trade stock. How do we respond? Match his prices. Away asked, deeply troubled. And Jin Yacheng, the old fox, surely anticipated this. He's timed his move precisely to exploit the rift between us and the newsagents. We cannot win this contest. Wang Yaotang furrowed his brow in deep thought. Let me think. Think carefully. We must not fall into his rhythm. If he cuts off our rear, then we strike at his stronghold. With that, he tossed the cue stick onto the table. Let's go, summon Blind Hua, and pay a visit to the Four Alliances venues. Huh, are we going to cause trouble? Ajay shouted after his underlings, grab your tools. Hurry up. With a sudden rush, 24 young men, exhausted from daytime drills and nightly recitations, leapt up with a roar, books flying as they surged forward. At last, a channel for their pent-up fury. It was time to test the fruits of their training. I feel I could take on 10 men single-handedly. Hold on, just 6 will suffice. Wang Yaotang hastily called a halt. He hadn't intended to bring anyone at all, but seeing their fervor, he couldn't bear to refuse. Who to take, and who to leave behind? First to reach the door, Wang Yaotang hadn't finished speaking before several men bolted ahead. Damn your mother. The slower ones cursed loudly and gave chase. The 6 sprinted out, slammed the door shut behind them, and braced it firmly, prompting furious shouts from the crowd outside. Bloody hell, stop this nonsense. Do you want to tear my door off its hinges? Wang Yaotang laughed helplessly. Back to your studies, now. Only then did the laggard sheepish and subdued disperse, muttering quietly as he turned away, wait till tomorrow. We'll give them a proper beating. Xiao Kai Shun of He Sheng Yi. What does he want with us? Who knows? Let's go see. Perhaps fortune awaits. Fortune. More like delirium. He's nicknamed Little Fortune God. If you're feverish, don't follow him. 6 fourth-generation members, 1 each from Tong Lu Tang Quan Igua and Dong Fu He, bantered back and forth as they approached a private room. Two gatekeepers pushed open the door. Please enter. Inside this high-end establishment, Wang Yaodang had summoned 12 hostesses. They now fluttered around him, Ajai, Aji, Blind Hua, and Xiao Luo, coquettish, playful, and ever attentive. Brother Yao. Brother Yao. Though they belonged to rival societies, and privately dismissed Wang Yaodong, a double-flower red pole, with contempt, they bowed respectfully in his presence. Brothers, welcome. Come sit down. Wang Yaodang sat boldly on the sofa, then waved dismissively at the women beside him. Go, attend to our guests properly. Brother Yao, why push me into another man's arms? One woman clung to his arm, pouting playfully. Because your chest isn't big enough. Wang Yaodang gave her a light pinch. Aunt. She sprang up, clutching her chest, eyes brimming with wounded reproach. He pulled out a large gold banknote. Her gaze instantly brightened. She arched her back, leaned forward deliberately, and gave a subtle, provocative sway. Bend over. He gave her buttock a playful slap. Ha ha ha. Only Brother Yao knows how to play. Ajai burst into laughter. She wore a nurse-themed outfit from Hongdo Apparel. As she bent over, half her buttocks peeked out. Wang Yaodang grasped the hem of her uniform and tore it sharply, ripping a wide slit down the back, fully exposing her curves. He chuckled, slid his hand inside her panties, and instructed, hold it tight. Don't let it slip tonight. If it falls, it doesn't count. Brother Yao, I'm holding it the tightest of all. She swayed her hips teasingly before him, eliciting another wave of raucous laughter throughout the room. Brother Hualong, I want you to hold me too. Brother Ji, I want to be held too. Brother Hua. Suddenly the women clamored all at once. All right, line up neatly. Wang Yaodang slapped a thick wad of cash onto the coffee table and directed the women with a grin. In unison, they formed a line, bending over, some lifting their skirts, others lowering their trousers. You never know how uninhibited your goddess becomes before a wild crowd. Drinking, singing, touching. They played for over an hour, until Wang Yaodang finally signaled the hostesses to step out and freshen up. I invited you brothers here for two reasons. First, to meet one another, and second, to introduce a path to prosperity. Hongdo Apparel. You've surely heard of it. What are your impressions? Absolutely sensational. What divine gospel? Pales next to Brother Yao. They immediately flattered him. Each of their venues stocked the apparel sold to hostesses through their societies. Xiao Luo, how much does your venue pull in monthly? Wang Yaodang asked with a smile. Less these days, around 30 to 40,000 give or take. Xiao Luo grinned. The outfits wore out fast. Those 12 hostesses had already reduced theirs to battle-worn versions. Ironically, the wear and tear only heightened their allure. I know your venues carry society-distributed stock, sourced exclusively from Tong Xian and Jin Yicheng. Wang Yaodang lifted a glass of whiskey, swirling it gently. But this is apparel, not narcotics. It's everywhere, in every newsagent's hands. No society can forbid its members from earning a living. One sentence, and the 6 men instantly grasped his meaning. Selling narcotics through independent channels. Get caught, and losing a hand would be the mildest consequence. Dizong himself would enforce that. Because it's illegal, and repercussions would taint the entire society. Even adulterating society-supplied narcotics for extra profit invites the same punishment. 3/6 punctures, for undermining the society while it bears the risk. But lingerie, perfectly legal. It's sold on every street corner. Can a hostess buy it herself while shopping? Absolutely. Profits flow more freely through personal enterprise than society coffers. No one joins the underworld out of love. It's about survival. Wang Yaodang smiled at them. Each outlet may draw stock directly, just 100 or 200 pieces at a time, enough for several days' sales. Or send your men to set up sidewalk stalls. After all, even underlings need to earn their keep. Brother Yao, the pricing. You won't be shortchanged. It's cheaper than newsagents' rates, and comparable to what your societies charge. Wang Yaodang raised his glass. Let the society profit if it must. But what ties you to Jin Yicheng? The 4 alliances cooperate in action, but never share spoils. The 6 exchanged glances, then drank in unison. These 4th-generation members of the 4 major societies were scarcely better off than Wang Yaodang and his crew had been. Many likely earned less than 2,000 a month. Tens of thousands. Impossible to resist. Even top bosses would be overthrown. Right, Blind Hua? 1 week later. Boss. Other societies say they won't take any more stock. De Tu Sheng rushed in early to report to Jin Yicheng. What happened? Jin Yicheng slowly straightened in his seat. Instinct told him Wang Yaodang had struck. They claim it's unsellable. Impossible. Dispatch investigators immediately. It's definitely Wang Yaodang's doing. Damn it. Even the little fortune god underestimated him. My plan felt foolproof, yet he still found the flaw and severed my supply line. Not necessarily, De Tu Sheng shrugged skeptically. Damn it, I knew it. Jin Yacheng took a big gulp from the teapot. Pooh. Hot. He wanted to throw the teapot in anger, but thought better of it. After all, it's a good thing from the late Qing dynasty. This little bastard is ruthless. Boss, these scoundrels are eating from both sides. I'll want the gang do anything. Shouldn't they be dealt with severely? Dai Tu Sheng said resentfully. After his territory was swept away, it was quite embarrassing. Jean Yaching simply made him withdraw and focus on the adult lingerie business, where he could do less work and earn more. Now that business has encountered problems, he is naturally angry. Damn you old hack. Jean Yaching scolded angrily. Over 200 of those 49ers are selling, not to mention countless blue lanterns. The law doesn't punish the masses. Who will catch them? Who dares to stop them? Whoever moves dies. Damn it, this little bastard is truly ruthless, pulling the rug out from under us. The profit of 700 to 800,000 a month originally belonged to the 4 major gangs, but now it's all swallowed by the small fries below. The various gangs found themselves helpless, only able to push the blame on poor sales, not wanting to continue. Should we also incite the 49ers from Heshinji to sell for themselves? Daitu Sheng said angrily. That bastard is ungrateful. It was agreed that the 4 major gangs would be ours. Cough cough. Jean Yaching nearly choked. If he didn't know that Daitu Sheng didn't have a twisted mind, he would have thought this guy was scolding him. Inciting is useless. Why waste money that could be made on the poor? Have you gone mad? Jean Yaching scolded angrily. So what should we do? Daitu Sheng scratched his head. Although cooperation with the hawkers at a lower price did seize a significant market share, the hawkers were still making money on the wholesale price, and he felt quite unwilling about it. Damn it, I'm fed up. Just set it up for me. Oh, forget it, I'll call myself. Saying this, Jean Yaching waved his hand, and Daitu Sheng quickly passed the phone over. Hello, little god of wealth. This is Jean Yaching. Okay, 8 o'clock tonight. Got some guts. There are rules when discussing numbers. Neither side would bring too many people. The Lincoln stopped steadily. Wang Yaoding opened the door and got out, followed by Aji and Wei Tao. Behind them, the H-20 stopped, and 8 little brothers dressed in black combat uniforms, with shaped batons hanging from their waists, jumped out one after another, looking serious. After more than half a month of training, they looked quite impressive. Leaving the little brothers on the first floor, Wang Yaoding took Wei Tao and Aji upstairs. In terms of status, he was a generation lower than Jean Yaching, but in this negotiation, he had the upper hand. By the time he arrived, Jean Yaching was already there, and the hot pot was steaming. The god of wealth Yao's is quite arrogant, Daitu Sheng said sarcastically. No wonder your business isn't doing well. Your mind is filled with violence. Don't you know that harmony brings wealth? Wei Tao retorted sharply. Spending time with Wang Yaoding had unconsciously rubbed off on him, and his tongue had become sharper. You. Daitu Sheng grinned, but didn't know how to refute. The little god of wealth has arrived. Do come sit. I've ordered fish maw. It's very nourishing. Jean Yaching waved with a smile. Uncle Ching, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. My apologies. There are too many small people in Hong Kong, and the Lincoln got stuck in traffic. Wang Yaoding smiled as he walked over, pulling out a chair to sit down. The two exchanged smiles, both baring their teeth, inwardly cursing each other for being sharp-tongued. Aji and Wei Tao pulled over chairs to sit behind Wang Yaodong, discussing business, not actually here for the hot pot. Pouring wine and clinking glasses, Wang Yaodong listened as Jean Yaching recounted his glorious past when he was at the top, while Jean Yaching listened to Wang Yaodong talk about his recent exploits at the police station. Casually chatting, Jean Yaching was also impressed by how Wang Yaodong, though young, could remain so composed with dual red sticks. Wang Yaodong was indifferent. The market could not be monopolized by one person. He had already run a few hundred meters ahead, and Jean Yaching had little influence on him. Yao, I called you here today to discuss the adult clothing business. Shouldn't we divide it up? Continuing to fight like this is pointless. The money is all being earned by the underlings. Jean Yaching couldn't hold back anymore. The company's investment wasn't small, and the current returns were below expectations, putting him under a lot of pressure. Is there any conflict? Wang Yaodong looked puzzled. Isn't the development very orderly? I just decided to raise prices for the hawkers. God of wealth Yaos, don't pretend to be confused. The 4 major gangs are our territory. Daitu Sheng exclaimed loudly. So it's the territory of Tongson. In that case, Uncle Cheng's word is law. Those scoundrels will definitely not dare to come to me for goods. Wang Yaodong smiled and gave a thumbs up. Jean Yaching glared at Daitu Sheng, thinking to himself, what sin have I committed to have you as my subordinate? In business, do you think the gang can just plant their flag? If that were the case, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Sheng, why make things difficult for yourself without the brains for it? Wang Yaodong chuckled and shook his head. Yao, the product was developed by you. Uncle Cheng just wants to share a bit of the soup. How about it? The little god of wealth won't withhold even this small benefit, right? If you have any requests, just say it. Jean Yaching took an empty cup, poured a glass of wine, and turned back. Uncle Cheng is too kind. Wang Yaodong raised his cup and drank it all in one go, wiping his mouth with his hand. To raise little brothers hawkers can only be a temporary measure. Later I will gradually raise prices and reduce supply. Uncle Cheng, please follow up on this. It's better to open a store ourselves than rely on hawkers. It's easier to keep accounts and launder some income. After saying this, he poured another glass of wine and turned back. Good. Jean Yaching downed it in one gulp. The Hong Kong market is too small. It can't accommodate more people eating meat. What do you think, Uncle Cheng? Yao is right. This ends with us. Anyone who dares to stretch their hand. We of Tongson will take action first. Good. Each poured their glasses full, gently clinking them together, sealing off the path for future generations. The agreement reached was simply a matter of competition. After some mutual flattery, it was over. Going downstairs, each little brother stood up, and Wang Yaodang and Jin Yacheng walked out side by side. So that settled Uncle Cheng-ai. Just as he was speaking, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of someone reaching for their waist. Wang Yaodang suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. A huge sense of crisis made his hair stand on end, and he forcefully crashed backward. Bang! Bang 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 bang. Wang Yaodang crashed into Wei Tao, and they both fell to the ground. Jin Yacheng trembled, staggering back 2 steps before sitting down hard on the ground. The sudden gunfire left everyone stunned. After the shooter emptied the magazine, they leapt onto a motorcycle and roared away. It was only then that everyone reacted and chaos ensued. Grandpa, Old Top. Some rushed forward to protect their boss. Some pushed back to avoid the bullets. Others chased after the motorcycle, wanting to take revenge for their boss. The entrance of Yugui was in chaos. Aji grabbed Wang Yaotong's hand and desperately broke through a path into the first floor of Yugui. Wei Tao had just wanted to get up when someone stepped on him again. Jin Yacheng lowered his head to look at the gun barrel, gushing blood, his face filled with disbelief. Grandpa. Dai Tu Sheng trembled, squatting down on the ground. Jin Yacheng's head tilted, dying with his eyes open. It's you. Dai Tu Sheng shot to his feet, eyes bloodshot, and charged straight toward Wang Yaodang. Go to hell. Aji yanked out his shaped baton and swung it down with brutal force. Jin Yacheng was dead. Stunned silence fell over everyone. Then, as Dai Tu Sheng led the charge, his underlings surged forward en masse against Wang Yaotong's men. On one side stood He Sheng Yi's henchmen, uniformed, disciplined, wielding shaped batons with practiced precision. On the other stood Tong Xian He's men, panicked, disorganized, wildly swinging cleavers. Clang upon clang, the metallic cacophony of combat filled the air. Wang Yaotong's men executed seamless pre-trained counter combinations against cleavers, swiftly overwhelming Tong Xian He's thugs, who scattered in terror, clutching their heads and fleeing helter-skelter. Wang Yaotong's heart still hammered violently in his chest. He was trembling with fury, with nowhere to vent it. He unleashed a rapid barrage of front kicks, forcing Dai Tu Sheng into desperate, cowering defense, then delivered left and right punches, treating him like a punching bag. As he struck, he spat venomous curses. Dai Tu Sheng, you old fool. You lunatic. Worthless trash. Gutless worm. What the hell do I have to do with any of this? If I hadn't reacted fast, I'd be bleeding out too. You're chasing the wrong man. You should be hunting the shooter. You think your godfather is easy prey? Call an ambulance. Wei Tao, dazed and battered, finally staggered upright and shouted frantically. 7 bullets were fired, and Jin Yacheng wasn't the only one hit. One of Wang Yaotong's men took a ricocheted round to the calf, but one of Tong Xian He's men was struck in the chest and now lay on the ground, choking up frothy crimson spittle. But foot soldiers' lives meant nothing. No one spared them a glance. Woo-oh, 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 until the wail of approaching police sirens jolted everyone back to reality. Brother Yao, run. Aji grabbed Wang Yaotong's arm. Run, then it'll look like guilt. Within seconds, PTU officers leapt from their vehicles, guns drawn, encircling the scene. Everyone, get down. Hands on your heads. Warning, warning, get down now. Dai Tu Sheng finally caught his breath, then hearing the sirens, instinctively lurched toward the exit. Before he reached the door, a PTU officer slammed him to the ground with a hard kick. Still dazed, he was instantly pinned face down and cuffed. Several PTU officers cautiously entered, only to freeze at the sight of 6 men in black tactical gear kneeling motionless on the floor. Fellow officers. They blinked hard, then exchanged bewildered glances with their comrades. Brothers, which unit are you from? We're from He Sheng Yi. Wang Yaodang lifted his head and replied. He Sheng Yi. Did the police even have such a department? Yet the name sounded strangely familiar. A special code name. Damn it, He Sheng Yi. One PTU officer suddenly snapped to attention. You're impersonating law enforcement. Accusations require evidence. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. You mistook us yourselves. Wei Tao raised his chin defiantly, though truthfully. He wasn't entirely wrong. Ambulances, patrol cars, reporters, and gawking crowds choked the street completely. After a long, chaotic commotion, Wang Yaotong, Dai Tu Sheng, and the rest were loaded into police vans and taken away. Inside the van, Wang Yaodang idly opened his system interface and glanced at the screen. You have achieved a glorious victory. Owing to your valor in combat, your reputation has spread modestly. Reputation 50. Current reputation 1355-36, 25 rogue hero. He cast a disdainful sidelong glance at Dai Tu Sheng and spat. What gutter trash dares raise a hand against me? Seeing Wang Yaotong's contempt, Dai Tu Sheng erupted, lunging forward headfirst. Get lost. A sharp elbow strike sent him crashing rigidly to the floor with a dull thud. You all saw that. He attacked me unprovoked. Wang Yaodang held up his cuffed hands. The escorting PTU officers exchanged awkward, conflicted expressions, though technically true. They struggled to lift the unconscious Dai Tu Sheng and check his condition, both officers deeply exasperated. What madness had seized this fool? Little god of wealth, a nickname that suggested portliness, but they'd forgotten of the 5 prosperity gods. Not one lacked overwhelming martial prowess. From ancient times to today, Who could guard wealth without strength? You have achieved a glorious victory. Owing to your valor in combat, your reputation has spread modestly. Reputation 20. Current reputation 1375 36 45 rogue hero. Damn it. Can Tu Shang's credibility sink any lower? Could it drop into single digits next time? Yao Mati Police Station. Wang Yaodang again. Huang Bingyao stormed into the holding area shouting in exasperation. You drew fire. Have you lost your mind? You're the one who's insane. I was ambushed in broad daylight. Instead of hunting the shooter, you arrest me. You rotten piece of shit. Wang Yaodang roared back, without hesitation. You were there. How can you deny it? Business talks. Do you even understand what that means? With so many witnesses around, did you not use your brain to ask? Sha Kuan launched Madam Night to steal your trade. You burned him alive. Jin Ye-chung launched Midnight Lover. You lured him out under the pretense of negotiations, pretended to reach agreement, then secretly deployed snipers. You hid behind evasion while your gunman executed Jin Ye-chung, leaving no rival daring to challenge you again. Huang Bingyao jabbed his finger toward Wang Yaotong, speaking with unshakable conviction. You'd make a brilliant screenwriter. What a waste of talent becoming a cop. It sounded eerily plausible, so Wang Yaoding burst into bitter laughter. Taxpayers' money truly goes to waste. What a lunatic. Arrest me, if you've got proof. Otherwise, shut your mouth. With that, he turned and lay back down. In 1980s Hong Kong, Triad members constituted 8% of the total population, or 15% among males, a statistic unparalleled anywhere in the world. Hong Kong also served as Southeast Asia's primary hub for arms smuggling. Light weapons were disturbingly easy to acquire. Yet despite these ideal conditions, Triads rarely resorted to firearms. Was it fear? In truth, slashing an opponent demands far greater courage than firing from a distance. It wasn't fear, it was restraint grounded in two immutable principles. First, the code. Triad disputes were settled by blades alone. Blades claimed underlings, guns claimed leaders. Second, the police enforced zero tolerance for firearms. Anyone who drew a gun would face immediate, overwhelming suppression. Only rootless outsiders, the Doan gang, the Vietnamese syndicates, routinely sprayed AK rounds in reckless barrages. Huang Bingyao's gaze flickered. Then he turned and strode out. Wang Yaodang rested his hands beneath his head, staring blankly upward. Who was it? Damn it, that frame fit too perfectly. The police posed no real threat, but Tong Xianhe's men did. Triad youths cared little for evidence when their patriarch was gunned down. Vengeance was non-negotiable. Whether to legitimately claim the dragon head position, or simply to survive, they would never let go of him, the most obvious suspect in the murder. Bullshit. A shooting had occurred, and a Triad leader had died. The entire Yao Mati police station was thrown into emergency mode. Even departments with no connection to the organized crime and Triad bureau canceled leave and rushed back, prepared to contain large-scale gang warfare. In the conference room, Kalos fixed Huang Bingyao with a steely stare. Was it Wang Yaoding? Uncertain. All available intelligence suggests he lacked motive. Yet, Huang Bingyao's expression darkened. Logically, he remains the most probable suspect. It's undeniable. It has to be Wang Yaoding. Lei Zhuan's voice was weak, yet seething with venom. With Jin Ye-chung dead, only Wang Yaoding stands to gain. And these short-statured brutes know no method but brute force. Kalos frowned deeply. Even suspicion was useless without concrete evidence, and Wang Yaodang stood protected by elite legal counsel. Any procedural misstep would be fatal. Given the current situation, share your assessments. Detain him for 48 hours. Tong Xian, he won't back down. His release will inevitably trigger renewed gang warfare. Huang Bingyao spoke gravely, simultaneously summoned Ti Gu Dong, the He Sheng Yi sitting boss, and demand he rein in his men, avoid contact with Tong Xianhe's factions, and prevent escalation. Only once Tong Xianhe elects a new dragon head can the crisis be contained within manageable bounds, minimizing societal impact. I recommend immediate prosecution and denial of bail, holding him until trial. At the same time, impose strict surveillance on He Sheng Yi, preventing any movement. Let Tong Xianhe's new dragon head vent fury on Wang Yaotong's territory, giving us full control over the chaos, ensuring it doesn't spiral beyond containment. That's injecting personal bias into professional judgment. Once acquitted, Wang Yaodang won't relent. He'll escalate the chaos further. A lone wolf. Tong Xianhe could crush him effortlessly, and He Sheng Yi won't protect a useless liability. The two erupted into heated argument, until Quello's head throbbing slammed his fist on the table. Enough. Wang Guangzhu, speak. Enough. Wang, speak. To my knowledge, Hongdo Garments operates with full legitimacy. Over 30 stores, more than 200 employees. A formal complaint to the Commerce and Industry branch of the Colonial Secretariat would carry serious weight. Wang Guangzhu's gaze swept across the room before settling on Kalos. Wang Yaodang is best known for pioneering the erotic apparel industry. Behind Hongdo Garments lies the Hong Kong Garment Manufacturers Association, and He Sheng Yi, a century-old Triad, commands influence over both the Hong Kong Federation of Trade Unions and the Hong Kong General Chamber of Commerce. Once precedent is set, these associations will never allow a legitimate industrialist to be detained without conclusive evidence. His words silenced Huang Bingyao and Lei Zhuan alike, while Kalos pressed his fingers hard against his temples. That was putting it mildly. Even with irrefutable proof, those powerful commercial bodies would compel the police to grant Wang Yaodang bail pending trial. This had nothing to do with personal sentiment. It was the unyielding class alignment of capital, an irreconcilable tension between capitalist power and state authority. Outside the morgue, over 200 underlings of the Tong Xian He Triads surrounded the building, creating an impenetrable throng, shouting, clamoring, and roaring in chaos. Every few minutes, several vehicles pulled up nearby. Senior Triad members disembarked with grim expressions, parted the crowd, and entered the morgue. Their remaining underlings merged into the mob, amplifying the cacophony to a fever pitch. Inside the morgue, a large circle of men stood tightly gathered, shouting animatedly. Yet not a single pair of eyes glanced toward the corpse. Golden Tooth Cheng's body lay motionless on a gurney. The bullet wounds had been carefully dressed, his clothes replaced with fresh attire, and his face bore no trace of grotesque distortion. De Tu Sheng, how could you possibly protect Agong? I don't know. Wang Yaodang and Agong walked ahead. I never even had a chance to shield him from the gunfire. De Tu Sheng, his face swollen and bruised, stood dazed and hollow-eyed. Golden Tooth Cheng's death struck him like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. As a victim himself, he'd given his statement and been released immediately. Xiezi Wan, his bulging frog-like eyes and high cheekbones lending him a viperous air, grabbed De Tu Sheng by the collar and bellowed, "Was it Wang Yaodang who did this?" I don't know. He and Agong were negotiating peacefully. It must be him. Xiezi Wan shoved De Tu Sheng aside and swept his gaze across the room. The garment company business falls under De Tu Sheng's purview, and none of us knew about the negotiation. Unless one of our own leaked Agong's whereabouts, only Kai Shen Yao could have known. Who else but him could have arranged the ambush at the door? Xiezi Wan speaks truth, rumbled a portly man with graying hair. Had De Tu Sheng led the way out, the gunman would never have found a clean shot amid the crowd. Only Kai Shen Yao could guarantee Agong walked first, no one else. Exactly. The shooter fired repeatedly. Men behind Agong were hit, yet Kai Shen Yao, standing shoulder to shoulder at the doorway, miraculously escaped unscathed. Could that possibly be coincidence or deliberate restraint? Last time Sha Kuan challenged him for turf, his henchmen burned Sha Kuan alive. Why would Agong ever trust him to negotiate? Everyone in the underworld knows he craves monopoly, and his ruthlessness is legendary. We cannot let him slip away. Avenge Agong. Does he truly believe the entire Jianghu fears this rotten redstick thug? Kill him, for Agong's vengeance. Their roars erupted from within the morgue, spilling outward. Hundreds of underlings outside echoed the chant, voices converging into chilling rhythmic unison. Kill him, for Agong's vengeance. Outside, police officers instantly relayed the situation upward and mobilized reinforcements, fearing imminent loss of control. Following the assassination of Tong Xian He's leader after negotiations and the arrest of their own boss, the affiliated schools suspended classes immediately. Frankly, when news of their boss's arrest broke, many underlings felt a strange, illicit thrill. No more classes. 8 H-20 armored vehicles lined up in strict formation before Yao Mati police station as 100 men clad in black tactical gear, each gripping a shaped baton, sealed off the entrance completely. The station's heavy iron gate slammed shut from within. Over a dozen officers stood behind it, shields raised, faces taut with vigilance as they stared out at the encircling force. 100 disciplined uniformed men, armed with batons, radiated an aura of authority rivaling that of any professional police unit. The officers responded with heightened alertness. A Lincoln Continental idled in the station's parking lot where a Jia Wei and Si Yin Zai faced off against Chief Inspector Huang Bingyao and a contingent of OCU officers. Fire Dragon, you're insane. Blockading a police station. Do you grasp the gravity of your act? Withdraw your men now. Withdraw. Huh. How do you guarantee our brother's safety? You can't guarantee it. Ajia refused to yield. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ajia's eyes blazed with fury as he jabbed a finger toward each officer. If my brother falls, I'll follow him into the grave, and every one of you lackeys of the British Crown will join him there. I'll turn Yao Mati upside down. What did you just say? Try me. I'll arrest you right now. Huang Bingyao's chest heaved violently with rage. Go ahead, arrest one of us. Ajia stepped forward, bloodshot eyes locked onto Huang Bingyao's forehead, pressing hard against his. You. Huang Bingyao's lips trembled, glancing between Ajia's defiant glare and Ajia's icy silence. He felt his temples begin to throb. These reckless, short-sighted thugs, capable of anything. Loyalty. Loyalty to what, for God's sake? The police haven't named Kai Shen Yao as the killer. His detention is protective custody. Surely you wouldn't want Tong Xian He sending assassins after him. Huang Bingyao retreated half a step, enunciating each word with deliberate calm. Officer, do you serve Hong Kong people or foreign masters? Ajia scoffed. Ask the people outside. Have they ever truly trusted you? You. Speechless with fury, Huang Bingyao nearly choked, yet dared not move to arrest. Provoking open conflict would cost him his badge and his career. This post was about money and power, not dying for the queen. On the third floor, Chief Inspector Kalos stood beside Assistant Commissioner James, head of Yao Ma Ti Police District, both frowning intently at the scene beyond the gate. Are these Triad members? James frowned deeply. They look more like the mafia. Yes, he Sheng-Yi, but they weren't always like this. Wang Yaodang transformed them. Kalos explained. Who is this man exactly? An exceptionally formidable young man. Unlike those other yellow-skinned monkeys. Brilliant in business, deeply versed in law, magnanimous in character, masterful at winning loyalty. Truly a lion still young, but already roaring. Kalos assessed. How many like him exist? James tilted his chin upward. None like him before, likely newly trained. Yet judging by his commercial reach and territorial control, doubling their number would pose no strain. Well considered. James paused, thoughtful. Could we recruit him? With the handover deadline approaching in 1997, Governor McDougal has already initiated quiet talks with the North, preparing for formal negotiations. To counter infiltration, the touch-based policy will be terminated next month, and the governor has ordered us to tighten police oversight of Hong Kong's civilian population to align with forthcoming diplomatic strategy. We must prepare accordingly. Note the touch-based policy November 1974, October 1980, granted de facto residency rights to mainland Chinese illegal immigrants who successfully reached urban Hong Kong. I believe it's feasible. He requires our approval to expand his apparel empire into Southeast Asia, Kalos replied with a knowing smile. Excellent. As he spoke, a sharp knock sounded at the office door. Enter. Sir, the morgue reports mass Triad mobilization converging upon this location. Filthy rats. James spat the words. Deploy uniformed officers, separate both sides immediately, and if they breach the cordon. We are police. Must I spell it out? Drive these vermin back into their sewers, hard. Yes, sir. When the news came that Tong Shin's large force was approaching, sweat broke out on Huang Binjiao's brow. Huolong, restrain your men at once. Ajian narrowed his eyes and remained silent. If you insist that Jin Yacheng was not killed by your big brother, then we cannot truly come to blows with Tong Shinha. When that happens, everything will become muddled. Then fight if you must. Who's afraid? Ajia craned his neck. For heaven's sake, are you fucking out of your mind? Si Yinzai gave away a look. A Wei patted Ajia on the shoulder, and Y2 gave a subtle nod. Moved. Ajia turned and strode toward the gate. Clear the way. Huang Bingyao barked, relieved. Outside, Y2 glanced at the surging crowd. Ajia scoffed, and drawing his voice shouted, form ranks. In 30 seconds, the underlings had arranged themselves into a precise 10 by 10 square. Batons ready. Everyone drew, shaped batons. Hundreds stood in silence. Only the rasp of breath could be heard. Each man glared forward with a fierce look, teeth clenched, poised to erupt. Huang froze in his tracks, thinking his eyes must be deceiving him. Are these really gang thugs? What a preposterous joke. A group of Tong Shin's lieutenants, Xiezi Wenjuzai, Fei de Tong Tong, Go de Shengtian Baoji, found their steps involuntarily slow, their breathing easing. They had fought and scraped their way up in the streets, used to shouting and curses and brazen displays, but a silent, disciplined formation like this was something rare. Never seen anything like it. The sheer presence sent a chill through them. The lieutenants were unsettled, their foot soldiers behind them felt their hearts quicken and their steps falter. At the rear, the boisterous hanger-son jostled one another, and the ranks became even more disordered. Ajia stood at the head of the line, eyes sweeping across a dozen rival lieutenants. Take note, when the fighting starts, eliminate these few bastards first. They won't get away. De Kohui, Sha Zhe, A Li, and the others answered in unison. A clatter of feet and a host of uniformed officers poured from the station. Huang exhaled. Establish a cordon. The uniforms split left and right, those with shields faced Ajia, lips pressed in grim readiness. Facing Tong Shin's side, the officers brandished batons and shouted, fall back. Fall back. Seeing the police emerge, Xiezi Wenjuzai, Fei de Tong, and the others breathed a private sigh of relief, quickened their pace, and surged forward, yelling, hand over the killer. Hand over the killer. No peace till death. No peace till death. The slogans rose, and the momentum that had been suppressed returned in an instant. Huang spat and turned away. No need to look further. The fight would not happen. Without a leader, Tong Shin's men were not united. He went back, grabbed a bottle of water, and gulped a few swallows. Someone ran up. Huang, Sir, Wang Yatang's lawyer has arrived. Headquarters insists the lawyer's safety be guaranteed. Damn. Huang swore and stepped back outside. The gate was completely blocked. Casting his eyes left and right, he ordered the uniformed officers to press toward Tong Shin's side. There was nothing to be done. Without a leader, they were scattered sand, easy to bully. Jiang Zhizhen sat in the car, looked through the window, and slowly shook his head. The spectacle was shrinking. Back in the day, during Detective Hua's era, before he became a senior barrister, if a gang boss was taken out, the entire organization would hit the streets. A few hundred people at a time was commonplace. At that time, the British left such matters alone. Public order relied on Chinese detectives. Even big figures had triad backgrounds. Huang Guoli initially leaned on the Chaozhou gangs. In those days when a case went to court, hundreds of gang hangers would stand guard outside to protect their boss. After the convoy slowly passed the gate and came to a stop inside the compound, saying Yunkai cheerfully opened the door. Jiang stepped out, straightened his clothes, and walked into the station with head held high. The powers of Hong Kong's law enforcement are hemmed in by strict rules and boundaries. They cannot be breached at will. I'm talking about the Anglo-American legal system. Of course, those with extraordinary power and wealth can toy with the rules a little. On the morning of July 21st, 1991, Zhang Ziqiang robbed cash at Kai Tak Airport destined for the United States, US 17 million and 35 million Hong Kong dollars. The news shocked Southeast Asia and the West. Because of the sum involved, it entered the Guinness World Records and drew global attention. He was arrested in early August and denied bail. The sole evidence was a security guard's identification, which initially pointed to the wrong man who, despite insufficient evidence, he was detained until November 23rd, when he was sentenced to 18 years. His wife Luo Yanfang held a press conference proclaiming his innocence. The case was reported incessantly by the global press. The appeals lasted 3 years until June 23, 1995, when the Court of Final Appeal released him. He later received more than 7 million Hong Kong dollars in compensation. In short, whether bail is granted or not, blocking a lawyer outside like that is impossible. Ahem. Mr. Wang, good to see you again, Jiang Zhizhen said with an amused smile and extended his hand. Wang Yaodang shrugged. I'm not happy at all. Can you tell me the particulars? Thus and so Wang rattled off the story in a rapid burst. So the police have no evidence. Jiang fixed him with a steady look. Positive, certain, and definite. Wang ground his molars. I finally found a suitable ally to resist lay. The market on the island is basically stable. I was about to develop the Haozhong Wanwan and Filubin markets, an immense prospect with annual profits in the tens of millions. Who has time to tangle with these pint-sized mules in some little pond? Then a huge pile of shit lands on me. If I find out who did it, damn them. Jiang nodded. He might distrust Wang's character, but he believed in the pull of money and the market. I understand. Shall I apply for bail? If bailed out, Mr. Wang may face reprisals, Jiang warned. Damn them. A headless, miserable lot, Wang cursed. Wang spat the words. Hiding isn't a solution. The dignified Shuanghua Honggun won't dare show his face. Oh, once a reputation is rotten, anyone will stomp on me. Without that shell, the business cannot be preserved. They'll be damned to see what these bastards can do to me. All right, I understand. Jiang smiled and closed his notebook. At present, over 100 of your employees are waiting outside the station and confronting Tongshin's men. The police are maintaining order. Is there any message you want me to pass along? Wang laughed. Huh. Tell them to form a proper line and await my triumphant return. A cough interrupted. Ahem, sorry, that wasn't what I meant. No matter, Jiang said with a smile and a nod. Give me half an hour. With no evidence, worries about Wang's men causing trouble, and a desire to court Wang, Kowloon signaled, and the man was released. Wang, I hope the killer is someone else, but please exercise restraint until the police uncover evidence. Don't make things difficult for them, okay? Kowloon said in a grave tone. Of course. I make tens of thousands a day. Oh, I have no desire to brawl with those small-time fools. But some matters are beyond my control. I also hope the police can solve the case quickly and clear my name, Wang replied. Wang nodded. Very well. Please inform us immediately of any developments. Kowloon extended his hand proactively. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang's eyes. These British were proud to their core to make them take the initiative to reach out. Was this the value of TZ? Police community cooperation. Police community cooperation. Wang Yaodang stepped out of the police station and lifted his gaze to the sky, exhaling deeply. Let me find out who framed me. I'll make them pay dearly. Mr. Wang, then I'll take my leave, Jiang Zhizhen said with a smile. Goodbye, and thank you for your trouble. Wang Yaodang extended his hand for a brief handshake. Wang Yaodang, someone shouted from afar, drawing every eye in the vicinity. The god of wealth has emerged. That Wang fellow's out. While Ajie remained calm, chaos erupted on the other side, crowds surging toward the police cordon as if ready to breach it. Wang Yaodang glanced sideways indifferently, then casually dug a finger into his ear, irritated by the clamor. Brother Yao, get in the car. Wei Tao pulled open the door of a Lincoln parked in the courtyard. Ajie Wei Tao and 5 underlings had all been released on bail. Ride in the H20, Wang Yaodang waved dismissively. You may drive it yourself, if you wish. Wei Tao paused momentarily, bewildered, but instinctively hurried after his boss. Only then did it strike him, could he be fearing an ambush? A sniper shot. As Wang Yaodang approached, uniformed officers parted like a curtain, further inflaming the resentment of the Tong Xianhe gang. There are always those skilled at stoking flames. No one knew who first cried out that the police were biased in favor of Ho Sheng-yi, that the little god of wealth had bribed the force. Triad youths, impulsive by nature, fed off each other's rising fury, until rage overtook reason and Tong Xianhe, he surged forward en masse. The assault was sudden. With riot shields angled toward Ho Sheng-yi, the police were caught off guard, giving the mob just enough time to tear open a gap. Emboldened Tong Xian, he charged forward with guttural roars. Brother Yao. Jie turned his gaze toward him. What are you staring at me for? Wang Yaodong's eyes flickered sharply. Shout, assist the police. Suppress the riot. Jie instantly grasped his meaning. Assist the police. Suppress the riot. Nearby Big Mouth FAI and others echoed the cry in unison, assist the police. Suppress the riot. 100 men rushed forward swinging shaped batons as they bellowed, assist the police. Suppress the riot. Chaos reigned outside Yao Mati police station. 100 concerned citizens in black tactical gear stood shoulder to shoulder with 30-odd green uniformed officers. The distinction between friend and foe unmistakable. Anyone dressed haphazardly and swinging a baton wildly was clearly not with the police. Perhaps it was the slogan itself. Perhaps their uniforms signaled kinship to the officers. Or perhaps it was simply the shared weaponry. Whatever the cause, after a moment's hesitation, the uniformed officers accepted them without protest. More likely, however, these young constables had long resented Tong Xianhe's hoodlums and welcomed the chance to see them humbled. Triad members rarely carried weapons to police stations. Under the brutal rain of batons, they scattered like ants from a kicked nest, some already bolting sharp-witted enough to flee before the tide turned. Inspector Huang Bingyao stared blankly at the unfolding scene. I can't tell. I truly cannot tell. They're not police. You mustn't cooperate with them. After a stunned pause, Huang Bingyao bellowed aloud, though only those nearby could hear over the din. We act under official police guidance, to assist in apprehending criminals. This is lawful and justified. Wang Yaotong's voice drifted coolly across the square. Fuck your mother. Who the hell authorized you? He cupped his hands to his mouth and roared. Inspector Huang Bingyao declares uniformed officers unworthy of the title police. Shit. Huang Bingyao lunged to clamp Wang Yaotong's mouth shut, but Wang sidestepped, laughing heartily. Tong Xian he quickly dissolved under the onslaught, with Wang Yaotong's men lending strength. Over 80 were arrested. Rioting in broad daylight, right before the police station. Arrest them all. Huang Bingyao snarled, face dark with fury. For a moment the 30-odd officers froze, still flushed with the adrenaline of recent alliance, now uncertain how to proceed. His underlings turned expectantly to Wang Yaodong. Hey Inspector Huang, so this is how you repay righteous intervention. Discard the millstone once the grain is ground. Who asked for righteous intervention from a pack of Triad thugs? Wang Yaodong stepped forward and lowered his voice, uttering several names. Huang Bingyao's expression stiffened. He seized Wang Yaotong's collar. Release me, immediately. Wang Yaotong's face hardened into icy stillness. You? What a... If they... Those who acted righteously are already dead, Inspector. The choice was yours. Huang Bingyao clenched his jaw, slowly loosening his grip. Leaved? Humph. Wang Yaodong turned toward the uniformed officers with a mocking smirk. Thousands per month. What are you risking your lives for? Waiting for Her Majesty to knight you? Asked the veteran constables. How many have ever earned promotion through merit? Awards? None. But when disaster strikes, you're always the first to rush in. Men in suits walk tall, while you wear green skins. Look after yourselves first. With a wave of his hand, Wang Yaotong signaled his men to reholster their batons. Many wore expressions of disdain, some spat contemptuously before striding away, cursing under their breath. The officers' faces darkened. Their glances toward Huang Bingyao grew hostile. Some truths are best left unspoken. Huang Bingyao's scalp prickled. Inside, he cursed Wang Yaodong relentlessly. Why provoke that razor-tongued mad dog? Everyone knows he bites back. Which one? Huang Bingyao forced a wide, strained grin. Take them back for statements. 30-odd officers stood motionless. Silence thickened. Awkward, heavy, absolute. Ha ha ha. Captured Tong Xian he used burst into raucous laughter. Huang Bingyao's face burned, a sweat beaded on his brow. He laughed stiffly in place, voice cracking. Senior Inspector, you, my apologies. What are you waiting for? Escort them inside. Senior Inspector Yu Weizhong's shoulders, bearing the insignia of a sergeant, waved wearily. Only then did the officers begin marching their prisoners into the station. Wang Yaodong sat inside the H-20 surrounded by loyal underlings, safety assured. You have led your forces to a glorious victory. Owing to your valor in battle, your renown spreads far and wide. Reputation, 300. Current reputation, 1675, 3945, Jianghu hero. Name Wang Yaodong. Height, 176 centimeters. Reputation, 1675, 3945, Jianghu hero. Affiliations, Ho Sheng Yi Dong Lian Society. Rank, dual red pole. Skills, driving LV. 1 Sonda LV. 2 Muay Thai LV. 1 Baguazhang LV. 1 painting LV. 1 photography LV. 1 Poise Max English LV. 2 Law LV. 1 Tan 2A LV. 1 Innate Talent Intimidation. Businesses, Hongdo Apparel, Feng Lin, 1 Hotel, Yilian Financial Services, Billiard Hall, 1 Underground Gambling Den, 1 Bar, 1. He checked his pager. Every message was a frantic chain call from Tigu Dong. Brother Yao, where to next? Back to the office. Wang Yaodong's expression remained stern. Suspend training for now. Tell everyone to stay sharp. Oh. A cheer erupted inside the vehicle. Damn it. Wang Yaotang laughed, scolding lightly, his mood lifting markedly. With so many loyal men at his side, what did he have to fear? If push came to shove, he'd fight Tong Xi and he to the bitter end, and test whether the four great societies were truly united. He stationed several men as sentries downstairs, and another 30 remained upstairs near him. Wang Yaotang would not repeat Sha Cohen's fatal mistake and let himself be ambushed. Ah Tao, find where in Hong Kong we can buy a radio communication system. Get one installed ASAP. Wang Yaotang opened the fridge, pulled out a can of cola, and drank deeply. Refreshing. What's the point of that thing? Ah Jia grabbed a can for himself. Communication. When cops arrive, or troublemakers show up, our men downstairs spot them and radio immediately. Wang Yaotang gestured emphatically, one call, and every brother within range hears it instantly. A single arrow piercing the clouds, and 10,000 troops gallop to answer the summons. Si Yin's eyes lit up. Bingo. Damn, so useful. Buy it now. Ah Jia grinned broadly. By the way, I didn't see any radios on those uniformed officers. Don't the police have them? Wang Yaotang frowned slowly. Ah Ji and the others exchanged puzzled glances. They had no idea. Wang Yaotang dialed a number. Hello, Inspector Huang. Got a question for you. You've got the nerve to call me. Huang Bingyao's disbelief was etched across his face. Fine, I'll indulge you. After all, you're part of the Royal Hong Kong Police Force. Betrayal is practically routine for you lot. Fuck your mother. Huang Bingyao groaned, clutching his stomach. What do you want? Just asking. Do the police even use radio systems? Why aren't they carrying them? Why do you ask? Huang Bingyao eyed him warily. Answer me. Or do you think I can't find out myself? With a cold snort, Huang Bingyao replied. The CC2 wireless communications network was established in 1976, covering all of Hong Kong. But only PTU patrol vehicles and select departments carry handheld radios. Figures. The uniformed boys are the stepchildren of the force. You bastard. Oh, and a warning, keep Tong Xi and his thugs in check. Don't blame me if something goes wrong. Click. The line went dead. Old Huang must be furious, Wang Yaotang remarked, smiling. Huang Bingyao closed his eyes, breathing deeply. Stay calm. Stay calm. Brother Yao. Uncle Hong has called several times, Si Yin's I reminded him. Oh right. Wang Yaotang picked up the phone again. Hong, it's me, Wang Yaotang. Haha, no worries. Yeah, okay. Uncle Hong, are you alright? I marched out of that police station wielding a 4-timeter-long saber, blood flowing like rivers, corpses piled high. Tigudong, what nonsense are today's youth spouting? Wang Yaotang laughed heartily. Uncle, you're wondering about Golden Tooth Chung, right? If I hadn't reacted fast, I'd be dead. Some coward framed me. I don't know who. Truly not you. Tigudong's voice dripped with skepticism. No, uncle, I swear. And you doubt me too. Wang Yaotang's tone rose sharply. Golden Tooth Chung. What is he, a speck of dust? Does he even deserve the risk I'd take to kill him? Tigudong's lips twitched violently. Does he even hear himself? Golden Tooth Cheng's standing in the Jianghu rivals my own. Alright, I'll figure something out over the next few days. Lay low for now. Lay low. Wang Yaotang bristled. Fight back. Falling into the enemy's trap, that angered him even more. After careful thought, Wang Yaotang gave a sharp command. Let's go. To the Peninsula Hotel. Let Tong Xi and he know exactly where he was, yet watch helplessly from afar. The Peninsula Hotel stood in Tsim Sha Tsui. 15 minutes later, the car halted before its grand entrance. An Indian doorman, head wrapped in a red turban clad in crimson livery, stepped forward, bowed deeply, and opened the door. Sir, please. Wang Yaotang stepped out and gazed upward. This was his first time at the peninsula across 2 lifetimes. He'd heard countless legends about it, but never set foot inside. Unaccustomed to such opulence, Jia and Wei Tao grew stiff and reserved behind him. Wang Yaotang inwardly cursed them for their lack of composure. Inside the lobby, plush carpets, muffled footsteps, a colossal crystal chandelier shimmered overhead, marble floors gleamed like mirrors, each detail whispering luxury. Sir, may I see your identity document? The receptionist spoke softly. 40 years later, even 15-year-olds would break the law leaving home without ID. She took the document, glanced briefly, and looked up. I'm sorry, sir. You're not permitted to stay here. Huh. Wang Yaotang's brow furrowed. Hey, do you think we're broke? Even under the weight of such grandeur, Jia refrained from swearing, for once. Not at all, sir. The Peninsula Hotel maintains a policy of non-acceptance for British overseas territory citizens. We sincerely apologize. She returned the document with both hands. Rage flared hot and sudden. Wang Yaotang's face burned, his chest tightened as though crushed beneath a boulder. Her words carried. Nearby guests turned, eyes filled with curiosity and judgment. For Indian security guards moved forward in unison, subtly encircling the group, their gazes dripping with condescension, scorn, and mockery. A colony remains a colony, no matter how elegantly phrased. Inferiors are inferiors. They openly despise you. Where did the crown's jewel come from? Did it fall from the sky? No, it was seized by force. Power, not virtue, forged that crown. Glory. Do you really believe such rhetoric? Where lies the glory? Glory belongs to the sun of her setting empire that conquered colonies. Only traitors who forget their roots, and fools, take pride in such subjugation. This is humiliation, not honor. The Peak, where Chinese residents were banned, was only open to them in 1947. Today the Peninsula Hotel accepts only two classes of Chinese guests: first class, British citizens; second class, British subjects. Meanwhile, ordinary Hong Kong residents hold third-class status: British Overseas Territory citizens. Within months, in anticipation of upcoming negotiations, the British Nationality Act of 1981 will further divide Hong Kong IDs into 5 tiers. Fourth-class British nationals overseas, later known as BNOs. Fifth-class British overseas citizens. Let's go. Wang Yaodang snatched back his ID and dragged away Ajia, who was red-faced, neck veins bulging, ready to erupt. The group strode out, heads bowed, shadows of ridicule trailing behind them. Back in the car, Ajia slammed his fist onto the seat. Damn it. I'll torch that bloody Peninsula Hotel. Torches. The cops will drag you straight to the firing range. Wang Yaodong's face remained grim. On what grounds? Where's the evidence? You're garbage, unworthy of staying there. What right do you have demanding evidence? Royal police. Royal indeed. But don't fool yourself, they serve the crown, not Hong Kong citizens. How naive. Wang Yaodang scoffed. Do you know what Old Lian does? He targets Chinese exclusively. Aside from using Chief Superintendent Godbeer to establish authority early on, has he ever arrested a Brit? Never. Is it because Britons are all saints? Nonsense. It's because the Chinese contingent within the force has grown too powerful, too independent of British control. His mission is to rein in Chinese superintendents. So Lian arrests only Chinese. Then, shall we let today's insult slide? Ajia gritted his teeth. Absolutely not. Wang Yaodang narrowed his eyes. This moment must be seared into memory, forever. Arson solves nothing. To endure no such shame again, you must wield wealth and power. You must drive the British devils entirely from our land. Silence fell inside the car, each man lost in his own thoughts. Wei Tao clenched his jaw, mind churning. Who do the Royal Hong Kong Police truly serve? Does Old Lian really arrest only Chinese? Then what am I? Why has no newspaper ever mentioned the Peninsula's ban on third-class ID holders? Isn't equality and freedom preached daily? Turn around, cross the harbor, and book rooms opposite the police headquarters. Wang Yaodang steadied himself and spoke firmly. Once registered without incident, he lay back on the bed and dialed Sang Yunkai. Find out who owns the Peninsula Hotel. No need to investigate. It's the Kadori family. Kadori. Wang Yaodong's brow furrowed. His English wasn't strong, but the name sounded unfamiliar. That's not a British surname, is it? They're British Iraqi Jews. Wang Yaodong's eyes widened. He understood instantly. Ethnic alignment confirmed. Monsters. Even today, mainlanders praise the Kadoris and the Peninsula, cheering for the Peninsula Hotel. They opened their doors to refugees during crises, saving 20,000 lives. They sheltered Iraqi Jewish refugees fleeing to Hong Kong, not Chinese citizens. Chinese weren't even allowed near the premises. Kadori, this isn't over. Wait, let me show you the Wang Yaodang way. He snatched his diary and underlined the name fiercely. Zhang Ziqiang Watcher Sr. set the example. Elsewhere, Ho Shengyi's connections ran deep. Tigu Dong made a series of calls, including one to Mo Shurgio, to spread word that Golden Tooth Cheng's death had nothing to do with Wang Yaodang or Ho Shengyi. Someone had staged the killing to ignite conflict between the two societies. Simultaneously, a substantial bounty was announced across the Jianghu HK5000 for identifying the shooter, HK5000 for conclusive evidence exposing the mastermind. These moves shifted public perception. No longer was the narrative dominated by rumors that the little god of wealth killed Golden Tooth Cheng over a garment business dispute. Tong Xian he maintained outward hostility, vowing revenge against Wang Yaodang. But with him lodged directly opposite the police headquarters, they could only glare impotently. 3 days passed. The day of Golden Tooth Cheng's funeral arrived. Ah Yao, get ready. Come with me to pay respects, Ti Gudong called. A flash memory struck Wang Yaodang. East Star vs. Hung Hing's legendary showdown at Camel's funeral. Uncle is uncle, ruthless precise. Perfect timing. I'll mobilize my forces now. We'll obliterate Tong Xian he today. What delusion are you spouting? Ti Gudong snapped. It's a funeral, we're paying respects. You fool, always thinking of violence. Huh. The street had been effectively sealed off. Outside 6 PTU riot vans thundered, and more than 20 uniformed officers stood arrayed along the curbs. Huang Bingyao, dressed in a suit and flanked by agents from OG, stood closest to the morning hall, watching intently. He had received word that He Xingyi would attend the send-off and feared a clash between the factions. A large black and white portrait of Jin Yaqing dominated the Qi household's morning hall. A long row of funeral banners bore solemn inscriptions. May his noble spirit endure forever. Esteemed and venerable. Great virtue and admiration. We revere his lofty conduct. Mr. Qi Lianqing, eternal repose. Respectfully mourned by members of Liangong Lo. Mr. Qi Lianqing, eternal repose. respectfully mourned by members of Lien Feiying. Mr. Qi Lianqing, eternal repose, respectfully mourned by colleagues of Tong Latang. Mr. Qi Lianqing, eternal repose, respectfully mourned by colleagues of Quanigua. Mr. Qi Lianqing, eternal repose, respectfully mourned by colleagues of Dongfua. Before the mourning hall, a long line of wreath banners was arranged. On the left stood offerings from the 4 great societies, on the right were those sent by other groups. Tigadong stepped down with Wang Yaodang and a few uncles. Behind them marched 10 young men in black suits bearing a wreath that read Mr. Qi Lianqing, eternal repose, respectfully mourned by members of He Xingyi. Everyone be ready. If a conflict breaks out, move in at once. Huang Bingyao shouted into his radio. He Xingyi has arrived. At that shout, every eye in the mourning hall turned toward the door. Let the show begin. This will be quite the spectacle. Do you think it was Kai Xinyao? 100% someone replied. They had business disputes. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? Who even knows where Jin Yaqing went? If an old enemy did this, they'd have avenged it ages ago. There aren't that many coincidences. Not necessarily, another voice cautioned. Tigadong even posted a reward. It's just a performance. For a while, every speculation had its speaker. Those who had knelt in mourning robes, Xiezi Wen Zizai de Tong Tong, Go de Xingshan Baoji Dada Sheng, and others, suddenly rose and strode straight for the door. Tigadong Kaishan, Yao, you still dare show yourselves? Xiezi Wen roared. The murderer, kill him. Avenge the boss. Do you understand the rules of the Jianghu? Wang Yaodang sneered. We of He Xingyi attending the funeral are paying respect to Tong Xinhe and the boss Jin Yaqing. Do you think you're the center of attention? Fuck your mother. Xiezi Wen's face darkened. This is the boss's funeral. What are you trying to imply with such foul language? What is your status? Tigadong coldly glanced at Xiezi Wen. You're not yet ascended to boss. Tong Xinhe hasn't even put you in charge. Taizi Rong. Tigadong looked toward the rear. What are the 4 great planning to hoist some loser into power? Pressed by the remark, Taizi Rong had to step forward. Who becomes boss is an internal matter of Tong Xinhe. The rest of our societies won't interfere. But for a murderer, no one among the 4 great will let him go. The crowd parted as a tall man with a slick-back pompadour strode forward. Have you found the killer yet? Tigadong sneered. Isn't the killer right here? Taizi Rong turned his gaze to Wang Yaodang. Wang Yaodang moved to answer, but Tigadong raised a hand to halt him. Produce your evidence. If you insist on framing us, our he-headed societies will fight you all the way to the Zhaishu title. Let's see if you Taizi Rong dare to accept that. Taizi Rong's eyes flashed. He had not expected Tigadong to be so bold as to say that before the dozens of societies across the port. Enough. This is Jin Yaqing's funeral. Show some respect for the dead, okay? Old Dongju sensed the moment and immediately stepped forward to speak in a loud voice. The Ying Lianxi's strength and his wide friendships gave him the standing to do so. Taizi Rong frowned and glanced at old Dongju. As one of the 12 Chuanxiong friends, he could not entirely deny such a figure face. Jin Yaqing's death saddens us all, old Dongju declared. Not only Tong Xinhe and the 4 great will not spare the killer, an attack on a society's head cannot go unpunished. This fiend must die. Every society across the port will hunt him down. The crowd opened a path as old Dongju walked on, speaking as he went. All the same, this matter must be handled with care. Find concrete evidence and execute vengeance with righteousness. His words elevated Jin Yaqing's death to another plane. None could easily contradict him. Wang Yaodang looked on and nodded slightly. Tigadong took up the threat. Avenge Jin Yaqing with more than words. He Xingyi will offer a real reward of 500,000. I wonder how much the 4 great will put up. Taizi Rong sneered. The 4 great will put up 1 million. Tigadong immediately proclaimed loudly, very well. Heard the pledge from the 4 great. Such blunt provocation needed no subtlety to land. Taizi Rong's expression stiffened. The other societies of the 4 great furrowed brows, ready to retort, yet unable to find the words. The 4 great had always been loose allies under Lian Gongli's leadership. That did not mean Taizi Rong could dictate the others. I mean that Lian Gonglu will put up 1 million representing the 4 greats' reward. Taizi Rong hastened to cover his words. And I propose whoever avenges Jin Yaqing shall gain the right to select the next boss of Tong Xinhe. Tigadong chuckled under his breath. I agree. Xiezi Wen was the first to respond. Agreed. The other base-level societies followed suit. By usual custom, elders of a society voted to choose a leader. Now, with a chance to wrest power from those old bones, the rank and file were eager. Fair competition. With the atmosphere set, the elders of Tong Xinhe had little ground to oppose. Very well. If all are agreed, the funeral continues. Today, in any case, Jin Yaqing must be laid to rest with honor. Old Dongju announced it loudly. Taizi Rong and Xiezi Wen glanced at Tigadong, snorted coldly, and returned to their places. He Xingyi's contingent reformed. Tigadong stood at the front, took the basket with both hands, bowed deeply in salute, returned the basket, and made the ritual gesture of devotion with both hands clasped at his sides. He then squared his chest, hands on hips, stepped his left leg back, formed a bowed stance on the right, performed the Phoenix 3 nods, repeating the motion 4 times. straightened hands on hips again, and offered 3 formal bows. This was Hongmin etiquette the Phoenix, 3 nods life, 3 death 4. Tong Xinha's people bowed in return, the ceremony concluded and they took their seats. Throughout Wang Yaodang followed the motions. He felt he had no right to speak among these elder figures. Neither of the twin red sticks would suffice. Still, silence did not mean he escaped attention. As the suspected killer and the most talked about young figure in the Jianghu, the twin red stick man drew careful scrutiny, how everyone wondered what skill this young man possessed to stir such a storm. When the funeral rites finished and the meal was skipped, Tigadong and his party boarded their vehicles and departed under police watch. On the way back, Tigadong called Wang Yaodang over into the car. "Tsk Tisk Dong, you've really trained a successor," Fourth Master laughed. "Who can blame you? Youngsters in the societies haven't shown promise for years. This is a rare outstanding youth. They still have to survive this storm," Uncle Nyo said quietly. "You think it's this kid? Well, on paper he fits best." "I can't tell," someone said. In the car, Tigadong suddenly asked, "Do you see anything now?" "Huh?" Wang Yaodang blinked. "What?" "I keep you at my side. Don't tell me you thought that was to protect me," Tigadong said without good humor. Wang Yaodang offered a polite, slightly embarrassed smile. "Old Dongju and Taizi Rong have friction," Tigadong continued. "Huh?" Wang Yaodang frowned. "Don't tell me you think old Dongju's backing you to fight your battles." Tigadong shot Wang Yaodang a sidelong look. "No. If you thought he was simply displaying your status, you're mistaken," Wang Yaodang hurried to explain. "Isn't he standing up for me? He even gave me that look." Tigadong snorted. Wang Yaodang's face flushed. "Old Dongju wants Dongli and Shi to show strength and secure support from the Dongguan faction. He's not a simple man. Yet Taizi Rong inherits a family business and stands on the same knife edge. Among the 12 Chuanxiong friends, who speaks loudest? Taizi Rong isn't simply propping up old Dongju." Wang Yaodang suddenly understood matters between these Jianghu elders were beyond a mere foot soldier's ken. In the original life, he had naively thought the 12 Chuanxiong friends were all men of simple honor. Tigadong narrowed his eyes. Taizi Rong acted too eager. I thought he sought to assert authority, but when probed, he shrank back. Clearly he cannot control the other societies, yet he clings to the Tong Xina matter. So old Dongju's line about the Four Greats bounty was a trap. Wang Yaodang clicked his tongue. These old foxes who had clawed their way up from the lowest gutters were indeed shrewd. "Hearing you say that, I recall a line," Wang Yaodang said with a smile. "What line?" "Yuan Shao. Blustering in posture, but faint of heart, bold in promise, yet lacking resolve, a cautious with great deeds, reckless for petty gains. No hero is he." Tigadong burst into laughter. After a long laugh, Tigadong quieted. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Yaodang's pager vibrated. He picked it up and raised an eyebrow. "Old Dongju's calling. What does he want with you? Just return his call and see." The car pulled to the curb. Wang Yaodang found a phone and dialed. Old Dongju invited him for tea. Tigadong cursed and muttered about old Dongju's persistent meddling and teasing of the young, but in the end, he let Wang Yaodang go alone. Wang Yaodang got out, called his people, and minutes later they arrived at the tea house. Aji stepped off first to survey the area before allowing Wang Yaodang to descend. "Shuang Honggun, so cautious, aren't you afraid of ridicule among the Jianghu?" Old Dongju upstairs teased, having watched the whole scene. "Hell, while I live, who dares mock me without risk? If I die, then let them laugh," Wang Yaodang replied as he sat down. "No wonder you prosper, clear-headed. Those who spend their lives dreaming only of fighting never get ahead." Old Dongju chuckled as he poured tea and gestured. Wang Yaodang accepted the cup and drained it in one gulp. "Thanks," he said. After some idle talk about Jianghu affairs, old Dongju, seeing Wang Yaodang unhurried, spoke bluntly. "Jin Yaqing's death was indeed because of you." Wang Yaodang startled. "Oh, Brother Mo, I am also a red pole of the Donglian Alliance. You must not slander me unjustly." Wang Yaodang furrowed his brow. "I heard a rumor recently, but at first I paid it no mind." Old Dong poured 2 fresh cups of tea and spoke in a low, somber voice. "Golden Tooth Chung is aging. He has reached retirement age, yet he resists stepping down so soon. Someone is eager to ascend. Yes and no. This matter is rather complicated." Old Dong cleared his throat softly. "The Dragon Head seat is perilous. It has grown slightly more stable these past 2 years, but in earlier times the Triads struggled for survival, anti-gang crackdowns, anti-drug campaigns. The Dragon Head earned little while courting constant danger. As I told you before, every Triad seeks new revenue streams. Those groups stripped of their titles were discarded, not by fate, but for failing to evolve with the times. Golden Tooth Chung recently proposed reforming our organization into a corporate entity, gradually phasing out the white powder trade and shifting toward gray market and legitimate enterprises. If he succeeds, he becomes chairman of the corporation, and as long as he lives, no one can dislodge him from that position. What does their internal strife have to do with me?" Wang Yaodang frowned in confusion. "After you took over Shark Kuan's territories, you banned white powder outright. Am I correct?" Wang Yaodang nodded. "Selling that stuff yields less profit than my clothing business, and carries far greater risk. Naturally, I abandoned it." "Golden Tooth Chung intends to emulate you." "What?" Old Dong chuckled. In his own words, if he cannot pioneer innovation himself, surely he can learn from others. He believes you will never limit yourself to novelty apparel. You'll inevitably expand into other ventures. You blaze the trail, he follows in your footsteps, while simultaneously shedding the most hazardous white powder operations and transforming the Triad into a formal corporation. This? Wang Yaodang shook his head half amused, half exasperated. Should I thank Golden Tooth Chung for holding me in such high regard? So, are you indeed planning further ventures? Old Dong fixed Wang Yaodang with an unblinking gaze. Wang Yaodang pressed his lips together. Actually, I am. That old fox Golden Tooth Chung certainly has sharp eyes. Old Dong laughed, then scolded lightly, his tone now warmer than ever. Yaodong, you're a red pole of the Donglian Alliance too. When opportunity knocks, don't confine your partnerships solely to Hshenjiai. More friends mean more paths, and never is that truer. Hungyong Garment Factory enjoyed steady revenue from its Hongdo apparel line and leveraged Triad connections to secure additional garment subcontracting work, making business exceptionally prosperous. Old Dong had already tasted success. He refrained from calling him bone-stripping Dong, solely to curry favor with Wang Yaodang. Let's discuss Golden Tooth Chung first, Brother Imo, Wang Yaodang said, exasperated. It's simple. Golden Tooth Chung seeks to restructure the Triad, but those entrenched in the white powder trade resist fiercely. Others oppose his consolidation of power, fearing he'll entrench himself permanently, leaving him isolated, betrayed by both kin and comrades. Wang Yaodang pursed his lips thoughtfully. Reform. Our history shows few reformers survive intact. Does this also involve Prince Rong? Do you know where the four greats source their goods? Aye. All through Lian Gong Li's channels. Old Dong nodded. Otherwise, what authority would he wield over the four greats? Who exactly is pulling the strings? Hey, do you take me for a deity? Knowing this much is already impressive. I've pointed you in the right direction. Surely that's enough. Haha. Thank you, Brother Imo. Please keep watch on this matter. Rest assured I may lack many things, but never business ideas. Profits. That part is effortless. Wang Yaodang tapped his temple lightly. Old Dong snorted. All talk, though even a sliver of truth makes it worthwhile. Besides, this gives us a chance to strike Prince Rong a blow. A triple victory. Though I hold no proof, I'm certain Scorpion one masterminds the conspiracy between Tongson and the white powder trade. Scorpion, the five venoms indeed. Leaving the tea house, Wang Yaodang returned directly to his office and summoned Jie and Ji to brief them on the situation. This crisis is grave. We must act decisively. Wang Yaodang spoke gravely. Didn't Uncle say we should remain passive? Wei whispered timidly. Nonsense. Wang Yaodang snorted. Tongson struck first, so moral legitimacy rests with us. Any countermeasure is justified. But danger. He pointed deliberately at his brothers. Uncle assumes Tongson cannot touch me, but what of you three? With matters this volatile, you could be ambushed the moment you step outside. Perspective shifts with position. Bone-stripping Dong intended to deploy Ji and Wei as bait, to isolate Tongson from the four greats. In unknown combat, the ascendant Hshenjiai would likely prevail. Yet Wang Yaodang refused to consent. The brothers exchanged glances, understanding instantly that Wang Yaodang sought to drag the entire Triad into the fray, prioritizing their safety above all else. Your concern is deeply appreciated. Jie breathed deeply. Then let's begin by sweeping Tongson's Kowloon Bay territories. Get back here. Wang Yaodang barked. Jie froze mid-step. Being a Triad enforcer demands no intellect. Yet such men remain enforcers for life. Fighting is permissible, but only when justified beyond reproach. Wei dispatch agents to spread this rumor. Golden Tooth Chung plans to phase out white powder operations entirely in favor of legitimate enterprise. Success would cement his unprecedented authority as Dragon Head forever. Yet Scorpion 1 and his faction oppose abandoning the white powder trade, and thus conspired to assassinate Golden Tooth Chung and frame Hshenjiai, seizing the Dragon Head title for themselves. Is it truly him? Wei blinked in surprise. How would I know? Wang Yaodang scoffed. But selling white powder and murdering the Dragon Head to seize power, that sounds authentically Triad. As for competing over apparel contracts, outsiders might mistake this for a garment industry trade war. Ridiculous. Jie scratched his head. Brother Yaodang, if you put it that way, it does sound like Scorpion 1. Ha 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 ha. Tongson Mountain Gate. The Dragon Head's funeral is over. The Triad cannot remain leaderless indefinitely. What say you all? Kuei Shu, a senior elder and second-rank marshal of the Triad, swept his gaze across the assembly of senior members, finally settling upon Scorpion 1. Was it not agreed whoever avenges the Dragon Head shall inherit his title? Zhu Zai spoke up. Since when does Prince Rong dictate Tongson's affairs? A senior elder sneered coldly. Bao Ji added sarcastically, Chen Shu, you're suddenly so eager to become Dragon Head, yet silent when vengeance is called for. Bao Ji, what did you say? What? Am I forbidden from speaking plain truth? Enough. Stop squabbling. Kuei Shu slammed his palms hard upon the table twice. Only then did the two men sit. Avenging the Dragon Head is non-negotiable. Yet the culprit remains unknown, and the dragon head seat cannot stay vacant forever. We must establish clear procedures. Kai Xinyao is the murderer. Scorpion One finally spoke. That bounty, merely a stalling tactic, a smokescreen to sow chaos. Do you truly believe it? He is the killer. Even a $10 million reward won't uncover him. Shall we simply abandon justice? Do you possess evidence? Kuei-shu demanded sternly. Evidence? Since when did Brother Kuei turn detective? Remember, we are a triad, not the police. And if you're mistaken, Kuei-shu sneered. I only know he bears the greatest suspicion. Scorpion One rose, bracing both hands upon the table. The dragon head was slain. The Tongsin has mocked across the underworld. To delay vengeance is to invite ridicule. Perhaps dissolving Tongsin altogether would be preferable. Scorpion One raised his arms, dramatically impassioned. Eliminate Kai Xinyao. Avenge the dragon head. Restore Tongsin's prestige. End the succession dispute. A single stroke, 3 triumphs. What objection remains? Silence fell. All eyes shifted uneasily. No one dared object nor propose a superior alternative. Moreover, surely each of you knows precisely how lucrative Kai Shinyao's ventures truly are. Rumors sweep the underworld. Only those with unshakable destiny dare enter the novelty apparel trade. Anyone who touches it dies. Then let us send him to his grave. My statement concludes. Who supports? Who opposes? Scorpion One raised his hand. Eyes darted left and right. Then Zhu Zai smiled and lifted his hand first. I support Brother One. Let Kai Shinyao's blood restore Tongsin's honor. I support it too, but how shall profits be divided? Detong raised his hand next. Must we rush? Heshinjiai is no easy foe. Tong Go asked grimly. Kai Shunyao hides perpetually across from the police headquarters. How do we reach him? Hiding. Only because some hesitate, unwilling to serve the triad. Tongsin commands over 1,000 soldiers. Sweep his Kowloon East stronghold, and see how long he remains hidden. Scorpion One cast a sidelong glance at Kuei-shu and the others. I contribute 100 men, Zhu Zai declared with a smile. 150 Detong followed. Tong Go raised his hand. No issue. I commit 100 men. Hands rose across the chamber. Not all present held claim to the dragon head title. Most senior members cared little for avenging Golden Tooth Chung, but coveted Wang Yaodong's apparel empire, deeply fervently. Seeing momentum shift irrevocably toward Scorpion when Kuei-shu and his allies exchanged resigned glances, then acquiesced. How goes it? Puffed up arrogance. Brother Yaodong, have you heard Tongsin plans a massive show of force? Word has reached me. My superior has assigned surveillance teams. They intend to eradicate you entirely. Humph, like a toad that doesn't bite, yet still chokes the air. Once the storm passes, I'll remove him. Just ensure you understand the stakes. Avoid unnecessary risks. No worries. How's your end faring? As expected, low-level operatives yield nothing. At minimum, we need someone of your stature, a senior member of a major triad. Senior member. Perhaps we can dig deeper into Tongsin's inner circle. Understood. My thanks in advance, Brother Yaodong. Tongsin's plan for a 1,000-man display, drawing not only 49s and blue lanterns, but also half the city's street thugs, could not remain secret. Nor did Scorpion One intend concealment. He meant to force Wang Yaodong into the open. Seong Quan, O Branch Redpole, Denyo White Paper Fan, De Yen Hua Grass, Shu Dog Zixing. Suan Wan Branch Redpole Fist King Hai White Paper Fan, Dao Yu Rong Grass, Shu Mouse Hui. Sha Tin Branch Redpole, Shou Gulong White Paper Fan, Zhu Zai Ming Grass, Shu De Ko One. Brother Nyo, I'm Wang Yaodong. Tongsin plans to raid my territories. Will you stand with me? Damn it, they think there's something. Touch my brother, and you touch Denyo. How many men do you need? Brother Nyo's magnanimity honors me. I'll cover all operational expenses. Send as many as you can muster. Ha ha ha. No wonder they call you Little Fortune God. Wealth flows like floodwaters. Seong Quan O Branch pledges 300 men. Brother Hai, I'm Wang Yaodong. Fist King Hai, Suan Wan Branch pledges 400 men. Shou Gulong, Sha Tin Branch pledges 300 men. Fei Bo Sim Sha Sui Branch pledges 300 men. Ding Shu Quickblade Jia, headquarters deploys 100 elite troops. 1,000-man display. Who pray tell are they trying to intimidate? Just after 5 in the afternoon, Tongshin's foot soldiers from various Tonko, some by subway, some by minibuses, gathered in small clusters and made their way toward the Jianshazui Tonko. Any movement from Ishinji's side? Shiezi when asked over the phone to the men he had sent out. No movement. No movement. Yes, boss. Most of Shao Keishan's venues aren't open. The ones that are manned by their usual guards. No outsiders in sight. Keep watching. After hanging up, Shiezi when scratched his head. This wasn't right. If they had truly been disgraced, those twin crimson rods would become a laughingstock. After a while, restless, he shrugged and decided never mind, well, strike and deal with it later. He had specially paid 3 formidable men. If Wang Yaodong dared show himself, they would cut him down. At 7 in the evening, as dusk settled, a long row of minibuses stopped near Hishinji's Tonko. Orders went out from the Tonko headquarters, and batches of henchmen boarded swiftly. Soon every minibus was full. With a stomp on the accelerator, the convoy sped into the night. "Here, take the money," called the last man, climbing aboard, hefting a bag. "Those Tong Shinha bastards take the subway and public transport to go cut people, trying to show off without money. Hospit. Look at our He Xingi Yao Gu specially arranged these minibuses for everyone. Impressive, isn't it?" Those who came with cash and weapons were all men personally arranged by Wang Yaodang. Once this was announced, the mood inside the vehicles surged. "There are cola bottles, Yao Gu arranged for everyone. Drink as you like. Don't throw the bottles away, oh, save them, and we'll use them to smash those Tong Shina bastards." Yao Gu is powerful. Xiao Kaishan sure knows how to flaunt his wealth. From Jiangjaneo Tonko, from Quanwan Tonko, from Shatian Tonko, even the Jianshazui Tonko, only a few hundred meters away, had minibuses arranged. 60 minibuses converged from all directions toward Jianfen Dao. The police had been monitoring Tong Shin's movements. As the mass of henchmen began to gather, the Yao Mati police station immediately started dispatching uniformed officers toward Jianshazui. 1,000 men showing off. You couldn't reasonably expect a handful of OG investigators to stop that. Wang Yaotang's words from a few days earlier still echoed in the ears of the uniformed officers. There's no glory for making a name, but when messes happen, they rush to the front. There was a small consolation. Whatever happened, the uniformed officers would neither win praise nor be entirely blamed. Huang Bingyao was frantic, calling Xiezi Wan and Wang Yaodang repeatedly, but neither answered. The police had few good options. If possible, they would have liked to arrest Xiezi Wan and Wang Yaodang outright. Without leaders, the show of force would never take place. But decades of cat and mouse between cops and gangs had taught both sides their lessons. Before every major incident, the clan bosses hid away. The police could only fret and wait. By 7:30, more than 1,000 of Tong Shin's men were in place. Xiezi Wen Zhu Zai Fei de Tong Tong Go de Xingtian Bao Ji de Tu Sheng and others descended the stairs one after another. The island streets were narrow. The 1,000-odd men packed the whole road until it was impassable, and the line stretched far back. Standing on tiptoes, seeing an endless sea of his followers, Xiezi Wen trembled with excitement. The last time Tong Shinha staged such a grand show was 7 years ago, when he was only a low-ranking member, lost in the crowd and unnoticed. He had watched with envy as the big bosses at the front, Jin Yacheng, Kue Shu, and the others, handed out money and stirred the mood. Even then, he vowed that one day he would be as imposing. Now that wish had become reality. Thrilled and stirred in that moment, Xiezi Wen felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. With a single command, he could rally 1,000 men to display their might. "I, Xiezi Wen, am omnipotent. The Jianghu will surely have a place for me, Xiezi Wen. Move. Sweep away He Shenji's scum." The excitement was not limited to Xiezi Wen alone. Zhu Zai Fei de Tong Tong Go de Xingtian Bao Ji de Tu Sheng and the rest were equally aroused. The old guard should be retiring. It was their turn now. The clan bosses were elated, and the underlings felt the same. Participating in a 1,000-man show was capital. After tonight, they would be the brightest among their peers. For a while, the crowd howled and clamored as over 1,000 dark figures pressed toward He Shenji's Jiantong Tonko. "Boss Tong Shin's men are out in the street. What do we do? Stop them. Stop them. With what?" Huang Bingyao snapped angrily. "Do not be fooled by the royal police's near 200 strength. Many are civilian staff. In the 4 major districts, Yao Mati actually had fewer than 2,000 officers who could be mobilized. Among them were traffic, fire, marine, criminal, commercial crime units, and others. Why should those departments be tied up with this mess? The only forces readily deployable were the uniformed officers and the PTU. In reality, Huang Bingyao could muster only around 200 officers at that moment. Streets branched in every direction. The thugs could disperse and regroup at will. How many men were needed to cordon off every lane? Of course, if the police leadership truly cared, they could call up thousands. The problem was that the colonial government had long been soft on illegal assemblies and violent marches. To some degree, they even tolerated underworld violence and imposed legal restraints on the police, tying the hands of officers when dealing with such matters. After all, the more the Chinese below fought among themselves, the safer the British rulers felt. Such techniques had been honed over centuries of colonial rule. As for the Chinese officers in the royal police, someone had to bear the weight. That someone was the royal police. Fail to handle it, and you could be removed to appease public opinion. Then life would go on as before. But He Shenji's men haven't shown up yet. If these crowds disperse into looting and smashing, what then? What's the situation on He Shenji's side? Huang Bingyao asked his subordinates with a stern face. "There's been no sign," one replied in a low voice. "Really? Are you sure?" "Sure. Damn it then. When they should be here, they're not." Huang Bingyao fumed, kicking over a nearby trash bin. He was even more anxious than Wang Yaodong. If the men didn't assemble, who knew what would happen? A clash between clans was preferable to civilian casualties. If looting and smashing erupted, his uniform might be stripped from him on the spot. Keep a close watch. Arrest people. How do you arrest them? Even if there were 1,000 of them, you couldn't just seize them all. Huang Bingyao paced, anxiously asking for updates every minute. Every time the answer was the same: nothing. Where are the other Tonko people? On the 15th floor of Gu Da Sha on Jianafan, Dao the Lien Saiwu Company served as Wang Yaetang's command center for the operation. From the window, he could see the PTU fleet below. They're all waiting for orders near Jinbali Dao and Jialianwei Lao Dao. Our men. They're standing by near Hangkao Dao. Wang Yaodang peered downward through a telescope. Huang Bingyao paced on the pavement below, hands on hips. Looks like our friend Huang sir is getting anxious, Wang muttered. Ajia and the others leaned from the window and laughed aloud. Huang Bingyao paused mid-step. Had he just heard laughter? He looked left and right. It couldn't be strangers, the streets were empty, because both sides were preparing for the show. What is he looking at? Maybe he's looking for us. Away joked. The men laughed. All right, get everyone over here. Prepare the welcoming ceremony. Okay. Ajia dashed out and grabbed a phone to make a call. A few minutes later. Boss, suddenly a lot of vehicles. I see them. Huang Bingyao frowned and looked down to find dozens of minibuses nearly filling the entire street. Doors flung open and people poured out, surging rapidly toward this end of the road. Damn. One of his men swore. No wonder they couldn't be found. Christ, money solves everything. They hired so many minibuses. How much must that have cost? Huang Bingyao cursed Wang Yaetang's wealth inwardly, but he also breathed a long sigh of relief. All the actors had arrived. Now the plan could not fail. Stop gawking and summon more men. We can't let the two groups make contact. Huang Bingyao roared. He Shinji's large force gathered, and a messenger from Shiezi Wen leapt on a motorcycle to report back at once. Upon receiving the news, Shiezi Wen spat curses. Damn him. That bastard. What's this double red rod nonsense? I say call it the double horse stick. The others wore equally dark expressions. One could hardly blame their anger. A typical show of force involved both sides assembling, then heading toward each other. Meeting on the narrow interwoven streets of the island was common when crowds spilled across 2 or 3 parallel lanes. That made police deployment difficult. By the time officers arrived, both sides had usually already engaged. Now that Wang Yaetang's mass had suddenly appeared, if Tong Xinhe dared to split forces to sweep venues, they would immediately be eaten alive by the superior numbers. Most important, the police had their eyes fixed on Tong Xinhe from the start, so those men remained concentrated, making it hard for a true clash to break out. If this grand show petered out, it would ruin his chance to rise to the top with authority. The two crowds closed and swiftly separated by only 200 meters. Even then, one could hear the others shouting. In the middle stood Huang Bingyao, sweat cold on his face. Time was running out. He had summoned just over 200 officers, but only about 140 had assembled. Surrounded by more than 2,000 men, he felt like a girl backed into a corner, trembling. The thin line of defense could be broken at any moment. Huang Bingyao was tense. The uniformed officers were even more fearful, yet at their superior's order, they held riot shields and blocked the street. Fall back. Fall back. Do not advance. Lei Zhuan stood separating the crowds close to Shinji's side, his eyes scanning the forefront of the mob. But despite several glances, he could not find Wang Yaetang's figure and began to curse under his breath. This big event, and he won't show up. What the hell, shouted Saishin, that damned double red rod, cowardly turtle bastard. He had planned that if a fight broke out, he might have justification to fire in revenge. Now the target had not appeared. He Xingzi, hand over the culprit. Hand over the culprit. Flatten, He Xingyi. Flatten, He Xingyi. Shiezi Wen bellowed, whipping the crowd into a frenzy. In any case, tonight they would fight, and they would make a show of force. No one could bar his path to power. Not even the police, he declared. Hand over your mother, so you can all go together and bear me a sister. Curse your ancestors' ashes. You Tong Xinhe fools. Huang Bingyao watched tempers flare and, trembling, raised his gun to the sky and pulled the trigger. Bang. 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 The gunshots forced a momentary calm. Go home and sleep. Tonight nothing is to happen. No one is allowed to take another step forward. Where is your boss, Xiao Kaishan? Wang Yaodong, you come out. Huang Bingyao roared. Huang sir, stop shouting. Shaze almost pressed himself flat against the shield and grinned, pointing up at the sky. My big brother is up there. Huang Bingyao was stunned. He looked up to see a light source blinking rhythmically above them. Ajia and Wei had hauled 2 speakers to the window. Wang Yaodong took the microphone and shouted loudly, Lei Ho Huang sir, thanks for working the night shift. Come up and join us for hot pot. All of Huang Bingyio's myriad complaints condensed into one plain, unadorned thought: damn you. More than 2,000 men were pressed on a single street, a massive clash ready to erupt. He had the police on edge. And yet the man himself had been watching from above like a spectator, a beast. Watching was one thing, to appear now and stoke the flames was another. Huang Bingyao could already imagine tomorrow's front-page headlines. Brother Yao invites you upstairs for hot pot, Inspector Huang. Sha Zhe grinned foolishly. Go suck your mother's teat. Huang Bingyao exploded in fury. Hey, what are you all doing gathering here in such numbers this late at night? Wang Yaodong shouted through the megaphone. Such a large assembly. Did you even apply for permission? Has the police approved it? This ruckus is disturbing the peace. Don't you realize that? You there, the one with the triangular eyes. Aren't you Tong Xin He Shiezi Wen? I've heard you're dissatisfied with the Dragon Head's decision to abandon the white powder trade and go legitimate, and that you've been scheming for his throne. So you arranged for him to be gunned down. Am I right? Amplified by the 500-watt speaker from the 15th floor, the voice carried clearly, not only along Canada Road but across several neighboring streets. White powder trade, assassination to seize leadership, pure old-school, triad drama. Every eye in the crowd locked onto Shiezi 1. His face paled, but rage flared instantly in his eyes. Bullshit, Wang Yaodang. You're the one who killed the dragon head. Yet his voice was drowned out utterly, powerless against Wang Yaodang's 500-watt speaker. Look at you, Shiezi 1. You're already losing your composure. Did I strike a nerve? Then you're finished. Truth like this can't stay buried. Dreaming of seizing the dragon head's throne. Utter delusion. To those loyal to Shiezi when time is running out. Seize your chance now, to defect, to break away, before he drags you down with him. Or else you'll all face the 3 cuts and 6 stabs to cleanse your sins. With the 500-watt speaker roaring behind him, Wang Yaodang's tongue rattled like a machine gun. So fast, so relentless. Not only did Shiezi 1 lose his mind, Huang Bingyao was on the verge of snapping too. If this kept escalating, violent confrontation would become inevitable, and his badge was about to vanish into thin air. Inspector Huang, isn't this an illegal violent triad assembly? As a law-abiding citizen, I simply can't stand by. If you won't act, I'm calling the police right now, to arrest every one of these scum. Shut up. Shut up. Huang Bingyao snarled, shoving through the crowd toward the building entrance. He had to silence Wang Yaodang's mouth no matter what. Kai Shinyao. 2 of Shiezi 1's most trusted lieutenants pointed upward and roared. Brother, there he is. Take him down. Yes. Shiezi 1 finally snapped back to awareness, and Wildy jabbed his finger toward the building's entrance. Whoever takes down Kai Shinyao gets 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Without hesitation, he charged the police cordon himself, spurring others into action. Where reward is great, courage is guaranteed. Police had focused their barricade on the central zone, leaving the flank dangerously exposed. Shazay, spotting the breach, immediately bellowed, "Smash the bastards of Tong Xine." He raised his arm, and a cola bottle flew through the air. That single shout ignited the fuse. A dozen men followed suit, hurling bottles toward the building entrance. Then dozens more. Glass cola bottles rained down like hail upon that narrow patch of ground. Shiezi 1 and his men, having just broken through the line, were instantly struck. Heads split open, blood gushing. In their panic, they shoved and trampled each other. Those who fell were instantly shredded by shards of glass scattered across the pavement, blood spurting from countless wounds. Their shrieks of agony pierced even the roar of the 500-watt speaker. Charge! Impossible! Shiezi 1 and his crew scrambled backward, clutching their heads like rats fleeing a fire. From Ho Shengyi's side, still more cola bottles arced directly into the heart of Tong Xine's ranks. Wang Yaodang had stocked over 3,000 bottles aboard the minibus, more than enough for Tong Xine to drink deeply tonight. The collateral damage extended beyond Tong Xine. Many bottles hurled from afar struck police officers instead. Though individually few, their sheer volume overwhelmed the tightly packed uniformed officers. Those in front, shield-bearing, fared better, but those in the middle were pummeled mercilessly, screaming in pain and humiliation. Even Lei Zhuan took several hits. His head split open once more, blood streaming down his face. Wang Yaodang clicked his tongue, lowered the microphone, and said, "Bring me the bugle. Let's lift our brother's spirits." Wang Yaodang stood at the window, accepting the bugle adorned with a red silk ribbon. Wind howled through the opening, rippling the ribbon like a banner of war. He snapped to attention, chin high. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do, da-da-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do-do, da-da-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do-do, da-da-do-do. The moment the bugle sounded, something primal surged through Ho Shengyi's men, as if a dormant force had awakened within their veins. Hearts hammered, blood burned. It was as though ancient genetic codes had unlocked, and without thought they charged forward. For the police, the effect was precisely opposite. The bugle's blare sent icy dread surging from their souls straight to their skulls. Limbs trembled uncontrollably. A voice screamed inside each mind, "The general assault has begun. Run! Charge! Charge!" Ho Shengyi's men smashed through the police line in a single devastating surge, swinging cleavers and steel pipes, wildly hacking and smashing without mercy. Lei Zhuan was swept off balance amid the chaos. Gritting his teeth, he drew his sidearm and fired 2 shots skyward. Bang! Bang! But those gunshots vanished instantly beneath the thunderous cry, "Ew! Da-doo-doo! Da-da-doo-doo!" Hearing the report, Shazay's mind went blank. He swung his shaped baton and struck Lei Zhuan squarely on the arm. Crack! F! Lei Zhuan screamed in agony. His pistol spun through the air and landed in the hands of one of Ho Shengyi's men. Startled, the man glanced left and right. Everyone was charging forward. Without pause, he stuffed the weapon into his pocket and rushed ahead, cleaver raised, howling. Already battered by the earlier artillery barrage, Ho Shengyi's forces, now galvanized by the bugle, doubled in ferocity. In one brutal exchange, they cut down Tong Xine's elite frontline fighters. From above, the scene was stark. Tong Xine's formation had been devoured, like a bite taken from a loaf of bread. Those in front routed, tried to retreat, while those behind, unaware, pressed forward. Their ranks collapsed into chaos, driven relentlessly backward by Ho Sheng Yi's advance. No one can defeat me under the anthem of the charge. Satisfied, Wang Yaodang set down the bugle. As he turned, his eyes glistened red. Damn wind, gets in your eyes. Poor Tong Xi and he, they're suffering terribly, and I couldn't be happier. Hot pot. Open the wine. Red wine with hot pot. Tonight we drink until dawn. Whoa, this bugle is electrifying. I'd jump down right now and start swinging. Jia clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly, his face flushed with exhilaration. Wei and Si Yanzai nodded in agreement. We've heard British military bugles at Shek Kong barracks. Weak, sloppy, utterly uninspiring. Exactly. Ours, that's the real thing. Just hearing it makes you want to charge forward and hack something apart. To avoid antagonizing both the capitalist West led by the United States and the Socialist People's Republic of China, whose sovereignty over Hong Kong was paramount, the British government deliberately cultivated Hong Kong as a neutral political and cultural space, a territory free from direct state control. Thus, the colonial administration not only tolerated multiple political forces, but actively permitted them to counterbalance one another, maintaining a delicate, finely calibrated equilibrium in Hong Kong's political landscape. From Surviving Between Two Worlds, a study of leftist Hong Kong cinema. Consequently, many Hong Kong citizens had watched wartime resistance films at leftist cinemas and heard the bugle call. Just then, a junior member's voice crackled over the wall-mounted speaker. Boss, the Inspector Huang Bingyao has arrived. Wang Yaodang lifted his chin slightly. Wei Tao stepped forward and pressed a button on the wall. With interest rates as high as 60%, the finance company prioritized security, installing dual-layer doors with internal electronic locking. The twin iron gates swung open. Huang Bingyao stormed in wildeed. Wang Yaodang, what the hell do you think you're doing? Inviting you for hot pot. Thousands heard me. Wang Yaodang gestured lazily with his hand. I'm arresting you now for organizing triad activities. You'll come with me for questioning. Huang Bingyao jabbed his finger toward Wang Yaotong's chest. Useless. Everyone within several blocks heard me declare them an illegal assembly. I've already called the police. And look below, they're already fighting. What good would arresting me do? Wang Yaodang swirled his red wine. So fixated on serving the British crown, you'll never rise. Life demands flexibility. Those words sent chills down Huang Bingyao's spine. He rushed to the window and looked down. His heart froze. The police line lay shattered. Tong Xi and his men were collapsing under relentless assault. If you descend now, the British will discard you, to appease media outrage. With that single sentence, Wang Yaodang rooted Huang Bingyao to the spot. Huang Bingyao slowly turned, his expression shattered. Brother Yao, Lord Yao, what do you want from me? I thought your loyalty to Her Majesty ran deeper. Wang Yaodang clicked his tongue softly. Huang Bingyao pressed his lips together, silent. Sit, Wang Yaodang said, pointing. That seat's reserved for you. Huang Bingyao walked over, drained the wine in one gulp, and dropped heavily into the chair. A 1,000-man street brawl like this should have been handled by Chief Superintendent Kalos of the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau, but instead you've been thrust forward as on-site commander. If order prevails, the credit goes to Kalos. If it collapses, you'll be sacrificed to quiet the press. Minimum penalty, formal disciplinary action. Wang Yaodang rubbed his eyes. Does that wound you? You've done nothing wrong. Nothing, except being the British Crown's dog. Brother Yao, you didn't keep me here just to mock me. Huang Bingyao ground his molars. I like being called Brother Yao, but I dislike your tone. Wang Yaodang lounged, legs crossed. Fine. Huang Bingyao inhaled deeply. His gaze flickered across Wei Tao's face, then stepped back several paces. Hands on hips, he took a deliberate step forward. Xiang Yang comes laughing, walking slowly to Zhong Yitang. Another step forward. Zhong Yitang. Zhong Yitang. Joy fills Zhong Yitang's courtyard. Astride. Since Pangu cleaved heaven and earth came the heavenly sovereign, earthly sovereign, and human sovereign. Another step. Niwa forged stones to mend the heavens, while the Yangtze River flows endlessly beneath the sky. Wang Yaodang didn't wait for Huang Bingyao to finish. Rising, he performed the ceremonial salute. Arms bent sharply at the elbows, hands clasped inward. Upon Tianlong Mountain burns the azure incense, at red wine shop we gather. Heroes of Liangshan who seek neither immortality nor paradise, yet stand guard ever faithful. He bowed forward, rose onto his toes, and placed his left hand over his right elbow. Huang Bingyao returned the salute. Longhua society shines bright, its halls filled with joy, its members all mighty dragons and tigers, each a top scholar. Today Fish Alley arrives, upholding justice, righteousness, unity, and harmony. He bowed, rose onto his toes, and rested his left hand upon his right wrist. This ritual exchange left Jia Wei and Si Yanzai utterly stunned. Wei Tao nearly popped his eyes from their sockets. Wait, hold on. Inspector Huang, just who are you? Don't scare me like this. I'll take it. Wang Yaodang wiped his face. No, old Huang, what's this about? I've been in the police force for 20 years. Huang Bingyao sighed. Chief Inspector Hua's era. With that one phrase, Wang Yaodang and the others understood there were no saints among the police back then. The British colonial government only wanted a society that was orderly and controllable. The labels of black or white were merely surface, it was the order those societies represented that the government craved. In those days, every policeman had his own faction and clique. Those who rose were often mid-level figures within major gangs. The higher-ups could not be involved. They either left the force or severed ties with the societies. That was the rule. There were many examples. Take Chun Huimin in 1962. At 16, she finished middle school and became a prison guard. At 17, she joined a Triads, served as the police's representative in boxing matches, won prizes, and rose quickly, and in 1968 she quit the force. Didn't expect it to be the Hong Ing brothers, sit. Wang Yaodang gestured to invite them. Tao, pour brother Huang a drink. Wang smiled. Hong Min brothers are paying respects at the hall. You've never seen that before, right? Wei Tao kept his head down and fumbled, pouring for Huang Bingyao. Huang sighed inwardly. Damn, how did things take such a sudden turn? How had he been provoked by Wang Yaodang into running up just like that? Now everything below was in utter chaos, with mud in his crotch. Whether filth or worse, it made no difference. If you keep this up, you'll be pushed forward to take the fall. If you don't want to be the scapegoat, you need something you can show. What is it? Huang Bingyao asked eagerly. Is the Tongson title enough? What? Huang sprang up in surprise. You want me to help you strip Tongson of its sign? Damn it, you've pinned such a huge hat on me. You don't think I'll just let this slide, do you? Huang snorted coldly. What a joke. Do you think my double red stick is a prop? If I don't make a show of force, who the hell will dare to step on me later? Impossible. Huang frowned and shook his head, putting aside whether Tai Zirong would stand by and watch Tongson fall. Tongson isn't some dying outfit. They have thousands of foot soldiers. How could they be toppled just like that? Old Huang, you've been a cop too long. You've forgotten how these societies operate. Don't view them with police logic. What benefit would Tai Zirong have in protecting Tongson? And you don't think I kicked up such a fuss merely to help Shiezi when flaunt his numbers, do you? I've prepared 3 million, he swore. Let's see if Tongson can withstand that. Huang's eyes nearly popped out. Others joined societies to make money. You seem to be joining to burn money instead. How could one fight Tongson like that? Spending 3 million to show off their numbers was one thing, but to tear down Tongson's name and sign. He scanned the room, hesitated, looked again. Where's that a G of yours? You guess. Wang grinned. Wang grinned broadly. Quan Wen, the Shan men. Fourth brother Uncle Lin, Uncle Nyo, and Uncle Ding, a few society elders, sat with Tigidong drinking tea. Brother Dong, are you really confident in Yao? Over 1,000 people. Can he command them? Sha Lin asked, worried. Yao promised me, no problem. Tigidong chuckled and drained his tea. You believe him so easily. Even a man's own son would be envious. Uncle Ding laughed. Well then, Yao told me one thing. I'll pass it on to you. Say it, don't keep us in suspense. He recited red envelopes with weight pursuit, with speed baton swings, with force kicks, with precision punches, with angle strikes to kill with heat. Every stick with attitude, every action with style, every thought with depth. 1 stick to the leg leaves no escape, 2 to the mouth leave no plea, 3 sticks, and you meet the great ancestor. Endures 6 sticks and utter but 1 cry. Not because he's tough, but because 6 strikes in a second, yet 1 second of 6 strikes is not the disciple's limit for any faster, and the elder cannot perceive my resolve. Loyalty. The uncles spat out their tea in a burst of laughter. Tigidong sprang up with a speed unbefitting his age to dodge aside, waving his hand with a smile. Everything was under control. He had laughed the first time Wang had said it as well. Where on earth did he learn this? Uncle Nyo finally recovered, laughing and exasperated. You don't know? For months ago, the Guangzhou incident. Quan Do Wan's coup paid the frontline soldiers 7 years' wages at once. The soldiers charged like they'd been injected with blood. Last month, he was elected the 11th president. I'll go. Several of the uncles cried in surprise. Do today's street toughs need to care about international politics now? We're getting old, we're getting old. How much did he give? Fourth asked curiously. When they got on the vehicle, each man was paid 500. He promised that when they fought, they should charge hard, and for every man defeated, another 1,000 would be paid. Damn. The old men jumped up, eyes nearly popping. That's over 1,200 people. He's gone mad. How much money is that? That punk prepared 3 million for this operation. He wants to crush Tongson in one blow and let all of Hong Kong and Kowloon see whether his double red stick truly has the power. Tigidong took a deep breath. Damn, when he said that, it made my old bones boil with blood. The 4 uncles were panting too. So much money, truly lavish. In that moment, the 4 no longer doubted they could win. With that much money thrown into the fray, it was merely a question of how much they would gain. But where did he get so much money? Sha Lin's face twisted. Does an adult lingerie business make that kind of money? At the mention, Tigidong's lips twitched. That punk said the wool comes from the sheep. Invite a few of Tongson's low-level men to the Bingku Grand Hotel and use iron fists to physically persuade them. He believes these foot soldiers will bow before the truth. 3 million. Enough to buy the lives of Tongson's foot soldiers many times over. Extravagant, utterly extravagant. Tigidong smiled and turned his teacup. If we win, Tongson will be crushed and Heshinjiai will regain its prestige. Even if we truly lose, it doesn't matter. The society can shoulder everything. However, the uncles exchanged glances and immediately understood Tigudong's intent. They nodded. In fact, losing might even be better. On Hangkao Dao, AG hung up the phone, turned to his men, and ordered, remember the venues you're to sweep, take down Tongtsen's banners, move out. Yes. 7 young men in combat gear snapped to attention and shouted, then each leapt onto a minibus. With a cry, the vans plunged into the night. A show of numbers. A mere pretense. Shiezi, when wanted to lure the snake out, Wang Yaodang was no less intent on drawing the tiger from the mountain. It was simply a contest of who had the smarter tactics. With a screech, a minibus pulled up at a nightclub's door. Over 20 youths in black jackets and trousers jumped out, each gripping a shaped baton, and surged straight toward the entrance. 2 of Tongtsen's blue lanterns ran up to the door. Hey you! A swift sweep of batons, and the 2 were instantly felled, collapsed on the floor as if put to sleep. The hostesses at the club's entrance screamed and fell back against the wall, too frightened to speak, watching as 20+ henchmen stormed into the club. They quickly found the big switch on the wall and slapped the lights on. The leader de Ginshua vaulted onto the stage, shoved the singer aside, grabbed the microphone, and shouted Hashinjiai, sweeping the venue. Bosses, don't panic. Please remain seated and watch this grand sweep. Their lessons in history and their homework had not been wasted. They even knew idioms. The sudden flood of light startled everyone, but de Gunshua's little speech strangely calmed them. Even the nightclub manager relaxed. They weren't going to trash the place. Hashinjiai's men seemed decent enough. Blast, it's Heshingzai. A lookout with 7 or 8 men rushed out. Most of the manpower had gone to the show, leaving only a bare minimum to guard the venues. Annihilate them, de Gunshua roared. Over 20 henchmen surged forward. After a single clash, in 10 seconds they couldn't hold. Tongtsen's people were all on the ground, howling in pain. Drag them out and dump them on the street. Manager, I'm here. The manager hurried over. Our boss Hashinjiai, the Jiandong Hall's Kai Shinyao, sends his regards to your owner. When things calm down, we'll discuss the guarding arrangements. Please pass this on, manager. No problem. Then we take our leave. Let's go. De Gunshua waved, and the 20-odd men filed out. Next, the mahjong parlor. While everyone's attention was fixed on the 1,000-man show in Jiandong, Wang Yaodong, after training his elite force for over half a month, split them into 7 columns and swept through every Tongtsen venue in Jianshazui. Aji was not among them. He had another more important task, to take down Tongtsen's sign. The minibus screeched to a sudden halt. Before it had even come to rest, Aji leapt down, first glanced up at the 3-story building before him. This was the Tong Xianhe Triads headquarters. A dozen Tong Xianhe enforcers stationed at the gate stood frozen for just a heartbeat. Then in an instant, a dozen figures surged forward from both sides of Aji, swinging shaped batons straight at their heads. These shaped batons had been custom forged by Wang Yaodang at a factory, threaded steel rebar, welded into the core, sheathed in thick rubber salvaged from vehicle tires. Each weighed approximately 1.8 kilograms, nearly triple the mass of standard issue batons. After all, batons were not meant for lethal force. Inflicting serious injury would entail legal liability. These Tong Xianhe enforcers were elite retainers, handpicked by the Triads' senior elders. At once they drew blades and charged into combat. Had this been hand-to-hand, Wang Yaotong's men, trained for barely half a month, would have stood no chance. Yet weapons erased that disparity entirely. Though their cleavers were of fine craftsmanship, they were simply too light. One solid strike sent most blades clattering from their hands. A second blow forced them to raise their arms in defense, only to hear the sickening snap of bone followed by screams. Swung full circle, the baton shattered forearms. Aimed at the skull, it induced concussions. Within seconds, and after only a few exchanges, the Tong Xianhe enforcers lay incapacitated on the ground. With a curt wave, AG led his 20 men crashing through the main doors. This was no era of rebellion. The headquarters held symbolic weight, far greater than practical defense. Though alarms rang as intruders stormed upward, over a dozen men fell in a single wave, leaving AG to stride an unchallenged bow respectfully before the Guanyu statue in the lobby, then ascend directly to the second floor. 8 senior elders, including Kuei Shu, stood lined against the wall, humiliated and coerced by their own underlings whose faces burned with exhilaration. Ordinarily, men of their rank would never deign to speak with such lowly underlings, but today the heavens had inverted. Shackles had shattered, the gilded veneer of power cracked open. To behold these legendary figures of the underworld trembling into silence before them, that sensation was pure, unadulterated triumph. Kuei Shu instantly recognized Aji as the ringleader. He Shengzai, you dare assault our mountain gate? Do you intend eternal war with Tong Xianhe? He bellowed. Aji, taciturn by nature, merely swept his gaze across the captives, then gestured silently. One underling seized the baton's handle and drove its blunt tip hard into Kuei Shu's abdomen. Ugh! Kuei Shu doubled over, clutching his stomach, his face draining of color as beads of sweat broke across his brow. Search the premises, Aji commanded, then strode to the telephone and yanked the cord free. 3 underlings remained to guard the elders, the rest dispersed, immediately ransacking every corner. The elders attempted to protest, but one glance at Kuei's shoes contorted form, another at Ji, who had spoken but a single word, silenced them, their expressions grim and resigned. Men who spoke freely could be reasoned with, men who refused all dialogue were truly fearsome. Within minutes 4 underlings hauled out a massive waist-high safe. "Brother Ji, what do we do with this?" The elder's eyes lit up, bargaining chips. Yet Ji didn't so much as glance at them. He pointed downstairs. "Take it away." "Huh." The 4 underlings swallowed hard, eyeing the steep staircase. Far too heavy to carry. "Place it at the top of the stairs," Ji ordered, took a deep breath and kicked. With a thunderous series of crashes, boom, 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 the safe tumbled down the stairwell. "Escort them all out," he declared, then descended without looking back. Was it useful? Did it warrant interrogation? Such decisions belonged to Brother Yao alone. First secure them. In under 20 minutes the Tong Xianhe headquarters lay abandoned, save for over 20 broken-limbed enforcers writhing on the floor in agony. And Ji, he strode out carrying the Tong Xianhe signboard, climbed into the van and vanished into the night. The elevator doors slid open. 6 enforcers emerged, wary and alert, followed by Huang Bingyao and Wang Yaodang. Before they'd even cleared the building's entrance, the street lay in disarray beneath the dim glow of flickering street lamps. Shards of glass glittered coldly, splashes of blood stained the pavement. Stepping onto the street, they found uniformed officers scrubbing the scene clean, while over 100 injured enforcers sat crouched or sprawled along the roadside. A single glance told Wang Yaodang they were all Tong Xianhe men. Why? Not due to any distinguishing insignia. This was a 1,000-man street brawl. The victors fled, the vanquished were arrested. Police resources were perpetually stretched thin. They arrived only after the fighting subsided, to mop up the aftermath and arrest the losers, already wounded, already subdued. This had always been the way. 7 ambulances idled dozens of meters away, stretcher bearers evacuating the gravely injured, while a dozen white-coat medics rushed to treat wounds on the spot. The injured weren't solely Triad members. Officers bore wounds too. When casualties mounted, the critically hurt could no longer be abandoned. In large-scale brawls, bosses either fled or surrendered, leaving foot soldiers utterly forsaken. Though the colonial government might secretly wish them all dead, the death of even a handful would ignite media firestorms, embarrassing the authorities publicly. Dignity mattered. Scarcely had the melee ended when reporters sprouted like mushrooms from the pavement, clicking cameras wildly, capturing every brutal detail. They shouted slogans: press freedom, the public's right to know, the Fourth Estate, as they pressed relentlessly against police barricades. Uniformed officers, assaulted first by Triad thugs then besieged by journalists, felt numb. No medals awaited those who stepped forward, only chaos and blame. Wang Yaodong's words had already spread among rank-and-file officers. For a few $1,000s a month, why risk your life? Hoping for royal commendation. Those in suits get the glory, you wear green uniforms. Coupled with tonight's ordeal, the sentiment left hearts hollow and spirits broken. Huang Bingyao, however, cared not a whit about uniformed officers' morale. Let them quit. Eager replacements lined up outside the door. But seeing those frenzied reporters made his scalp prickle. It's over. Utterly over. Alerts pinged incessantly on his system. Wang Yaodang briefly opened it. You have achieved a resounding victory in the battalion-level campaign against Tong Xianhe. Your renown has expanded beyond Triad and police circles, reaching ordinary citizens and social elites. Owing to your battalion's exceptional battlefield performance, your fame has spread widely, granting 100 reputation. Current reputation 26754945. Jianghu hero. Your squad leader, Dezhen Shua, secured a brilliant victory on a secondary front. Owing to his outstanding conduct, your fame has spread modestly, granting 100 reputation. Current reputation 27755045. Far-reaching fame. Congratulations. Your reputation has ascended from Jianghu hero to far-reaching fame. System rewards have been issued. Please confirm receipt. Far-reaching fame. Your renown now transcends the Jianghu, gaining societal acceptance. You have become an aspirational figure for countless martial brothers. Effect suppression when confronting individuals whose reputation falls below 100. All your personal attributes, speed, strength, reflexes, eloquence, receive a 10 universal boost. Below 530. Below 150. Wang Yaotong's eyes gleamed. A 50 universal enhancement. If his current punch delivered 130 kilograms of force against such foes, it would surge to 195 kilograms. Did that mean one punch felled a man? Moreover, per the system's description, this wasn't limited to physical combat. Did a stare-down count as confrontation? Did verbal sparring qualify? What of, well, never mind. Crucially, the term used was reputation, not Jianghu reputation. This effect applied universally across all strata of society. That ignited Wang Yaotong's fascination. Subsequent notifications blurred past his gaze. Your squad leader, Yi Feng. Yi Feng secured a brilliant victory on a secondary front. Owing to his outstanding conduct, your fame has spread modestly, granting 100 reputation. Current reputation 2875-5145, far-reaching fame. Your squad leader Fei Xian secured a brilliant victory on a secondary front. Your squad leader Chao Wei. Your squad leader. Current reputation 3475-5745, far-reaching fame. As he pondered, a voice erupted. Wang Yaodang. Give me back my gun. A man with a white bandage wrapped tightly around his head and his right arm, suspended in a sling, charged forward. Two enforcers instantly stepped forward, pressing shaped batons against his chest. Let go. Let go. Inspector Lei. Huang Bingyao hurried forward, prying the enforcers aside, his expression one of urgent concern. On any other day, he'd have watched the spectacle unfold before intervening. But today they were bound together, two insects trapped in the same net. Wang Yaodang, give me back my gun. Lei Zhuan thrashed, unable to break free, roaring instead. I'll kick your bloody lungs out, you mad fool. What gun? Raving again. Opportunity arrived like a pillow for the weary. Wang Yaodang scowled, jabbing a finger toward Lei Zhuan's nose. Huh. Lei Zhuan flinched, his bravado visibly crumbling. You broke my arm and stole my firearm. Wang Yaodang's eyebrows lifted. What? My men were that fierce down there. Don't they know robbing a police officer is illegal? Stealing a service weapon. Huang Bingyao clamped a hand over Lei Zhuan's mouth, hissing, are you insane? Can you imagine the fallout if word got out that a service weapon went missing? Lei Zhuan stiffened, then abruptly ceased struggling. Over 100 injured already constituted a media earthquake. If news of the stolen firearm leaked, both men would be ruined. And if that weapon claimed lives? First, everyone within several blocks knows I've been upstairs the entire time. Nothing happening on the street bears my responsibility. Second, you, a police officer, lost your firearm. What kind of officer are you? Thousands trampled the area. Where exactly would you search? Wang Yaodang sneered. Beyond redemption. Just wait for your end. Cursed wretch. You damn. MPH. Huang Bingyao clapped a palm over Lei Zhuan's mouth. Still provoking that lunatic. How many times must you lose? This time you'll die for it. Calm down. Lei Zhuan gradually stilled, yet his body still trembled. Huang Bingyao looked closer. Two clear tears traced paths down Lei Zhuan's cheeks. Memories flooded Huang Bingyao's mind. Lei Zhuan's meteoric rise, his fractured ribs, his severed arm. Once a shining star of Yao Mati's police force, now stumbling step by painful step through ruin. A pang of unexpected sympathy stirred. Enough. I won't target him anymore. He's pitiful. He shook his head. No time for pity. Not with crises piling up before me. Chief. A police inspector rushed over. Just received word. Wang Yaodang deployed another unit that swept through all Tong Xianhe establishments across Yaotsimong. Their enforcers were all crippled and dumped onto streets. Over 80 men. Reporters are already swarming the scenes. What? Huang Bingyao's face cycled from shock to disbelief to fury. 200 casualties in a single night. The sky itself had collapsed. Was it that black-clad unit under his command? Yes, the Black Cloak unit. The inspector nodded emphatically. Highly disciplined, lightning fast. Tong Xianhe was caught utterly unprepared, offering no resistance whatsoever. Arrest them. Charge them under the offense of wearing uniforms resembling police attire to deliberately deceive the public. Arrest them all. Fire warning shots if they flee. I'll shoulder all consequences. Huang Bingyao's eyes narrowed sharply as he issued the order. Hong Kong Cap. 228 Summary Offenses Ordinance Section 21. Any person wearing a uniform without lawful authority, or clothing so closely resembling an official uniform as to intentionally mislead, shall be liable to a fine of HK100 or imprisonment for 6 months. An excellent bargaining chip, either to compel Wang Yaodang's cooperation or to placate the press. Arresting common triad thugs held zero news value. Hong Kong teamed with 400 such men. But a unified, disciplined unit of black-clad enforcers. Unprecedented in Hong Kong, guaranteed to ignite sensational headlines from every bloodthirsty tabloid. I love that name. Henceforth they shall be the Black Cloak Unit. A voice brimming with excitement rang out beside him. Huang Bingyao jumped, whirling around. You. A bizarre sense of being caught gossiping behind someone's back washed over him. Wait, don't you think your presence here is highly inappropriate given your status? Wang Yaodang regarded him with amused irony. Who angered brother Huang so deeply? Huang Bingyao's jaw twitched, deciding for now to forgive Wang's eavesdropping. Fine, step aside for now. Huang Bingyao waved dismissively at his inspector, who cast a questioning glance at Wang Yaotong's faint knowing smile. Shall we proceed with the arrests? Huang Bingyao's silent reply, how can we arrest him? With him standing right here. The inspector blinked, turned, and couldn't help wondering, moments ago you were ready to draw blood, now you're smiling. What is this relationship? After a few steps he stole a glance back, and caught Huang Bingyao's face twisted in a mixture of gritted teeth and aggrieved reproach. God of wealth Yaodang. Diversionary tactics. Feinting left while striking right. Seriously, just a triad street brawl. Must you deploy full military strategy? Without strategic deception, how could we seize Tong Xianhe's signboard? Wang Yaodang replied with a grin. What do you mean? Huang Bingyao's expression shifted to stunned disbelief. A G went to. Exactly. That simpering wronged woman expression. The inspector shuddered. Disgusting. The relationship between OG and the gangs was never one of pure opposition, struggle, and cooperation coexisted. Where there is light, there is shadow, especially in this peculiar place called Gangdao. The gangs were a malignant presence. They comprised some 8% of the population and had been entangled with the social order for more than a century, like a cancer that could no longer be excised by surgery. Even 40 years on gang activity remained rampant. Now Wang Yaodang intended to seize Tongxina's turf to assert his authority. Huang Bingyao likewise needed a political achievement. The two found common ground at once. In the underground garage, a Lincoln Continental rolled out. A few henchmen swept a path with brooms. Wang Yaodang drove past the police cordon amid the staccato of flashing cameras, keeping his demeanor low. The car circled 2 streets and stopped at a billiard hall. After warmly patting the shoulder of a doorman, he strode inside. De Kohuei, a Li Sha Zhe de San Gozue Bo, Chao, a Guashan Feng Zhonglang. The usual crowd. More than 40 rank-and-file men, some standing, some seated, were spitting and swapping boasts. Those near the door saw Wang Yaodang enter and hastened to cry out, "Brother Yao." The shout spread. Wang Yaodang vaulted onto a pool table with an arrow-like step, surveyed the room, raised his hand, and bellowed, "He Xingyi Wan Sheng." A beat of silence, then someone led the cry, and the crowd roared in unison, "He Xingyi Wan Sheng." Wang Yaodang raised his hand again and shouted. The chorus tightened, "He Xingyi Wan Sheng." They rode the exhilaration of a great victory, faces flushed, throats raw with the shout. The roar carried through the whole building, "He Xingyi Wan Sheng." Henchmen scattered across the 2 adjacent streets gradually fell silent, turning their heads to listen. Those below the hall took up the cry, "He Xingyi Wan Sheng." The sound swelled as more people joined. Eventually the voices converged. More than 1,000 mouths shouting together, "He Xingyi Wan Sheng. He Xingyi Wan Sheng. He Xingyi Wan Sheng." 1,000-strong chorus shook the air, their momentum dragon-like and thunderous. Sim Sha Sui hosted many gangs. Henchmen from nearby streets, already discussing He Xingyi's 1,000-man display, followed the roar and converged to see what had happened. By God, that's impressive. Though not members of He Xingyi, they were infected by the fervor, their blood boiling with the same heat. What are hoodlums? This is what hoodlums are: awe-inspiring, forceful, intoxicatingly fierce. The urge to find someone to scrap with wells up. Inside the billiard hall, Wang Yaodang cupped his hand to his ear as if to listen. The 1,000-voice shout seeped in, and the room's adrenaline skyrocketed. A smile lingered on Wang Yaodang's face. After a moment, he swept his gaze around and said, "Without you brothers fighting for me, there would be no great victory for He Xingyi, no prestige for my twin red bat. Your loyalty demands a gesture. Words are hollow, we will pay." With a flick of his hand, Wei hurled a bag onto the pool table, yanked the zipper open, and scattered bundles of red bills with a clatter across the green felt. One bundle was followed by another. Who said only gold could gleam? Whether it was the light in their eyes or the money itself, the banknotes on the cloth flashed a bruising red. "Everyone will be paid according to how many men each hall sent. We had agreed 1,000 per man, but Brother Yao is in a generous mood tonight. We'll add more." Wei waved his arms, his face flushed. "Rank and file, get 150 blue lanterns, 150 core gang brothers, 500. Brother Yao Wan Sheng." The cry swelled of victory thrills, but handing out cash thrills even more. A throng of gang men bellowed louder than before. News of the payouts spread with the cheers. 1,000 voices chanted, "Brother Yao Wan Sheng. Xing, Tiao Lin Shui Fong Sheng, He Lian Gong Lu Dong, Lian Shi Quaniji. Yellow hair, thin gong, crooked mouth, long sang, fei sang, go quang sun fei, bo, jianzhu, bao long xia shan hu big head. A roll call of names among the crowd. He Xingyi really let the little god of fortune do the heavy lifting. Damn, this was a solid move. We'll be calling him Brother Yao from now on. The big bosses plotted as big bosses do, a lesser men nurse their hopes. If the god of fortune is so fearsome, one looks for chances to attach oneself to his rising star. Such distributions must be overseen personally. Over 100 rank-and-file men each received 5,000. When the cash passed into their hands, they respectfully cried, "Thank you, Brother Yao." The entire junior band's 7-year wages were settled in one sweep. Wang Yaodang had no grander ambitions. It was enough to sit at He Xingyi's table. Suddenly, Ti Gudong felt a sharp sting in his backside and yelped. Wang Yaodang personally disbursed the funds for the 49 men. About 400 blue lanterns were entrusted to a Jie and Wei. They, with De Kohuei, a Li Sha Zeta's son, and others, distributed the cash. Not all the glory could rest with Wang Yaodang alone. His underlings had to taste what it meant to rise, to be revered. Money and honor. Only by stimulating both could loyalty be preserved. The lowest scum would be taken care of by each hall's own people. Class differences had to be visibly enforced. Equality. Even transport had second class, first class, business class. While a Jie and Wei handled the distribution, Wang Yaodang went to the office and dialed the head hall. "Uncle Dong, this is Yao. Victory, a great victory." He reported the good news with a smile. "I knew you wouldn't disappoint." Ti Gudong laughed heartily. "Lure the tiger from the mountain, strike in the east to deceive in the west. 1,000-man show, and you swept Tong Xinhe aside. He Xingyi's banner is worthy, powerful, vigorous, and unmistakable. Wahaha. Without further prompting, Ti Gudong applauded, crying, He Xingyi Wan Sheng. Well said. Who now would claim He Xingyi is in decline? Ha ha ha. I know you're busy. I will throw a victory banquet for your He Xingyi banner later. All thanks to the elders, the uncles, the big bosses. I dare not take credit, Wang Yaodang said with practiced modesty. Boy, you needn't be modest with me. I'm no emperor. Just shout, brother, Yao Wansheng. Ti Gudong roared with laughter again. The boys shouted like fools. Haha, there's another surprise for Uncle Dong. What surprise? I cleared out Tong Xinhe's mountain gate and even grabbed a few of their uncles. What? Ti Gudong sprang up aghast. The other elders looked puzzled. They had already won the 1,000-man display, but what else could shock them? Surprised. Ti Gudong ground his teeth, suddenly chilled at the thought that their mountain gate was no longer safe with so few men by his side. These young men had no scruples, now willing to strike at the old guard. Wang Yaodang laughed and said, I'll phone other big bosses and tell them Tong Xinhe's joint is empty. Let them take what advantage they can. Wait. Uncle Dong, any instructions? Get 2 million in cash ready. What? For what? Wang Yaodang froze. Over 2,000 people showed themselves, over 200 injured or worse, and the police have more than 50 hurt. Tomorrow, every paper in the region will run it. The authorities will be under enormous pressure. You don't think this will vanish that easily, do you? Ti Gudong snapped. No. Wang Yaodang gaped, his heart pounding with a fresh dread. I already made an arrangement with Huang Bingyao. I was going to give him a gratuity to settle things with the force. Huang Bingyao. Do you think the police are his to command? The force answers to the foreigners. With a public incident this big, you must grease the security branch, the CID, public relations, the media liaison, OG. Everyone from chiefs up to Kiros must be entertained. 2 million is a lot. We've had ties with He Xingyi for years. If not for that, it would be at least 5 million. You little fool. Do you think big shows like this seldom happen without money? You handing out so much as a show of largesse. How will other bosses direct their men next time? This is an unlawful raise. You're wrecking the rules. Ti Gudong unloaded a torrent of scolding. Wang Yaodang slapped his forehead. He had truly forgotten that. 70% was for the elders. The 30% he thought was his to dispense was not so many as to kneel for. He had coasted along thinking all was smooth. In truth, the gang had been shouldering burdens for him. Every month, there were untallied payments. If only he had known sooner. Too late for regrets. To fight for the throne, Scorpion, one would have spent millions. He had been dragged into it. Damn it. This debt must be clawed back from Tong Xinhe. All right, I'll send it as soon as I can. Wang Yaodang sighed. What else could he say? The call ended. Ti Gudong narrowed his eyes as Wang Yaodang recounted the stripping of Tong Xinhe's signboard. The veteran elders exchanged glances, their expressions complex. Back outside, money still being handed out. Wang Yaodang waved someone over. Those who have been paid can disperse. I'll arrange minibuses to take them home. Ordinarily, they would have celebrated with a late-night feast, but there were simply too many people now. This was not about money. With 1,200-plus men drinking, trouble was inevitable. After today's high profile, to rile the police any further would drive Huang Bingyao mad. Moreover, other big bosses would need manpower to sweep Tong Xinhe's place too. Calling to his 6 personal guards, Wang Yaodang descended. A G reported that the captives had been taken. How much could be gained, whether they could recoup costs, whether the police's fury could be appeased. All depended on how much could be squeezed from those old Tong Xinhe bones. They drove straight to a cold storage warehouse in Shamshuepa. Brother Yao. Wang Yaodang nodded, took the coat one of his men offered, and stepped inside. A G, nice work. Wang Yaodang slapped his shoulder and gave a light punch. Brother Yao. A G grinned broadly. Did you crack the safe? We did. What's inside? Wang Yaodang rubbed his hands. The gang's underground roster, many ledgers, 50 small gold bars, $100,000 in cash. Wow. Wang Yaodang's surprise showed. So much gold, precious hard currency. In a pinch, it's worth more than cash. Where are the elders? Inside. Have they spoken? A G shook his head. Are they stubborn? Wang Yaodang asked, puzzled. They went further in and saw Uncle Kue and other Tong Xinhe elders hung from iron hooks, bloodied, clearly beaten severely. You were rough on them. They are veterans of the Underworld. This is too much. Let them down and put warm clothes on them. Wang Yaodang shook his head. A chair was dragged over, and he sat. When Uncle Kue and the others were lowered, they staggered and collapsed, hands and feet numb from the cold. Even after clothing them, they trembled violently. Gentlemen, it's cold. Oh, prolonged exposure breeds rheumatism. You are no spring chickens. Let us talk quickly, then each return home to rest. How do you feel about that? Wang Yaodang asked with a smile. You, God of fortune Yao, you smashed my Tong Xinhe gate. You seek death. Uncle Kue stammered in a shiver. Wang Yaodang shook his head and scoffed. What age do you think this is? You imagine that a few words about loyalty will make little brothers kill for you. Tonight, I spent 3 million on my men. Even the ordinary scum got 1,500. How much did Scorpion when put up? Why should he dare challenge me? Wang Yaodang indicated his men. I did not even deploy my best black-clad squad yet Scorpion, when's 1,000-man display fled in disarray. So what if you say Big Boss A doesn't help Big Boss B? No more of that. Wang Yaodang cut off Uncle Kuei. Only 20 of you answered the summons at the gate. Guess what the others were doing? I cleaned out every joint in Simsha Sui, foolishly staging a 1,000-man show. Do you have that kind of muscle? Now the underground roster and accounts are in my hands, the signboards have been taken down. The remaining halls are a scattered lot. Do you think they die for a wooden sign? With Tong Xinhe gone, where is their leverage? You are all getting on in years. I do not wish to be accused of torturing veterans or harming innocent families. Harming families. God of fortune Yao Yu. The old men burst into anxious protest. Therefore I extend respect to the elderly as I would to my own, and care for the young as I would my own. Wang Yaodang spread his hands. He went on, many signboards have been removed these past years. One more Tong Xinhe, or one fewer matters little. If we were fighting foreign devils, you might be called heroes. But this is organized crime. Why drag your families into a name? You don't think I can find your families, do you? All right, take these elders out to warm them and call to confirm the situation so they won't think I'm lying. Bring their families over. Be polite, don't frighten them. God of fortune Yao. The men sobbed. The young men quickly gagged the elders and dragged them out. Watching their retreating backs, AG suddenly asked, are we really bringing in their families? If we are ever defeated, what do you think would happen? I see. What care for families when enjoying the spoils? Huh. Inside a private karaoke booth at a nightclub on Boland Street, Tai Zirong sat, with a beautiful woman nestled in his arms, casually drinking and chatting with several companions. The woman's name was Lu Ruerong, runner-up of the 1977 Miss Hong Kong pageant. To his left sat a man wearing glasses and sporting blonde hair. Xiaorong, a third-rate film director whose most notable work to date was the comedy Every Day is a Joyful Report starring Zheng Xiaoqiu and Shen Dianxia. None of his other projects had garnered any recognition. One might say he wasn't directing films so much as indulging Tai Zirong's cinematic fantasies. Today's discussion centered on a new script titled A Hand That Shrouds the Sky, telling the story of real estate tycoon Tai Zirong Huijinan, a benevolent, approachable man whose exceptional success in the property industry inevitably aroused envy among his peers. Once the script was finalized, production would begin immediately. In Hong Kong's Triad world, there were two men widely known as Princes Ge Zhixiong of the Tiao Lam faction and Deng Guangrong. In truth, Tai Zirong was the youngest child in his family. Two elder brothers and one older sister preceded him. Yet Deng Guangyu and Deng Guangzhou, by temperament and disposition, had never pursued paths within the underworld. In 1963, the production team of The Student Prince held auditions at a secondary school. Among over 1,000 students, 16-year-old Tai Zirong, strikingly handsome and radiating an innate princely aura, was instantly selected by the director, earning him the lifelong nickname The Student Prince. In 1972, China Film Studio even invited Tai Zirong to star in By Jingrui's Love in the White House. Yet in the entertainment industry, fleeting fame relies on promotion. Enduring stardom depends on fate. Over 17 years, Tai Zirong had migrated from Hong Kong's film scene to Taiwan's, appearing in no fewer than 70 motion pictures. Yet it was only after assuming leadership of the Liangong Lu Triad that he became truly household known. One could fairly say that heading a triad was merely a profession, a means to fund his true calling, acting. The actor, not the gangster, was his essence. Tai Zirong refused to believe I'll never achieve stardom in this lifetime. Just as the conversation reached its peak, the booth door swung open, and a subordinate rushed in, whispering urgently, Brother Tong Xen, he and Xiezi Wen have been defeated. What? Tai Zirong withdrew his hand from Lu Ruerong's shoulder and stared incredulously at his man. Xiezi Wen has fallen. Yes, brother, and all Tong Xen he's establishments across Yao Tsim Mong have been seized by Kaishan Yao of Ho Xingyi. Tai Zirong drew a deep breath. How many men does Kaishan Yao command? To simultaneously crush Xiezi Wen's force of over 1,000 and overrun every Tong Xen he venue in Yao Tsim Mong. His subordinate recounted the details in hushed tones, including how over 1,000 men had roared in unison, their thunderous cries shaking the heavens. Tai Zirong clutched his chest in fury. Where is Xiezi Wen? Outside. Bring him in. Tai Zirong closed his eyes and leaned back against the sofa. Lu Ruerong immediately began gently massaging his temples. Rong, brother Rong. Xiezi Wen entered, stooping low, his head wrapped in blood-stained gauze, utterly disheveled. Tai Zirong didn't even open his eyes. Xiezi Wen, are you a fool, eh? No, but even 1,000 pigs wouldn't have been rounded up so swiftly. Xiezi Wen opened his mouth. How could he possibly admit he'd been struck down by a thrown soda bottle? He simply couldn't comprehend how Kaishan Yao's men fought with such ferocity, like raving lunatics, as if each bore a personal vendetta against them. Come here. Tai Zirong gestured with his hand. Xiezi Wen stepped forward. Tai Zirong gestured again. Xiezi Wen advanced several more paces. Still seated, Tai Zirong thrust out his foot and kicked Xiezi Wen squarely in the thigh. Xiezi Wen staggered backward, grimacing in pain, but daring not utter a sound. Limping forward once more, he willingly approached, receiving 5 brutal kicks before Tai Zirong's fury began to subside. A suffocating silence fell over the booth. Not a single soul dared speak. After a long pause, Tai Zirong shook his head. All right, speak. Why have you come to me? Kai Shenyao's men launched a surprise raid on Tong Xianhe's headquarters. Uncle Kue and the others have vanished, and the safe containing the secret membership roster and Triad accounts has disappeared as well. I fear. Tai Zirong rubbed his face in disbelief. Is Tong Xianhe some amateur troupe? You kept your sacred registry and financial ledgers inside the main hall. Why not just hand them straight to the police? Well, Xieziwen's face crumpled. Those documents were originally under Jin Yacheng's custody, until he died suddenly. With no successor yet chosen, the elders collectively decided to store them in the main hall's safe, jointly guarded, until the new leader assumed office. I'll strangle you myself. Tai Zirong blinked. Fate truly favored Kai Shenyao. So, what do you expect me to do about this? I'd like to borrow some of your men to reclaim our Yao Tsimong venues. Reclaim your mother's head. Tai Zirong exploded in rage. His earlier involvement had been calculated to reap the spoils as a detached observer, not to plunge headlong into mortal combat with Ho Xingyi. Tong Xianhe's collapse meant little more than losing a distribution channel, perhaps a modest dip in monthly earnings. Its impact was negligible. Brother Rong, you must help me. Xieziwen dropped to his knees with a thud. He himself had stood at the vanguard with his most trusted lieutenants, and suffered the heaviest losses. Those left behind to guard the base lay maimed, limbs shattered. Now his enforcers were gone, his venues seized, and he had irrevocably enraged Wang Yaodang. If captured, death was certain. Throw him out. Tai Zirong pointed toward the door. Brother Rong, I still have money. Brother Rong. Xieziwen lunged forward, seizing Tai Zirong's calf, sobbing uncontrollably, snot and tears streaming down his face. A subordinate charged and stomped hard on Xieziwen's wrist and dragged him away. His fingernails clawed 8 long, ragged grooves into the carpet. As the booth door swung open and Xieziwen was nearly ejected, Tai Zirong suddenly paused, then rose and followed. 10 minutes later. If you eliminate Kai Shenyao and persuade the leaders of the other branches to defect to Liangonglu, I will provide you with troops to retake all your Yao Tsimong venues. Moreover, I will establish a new branch under your sole command, every venue yours to manage. And if you fail, there is no failure. Xieziwen grasped his final lifeline. Either Kai Shenyao dies, or I do. Good. This is the spirit of burning one's boats. Do you have weapons? Tai Zirong nodded approvingly, clapping Xieziwen firmly on the shoulder. Yes. Xieziwen nodded emphatically. Very well, go now? I'll have my men track Kai Shenyao's movements. Xieziwen strode out of the nightclub, his face hardened with savage resolve. The door swung open from outside, and 8 young men were shoved inside. Ah Song, Ah Hai, Ah Jun, John. 8 elderly men shot to their feet, surging forward, only to be kicked down by nearby enforcers. Daddy, old man, who are you? Release my father. I'll kill you. TSK, such fiery spirits. Wang Yaodang chuckled, applauding softly. Kai Shenyao, you. My apologies, I couldn't bring everyone. Why do you people insist on sending your children overseas? I simply can't understand. Wang Yaodang settled into a chair. With a gesture, a subordinate handed him a cigarette and lit it. He inhaled deeply, letting the smoke fill his lungs, then exhaled slowly. I've got much to attend to today, and it's growing late. Let's proceed without delay. Uncle Kue, you first. Uncle Kue glanced at his youngest son and sighed. This was the Underworld's cruel rhythm, one trial after another. Had he relinquished power decisively when he still could, would he now suffer such humiliation? Minutes later. Old Bones, you scorn my courtesy. Wang Yaotong's brow furrowed. Cut off his son's little finger. No. Uncle Kue threw himself before his son, roaring, Kai Shenyao, I speak the truth. 3 million. You think you're fooling ghosts. Tong Xianhe runs gambling dens, brothels, drug rings, and loans at exorbitant rates. You dare tell me your entire fortune is 3 million? It wouldn't cover my expenses for one night. The Triads' bank accounts are controlled solely by the leader, and only Jin Yacheng knew the password. This month's takings were laundered. Without Tong Xianhe, that money vanishes entirely. All I know is what remains in the emergency cash reserve. Wang Yaodang narrowed his eyes and gave a cold, contemptuous snort. Slice off their little fingers. No. Kai Shenyao, I'll curse your mother's grave. Brother Yao, Master Yao, I beg you. No. Daddy, save me. Cut his finger, not mine. It's nothing to do with me. Shouts of rage, pleas for mercy, wails for parents. Chaos erupted, a grotesque tapestry of human desperation. The elders were pinned down while the 8 youths were kicked to the floor, each restrained by one man, another raising a blade and slashing downward. One last chance to speak truthfully. Fingers are plentiful, and if those run out, we'll move to toes. There's no hurry. Wang Yaodang spoke calmly without haste. Madman. The elders, men who'd once hacked limbs without blinking, now collapsed in horror, watching their sons' fingers severed before their eyes. TSK, where are they? The Triad truly has no funds, but I do. I'll give you everything. What do you mean by that? Wang Yaodang frowned. How could I accept your retirement savings? Word would spread that I prey upon the elderly. Take it. We offer it willingly. Leaving the underworld demands sacrifice. Truly voluntary. Wang Yaodang studied the 8 blood-smeared elders. Voluntary, they chorused, nodding vigorously. I haven't forced you, have I? Wang Yaodang then turned to the 6 young men, still bleeding, clutching their wounded hands, sobbing uncontrollably. No. The elders hastily shook their heads, resolute, unwavering. Very well. Wang Yaodang agreed. Reluctantly, almost grudgingly. The 8 elders each placed calls to their banks to initiate wire transfers. Though it was nighttime in Hong Kong, it remained daytime elsewhere. Bank closures applied only to ordinary citizens. After an hour of frantic effort, the elders had scraped together barely 6 million. Wang Yaodang's expression darkened once more. That's truly all the cash we possess. Everything else is tied up in stocks, mutual funds, wealth management products, or in real estate, commercial properties, and businesses. Seeing Wang Yaodang scowl deepen, Uncle Kue hastily added, we can borrow more. Raise 10 million by tomorrow. Wang Yaodang sneered. Absolutely, we'll deliver it. Uncle Kue hunched lower, stripped of all former authority, the proud elder of Tong X, and he now reduced to a trembling supplicant. Brother Yao, may we depart now? Rest assured, we won't renege. The full sum will be ready by dawn. Squeeze these old bones dry, liquidate stocks, funds, properties, shops, and 30 million is attainable. A few concrete blocks, and the sea will swallow them whole. The police would rejoice if you all vanished. They'd conduct no investigation. And I'd have nothing to hide. Wang Yaodang's voice dripped with icy menace. Uncle Kue and the others trembled violently, faces ashen. Brother Yao, you promised us. Yet I chose not to act, out of respect for the code of the Jianghu. Yes, Brother Yao is indeed a double red pole, a man of unimpeachable honor. You know what to say once you step outside, don't you? Yes, we know. Brother Yao's righteousness pierces the clouds. His chivalry knows no bounds. He honors teachers, upholds virtue, and walks the path of integrity. Wang Yaodang waved dismissively. Drive the elders home. Aji hesitated, mouth half open. Only after the group had departed did Wang Yaodang ask, what is it? Do you think I shouldn't have released them? Aji nodded silently. On November 15, 1980, the Jiandong Tanko convened an expanded meeting of its hall leaders at a bathhouse. The meeting focused on 2 pressing issues: the acute shortage of talent amid rapid expansion and the proper attitude one should adopt upon being sworn in. Wang Yaodang, the faction spokesman, delivered a key report proposing 2 guiding principles: unite all forces that can be united, and fully mobilize the juniors initiative. Attendees Lu Zhanwei, Guan Jiaxiang, Kai Yijie, and Ren Hongji earnestly studied and pledged to implement the spirit of Wang Yaodang's important address, deliberating measures to ensure the Tanko's future growth and laying a solid foundation for its expansion. Let's go. Things are nearly settled. A sauna, then back to sleep. We'll talk on the way. Wang Yaodang called, rising to leave. At the entrance of Daming Tongxuan's Japanese-style sauna, a long line of cars pulled up. A Jia Wei and Xian Zai, accompanied by a group of juniors, strode forward with grins to greet them. Xian Zai had booked the entire spa for the night to entertain their black-clad squad, even thoughtfully arranging for more than 50 beautiful girls. In a private room, Wang Yaodang and his men stripped and slipped into the pool. He hissed, drawing a sharp breath against the cool water, shivering as he sank down. The water was 40 degrees, just right, dissolving the day's weariness. Exhaling, Wang Yaodang closed his eyes and asked, have the venues been taken care of? A Jia stirred the water and answered, 2 discos and a bar remain open. The others are closed for the night. I'll have the juniors come in batches to relax. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Wang Yaodang recounted at Ji's hall. A Ji handled things very well. He stripped Tong Xinhe of its sign and brought in 50 young girls. I'll pick them. How much gold would that fetch? A Jia's eyes glittered. Wang Yaodang considered and made a casual okay sign with his hand. About this much. That little. Gold is heavy. Tell me this 10 jin of gold versus 10 jin of US dollars. Which is worth more? Dollars. Gold. Are you crazy? A gram of US dollars on the street goes for over 300. Wait a moment. Wang Yaodang raised a hand to stop a Jia. The dollars, you mean? You're not talking about flour, are you? It's the Twin Lion Earth notes. How do you know so much? You haven't handled that stuff, have you? A Jia hurried to explain. No way. I heard people at the venues mention it. It's not rare as some of those girls take it. I'll say it again, if any of our juniors fall into drugs, they'll be drowned. Wang Yaodang's face was stern. The brothers nodded earnestly. A Jia, any girls who use drugs are banned from staying. Away. The clothing company is the same. No hiring of drug users. But some owe money to our finance company. A Jia frowned. Sell those debts cheaply to other groups. Wang Yaodang waved his hand. Also, a Jia, the girls working at the hotel must submit monthly health reports. Those with venereal disease must seek treatment and are forbidden from working. Clients must wear condoms. Anyone who dares not to wear one will be beaten mercilessly. Also, mouth ulcers are grounds for suspension. Why? Because licking can transmit infection, even French kissing. Wow, Yaoga, you know so much. Wang Yaodang glanced askance and splashed Ajia with water. So which is more valuable, dollars or gold? Ajia and Away were keenly curious. Of course dollars, Wang answered with a smile. $100 bill weighs a gram and can buy 3 grams of gold. That's why they call it dollars. When you rob someone, be clever. Even robbers must be well read these days, or they won't know what's truly valuable. Mentioning study made Ajia and the others grimace, clutching their heads. Yaoga, on such a happy night, don't talk about those terrifying things. They burst into laughter, voices bubbling through the steam. They chatted idly until the topic turned to the 13 million squeezed from the 8 old men of Tongxina. Ajia swore loudly, why let them go? Those old bones had stocks, property, shops, and we still live in public housing. Oh, I'm ashamed to go back. At this, everyone looked to Wang Yaodang. There are 2 reasons, he said. First, Tongxina lost its brand. I want to take a few large fronts to transfer over. Isn't that unseemly? The grudge. Ajia frowned. Why keep those losers? They were beaten men. Ajia could not understand. We're out to make money. Is the little god of fortune's name not famous enough? Is passing a front beneath me? Must we risk our lives for a rotten sign? Wang Yaodang laughed and waved his hand. Without me, would you brothers be so ready to swear loyalty to Shengyi? Ajia shook his head. How much did they give? I'm not close with that old man, Ajia shrugged. That's exactly it. Wang spread his hands. As old Dong said, switching fronts in the Jianghu is commonplace. We've only risen in half a year. Jiandong Tonko has only been open for 2 months. We swept all the Tongxina venues in Simsha Sui. We're short-handed. After watching venues these 2 months, how do you feel? Dekohui's name hasn't yet spread. Sometimes he can't control a venue. Plenty of big drunks get rowdy. You can't beat them, you can't scold them. Ajia shook his head. He was a quiet man, not one for social maneuvering, often perplexed by such matters. When Dekohui and his men fight and scold, it's one thing, but when something they can't handle arises, we have to hand it to Meng Hua and the juniors he brought. Ajia added. What about you? Wang asked with a smile. Don't ask me. I just want to cut them down with a single blade. Ajia grinned. Ajia shook his head. Wang made him in charge of venue oversight and told him to learn from Meng Hua. These weeks had opened his eyes to the diversity of people. There are officials from various government departments, district council members, assorted bureaus, social and business elites, lawyers, doctors. When drunk, they reveal their true selves, imperious, treating us as inferiors. Perhaps driven nearly mad by these 2 months, Ajia finally spoke at length. Many arrive in suits and pretensions. Once drunk, the ones who force girls to drink are the mildest. Others make girls lick their toes, force them to crawl like dogs, use them as footstools, beat them. When the girls can't take it and flee, the men start smashing things. Ajia ground his teeth. I'd kill them with a few cuts if I could. He cracked his neck, fists clenched until his knuckles popped. And those Waigwa men, when drunk, they hurl racial slurs, call us inferior. Damn them. Ajia's eyes bulged. He slapped the water and swore whoever does that, kill him. They are guests. Entertainment venues are for people to let go, to indulge. That's why a bottle of liquor can be sold for 10 times its price. Wang Yaodang snorted. Others toil 10 hours a day for 1,000 a month, yet the girls in one night of drinking and singing make more. Why should that be? If you want dignity and not to be humiliated, go work elsewhere. Ajia, you're kind-hearted, but don't listen to sob stories of gambling debts, sick mothers, young siblings, broken homes. Yes, some have those realities, but when you choose this trade, you don't talk to me about dignity. You sell dignity, you sell your body. What about those colonial officials? They're corrupt yet enjoy everything. Ajia frowned. They sell the nation. They profit handsomely. We sell the flesh and blood of the lower ranks. Of course, they take more. Wang let out a derisive snort. To betray one's country requires forgetting one's roots. Being a traitor is something some will relish. People like us don't even qualify to sell out the country. Talking about this makes me angry. Never mind. No more talk of national affairs. Wang waved his hand. We are no longer the old Blue Lantern or the Sea Jiuzai. I am now a newly risen doubled stick in the Jianghu and the spokesman of Jiandong Tonko. I will speak with the old man to have you formally sworn in and open to the fold. From now on, you will be major figures in the underworld, people of status. Your mindset, perception, approach to problems, and ways of doing things must change quickly from the Sea Jiuzai days. Ajia winked and nudged Ajia, kicked away, then thumped his own chest and gave himself a big thumbs up. Yaoga, what's the difference? Ajia pushed Ajia away, remaining his usual steady self. Wang answered in a low voice, do you know why factions fight with knives, but rarely with guns, why they wound, but seldom kill? Do you know why the Jianghu always says to leave a way out for a man? That's why I let the 8 old men go. They all shook their heads. Wang explained gravely, there are dozens of factions on Gangdao. If you smash my venue today, I smash yours tomorrow. Recently, Sheng He and Xing have been fighting fiercely. In these 2 months, have you heard of any faction's entire base being eliminated? No. They use knives, but not guns, wound, not kill. That rule of fighting without annihilation protects the mid and upper levels of the factions who have risen. If guns were commonly used, why are gun attacks rare among Gangdao factions? Is it because they are cowardly, or because guns aren't available? Guangdao is a transit hub for light weapons in Southeast Asia. Whatever you want can be bought. If you take the guns, others can too. Once you start killing, you expose yourself. Today you may kill someone, tomorrow someone may kill you. No one lasts long that way. We're in this to live well, not to court death. This cautious code evolved over a century for the benefit of faction, mid, and upper levels. The big organized groups, the big circle gang, the Vietnamese, the Macanese, they don't bother with venue keeping or valet work. No, they float rootless doing only gun work. Who wants the grind of watching venues? Being ruthless alone gets you nowhere. From now on, don't be quick to cut people. Let the lower-ranking Jiuzai handle it. Juniors must fight hard. If they don't risk themselves, how can they rise? You are not to sell out for a seat. Of course, those who are eloquent and skilled at relationships can also rise and become leaders. Don't think juniors will despise you for that. On the contrary, a big brother must create opportunities for his juniors. Remember our first sworn elder, Kuei-shi. Mixing with him, we starved 3 days for every 9. 2 years later, we were still the lowly blue lantern. That's why we had to send him away. And there was Guan Zizhen. Ajia nodded. To be a big brother, you must either let juniors make money or give them chances to rise. If you do neither, then what kind of big brother are you? Get out of the Jianghu early. Away agreed. It's like business. A company that stagnates is headed downhill and will collapse eventually. Sai and Zai went off on a tangent. The most emblematic case was Chun Yaoxing, the tiger of Wanzai. After wounding Huang Weilang, he even went to the hospital to shoot, thinking himself untouchable at his peak. A year later, relaxed, he was killed by a small-time punk at Haojiang. Beng Yaju and Shui Fong Lido fought fiercely, yet in the end Beng Yaju only sent men to spray shots at empty cars outside a hotel. Those 8 old men had decades in the factions. If even 2 of their kin were loyal and vengeful, our killing one would invite dozens of deaths in return. They could buy 2 pistols and take us down. There's no 1,000-day guard against traitors. It isn't worth risking everything for that money. What about Sha Kuan? Ji asked with a frown. He angered everyone, and anyway, we didn't use guns. He died in the clash himself. It just means his fate wasn't tough enough. If you're not hard, you don't belong in a faction. Wang sneered. All right, that's enough. It's late. Relax and get some rest. Don't play too late. You fellows can be out in front fighting. I holding the rear have many matters to consider. Hearing you say that feels like you want us to cut you down. Away, and the others raised their hands jokingly. Huh, maybe so. But seriously, tomorrow we must settle Huang Bingyao, and I need to deliver 2 million to the old man for handling to guard against a counterattack from Tongxina remnants and to bribe for major disruptors. We also must try to recruit De Tu Sheng and the others. If it were up to you, could you do it? You all chat. I'm off to find a big busted girl for a massage. Ajia sprang from the water and sprinted away, wagging his butt. You lucky bastard. Wang laughed and cursed affectionately. Lying on a massage table, it was clear the boss had sent the prettiest masseuse over. The masseuse wore a Japanese-style kimono. When she bowed, the robe gaped to show she wore nothing beneath. She deliberately loosened the collar, a generous swell exposed, and while massaging, her hands were not discreet, constantly reaching toward Wang. Wang Yaodang did not mind. If he were still a petty punk, who would be seducing him now? After the massage, he tossed a tip of 1,000. The masseuse looked both pleased and regretful as he turned and left. Upstairs, a hotel room had been booked. Sliding the card and passing through the door in his robe, Wang froze. Guan Zhehui stood there in a newly designed seductive qipao, holding a folding fan, biting her lower lip, her eyes shining wetly as she looked at him. The line, "Why are you here?" hung in the air, but Wang Yaodang swallowed the words back. At this moment, any utterance would be an insult to beauty. He launched a swift, primal, fierce charge against feudal rot. Last night, a violent armed clash erupted near the intersection of Carnarvon Road and Nathan Road in Tsim Shui, involving over 2,000 participants. According to police sources, the 2 warring factions were the Tong Sun Wa Triad and the Washeng Yi Triad. Members of the Washeng Yi Triad initiated hostilities by hurling numerous cola bottles, inflicting severe injuries upon both Tong Sun Wa members and law enforcement officers, before breaching police barricades and engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The footage captured at the scene shows streets littered with cleavers, steel pipes, and shattered glass stained heavily with blood. Official police reports confirm over 200 injured, many critically, and 5 fatalities. I am host Ah Cheng. We urge all citizens to minimize nighttime travel. The security situation in Tsim Shui has grown increasingly volatile with rampant triad activity. Residents living nearby are advised to dial emergency services immediately should danger arise. Yao Mati Police Station OCU Chief Inspector's Office. Inspector Kalos sat grim-faced, gesturing sharply for the television to be switched off. His gaze locked coldly onto Huang Bingyao. Here is today's newspaper. Read it. Read it carefully. Every front page leads with last night's massive brawl. Over 2,000 people. What is this? War? Huang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sir. I failed to prevent the outbreak of violence at the scene. Quellos' expression softened slightly. Accepting responsibility without evasion. That was commendable. An apology changes nothing. What matters now is containing public outrage. We are already deploying arrests targeting the Tong Sunwa triad. Tong Sunwa. Kalos paused thoughtfully, not asking why not with Shang-Yi, merely fixing Huang Bingyao with a silent probing glance. You have 3 days. Yes, sir. Very well. Get to work. Yes, sir. Some burn the midnight oil only to face scathing reprimands from superiors the next morning. Powerless to resist, bowing low in submission. Others rise early and reap the rewards. A dawn greeting infused with sunlight's warmth. After morning calisthenics, he was even pampered with a fresh wash. Lying in bed, Wang Yaodang suddenly recalled that he had yet to examine his reputation-based reward. He opened his system interface. Congratulations. Your reputation has ascended from Jianghu hero to far-reaching fame. Rewards have been issued. Please review. Focusing his consciousness, he activated talent Danger Intuition. Danger Intuition, an uncanny premonitory sense of imminent peril. Known as a figure of far-reaching fame, he has weathered countless crises throughout his life, each time surviving solely through this innate instinctive perception of danger. Whoa! Wang Yaodang shot upright in bed, cheeks flushed. Incredible. Truly divine. Even a seasoned executive like Li Huang, whether navigating commercial or non-commercial perils, could never ascend so high without such an intuitive compass. Experience alone would never suffice. This talent was the very foundation of his existence. What's wrong? Guan Jiahui whispered softly. Nothing. Haha. Just thought of something delightful. Wang Yaodang grinned and gave her a playful squeeze, firm, springy, satisfying. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Guan Jiahui slipped on her robe and rose to answer. Spectacles stood at the threshold holding a basket of dim sum. Glancing at his sister in her robe, he strode inside. Brother Yao, these are from Lin Xianglu. I sent my junior brothers specially to fetch them. Guan Jiahui changed into fresh clothes and sat beside him, feeding him as Spectacles began reporting the accounts. This was the difference between being a man and being a dog. Last night, 1,200 members were dispatched by allied branches. We deployed 300 of our own. Head fees totaled $3 2 million. Add vehicle rentals, venue hires, medical expenses, legal fees, and bail. Total expenditures reached approximately $3 5 million. Plus another 2 million Hong Kong dollars to grease the palms of Elder Agong. 5 Hong Kong dollars. 5 million in one night. Wang Yaodang gulped down several mouthfuls of soy milk to swallow the stuck crystal shrimp dumpling. Damn. No wonder major triads, tens of thousands strong, never stage grand confrontations. The cost is simply astronomical. Exactly. Spectacles removed his glasses. Half a year ago, the four of them couldn't collectively scrape together $10,000. Now they just fired off 5 million Hong Kong dollars in a single night. A surreal, indescribable sensation. Truly, the roar of cannon heralds a rain of gold. No triad could survive 2 such battles. Wang Yaodang patted his chest with lingering trepidation. Fortunately, we extracted a hefty sum from Tong Sunwa. Could it be Brother Yao that you paid too much? Spectacles chuckled wryly. Other triads would have settled for half and kept their dignity intact. Without money, how could our juniors charge forward chanting loyalty? Wang Yaodang shook his head. Yesterday's funds were withdrawn from the garment company's account. I plan to reimburse it using Tong Sunwa's money. After all, those funds are clean. Fine, you handle it. We still have 8 million Hong Kong dollars in untraceable cash. How shall we manage it? Should we launder it through the garment company? No, Wang Yaodang replied firmly. The garment company must remain untainted by black money. Keep it aside for future expansion, recruitment, and other needs. Laundering. We can adjust operations at the hotel. Room rates have risen, and accounting there is entirely under our control. Likewise, at the finance firm, interest on the girls' loans stands at 30%. Once repaid, we'll revise contracts and inflate the rate to the legal maximum, 60%, thereby laundering additional sums. Assign this to newly hired accountants. Keep your hands clean. Might the finance team raise objections? So long as legally unimplicated, I'm unconcerned. We'll soon change the corporate directors for both firms. Appoint 2 elderly terminally ill residents from public housing estates as nominal directors. Pay them monthly stipends. Call it charity. The finance manager has a family. He won't dare speak out of turn. Understood. Prepare the money for odd Jip to deliver. I won't go myself. All right, I'll inform him. That's settled. After breakfast, Wang Yaodang wiped his mouth and rose. A car awaited outside, flanked by 2 additional vehicles carrying 40 junior brothers as personal escorts. Inspector Huang, what's with those deep dark circles? At your age, still partying like a youth. Take care of yourself. Shall I recommend some veteran traditional Chinese physicians? Wang Yaodang rose with a grin and teased. Search him thoroughly. Royal Hong Kong police aren't trustworthy. He might be wearing a wire. Huang Bingyao's face darkened instantly. Wordlessly, he peeled a device from beneath his shirt and tossed it to Wang Yaodang. Wang Yaodang's eyes widened. I was only joking. You actually carried one. Huang Bingyao rubbed his nose. What's with this fortress-like door? Afraid someone will come seeking mutual destruction with you, you rotten bastard? Snatching up the ashtray, Wang Yaodang smashed it violently. Bloody foreigners. Worthless. Their so-called positive non-intervention is pure hypocrisy. They only collect money and do no work, pushing traitorous lackeys like you to do their dirty deeds. You're the traitor, Huang Bingyao roared back. Prior to the 1960s, the British colonial government pursued laissez-faire economic policy, passively non-interventionist, to allow free market development. In the 1970s, however, global trade protectionism surged and economic competition intensified. In 1977, Financial Secretary Philip Haddon-Cave formally introduced the doctrine of positive non-intervention before the Legislative Council. In plain terms, so long as no riots erupt, the government intervenes in nothing. Its sole functions are taxation and corruption. The colonial administration maintained a dual tax system, one offering low rates for ethnic Chinese enterprises, designed to co-opt and empower local tycoons to manage and suppress domestic unrest. The other imposed direct taxation on British-owned firms, revenues flowing straight to the UK Treasury, bypassing colonial coffers entirely. Companies like Wheelock Co., Hutchison Whampoa Swire Group, HSBC Standard Chartered Kadoorie Group, and Inchcape monopolized Hong Kong Island's shipping docks, shipyards, real estate, finance, water, electricity, and automobile sales. The lion's share of profits generated on Hong Kong Island flowed directly to British capital, until China's reform and opening up era, when negotiations for sovereignty restoration prompted British firms to withdraw, enabling local Chinese capital to launch large-scale acquisitions. The result? Merely a change of monopolists, while the oxen and horses remained oxen and horses. If I were truly a traitor, I'd lack the qualification altogether. Unlike you lot, specializing in turning on your own people. TSK. Wang Yaodang spoke with biting sarcasm. Huang Bingyao sprang to his feet, but Wang Yaodang quickly laughed, soothing him. Just kidding. Surely you can take a joke. All right. Let's get down to business. Huang Bingyao remained sullen and silent. Just then the phone rang. Hello, Brother Sheng. This is Wang Yaodang. Big Head Sheng frowned, voice icy. What do you want? As I told you yesterday, the scorpion when killed Elder Cheng. Do you believe me? Big Head Sheng fell silent for a long moment. Perhaps, but surely that's not why you called. He wasn't stupid, just slow to process. Elder Cheng is dead. Your ranks are fractured, your headquarters dismantled. What's your next move? Fuck you. How dare you bring this up? Big Head Sheng exploded in fury. Look, we're old acquaintances. Come talk inside. I'll wait. I won't go. Wang Yaodang scoffed and hung up. Do you intend to make him a crown witness? Huang Bingyao raised an eyebrow. I hear you raised Tong's son was headquarters. Do you now hold their secret membership roster and financial ledgers? Want them? Wang Yaodang lounged, legs crossed. Name your terms. Not yet. Let's wait until Big Head Sheng arrives. Cursing Wang Yaodang, the archenemy of his life, Big Head Sheng nevertheless obediently summoned his juniors, climbed into his car, and sped toward Jiu Tower. Upon entering, he spotted Huang Bingyao, and instinctively recoiled, taking 2 steps back before remembering this was Wang Yaotong's territory. His face burned crimson with shame. Bring Brother Sheng a chair. I'm here, so speak. Big Head Sheng dropped heavily into the seat, scowling. No need for such formality, Brother Sheng. In our world, it's either you smash my venues, or I smash yours. That's no grudge, it's business partnership. Wang Yaodang smiled warmly. Big Head Sheng remained silent. Brother Yao, you're wasted as a gangster. You should run for legislator. Huang Bingyao glanced sideways at Wang Yaodang. Every time it's you smashing others. No wonder you think it's trivial. How about I run for governor? Dreaming again. With only a decade left, do you really think the British will stay? Without them, why shouldn't I run for governor? I'll promote you to commissioner then. Huang Bingyao's lips twitched. Seeing him speechless, Wang Yaodang burst into laughter and turned to Big Head Sheng. Brother Sheng, join me. I control dozens of venues across Tsim Shui. I'm desperate for capable men. Don't rush to refuse. Wang Yaodang raised a hand, cutting off Big Head Sheng's reply. You know my garment business earns millions annually, clean money. Triad earnings are negligible, and I rarely involve myself in such messy affairs. Away and Spectacles manage my business, AG and AG lack experience. Join me. You'll oversee venues immediately. How does that sound? You know how generous I am to my brothers. Last night alone, I spent 5 million. What? Big Head Sheng's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. That much? Huang Bingyao also looked stunned. 2 million went to senior police officials. Wang Yaodang shot him a sidelong glance. Huang Bingyao scratched his head, saying nothing. The practice was openly acknowledged at higher levels, though rank-and-file officers still clung to illusions of integrity. Big Head Sheng grew suddenly awkward. His venues were gone, his income dried up, and Tong's son was seemed on the verge of collapse. Well, Brother Yaoyu, switching allegiance is no big deal. I'm still a red pole of the East Federation. We forged our bond through conflict. As my little fortune god's brother, you'll live lavishly and without want. Thank you, Brother Yao. Big Head Sheng offered a simple, honest smile. Who among Tong's son with senior members remains clean, upright, reliable, and ungreedy? Tong Dog and Sheng Tian. Big Head Sheng answered without hesitation. They hold a grudge against Scorpion One, whose adulterated goods ruined their venues, angered customers, and whose henchmen secretly sabotage their operations, stealing Venu's right from under Elder Laoshi's nose. Then why haven't you killed Scorpion One? No evidence. What choice do we have? Wang Yaodang gave a low chuckle. I seized Tong's son with secret roster and ledgers. Take a look. Identify Tong Dog de Sheng Tian and the Elder faction led by Uncle Kuei. Oh. Big Head Sheng glanced at Huang Bingyao, then understood. This means wearing red shoes. Once you join me, remember one thing: cooperation with police outweighs confrontation. Drugs are banned in my venues. I walk the righteous path. There's no question of red shoes here. Wang Yaotang spoke with solemn gravity. Oh, Big Head Sheng nodded. His defining trait was obedience. Hence, every boss he'd ever served had cherished him deeply. After selecting the names, Wang Yaodang stowed the documents away and dismissed Big Head Sheng. Contact Tong Dog into Sheng Tian. I'll treat them to hot pot tonight. Yes, sir. Once Big Head Sheng departed, Huang Bingyao eagerly reached out. Wang Yaodang yanked the documents back, his expression stern. I understand. You became a police officer, rose to mid-level OCU command, and live well. You don't need friends like me. Yet you came here invoking authority to pressure me into betraying the Hung Mon. You show me no respect. You don't even address me as brother. You arrive at my home after my decisive victory, using your position to coerce me into treason. Huang Bingyao, do you think I haven't watched The Godfather? But cornered and powerless, he dared not spoil Wang Yaodong's mood. So he played along. I merely wish to resolve this trouble. That isn't trouble. You still sit comfortably in your OCU office. So tell me, how much must I pay to eliminate Tong's son? Huang Bingyao, what have I done to earn such disrespect? If you came as a friend, the Tong's son, what evidence would already be in your hands? Your problem would be mine. You'd be promoted and become my friend. Brother. Huang Bingyao drew a deep breath. Excellent. Perhaps one day I'll need your help, or perhaps not. Until that day arrives, accept this secret roster and ledger as a modest gift. Huang Bingyao tugged, unsuccessfully, then continued resigned. Thank you, brother. Wang Yaodang threw back his head and roared with laughter, slinging an arm around Huang Bingyao's shoulders and flashing a V sign toward the corner. Huang Bingyao froze, squinting toward the corner where a faintly glowing circular object caught his eye. His mind detonated like lightning. Fuck you. Villainy is the passport of the vile, nobility the epitaph of the noble. What do you think you're doing to Sha Yao? Wang Yaodang stepped forward and blocked Huang Bingyao, who was about to lunge. As the ancient saying goes, a true gentleman is open and upright, a petty man is constantly anxious. I act with integrity and transparency. My conscience is clear, my heart unburdened. I fear no record of my deeds. Only a sneaky wretch like you who skulks in the gutters would tremble at being exposed. Wang Yaodong, you despicable bastard. Struggling weakly as two underlings held him fast, Huang Bingyao soon gave up. Damn it. How could a man sink so low into shamelessness? No wonder you succeeded. Realizing he'd been thoroughly outmaneuvered, Huang Bingyao shrugged off the two men and strode away, pausing at the door to spit fiercely on the ground. Brother Yao, is what we just did really all right? Ajia looked almost pitying toward Huang Bingyao. Don't worry, he'll thank us for it. Wang Yaodang burst into laughter. You think he's angry? Not angry. Even angrier. Ajia's expression froze. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. You're right, he is furious. But our collaboration will only deepen from here. Why, oi? Would you trust someone holding leverage over you? Or a complete stranger? Oh, I see. Bloody hell. Only cunning bastards like you can navigate these twisted games. Fuck you. Trying to get yourself killed. Ha ha ha. No, I surrender. After a round of boisterous banter, Wei Tao's voice came from outside. Brother Yao de Ko Hui and the others have arrived. Understood. Wang Yaodang smoothed his jacket. De Ko Hui a li sha zhe de sun go zue bo chao a equashan feng zhang lang quan fei zine and igui feng de jin shua. Over 20 underlings laughed and chatted in the hall, then instantly snapped to attention upon Wang Yaodong's entrance. Brother Yao? Brother Yao. Wang Yaodang nodded. So, did you enjoy yourselves last night? Absolutely. We crushed the Japanese hard. Last night, I wielded a long spear, impaling 3 Japanese girls in one go. That's quite the tall tale. After more light-hearted chatter, Wang Yaodang raised a hand to quiet them and turned serious. We've seized Tong Xionese territories. But manpower is thin. I'll promote all current Blue Lanterns to Jiuzai and let each recruit their own underlings. This expansion is vital for the branch, but I acknowledge it's unfair to you since I can't confer formal ranks on everyone. No complaints. We understand 3 years as a new Jiuzai, 3 more as a veteran. Exactly, Brother Yao. Of course, new blood must rise. We fully support it. You can count on us, Brother Yao. I'm truly glad you see it this way. The Triad won't neglect your loyalty. Each of you will be entrusted with real responsibility. Still, let me speak plainly. If any of you fail in managing your territory, I will reclaim it. Our brothers depend on those venues for survival. Don't say Brother Yao denied you opportunity when the time comes. Understood, Brother Yao. You have our word, Brother Yao. My wish is for every brother who follows me, Kaishin Yao, to rise above, to return home in glory, making parents proud and relatives envious. All I can promise. as your elder brother, is to create every possible chance for you. Once this hectic phase passes, I'll bring in professional trainers to teach management, interpersonal conduct, and leadership. Study well. This is your future. Brother Yao, please don't. Ah, so terrifying. Brother Yao, I'd rather forfeit the venue entirely. Wails of despair erupted across the hall, chilling enough to make one's blood run cold. Aji and Aji stared at Wang Yaodang in horror. This had never been mentioned before. Every single one of them was academically hopeless, the kind who fell asleep at the sight of textbooks. Now even Triad life demanded daily study and homework. The mere thought was maddening. Bastard, this is your golden chance. Weekly exams await. If you fail, you'll be strung up. Wang Yaodang roared, while inwardly he reveled in triumph. Tear down their umbrellas, completely. Exhilarating. Such large-scale recruitment demanded a formal ceremony. Ceremony mattered deeply, profoundly strengthening organizational cohesion and instilling personal pride. But there was no rush. They'd hold it jointly once the Tu Sheng Tonggo and De Sheng Tian completed their transfers. Still, the news could be leaked early to boost morale. The Tu Sheng immediately after leaving met Tonggo and De Sheng Tian and told them outright about Wang Yaodong's offer to recruit him. They exchanged brief astonishment, then quickly composed themselves. They'd known last night that the Shan men had been smashed by dawn calls to senior elders had delivered news so chilling it froze their hearts. Tong Xian, he was finished. Tom was running out. If they delayed, some rival triad might seize their turf, and without backing they'd die, without even knowing how. What do you two intend? Kai Shinyao. Tonggo paused, then said, both Kuning and Quan Yizhi have approached me. On my end, Da Sheng Tian added, Lian Gong, Lilian Shuntang, and Dong Fu, he have all reached out. The Tu Sheng's lips twitched. Why hadn't anyone contacted him? They're unacceptable. The Tu Sheng scowled. Why not? Tonggo frowned. Well. The Tu Sheng flushed crimson, words failing him. Kai Shinyao is simply formidable. Tonggo and De Sheng Tian exchanged glances, ducked their heads, tried to stifle laughter, then burst, ha! What's so funny? You motherfucker. The Tu Sheng's face burned red as he slammed the table. Defeated badly yesterday, his territory overrun. He'd been in foul spirits. Now, however, he felt markedly better. Brother Sheng, I've just learned something. Xie when returned yesterday, and vanished immediately. Huh, what does that mean? Did he flee? The Tu Sheng frowned. No, he hasn't contacted his men, but 3 loyal lieutenants disappeared with him. So, enough, call Kai Shinyao. Right? How does one feel upon learning an enemy has gone into hiding? Perhaps instinct, some primal danger sense, was already prickling Wang Yaodong's scalp. Find him. Spread the word. I'm offering 1 million. Seriously. Tonggo's breath caught. Brother Go, do you take me for a fraud? Everyone knows Kai Shinyao pays generously, without hesitation. All right, I trust Brother Yao. Expect our call. Tonggo hung up, eyes gleaming. He'll really pay that much. De Sheng Tian gaped. Little fortune god loves to scatter money. If he actually pays, I'll switch sides on the spot. Exactly. When you join the underworld, you follow a boss who earns and shares. Just hope it's not too late for you. De Tu Sheng sneered. Tonggo and De Sheng Tian stiffened, exchanged another glance. Damn. Sometimes this guy really seems to be faking his stupidity. People always called De Tu Sheng stupid, yet he thrived just as well as anyone else. It was absurd. Brother One, what now? Those bastards are hunting us everywhere. What's there to fear? This place wasn't chosen lightly. Hong Kong has millions. Who'd ever guess we're here? Xie Ziwen rolled over, utterly nonchalant. When do we leave? Once Tai Zirong calls. Relax, no need to worry. While we wait, disassemble and clean your guns. Wouldn't want them misfiring when it counts. Just then the phone rang. Xie Ziwen shot upright and snatched it. Who is it? Brother Rong. Yes, I understand. Shit, pack up. We move now. 8 henchmen in black tactical gear stood around a Lincoln. The door opened. Wang Yaodang stepped out, then flanked by underlings guided Guan Jiahui's waist into the banquet hall. Boss, the Mr. Qi Jinhai has arrived. Wei Tao hurried forward to greet him. Wang Yaodang merely nodded and strode inside, his mind fixed on fishing bait himself, and surely the big fish would bite. Upstairs, the private room, door swung open. Wang Yaodang entered. An elderly woman and a young man beside her rose immediately. Wei Tao introduced swiftly, this is Mrs. Wei Lingjing, wife of Uncle Cheng, and his son Mr. Qi Jinhai. And this is my employer, Mr. Wang Yaotong, founder of Hongdo Apparel. Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Wet. Wang Yaodang extended his hand. I deeply regret Uncle Cheng's passing. I failed to protect him. It's not your fault. Wei Lingjing sighed. It was his fate. He spoke of you often, said you were the most gifted young man he'd ever met, destined for extraordinary heights. Too kind, too kind. Wang Yaodang chuckled and shook his head. Hello, Jinhai. I may call you that, yes. He turned to the youth. Pleased to meet you, Brother Yao, of course. Qi Jinhai bowed slightly. He'd rushed back from England upon hearing of his father's death, and had even seen Wang Yaodang at the funeral. Resentment, perhaps, existed, but faintly. Golden Tooth Chung had sent him abroad precisely to shield him from Triad affairs. His mother had also insisted the killer was unlikely to be Wang Yaodang. This meeting revealed no trace of underworld aura in Wang Yaodang, only the polished demeanor of a businessman. Today's purpose discussing the future of Hongxing Apparel Co., Ltd., left behind by Golden Tooth Chung. Coincidentally, Wei Linjing wished to liquidate all her Hong Kong assets and settle permanently in England with her son. Chief, Kai Shin Yao just dragged us into massive trouble, and now we're supposed to protect him. Wouldn't it be smarter to let them tear each other apart? Inside a van parked roadside, Huang Bingyao, rarely in uniform, wore a bulletproof vest. Beyond his standard .38 revolver, he'd requisitioned 4 MP5 submachine guns. What nonsense is that? CSZ1 is desperate, and if he opens fire here, we'll all end up in court. Huang Bingyao retorted, exasperated. He was certain when Wang Yaodang phoned him warning that CSZ1 was coming armed to kill him, he'd recorded it. If civilians died, Huang Bingyao faced inevitable charges of dereliction. Stay sharp. CSZ1 is a drug trafficker. He likely carries heavy weapons. Chief, when can we finally ditch this? 38. It's 20 years old. It couldn't even swat a mosquito. Complaining to me won't help. Don't you think I want to upgrade? Huang Bingyao rolled his eyes. The 38 was cheap, and cheap meant bigger kickbacks for the foreign bosses. Brother G, can those cops really handle it? We're here too. That scumbag CSZ1 thinks he can stage a comeback. Dream on. Aji ignored his underling's chatter. His gaze swept ceaselessly across the street. The rumor had been seeded, but would it lure prey? And if so, would they ambush at the gate, or leap straight onto the shore? Wang Yaodang had entrusted him with this task, and Aji would execute it flawlessly. His elder brother would not be endangered. That car's been parked there for over a minute. No one's gotten out. Send someone to check. Aji commanded, voice low and steady. AH-20 sedan parked by the roadside lowered its window. A Shah-Zay waved his hand, and instantly one of his underlings approached the vehicle. Knock, knock, knock. The window was tapped. Shieziwen instinctively drew his large Black Star pistol, turned his head, only to see a street thug, and lowered the window slightly before roaring. What the hell are you knocking for? The underling kicked the car door hard. Get out, you scumbag. Your boss'll cut you down where you stand. A minor scuffle erupted here, drawing 2 more underlings sprinting over, each already drawing a knife as they ran. Yao Gu was dining upstairs. Their assigned task was to scrutinize every suspicious individual. No oversight, no misjudgment. If anything went wrong, Yao Gu would take responsibility. So what was there to fear? These short, wiry bastards, damn arrogant. From another minivan nearby, OSID officers also witnessed the commotion. He's riding high right now, swarmed by underlings. It's already a courtesy to the police that he hasn't cleared an entire street just to eat. Seeing the men rushing over, Shieziwen gritted his teeth. Damn it. He hadn't expected Kai Shin Yao to be this cautious. He'd been planning to ambush that man the moment he stepped out after dinner. Now it seemed, Brother Wen, what do we do? Should we pull out? 2 underlings asked anxiously. As Shieziwen hesitated, the gangster outside kicked the door again. Get out, inspection. Hurry up. What the hell are you dawdling for? Shieziwen glanced outside. That one was too careful. Missed this chance, and who knew when the next one would come. $1 million bounty was literally dangling before him. Ready, Shieziwen whispered. Snatching up his AK-47, he slammed the car door open, striking the gangster's leg, and tumbled out. In one fluid motion, he swung the rifle stock into the man's skull. The thug collapsed with a heavy thud, blood gushing forth. Had he not feared the gunshot would scare off Wang Yaodang, he'd have put a bullet straight through that petty thug's head. Yet even the sight of the AK-47 sent the others scrambling wildly on all fours. Shit, it's Shieziwen. He's got an AK. One OCID officer cried out in alarm from a minivan. Huang Bingyao shot upright, his head slamming against the van's roof. Move, move. Everyone, stay sharp. Surround them. Aji sat bolt upright. At the restaurant entrance, Ali whirled around and dashed upstairs to deliver the warning. Once the AK fired, the entire scene froze in shock. Wang Guangzhu swallowed hard, tightened his grip on the MP5, and leapt from the car the instant the door opened. Huang Bingyao also jumped out, immediately crouching beside the wheel arch, trusting the car body to stop bullets. By now he was already buried deep inside Haoyuan estate. Shieziwen, don't move. Raise your hands, or we'll shoot. He raised his pistol and fired a single shot skyward. That was protocol. Just as Shieziwen charged into the road's center, the gunshot rang out. He instinctively flinched, then instantly swiveled his barrel toward the minivan and squeezed the trigger. Ta-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta. The 7.62mm intermediate rounds tore effortlessly through the van's chassis and shattered storefront glass. Amidst the deafening crash of shattering panes rose panicked screams from bystanders. Run, run. Huang Bingyao clutched his .38 revolver, too terrified to raise his head, sweating profusely as he frantically waved pedestrians away from the street. Wang Guangzhu, lying in wait on the opposite side, clenched his jaw, lunged from behind the hood, and held the trigger down. BRRT. He remembered Yao Ji's stern instruction: in such situations, forget civilians. Survival comes first. Flames spat from the MP5's muzzle as an entire magazine emptied in 5 or 6 seconds. The ferocity of the gunfire struck terror into Xiezi Wan and his 2 men. They dropped flat onto the ground. When had Hong Kong cops ever fought like this? For a few $1,000s, was it worth dying for? Killing or wounding civilians would bring disciplinary action. What kind of madman was this? He halted fire, depressed the muzzle, then swept it sideways. 3 quick shots punched crimson blossoms into the nearest gangster's chest. Click, click. The empty chamber echoed. Wang Guangzhou jerked back behind the engine block, fumbling desperately at his spare magazine, but his trembling hands couldn't draw it free. Though terrified, the barrage of gunfire galvanized other OCID officers. Several risked exposure firing there. 38s, pop pop, like feeble firecrackers. Xiezi Wan rolled onto his back and began rapid controlled bursts. Ta-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta-ta, thump. One man clutched his abdomen and collapsed, face ashen, utterly silent. Abiao. A hand seized his hair and dragged him backward. No concern now for whether it might tear his scalp. Fortunately, 2 more MP5s finally opened fire. BRRT. BRRT. Those 2 officers fired disciplined, economical bursts, exactly as trained, forcing Xiezi Wan to roll desperately for cover. The police had no reason to rush. Time only worked against the criminals. Meanwhile, the other 2 gangsters scrambled to their feet. One planted a horse stance, gripped the weapon with his left hand, and roared, HH, before unleashing full auto fire. Both minivans were instantly riddled, transformed into sieves. Ayahawk. One officer screamed as blood erupted from his shoulder, another crumpled mid-stride. Bullets tearing through thigh and chest, convulsing violently on the asphalt. Their standard-issue police body armor lacked ceramic plates, utterly useless against 7.62mm intermediate rounds. Bullets punched straight through, detonating hollow cavities inside the torso, blood gurgling forth in thick, wet pulses. What the hell are you doing? Huang Bingyao shrieked, neck craned low as one officer huddled on the ground, clutching his MP5 and shaking like a sieve. In training, he'd been top tier, loudest to volunteer, most confident with a firearm. Yet in real combat, he'd collapsed into this pitiful cowardice. Huang Bingyao was furious, ready to snap. 3 MP5s versus 3 AKs. Was he insane? Huang Bingyao extended his arm, emptied his 38 in a flash, seized the man's ankle, yanked him backward, and snatched the MP5. Lying flat, he peered beneath the car, sighting along the barrel at a cluster of legs, and fired. This gunfight erupted with shocking suddenness. Then Wang Guangzhou's aggressive American-style drawn-fire technique accelerated the tempo into white-hot intensity. Hands still trembling, Wang Guangzhou reloaded, swiftly scrambled beneath the hood, braced his shoulder against the wheel arch, and exposed only half his head, muttering, American-style draw. American-style draw. Before locking the trigger once more, BRRT. Bullets rained like hail. One gangster, walking while spraying, collapsed as his knee shattered. Instantly rounds stitched his thigh, abdomen, and chest. He lay writhing, coughing up frothy blood, alive but utterly incapacitated. Last night, Wang Yaodang had phoned him repeatedly. In America, over 20,000 people die from gun violence each year. Decades, hundreds of thousands of lives, have proven one truth: real combat isn't training. Reality isn't cinema. The American-style draw is the ultimate survival tactic, for both killing and staying alive. The sole reason you miss your target is because you fired too few rounds. Upstairs, the staccato thunder of gunfire jolted Wang Yaodang upright from his chair. No time now for Wei Linjing and her son. He seized the chair and hurled it at the window. Crash, 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 shattering the glass completely. This restaurant, and this private room, had been carefully chosen. Below, his own car waited ready. Should Huang Bingyao fall, he'd leap through the window and vanish. The private room door swung open. A gangster outside called out, Brother Yao. Get ready, Wang Yaodang commanded. Instantly, 8 men pulled out cola bottles from their pockets, bit off the caps, and stuffed cloth strips inside. If Xiezi Wan stormed upward, they'd hurl these Molotov cocktails. Not to kill, but to blind and delay long enough for Wang Yaodang to escape. Wei Linjing and her son stood frozen, stunned by the abrupt eruption of chaos. Guan Jiahui, having known the plan in advance, felt no fear, only exhilaration. She'd seen this only in movies, and now, flushed with anticipation, she waited eagerly for Brother Yao's imminent display of power. Wei Tao's forehead glistened with sweat. He kept wiping it away frantically. Brother Yao. Ali burst to the doorway, gasping for breath. Xia, he's got an AK. I heard. Don't panic. Wang Yaodang sat impassively in his chair, projecting unshakable stoic authority. Miss, where did you hear that? Scorpion One is determined to eradicate the roots. A woman, no matter how powerful she once was now terrified. I agree to the price you just mentioned, 50,000. We have a villa in Kowloon Tong at 35, Jinba Luan Road, covering 3,067 square feet. Do you want it too? Wang Yaotang's eyes lit up. How much? He was well aware of Kowloon Tong's luxury district, where Zhou Ruinfa Jackie Chan and Xiang Huaqiang had all lived. A house here could easily sell for over 100 million in decades to come. Clearly this woman was scared out of her wits, eager to leave Hong Kong Island, hoping to secure a deal at a lower price. However, the properties in Jardines Lookout, just a kilometer away, were better with prices 10 times lower. Of course, the price was also 10 times lower, making it completely unaffordable. The market price is 2.8 million, you can get it for 2.5 million. This is a price without a market, miss. Wei, how long do you plan to wait for this price? Wang Yaodang pointed outside where the rapid gunfire echoed, sending the heart racing. It felt as if it might leap out of her chest at any moment. Wei Linjing was drenched in sweat, swallowed hard, and glanced at her son. Determined. 2.3 million. 2 million I'll pay in cash, let's finalize it immediately. All right. As if money spoke volumes, Wei Linjing agreed, without even looking at Wang Yaodang, her gaze fixed on the doorway. Sister Wei, if you're scared, just jump down from here, my car is below. After acquiring a villa at a low price, Wang Yaodang felt less tense, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and smiled as he said this. 2 minutes passed, and if they hadn't rushed in by now, there was little chance left. Wei Linjing suddenly turned her head. Thank you, Wei Yao, she said, pulling her son. Let's go. In her 40s, she had once accompanied the notorious Jin Ye to take lives. She kicked off her high heels, climbed on a stool, and leaped out the window, landing with a thud on the car roof, causing a significant dent. Shi Jinhai was less graceful, panicking as he jumped down, losing his balance, and rolling off the car, curling up in pain like a shrimp. At the entrance of the restaurant, Scorpion pivoted his gun towards Wang Guozu, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The round struck the wheel rims and the frame, creating a cacophony of ding ding dang dang, sending Wang Guozu scrambling to crouch behind the wheel, covering his head. The angle was too low. Unless Scorpion lay on the ground, he couldn't reach his target. After 3 quick shots, realizing it was futile, he turned and fled, his underlings reacting 2 seconds too late. By the time they turned back, Scorpion had already sprinted 10 meters. His escape boosted the morale of the police on site. Huang Bingyao stepped out, mimicking Wang Guozu, pulling the trigger all the way down. 2. Large quantities meant plentiful results, and he dropped on the spot. The gun was flung over 2 meters away, and the man on the ground convulsed. After quickly swapping magazines, Huang Bingyao looked up at Scorpion, who had already run 30 meters away. It's over. Just as he thought this, a Toyota H20 suddenly surged onto the scene. Scorpion's face turned pale with fear. He wanted to raise his gun, but it was already too late. Bang! He was propelled 5 meters away, and just as he landed, the H20 arrived, rolling over him with a crunch. Huang Bingyao watched in shock as the car rolled over Scorpion, making him shudder twice in disbelief. He recognized that car. It belonged to Wang Yaotang's men. Boss A Hong is in trouble. A subordinate shouted from the side. Call for backup. Huang Bingyao shouted loudly. If someone gets killed, that's that. How the court decides is their business. It has nothing to do with him. The military and PTU arrived, promptly securing the scene and setting up a cordon. The driver AG was also immediately detained as the one who caused the fatality. The ambulance arrived quickly, having anticipated possible gunfire and alerted in advance. As soon as the gunfire ceased, Wang Yaodang descended, and the military did not stop him. Who in this area didn't know the god of wealth Yaodang? He glanced at the body on the ground and sneered. Well, it looks like he's truly in deep trouble now. Huang, sir, how's the situation? Huang Binjiao's expression darkened. 3 people are severely injured. Ew, I don't know if a Hong will make it through. He surveyed the scene, which looked quite grim. Old Huang, I want to donate to the Orcord officers present today and the injured. What should I do? Everyone around who heard the voice turned to look. The military, PTU, and Orcord personnel thought of the first thing that came to mind. No wonder, he's the god of wealth Yaodang. They said he was loyal to his subordinates and acted boldly, and seeing it today was indeed true. What do you want to do? Bribing the police is illegal, Huang Bingyao said in a deep voice. Indeed, the butt decides the brain, Wang Yaodang replied sarcastically. I said donating the kind done in broad daylight. Don't tell me that's not possible. Huang Bingyao reacted, glaring daggers at Wang Yaodong, who truly knew how to win hearts. Ordinary people cannot directly donate to the police. You must first donate to several legitimate funds that support the police. Wang Yaodang scoffed. What do you mean by legitimate funds? Donating also depends on whether you're qualified. Donating to a few funds. Please, as if I don't understand how funds work. A large part of that becomes operational costs, and the ones receiving donations might not even be the right people. Scholarships were awarded to the children of police officers, but those children's parents were at least senior inspectors. Nonsense, that's to prevent bribery. Huang Bingyao was suddenly anxious. Was this something he could say in front of the subordinates? He didn't need to look to know that the expressions of those below were already grim. To clarify who was being prevented from receiving bribes. Wang Yaodang pointed at the surrounding officers. What can they do for me? Bribery is a high-level issue. It's not like we've ever seen old Lien arrest a foreigner. Alright, I know it has nothing to do with you, Bim, just venting my frustrations. Wang Yaodang smiled, putting his arm around Huang Binjiao's shoulder, saying, Isn't it just setting up a fund? My Red Bean Garment Company can do that too. Huang Bingyao irritably shrugged him off, wondering how a gangster could have such a sharp tongue, almost like a lawyer. Wang Yaodang was unfazed, clasping his fists to those around him. Thank you all. Oh, I won't bore you with extra words, but it's better to judge people by their actions than by their words. With that, he led his subordinates and strode towards the police cordon. As a mere diner, he had no real connection to this case, allowing him to come and go freely. Wait for the lawyer. Ajie nodded. The younger brothers parted the crowd, glaring fiercely at the few reporters with cameras. The reporters sheepishly lowered their cameras, watching Wang Yaodang swagger away. They dared not trouble the newspaper. They didn't even dare to mess with a single reporter. Outside, the crowd sang Yunkai approached quickly, not waiting for Wang Yaodang to ask before saying. Yao Gu Ag was sleeping in the car, and when he was startled awake by the gunfire, he found himself in the crossfire, facing the risk of being shot. To ensure safety, he attempted to flee the combat zone, but encountered an armed assailant who threatened him with a gun. Under the threat of a gun, he lost his judgment momentarily and failed to brake in time, which led to the accident. In such circumstances, he wouldn't bear criminal responsibility. Wang Yaodang raised his hand and applauded. Very good. I believe the laws of Hong Kong Island are fair and just. Wei Tao remarked. Boss, your trust is incredibly flexible. Silly Zay, did any of our men get hurt? 2 of the younger brothers were shot and have already been taken away by the ambulance. In such situations, the government would cover the medical expenses. Each will receive 50,000 in compensation. Thank you, Yao Gu. Silly Zay grinned. That's a lot. They only give 5,000 for taking the blame. What? Taizi Rong exclaimed, standing up abruptly. Say that again. The police had an ambushed Scorpion when was killed by a Jai's car during his escape. I curse his mother. The god of wealth Yaodang actually wore red shoes. Taizi Rong immediately understood. Clearly the god of wealth Yaodang had received a tip-off, contacted the police, and then used himself as bait to lure Scorpion went into the trap. Of course, understanding was one thing, admitting it was another, and he dared not speak out, for wouldn't that make it clear that this was related to him? Many had witnessed Scorpion when coming to see him. Fool. Taizi Rong, furious, transformed into a desktop clearing master, sweeping everything off the table. He even kicked the desk a few times in frustration. He needed to be careful for a while. If he could avoid going out, he would.